Good morning, everybody. Welcome, everyone, to the NRG 10K Modern Showdown here in St. Louis. This is going to be our first look at Modern with the newly released Modern Horizons 3 set, and of course, ahead of the Pro Tour in Amsterdam next week. So a lot of eyes in this Modern format, potentially a lot of shakeups. We've already seen some of that in the Magic Online queues and things like that, and really our first major Modern tournament with all of that legal. And of course, lots more at stake here on the NRG Series. And I'm joined in the booth here with Mason Clark, who also has a unique perspective on Modern Horizons. Good morning, Mason. You excited for today?
I'm very excited, Drake. I cannot wait to be commentating this with you. Like you said, there's so much on the line here today. This is the end of season 1 for our players. So for a lot of people, today's tournament matters so much. If you win today, you get an invite to an invitational. That's great. But also, just this is the second to last event. Those at-large players who want to make our championship, this is the time where they need to lock up it, Drake. They need to perform. And it's release weekend of a brand new Modern. Could there be a more anxiety-inducing time when it comes to a leaderboard race? Nothing like it. And like you said, yeah, I worked on the Modern Horizon set, so I am very excited to sort of see it in action, you know, sort of like seeing your child's first baseball game. That's me right now. I'm like, let's go, Slugger. Hit him out of the park, Felice. Do it, baby. You know, and so
a good bet, it looks like so far.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to see these rounds. I can't wait to do it with you, but it's so much fun to be in the booth here, and I can't wait. It's going to be a fun day.
Yeah, I very much agree. And you mentioned some of those at-large bids. Our leaderboard, of course, things have heated up quite a bit. A bunch of big shifts. You know, of course, probably the most surprising thing of the bunch is Dominic Harvey at the top of the leaderboard after his double win weekend. Still at the top of the leaderboard coming into today. But of course, lots of points on the line. And you can see a quick look at the leaderboard. Again, this is the end of season 1, so there's going to be at-large bids given out, as well as the Showdown winner, which will earn an invite to the NRG Championship as well. So there's going to be 2 season 1 point leaders that are going to get it. And right now, if things ended up, it'd be Tim Hatch and Harrison Canfer. And that is, of course, with the points as they stand today. But there's a lot more, I guess, on the line this weekend. And we're going to see one of those players who right now for the outside bid, or he's on the outside looking in. That's going to be Connor Mullaly in our round 1 feature match. And he is going to be on, I believe, some new spice as well, which we'll get a chance to talk about here in just a moment. So with all of that mouthful out of the way, Modern Horizons 3 cards coming up. And of course, round 1, a new deck created by some Modern Horizons 3 cards. That's Connor Mullaly on your left playing Nadu combo versus Samantha Welch on the right playing Domain Zoo, with the kind of, I guess, face of the deck, the Leyline of the Guild Pact, that now feels like old news in the Modern format on turn 0 here.
Yeah, Leyline definitely was something that kind of came on the scene, really kind of like a lot of players, took over immediately, sort of, and was like something you had to adapt to. And we've seen it kind of take a bit of a back seat due to MH3's hype, but it's still a very powerful card.
Yeah, definitely. Turn 1 Thoughtseize, get a look at the bunch. Looking at a relatively small hand, given the land Leyline already deployed for Samantha Welch. Look at Tribal Flames, the Showboat Brawler, which is going to be the take. And I believe a Lightning Bolt, the leftovers. Just some burn, kind of low on action already here for Samantha.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we see happen with this Zoo deck a lot is, you know, you try to set up this A plus B combo, which she's done here with Sino Draco coming down. And
yeah, what a draw. Thoughtseize top of the deck.
Yeah, Samantha's saying had it, of course, you know.
Obviously, it was there the entire time.
Yeah. Why didn't you take it with Thoughtseize? It was right there. No, but, you know, this is something where, like, when you play these kind of, like, A plus B decks, especially one where, like, you get to pregame action, put a card in, your hand, you play off the top really quickly because your hand depletes so fast here. And for Connor, this is sort of, you know, not an unbeatable position, but he is really under the gun, where before, after that Thoughtseize, he was looking pretty good.
Yeah, I imagine, I mean, once again, the face of this deck is, of course, the Scion of Draco, Leon, and Guild Pact combo that you mentioned. And now, you know, you have this very difficult to beat attacker in combat. But sort of the running joke with the new Modern Horizons stuff is that really there's a lot less emphasis on combat with all the new stuff going on. That includes some of the Nadu combo stuff, where really what you're looking to do is assemble Nadu Winged Wisdom along with Shuko and a bunch of creatures, and you move the Shuko around, you know, draw your deck, put all these lands in play, and eventually win with a combo that does not use combat, as there is kind of one of the face of the decks, Shuko, being attached to a Delighted Halfling. So that can kind of go over the top of what this Draco is presenting on this board.
Yep, exactly. And we're gonna see Samantha attack in here, and this is one of the things where she really needs to like start putting the pressure on. If Connor has a Nadu next turn, it is potentially possible for him to win. We see that from our perspective, Connor has a piece of the combo in a hand that isn't Nadu that would actually basically lock the game up. There's a small fail rate that can occur, but it's very unlikely to happen.
There's looks like the lightning bolt coming down on the halfling and an attack, and then there's nothing coming for Connor, and that's going to wrap up a very quick game one between Samantha Welch and her domain zoo deck over the Nadu combo deck. Can't Thoughtseize top of the deck. Simon Drake was there the entire time. Don't need MH3 cards. Here's an MH2 card. Take that.
Exactly. Yeah, 2 is greater than 3. If you follow the numbers, you'll know for sure. No, but jokes aside, I love that play there from Samantha, making sure that Connor can't combo you, and Connor knows like I can't do anything. Like, I'm just going to die this Scion. Tribal Flames is going to kill me. Picks up his cards, knows that his deck can take a little bit sometimes to execute the combo. And, makes a lot of sense. And really also shows one of the weaknesses we've seen from the Nadu deck. And along with Storm as well, which is one of the other decks that is really hyped up and exciting from MH3, is that these decks, if you pressure them really quickly, because they are so in on doing their thing, they can kind of fold. And we see Connor even playing Thoughtseize, which is a card, originally when we first saw these decks, Drake, on day one, they were all in on just being a fast combo deck, no interaction. Connor's even trying to alleviate that pressure a little bit and having those sort of issues still occur. So if you're someone who likes to beat down, it is a good time for you in Modern.
Yeah, very much true. And I believe we're going to get to look at Connor's deck list here for the first time here in sideboarding. So this is a very different look than you've seen probably from some modern decks. You see cards like the Spring Heart Nantuko and the Nadu Winged Wisdoms, which are new additions. And you got a quick look there at Shuko, the new modern staple there, as the 0 equip cost equipment is the primary reason that we are playing with that. But now it's time to sideboard against Domain Zoo. We're working with Haywire Might, Drannith Magistrate, Endurance, Shieldred, the Apocalypse, 2 copies of Fairy Time Raveler, 3 copies of Fatal Push, 2 more Thoughtseize to go with the main deck copies, 1 Force of Vigor, 2 copies of the One Ring, and Gemstone Caverns. Mason, if you're adjusting for a Zoo deck, what kind of changes are we looking to make?
The first thing I probably want to do is bring in Haywire Might. She might have some answer in her sideboard that could stop our combo, but like a Damping Matrix is something we're seeing people do. But also, no matter what, we know this can answer something like Leyline of the Guild Pack or Leyline Binding, 2 cards we're expecting to see. So imagine, if you're Connor, that card's going to come in a lot. That's going to continue to come in here. From this point, there's a lot of differing plans. This is one of the more exciting things about early MH is that we're going to see players execute in a lot of different ways. I could see Connor doing something like bringing these Teferis when on the play because he can exploit them out a little early. They can unsummon some creatures, also unsummon that pesky Leyline that we saw, and then protect his combo once he starts going for it. Cards like Fatal Push could also come in, but those are good, but not against cards like Sign of Draco. So I imagine that's going to come in. It hits enough of the deck that it is worth the spot, but there is some liability. So we might see Connor, depending on how much he wants to kind of go fast versus, interact. This, obviously, we're talking about bringing in already like potentially 6 cards in that world. I imagine it's much more like 1 Teferi if that comes in, but still, that's 5 cards in your interactive creature combo deck. It is hard to do that. You introduce a bit more fail rate. So I imagine that's what's going to happen here. And also worth noting, Drake, if people have been playing on Magic Online, they might think that a card like, let's say, Dress Down is going to stop Connor from actually winning the game, right? Because of Thassa's Oracle, being the combo win on Modo. Well, in real life, you get to play Cephalid's Coliseum, which means a whole different angle of attack is going on here. So it's going to be interesting to see how players interact with that going on as Connor is choosing to sort of do it the hard way that you can't really execute quickly on Modo.
Sure, right. You don't make those same time concessions. But yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of good sideboard options for both the kind of non-creature permanents and even with Fatal Pushes, some of the creature permanents as well. Notably, I think there's like 1 Thoughtseize in the main deck. You drew it there in game 1. Players shuffling up here for game 2. Looking at
and really quickly, so since we didn't have time to talk about Samantha's sideboard, one thing to notice, she has the card Harsh Mentor. That is a creature that whenever you activate an ability, the control of that ability takes 2 damage. That is a premium sideboard card now in Modern, thanks to the Nadu combo. And if she has that, and Connor doesn't have something like Fatal Push, he's going to lose. So it might be Connor just is auto bringing in Fatal Push versus any red deck because of the chance of having Harsh Mentor, including control decks. I've seen some with that in the sideboard as sort of this pivot plan to stop the Nadu deck.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, obviously that one very good. Every time you activate, your Shuko, that's 2 damage to the noggins. Your combo just straight doesn't work. Very reminiscent of, I guess, like Eidolon of the Great Revel against Storm decks. It's like, okay, what are you going to do? You just can't combo until you kill this thing. So definitely that kind of tension going on. Didn't see any red cards off the jump in Samantha's hand. I guess I'm wrong. Here comes a Steam Vince into a Ragavan, Nibble Pilfer. Again, classic modern start. And for Connor, Springheart and Nantuko into a less classic modern start.
Yeah, a potentially new school classic here from Connor. And one of the, one of the interesting things we're seeing from the early, we can cast that pact. One of the interesting things we're seeing early is Ragavan is still a very strong card, but a lot of early and powerful creatures for the other colors came out with MH3. And we're seeing that Ragavan, especially against decks like Nadu, can be a bit of a liability because they put so many early creatures in play. And we saw how Yawgmoth was so good at beating those decks because of this. And now Ragavan's still strong, still a really good card, but less, game warping as it once was because the rest of the game is kind of caught up to it when it comes to mana efficiency.
And what I like too about, just kind of keying off this a little bit. You mentioned kind of some of the creature upgrades some of these decks get, and overall the MH3 impact on Samantha's deck specifically is fairly low. I mean, she does have some harsh mentors, but we don't see a flood of MH3 cards like we see in some of the other decks we're probably going to see today. But what I like about this approach is it's very classic Magic. When there's a new set coming out, people are playing with a bunch of new cards and really excited and playing some suboptimal lists or whatever. One of the best strategies traditionally in those setups is aggressive strategies. Punish this bad mana, punish these incorrect numbers of their in the deck. While we're still in the tinkering phase, just get aggressive, get them dead, and punish poor deck building. And I think, not saying that Connor's deck's built wrong or whatever, I don't really know the process that went in, but certainly there's nothing agreed upon at large with the Nadu combo. And taking the aggressive strategy kind of in the face of that, I think is going to be very powerful. And that is something that I believe we are already seeing manifest here as a very aggressive start for Samantha.
Yeah, it's something that definitely comes up. And this is, one of the things that happens with these early formats, like you said, is people just aren't exactly sure, right? And we do see a Tribal Flames come down, hit the Nadu. Nadu still triggers Reveal to Summoner's Pact. But yeah, even though the Nadu deck has a lot of good work going into it here, it is something where the players are still going to have to figure out what exactly those things are. And Samantha knows her deck is pretty good at attacking here. So we're seeing her push in a little bit here. And, Connor has another Nadu. So the real question is, does he have a Shuko? Because if he does, this game is probably over.
Yeah, that looks to be true. And Connor, if these life totals are correct, which I believe they are, still actually has quite a bit of life to work with as well. So even if he doesn't, it's not like he needs to win the game this turn necessarily. And obviously things like burn spells can really disrupt your board state. And, who knows what the next turn looks like if that happens. Yeah, here comes a block on the Wild Nacatl, preserving some life totals. So that's actually, we're in combat there for clarity's sake. So down to 12 goes Connor as we go back to his turn. And now we're looking at, can we Nadu combo this turn? Here's fetch land, make some creatures. I love the speed. Very practiced with this combination is Connor. Springheart Nantuko making some insects.
Okay, so
Arbor with the fetch.
I think Connor is presenting the win here. So unless there's something like a subtlety, what Connor's going to do is he's putting the Nadu into play, and then he's courting. And I believe he is courting for a card like Knight of Coralhelm, if I remember correctly. Basically, it's a creature. Yes. So
that's where the end cores, it looks like. The 0 mana redirect creatures that you used to see in Cephalid Breakfast combos.
Exactly. So Connor's going to basically target all his creatures. And this is not a deterministic kill. Now, there's going to hit a point where Connor basically can't fail. And we're basically there right now because the way that Connor would fail is he would need to hit a bunch of non-lands in a row. Because every land makes a creature, which gives 2 relooks. The lands in are untapped. And Connor's life total is not under pressure that he can, essentially allow them to come in. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 creatures. We have to reveal basically the top 16 before we have any worries.
Yeah, so Nadu here says, whenever this creature becomes the target of spell or ability, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land, put it onto the battlefield, otherwise put it in your hand. And this triggers twice each turn. So that's where you're getting the 8 times 2 is 16, which we're in the process of doing right now. Let's see if we can get this in core creature up. I believe it is a 0 mana redirect to the next 1 damage that would be dealt to target creature. So you basically get that free target that you're talking about. This is something that Shuko is the most common card that we've seen work with, being just 1 mana. You can grab it. There's a Saga, things like that. But there's a creature version as well as in the form of this Outrider in core that you're looking at here. 2 and a white for flanking, but most importantly, that 0 mana. Next 1 damage would be dealt to it this turn is dealt to target creature instead. So a free way to target, and that's why he gets to just move cards around without really doing anything else. And that is what's happening here, and that's what you called out. Now, to reset Nadu, like you mentioned, you can play either a second one, we've seen people try to flicker it, that kind of stuff, but a new instance of Nadu resets the entire ability, and then all the creatures you have, you can now do everything twice again, even though that says only twice each turn.
Exactly. The Nadu is what it tracks that, not like the creature itself, since Nadu is giving the ability. And what's happened now is Connor's presented another Nantuku, which means every land's now making 2 tokens. So before we talk about how unlucky we'd have to get, Connor's basically explaining like, hey, I'm going to do this here. And he's going to explain the combo to Samantha. Basically, he's going to put everything into play, and then he's going to loop Cephalid Coliseum in order to mill her out. That is basically what is going to happen. And so she's going to have no deck left and lose the game. Worth noting, we talked about this being the easier way to win, right, Drake? Theoretically, cards like Emrakul do stop this sort of thing from happening. So Connor can't always win. Is like a weird situation that comes up. His deck's more efficient, right? But he can force his opponent to draw enough cards, and unless they like draw the Emrakul, they have a way to discard the Emrakul, they could shuffle their deck back in. So there are ways to get around this too, which is an interesting sort of dynamic of that happening. Excuse me for the slip up there. But yeah, Connor is going to win that game right there, and it shows just how powerful this deck is. Samantha had a good early start, but being on the draw and not having that critical piece of interaction at instant speed really kind of changed things up.
Yeah, she answered the first copy of Nadu, and then, Connor just had the second one rolled up, then had all those creatures, the Spring Heart Nantuko not only providing creatures for the Nadu to target, or rather to have that targeted ability, of course, but for Court of Colling as well. So that came up as really big in that game and allowed Connor to really springboard his position into being able to win all in one go, and that's part of the power of this Nadu deck. Now, we saw some of what Connor was working with, and he, of course, won game number 2. Let's take a look at Samantha Welch's Domain Zoo deck. So you mentioned Harsh Minter. So we've seen this look before. There's not really any MH3, I think, at all going on here in the main deck. That is not the case for all the Zoo players. We've seen other Zoo decks now that are playing MH3 cards. Samantha choosing to pass on that, instead making the primary adjustment that you mentioned, 3 copies of Harsh Minter in the sideboard that do shut down the combo from happening. Because it does just do a bunch of damage to you. But there's more sideboard to work with as well. So we have 3 copies of Harsh Minter, the Gigantha, the Wellspring Companion, 3 copies of Pick Your Poison, 2 Stern Scolding, 2 Surgical Extraction, 2 copies of Wear and Tear, and then 2 copies of Alpine Moon. So any adjustments outside of these Harsh Minters that we know we want to make here in sideboarding?
Yeah, so I'm going to, be as honest with everybody here. I have not played much with this version of Nadu, the one where you get to do it in paper with the endurance looping, because you just can't do it on Moda, right? I haven't got a chance to play it in paper yet. Been very busy. But, and I'm not 100% sure, so I could be wrong. In chat, please let me know if I am. I'm pretty sure Surgical can stop this if she times it correctly. And if worse comes to worse, she could Surgical out the Nadus if she's able to kill one with like a Tribal Flame or something like that, or she kills like a Spring Heart Nantuku. She might be able to make the combo a lot harder for Connor to execute with the Surgical. So I'm not exactly sure. It's just a thing that I believe she can do, and she might want to do. We saw how Ragavan can sometimes get like a little clogged up here. She is on the play, so it's gonna be a little bit better than before, but I could see a world where maybe you want to trim some of those for the chance to Surgical out one of those key pieces of the combo, including the win condition. So I would need to, double check, and I haven't actually executed it. So I think Connor can play through it if he has like another endurance he can evoke.
Yeah, you need a second endurance, I think, because you endurance the first time, and then with the trigger on the stack is when I assume you would go for the Surgical on the Coliseum that is now in the graveyard. But even then, we can still make like infinite 1/1s with the Spring Hearts, right? As we're looping the Cephalid. So it's not clear that.
Well, but I think she can Surgical specifically the endurances.
Oh, sure, and that does the same thing. You're correct.
Exactly, because I think and I could be mistaken, but I believe the way that you have to do it from Connor's perspective is you let the evoke resolve first, so the endurance goes back in the shuffle, and then with that trigger on the stack, you Surgical. So if Connor has the second one in hand, he can evoke again, but there might be an opportunity where maybe Connor is under a little bit more pressure than normal. Samantha disrupts him a little bit, and then the Surgical gets there. Once again, still very new. This could be a situation where it is very easily beatable. One of the things that's really cool with these creature combo decks is they are typically very resilient, as our players are mulliganing right now, so we can have them back to the Future Match area. Both players took a mulligan down to 6, I believe, from our little corner cam that we get to see here on coverage. But, just it's a thing that she could be wanting to do, and is makes a little bit of sense. And it looks like she decided to keep Stubborn Denial in, which also makes a good amount of sense, just as a way to maybe stop Connor from assembling his combo or just stopping an early Shuko.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Summoners Packs and Court of Callings. I think at the point at which you see that critical mass of creature tutors, and of course, I don't necessarily think that it's outside the question to have things like Finale, Devastation. Any set of tutors, you're going to want to leave some amount of counter magic for those, as they are some of your better cards. I compare this to in Legacy. Sometimes you would leave some negate style effects, force negation, things like that in against elves for their natural orders and their green Senzinus and stuff, because those are some of their better cards. When you're talking about a creature combo deck, and especially like the creature toolbox looks, sometimes those are just the most powerful card at any time is the tutors, and having some extra counter magic for that, even though the rest of the deck is creatures, can sometimes make a lot of sense.
Yeah, especially when we look at Samantha's sideboard, right? Like, I'm talking about how the surgical might work. If she's like me and she's not sure, if I was in her position, I might just be like, well, I know Stubborn Denial counters the tutor, so I'll just leave that in, and I'll talk to Connor after the match and see if this surgical's any good.
Right. I mean, the combos, right. We're in like still the very confusing phase, and this is kind of what I'm talking about with like is the deck list figured out yet? Like, have we found the best win condition? Should we be doing this instead of just Thassa's Oracle, like you said, the time saver on Magic Online, things like that? Not clear, as here is a layout of the Guild Pact with a very powerful start for this Zoo deck. Part of what led Samantha to a victory in game number 1 off the back of Sino Draco. Connor kind of with his signature start, Delighted Halfling on turn 1, which is immediately getting bolted. Bolting the Halfling, the new Bolt the Bird.
Yeah. And I think Samantha kept, she mulled to 5, and I think she kept a 1 lander, but had some interaction and then drew the land off the top to get this Territorial Kavu down. Once again, Leyline makes it so her mana taps of any color, and she has Domain already. So that's a 5/5 on turn 2.
It's a lot of pressure. And with no mana creature for Connor, he's set back enough. This 5/5 is going to have time to go to work. How much time? We're not sure yet. Here's Wall of Roots. And Shuko. Oh, yeah. Doing it.
The wall hits you now. If the wall just, it isn't just sitting around. One thing to note, too, is Connor decided to bring in the One Ring out of his sideboard. We see it in his hand right now. That is actually, something we didn't highlight. And I kind of like it here as a way to just, even if he doesn't draw a ton of cards because he's maybe afraid of getting burned, just getting that one turn to, get more creatures into play and use his mana and setup can be very helpful.
You mentioned Samantha keeping a 1-lander on the attack of Kavu, discarding a land, has too many, flooded. Drawing a new card. And as you mentioned, she also left in the Stubborn Denial. So if Connor's main plan is the One Ring and, she has access to blue mana, Stubborn Denial could look really, really good. But I think right now she actually chose to discard a Breeding Pool and then missed a land drop. So if I'm Connor, I think that looks pretty scary to me. That's a lot of potential creatures in burn. I mean, obviously, can't be sure about what she has access to, but that's quite a look to discard a land and then miss a land drop.
Yeah, one of the things you talked about before is like, everyone's still figuring out exactly what is the best way to Nadu, right? And next week's Pro Tour and today's event, I think is going to be very insightful into that. The other thing is, you get some advantage because your opponent's trying to figure stuff out like we were with the Surgical, but also Connor's not sure what the average plan against him is. One of the things that we learn about these creature combo decks is you learn how to fight through this stuff too. Connor might be thinking like, okay, can I even beat Stubborn Denial if she didn't sideboard that out? Like maybe Connor thinks it isn't very good, but if she has it and it lines up well against his hand, then it doesn't matter if it's good or not. It just beats him. As we do see the Spring Heart get bestowed here.
I don't think I've ever seen a Wall of Roots with so much stuff equipped and bestowed. You don't typically see auras and equipment on your Wall of Roots, but here we certainly do. And this is part of kind of the weirdness of this deck, as here comes a copy of Wall of Roots. So we did pay the 1 in a green that comes with the ability, and now we have another Wall of Roots in order to kind of springboard the mana forward a little bit.
Yeah, and we see Samantha's hand here is a Binding and a Kavu, and I think what she did is she wanted to hold up the Binding in case she got comboed, and I think that was maybe a spot where she had to, potentially tap out and risk it to hope that it doesn't give Connor more time, because what's happening now is, Samantha is trying to respond to this ability on the stack to get rid of this thing, but we still get the first copy of the Wall of Roots, and now, there's chump blockers and more mana for Connor, so one of those definitely those hard spots where it's like, do I go for this now? Do I hold up to not get comboed? What do I do? One of the advantages of the deck.
Yeah, that's exactly the tension, right? Is you're talking about, well, it's probably opportunity to do this now, but what if there's something that kills me? And even still, I mean, getting rid of the Spring Heart and Nantuko bestow is meaningful. Connor can't just block with Wall of Roots and then end up with the Spring Heart and Nantuko in play, able to make more chump blockers. It is still something good to answer in this way. So I don't think necessarily that getting rid of it, even after the point in which maybe it was more optimal or maybe not, who knows, because you don't know what's coming. It's still a good thing to get rid of, as Connor now just looking at mana. Now, we do know he has a copy of the One Ring, but Samantha does not. Crunches over for 5 and plays another Territorial Kavu. So pressure getting quite extreme for Connor, but the One Ring, as we know well, is good at stopping that pressure. Here we go. Get a look at the, the old news, per se, from the Tales of Middle-earth, that mythic card. Indestructible, and of course that trigger is what matters here. He enters the battlefield, if you cast it, you get protection from everything until your next turn. So Connor, even though facing down lethal damage, theoretically can take the entire hit, and he's fine. He has protection from those Territorial Kavos until his next turn, and then of course does all of the drawing that it is well known for. The damage to him it will do. Doesn't have forever, but doesn't need forever, as he can win all in one go from a very low base. And that's part of what makes Nadu powerful with the Shuko already dialed up. We'll see if Samantha can do any amount of prep work in order to not get comboed on this next turn.
Yeah, one thing to note is Samantha can still attack and get her rummage triggers from those Kavus. Even though, Connor has protection, she's still allowed to attack. So if she draws a land here, we might see her just smack in with at least one of these, if not both, and just try to make sure that she has the tools she wants. If she finds something like a Harsh Mentor in this spot, that would be backbreaking for Connor. He's already, at essentially 5 life thanks to the One Ring. And if he takes any more damage, could be, in a lot more trouble, especially with a fetch land in play. He's probably going to be incentivized to fetch. And his Coliseum in play, Drake, deals him a damage.
Land, yeah, wow.
So he's very close to just dying to a bolt here. So if Samantha can sculpt a hand that does that, she might be able to, steal this game.
I think I saw Tribal Flames in the hand. Didn't get a great look at what was drawn there. Okay, it's another brawler. So tapping out there, indicative. And I think Connor, a little breath of relief there. Not Harsh Mentor. I'm sure the card he's thinking as soon as 2 mana is tapped. So safe from Harsh Mentor for now, but still not, out from under the pressure Samantha's presenting here. Needs to find a Nadu, and I think he did the draw step.
Yeah, and he also found another One Ring, so Connor can take a moment. No. But with the Summoner's Pact in hand, I believe Connor, once again, we have a bit of a chance of a fail rate. But I think what can happen now is Connor can play as Nadu, and he can also just pact for the Nantuko, which he might already have in hand too. He might have drawn it. Yeah, I do see a copy in hand here. So now he's going to be able to do the combo fully, and we know Samantha has Tribal Flames in hand. So once again, there's a small chance of fizzling. But with the current board state, Connor's going to get 10 looks to find a land, and every land gives him a redo. And he does have that fetch land still in play, Drake. So we can actually fetch in order to get another, 2 looks into our deck if we somehow fizzle.
Yeah, I believe Connor is explaining to Samantha all of what you just explained to me, more or less. Now, shocking on the Temple Guard. Yeah, I mean, we have a bunch of shock lands in our deck, so that's maybe a little awkward because you kind of depend on those maybe a little bit. There is Endurance. Okay. There is Forest. That's got to be a good hit. Untapped mana. And there's our Insect.
Okay, there's Wall of Roots. That is plus, it's mana neutral and then generates a mana with 2 more looks. So, yeah, another Wall of Roots too. That is, being an accelerant and a thing that in these sort of spots lets you kind of, make it so you really can't lose is very nice. I believe that's a Gemstone Cavern there for Connor.
Yeah, I don't know why he's reading it, but I believe that's a Gemstone Cavern as well. Comes in untapped legendary colorless land. There we go.
Yeah, to be fair, that is one that does seem like it would enter tapped if it wasn't, in your starting hand.
Sure, yeah, it just sucks entirely if it's not your starting hand. And here is a Convoke. So we did find a Court of Calling, and that court is going to be for 2.
Mm-hmm.
Another Spring Heart with 2 fetch lands seems appealing to me. And of course, we have things like Teferi to reset Nadu too, if we have enough mana, which is not, I think, outside the realm of reason. So I think we're all rolled up here. These hits have not been weak for Connor, and I think Samantha really needed these hits to be bad.
Yeah, our Player of the Year 2022, Connor Mullaly, really wants to get back to our Player Championship. Sort of talked about, last year, didn't make it back, was, doing a bit of real life stuff, got out of college, started his job. But now, everything's good. And Connor playing the Pro Tour next weekend, maybe with this deck, we'll have to see what he decides to do. but he wants to be here. And this weekend, end of our season 1, like we talked about, and Connor, is kind of just on the outside of being in, a real, like, the top spot already for our season 1, right? Tim Hatch kind of has a solid lead on everyone by about 15 points. And then Connor's about 6 points behind second place. So a good finish this weekend, not even a win, might lock Connor up for season 1.
Yeah, I mean, a win obviously does it right away. Number 9 on our leaderboard, I believe, is Connor Mullaly. Like he needs a good finish here. Obviously, if he wins it all, he's in right away. If he, just has like a good finish, generally like top 8, top 4, and the rest of the leaderboard doesn't, now he starts looking at one of the season 1 invites and just gets it locked up there, all done in season 1. And then, of course, great prep for the Pro Tour. So the great tournament for Connor and a great start, able to win the match over Domain Zoo despite some aggressive looks from Samantha and a little bit of interaction. Very resilient around the burn spell she presented. Was still able to get it done. No harsh mentor. I think kind of a heartbreaker for Samantha. She's starting out with a loss with her take on Domain Zoo. Would have been very timely for her in the previous turn cycle.
Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, she mulliganed to 5, put up a lot of good pressure, but this Nadu deck, it is like the players are learning, they're putting a lot of time into it, and especially our Pro Tour players, they are going to be very much on top of like what is the newest, hottest thing. And the real question is simply, is this Connor's deck he's playing for the Pro Tour? Is this like an older version? Like, is he allowed to play the hottest tech Nadu his team has? We'll have to figure that out as the day goes on. But I do think we have a backup feature match potentially. So we'll see if we can get that on for you here in a second for more Magic. But yeah, Drake, we're going to be here all day today. We're going to be doing a lot of Magic. And it's going to be very fun to see sort of what players are doing with MH3 and sort of what decks they choose to bring. As it does look like we're ready for a backup match.
Yeah, and you mentioned what decks are they going to bring? Well, here's some more switch-ups. Mason Grody still playing Heliod as, he is known to do. But 4 copies of Nadu Winged Wisdom in that deck, including, I believe, the Heliod stuff. And Chris Smith, quite a pivot off of his typical Golgari Yawgmoth that he's very well known for playing.
Our stuff is backwards for what it's worth. If you see here, that's Chris's on the left and Mason's on the right in real life. You can see because, currently it looks like Chris is wearing green, yet I can see on the camera Chris is not. So we have our stuff backwards. But yes, Mason Grode playing his Heliod deck like normal. It's just a little inverted. We'll get that fixed in a second.
Sure.
And like you're saying, I just wanted to give a call out there for Twitch chat. I know Twitch chat can sometimes get a little confuzzled, and I'm here to help, baby. Don't worry. We're going to walk through it together. But this new Belcher deck, yeah, very exciting. One of the big additions from MH3 was, these 20 MDFC lands, right? Now Belcher has even more untapped lands and can win very early.
Right. When you talk about traditional Belcher, typically it was done in Legacy with a bunch of spirit guides and all the rituals and things like that that are presented. You would have one land. You had a single Taiga in the deck. But since they've printed all these, dual-faced, I guess, cards that have lands on the back, those aren't lands in the front. So now Goblin Charbelcher is, as they say, stonks. And as you can see, poor Chris has to turn every one of his cards around in order to play them, just to play his lands for turn, and is doing so as Prosperous Innkeeper the start for Mason Grody. Mason Grode, my apologies. I believe it's...
No, you're good. I know you're just calling me Grody. It happens.
Yeah. Interesting. So that we have, I believe, green and red mana still. So I guess staying to the true red-green Charbelcher look for the Belcher deck. And now this deck does feature some cards that I guess also have gotten a lot of stocks with MH3, and that's the Desperate Ritual, Pyretic Ritual, Manamorphose stuff. Cards that I, near and dear to my heart, seeing less play in Modern of past. Now all of a sudden with the Ruby Storm deck, this Belcher deck, rituals are back on the menu, combos back on the menu, and this is a big shift in paradigm for Modern. This Belcher deck certainly not something that could have existed prior with all the free interaction. And here is Mason Grodes, one of his first MH3 cards he's going to present in Guide of Souls. And Boseiju Who Endures coming after some of the mana base. I believe this is just a Stone Rain, right? There's no, you can't play any lands, so it's just 2 mana Stone Rain you. That seems strong.
Yeah, it is a very good card in this sort of matchup. Like you were saying, these Belcher decks, they don't play any normal lands, so that when they, get the early Belcher, they just win the game. And, Chris has some stuff like Desperate Ritual that can shoot him ahead on mana, but I don't think he has anything to do. And being set back a turn against a deck like Heliod is potentially game, losing because Heliod can gain more life than the Belcher Jet can do.
Quick look at Guide of Souls there. Now, this is an energy maker. It is an energy card, but works all on its own. Don't really need a lot of other energy support to make this one work, because if you just play a creature, it's a Soul Ward, right? And that's part of the Guide of Souls. It's part of the callback. It's the soul sister of the set. And so a creature enters, you gain a life, you get an energy, and then it also, unlike all of the previous Soul Wardens, Essence Wardens, things like that, attacks well. So you can turn your creatures, put 2 counters on them, make them flying, make them angels, all that stuff. Been very powerful in the MH3 limited games I have played. That card is very difficult to beat. And it's seen some play in Modern as well. I can't say I'm surprised. Yeah. Looks to be one of the more powerful cards coming out of MH3. A 1-mana card. Who would have thought?
Yeah, that might be a little bit my B there. This is a card that I had a pretty big hand in on working on and designing, where wanted to make sure Primal Prayers had something, but also that white had a strong 1-drop creature. Because a lot of the colors got something, and Esper Sentinel is sort of a card that kind of fits that mold, but not really. And so giving this a chance to actually be a real card with the attack trigger, while also being something that enables some of the synergies and goals of the set to have energy. We want energy to have a little bit of support. We don't just want to release it as only in limited archetypes. So this card doing a lot of heavy lifting in that regard. I've been very impressed to see it in play against, with all these different decks. And, it's even in some of the newer scam lists as well, as just, a way to be the white-ish Ragavan is what I've heard some people compare it to, which is an interesting comparison.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like it plays like a Ragavan, even though it has a similar impact to the game. Oh, here we go. Recross the paths. So if I'm correct with this card, you get to stack your deck with all the Belchers? Let's get a look at Recross the Paths. Yeah, here we go. Reveal cards to the top of your library. So that's what we're doing right now, until you reveal a land card. Well, there's none of those. But only MDFCs here. Put that card into play, so we can't do that. There's no lands coming. And the rest of the bottom of your library in any order. And then you clash with the opponent. If you win, you return it to your hand. So what's going to happen here is Chris is going to reveal his entire library. There's no lands, so he's not going to get to put one of those into play. But what he's going to do is put his library back in any order. So you get to stack your entire library. So this is maybe some old templating. These days it would be in a random order. Back in the day, you put them back in any order. So what we can do now, assuming there was a 4th land present, is just put 4 copies of Charbelcher if that's what we want to do. Obviously you can include packs and things like that in the mix. But for the most part, you can just ensure that for the rest of the game, you're just going to draw a Goblin Charbelcher until one works. It sticks and you can activate it. Now, of course, this requires you to have the time to cast it. And if you don't have a 4th land, you may need to put a land first. And of course, what I mean by land is one of the MDFCs. It's going to be kind of a fill-in. These are your lands, even if they don't count as lands. And after that, it's just going to be all rolled up, is assuming we have the time to activate it. Now, this is where we're going to see if Guide of Souls can actually kill Chris quick enough in order to make that irrelevant. Stacking your library, a very powerful effect. I'd argue maybe not working as Wizards intended. This whole deck certainly maybe not as Wizards intended, but Goblin Charbelcher being a weird, powerful card is not news to Eternal formats.
Yeah, just when you design cards like Goblin Charbelcher, you're kind of understanding that you are creating a dream that's kind of like, oh, maybe a player will play a low land count deck and do something really cool, but if they do that, how's their deck going to work, right? And there's some inherent sort of, risk. And then later on, it's fine. Maybe players in the older formats can abuse a bunch of absolutely messed up cards. And then, eventually time goes on, you try something new, gets a little better, gets a little better, gets a little better, right? And just one of those things. And I think Magic is a cooler game because it has Charbelcher than it doesn't. Unfortunately, having to wait for them to stack their entire deck, a little less.
Not great.
Yeah.
It's giving Doomsday. It's giving Doomsday.
Doomsday is a great way to describe it. No, but like you said, Chris is going to arrange this so he can basically do it. And a lot of times what happens is, they arrange the top 15-ish cards at most, and then they just don't care about the rest. Because the rest of the cards are all enablers or lands and stuff like that. So Chris doesn't even have to really stack his deck entirely. Yeah, you see he has a pile of about 15, 20 cards. He's doing those and then calling it a day.
So if you're Mason, do you have any ways to force a shuffle or anything like that could potentially disrupt Chris? I guess Recross the Paths goes back to hand, so you do it again next turn. We just keep doing this. But is there any way to even temporarily disrupt? Does Besiege require a shuffle?
Dragojevic does not require a shuffle, I'm pretty sure. So that's the spot. Now, there are new cards like Disruptor Flute in Mason's sideboard, and that's a thing that is basically a Pithy Needle that also makes spells cost a little more. So we could see that go on Goblin Charbelcher, and even if Chris has something set up to answer it in his deck with one of his Belcher piles, it might be a situation where it buys Mason another turn. And like we talked about, if Mason gets Heliod, he can just sort of, gain enough life that it doesn't matter, right? He'll just have infinity life, and Chris can't shoot him for that many times in a row, typically.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the life gain from the Guide of Souls, something that can matter. The Spike Feeder, of course, can do infinite mana combos with Heliod. And here's an opportunity for that. Collected Company, kind of one of the namesakes of these creature combo decks, and certainly a namesake of the Heliod deck, both Spike Feeder and Heliod. There's Heliod and Ranger Captain. Ooh. Okay.
Ranger Captain's what I missed. You can't cast non-creature spells. So if we pop this, even despite the fact we're about to gain infinite life, we're just going to be able to make it so Chris can't play any non-creatures, which probably means Mason can win the game. Once you have infinite life and a turn off, it's only pretty good. And yeah, Mason is showing he has this walking ballista as well. So he can this turn gain basically infinite. On the beginning of Chris' next turn, sack the Ranger Captain. Then on his turn, he can cast the walking ballista the Ranger Captain is tutored, start gaining life again, put the counters on walking ballista, give it lifelink, kill Chris. So I believe unless Chris has some, unique card in his deck, he's going to be in trouble. Now, the deck and different builds got access to a lot of new cards, right? So if you have blue, there's cards like, I believe, Sun Stupor, or Sink into Stupor. Sorry, it's the official name. Yeah, that is an unsummony sort of Aether Gusty type card. And that could be something that Chris could do, but Chris doesn't have the colored mana for it.
Right. Yeah, we're missing all kinds of colors, and there's actually some counter spells in the Belcher deck as well. So like maybe, things, there's even a copy of Offer You Can't Refuse. You mentioned Sink into Stupor, Pact of Negation. Those probably needed to have come down on the pack, but even then you can't win. You only have 3 mana. You don't have any blue. So not really set up to use any of the interaction, as poor as it is, in the Belcher deck. So that is going to be game number 1 going to Mason Grode. And that is, I guess, not really the look of Modern we've seen before. Mason, of course, someone that we've seen play Heliod quite a bit. Now, of course, Guide of Souls, Nadu, those are new additions to his deck from MH3. And they, as we've seen, Guide of Souls already looking pretty powerful for a host of reasons. But they, Chris Smith swap from Kokar Yawgmoth to Belcher, newcomer to the format, and potentially a mess. Assuming it's allowed to continue to exist. So you mentioned some sideboarding, disruptor flutes, things like that. Because this is a backup feature, we're not going to go over the sideboard lists as we have the game 2 dialed up right away. But you can expect there's going to be some changes from both these players, as there's a lot of potential sideboard hate for Char Belcher. And Belcher actually has some options as well, bolts and things of that ilk. To help answer some of the creatures. So a little bit of light sideboarding, I'd imagine, but we're going to dive right here into game number 2, and already at 3 mana as I'm talking is Mason Grode.
Yeah, Mason has Utopia Sprawl. It's kind of a mainstay of these decks, and that's a card that's actually quite strong. It's essentially a mana dork, but is very hard to remove compared to normal ones. Like you're playing against somebody, their bolt doesn't really work here. Might work in other pieces of your combo, but not on this one. And just allows him to skip ahead to this Ranger Captain, which buys him a lot of time. A lot of Chris's best ways to win on the next turn involve doing something like Ironcrag Feat into a Belcher. And if Mason, basically turns that line off by saying, well, I'll sack this Ranger Captain, essentially countering your Ironcrag Feat.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of rituals, right? We see a copy of Ruby Medallion in Christmas deck. We see, just various rituals, Strike It Rich among the mix as well, just like random kind of ritual effects. But yeah, just Desperate rituals. There's Pyretic rituals. There's even Manamorphoses and things like that. And Ranger Captain, you can just respond to any of those. So that makes the fast kills for Christmas deck a lot more ambitious, because if you're making this mana, Ranger Captain can be sacked at any point. That's kind of a disaster. And that Ironcrag Feat, typically the best way to do it all in one go, makes 7, 4 for Belcher, 3 to activate. That does it all in one shot. Ranger Captain can just shut all that down. So powerful deck for all the reasons you just mentioned. I'm sorry, powerful card for all the reasons you just mentioned. And does not need to sacrifice it in response to recross the paths. So we're just going to get a look at the deck and how Chris sideboarded. And he gets obviously Lightning Bolt there at the front. Unsurprising to see those among the mixed engineered explosives, other forms of interaction available as well. And Ranger Captain uncracked. Something that can get attacking, or you can even crack it prematurely to shut off lightning bolts for the turn. And that way maybe you can combo ahead of schedule around a lightning bolt that you may or may not even know about.
Yeah, it looks like Chris is very quickly knows exactly what he wants here. Has his Reforged the Souls, got his pile put together there, and is basically just, like we talked about last time, setting up to win, and doesn't need to set up his entire deck. Just needs, to make sure that he has what he wants. And yeah, you're seeing him doing a little bit of shuffling around. It's like, okay, I'm going to plan to bolt this and then plan to go off on the future turns. So that's pretty interesting to see. And this is one of the awkward parts of Recross the Path. He just gets to like literally stack his deck.
It feels like cheating. I mean, everything about this deck feels like cheating. It's like you're not playing with lands, so that already, we're already not starting from you're not playing a Magic deck to oh, now I get to stack my deck. Like, okay, wait, like, come on, what? Yeah. Oh yeah. Also, I play this artifact. I activate it. You just die on the spot. So that's cool. That's what's going to happen in this match. Everything about this deck is certainly, I think, things that players at the kitchen table would complain about. Fortunately, traditionally has not been one of the dominating forces in the format, despite this kind of shape existing for a long time. We've had MDFCs for a while at this point. People have known about this Recross the Path thing for a while. These are cards that we've seen. These are cards we know about. This is the first time we're seeing kind of maybe a critical mass of MDFCs where we get not only ones that enter untapped, but also are just real spells that are worth casting too. And that is a meaningful improvement to the deck. So there are, even though this has been a force in the format, something that has been known about, it has been traditionally weaker than the other things going on. Chris, I guess, taking the gamble here, maybe this is something worth doing now. And obviously, down a game against Mason Grode, maybe not the matchup you want to see because Infinite Life does just beat you. But
yeah, another interesting thing about this from Chris, first off, Chris is someone we talked about a lot of success with Golgari Yawgmoth. Felt like that wasn't what he wanted to do here, which is interesting. Chris is in a pretty good spot on the leaderboard, all things considered. Not in the best position, but can definitely string together. He played our player championship last year, but he is down to play decks that are a bit more, let's say ambitious. He is someone who is down to be like, okay, yeah, like I am willing to take a risk on a combo deck in these early stages of the format, which I have a lot of respect for. It can be very easy to show up here and just be like, I'm going to play my Yawgmoth deck. It's quite good. I'm going to be fine. And I'll just, maybe I'll lock up a top 16 or whatever, And Chris is saying, no, I think this is a lot different. And the ability to, have all untapped lands compared to before, where mostly untapped lands, is a huge difference.
Definitely. Esper Sentinel added to the mix. Ranger Captain actually getting beatdowns going. So maybe we're looking to attack. Still vulnerable to Lightning Bolt. Turn Timber Symbiosis. That one costs 3 life to enter untapped, which, I mean, once again, if you're beating down, I mean, now these 3 life untapped MDFCs start to have a real cost to them. As down to 11 is Chris Smith. And here's Disruptor Flute. I don't know when we're responding to this, but I assume there was a passing of priority through phases. Oh, no. New card and a reader, so maybe we'll get a read, too. This is a card you called out as very powerful. Against Belcher, Disruptor Flute, 2-mana artifact with Flash. And, of course, we see it cast on Christmas turn, so it does have Flash. Here's Battlefield, choose a card name. Spells the chosen name, 3 more to cast. And activated abilities of the source can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. So this just names Charbelcher, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you could name Charbelcher essentially a Pithy Needle. You could also, one of the cool things about this card, right, is you could name something like Ironcrag Feet, right? Now, it won't stop the Ironcrag Feet from resolving, but it will, put you in a position where Ironcrag Feet is like, costing 3 more. Now, obviously, in this spot, you want to name Belcher, but the upside is the second copy can name something like that, or something like, Reforge the Souls. Here, if we had named that, we could have been in a very interesting spot for Chris, where his whole deck might not have worked. Obviously, Flute naming Belcher makes it not work as well, but it's multiple layers. Like drawing multiple of these can have a lot more impact than like
the redundant effect can have an additional value. It's not just a redundant piece to get Force of Vigor or whatever. Now here we're seeing Chris Smith actually use a Manamorphose in order to try and miracle this Reforge the Soul in combat as this Ranger Captain and Esper Sentinel are attacking. Now Miracle is a trigger, so what we could do is the good old fashioned crack Ranger Captain in response to the Miracle trigger, and then that's just going to be stranded in Chris Smith's hand. But then your Ranger Captain's no longer in play. So there's a real cost to that. But there is stuff that Mason can do about this in combat, and chose to lead on Collected Company, which is going to find Guide of Souls and Heliod, the Sun Crown, which is going to put a counter on the Esper Sentinel from the life gain from the Guide of Souls, as the Heliod is going to be turned on right away at 5 Devotion. Now in play, Reforge the Soul is going to resolve. And now there was an upgrade to the power in combat. Attack for 5 coming across for Chris Smith. And now facing down potentially lethal is Chris Smith. Even not considering Disruptor Flute, Ranger Captain, all that stuff, just being attacked is lethal. So we have to answer Disruptor Flute. And we need to answer all these creatures. Chris Smith looks to be in a very, very tight spot.
Yeah, and one thing that's interesting too is like this Belcher deck is very, it's very like good at enabling cards like Force of Vigor, because all of its lands that are green are also spells, right? So in theory, this is something that Chris could fight through, but Chris only brought one Force of Vigor for the weekend because he gets to recross the pass, but I don't know if he set it up last turn when we reset our deck. So he might just be in a situation where somewhere in his deck is the Force of Vigor, and he doesn't know where because he didn't think it mattered this game.
Yeah, it may not even be in the deck. Like if you're thinking about, okay, well, it doesn't hit Heliod. I don't know about the Disruptor Flutes. It doesn't really have any targets I care about. I only care about the creatures, which do seem problematic. Things like Ranger Captain, the Infinite Life Gain. I need the bolts. I don't want to oversideboard. And if that's the approach, then there's a chance we're just cold to this Disruptor Flute. Maybe that's not the case. I'm sure some of the spells, like things like Sink into Stupor, that works. You can bounce it for a turn, although it does have flash. So you need to really set up. It's a tough spot. Either way.
Yeah.
Like bounce it, packed it on the way back down. Oh my God. Guide of Souls. All three of them. And that's going to make this Esper very big. And that's not enough devotion that this is a lethal attack. So Chris is going to have to respond here, or he's going to get attacked for lethal. We got Heliod online. Guide of Souls can attack. We got a bunch of energy to make something into an angel. Esper Sentinel's about to get 2 more counters. Yeah, Mason's, you can see his hands flying as he's explaining all the triggers and how they stack on top of each other. This is really what we've seen from a Soul Sisters look, where you just have this critical mass of just life gainers and now nothing matters. Well, now guess what? They can make your attackers big too. And that is going to present lethal. Chris trying to find out if there's anything he can do about this. Doing some math with these Manamorphoses. Is there anything we can find? Also needs to remember how he stacked his deck, because we are still in that territory. He stacked his deck, so theoretically, he knows the order of all the cards, so he should know what he's drawing here.
Yeah. It's also funny, too. You see Chris start to pay the Esper Sentinel. A little known fact is Esper Sentinel says, equal to my power, you have to pay. Normally, that's one. In this case, it was 3. That got missed in the card. Didn't matter. We see a concession there. Congratulations to Mason Grode. Moving on to 1-0. A little bit of an unfortunate pairing there for Chris Smith. But Chris is known to make these kind of runbacks in Modern. Last event, Drake, round 1, he played against May French, who won our showdown. And then just won out. Didn't lose again until the top 4, along with May, who actually ended up winning the event. And so that round 1 featuring our top 8, would not be surprised to see Chris here later today, especially with a deck as powerful as this Belcher deck.
Right. We talked about it a little bit in a kind of format that is shifting, a format that is changing, like Modern is right now, post-Modern Horizons 3. Generally, as history has shown, the best thing to be doing is playing something proactive and powerful. And players are doing that. They're playing aggressive decks like Domain Zoo. Belcher's another great call. It just so happens that the cards lined up pretty bad for Chris here, but I think his deck choice for the weekend has the potential to be very, very strong, especially in this shifting metagame. People may not be ready to face against Belcher. We will see as time goes on, but that is going to do it for round number 1 here in St. Louis. Remember, this is part of our 10K Showdown. The winner getting an invite to the NRG Championship and all kinds of things. Also, the end of Season 1. So players on the leaderboard looking to lock up those Season 1 invites. So there's a lot on the line for NRG players. And of course, it's a brand new Modern format. There's going to be a ton of sweet Modern action, decks you have not seen before, and plenty of other sweet stuff throughout the day. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with round number 2 very shortly.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG and St. Louis 10K Showdown. I'm Mason Clark, joined by my co-host Drake Sasser here today, and we have exciting MH3 Modern for you. But before we do that, we want to check out our leaderboard because this is the last event of Season 1. If you follow our series, Drake, you know that we have this leaderboard where end of the year we have a $25,000 plus prize pool championship with a PTQ straight to the Pro Tour attached. So it's very exciting. All the names in orange, Drake, already in. The names in white, well, our top 2 players from the at-large points from at the end of this weekend are going to get there. So if it were to end right now, Drake, it'd be Tim Hatch and Harrison Canfor, making it to our Players Championship. But all of today's events and all of tomorrow's count towards this leaderboard. So there's still a lot of points on the line, and you're going to see players, like Joey, like Connor, like Travis, really make those players have a run for their money. And we're really excited to see that. I think we also have players to watch leaderboard to see sort of how everyone is doing so far early into things here. And we take a look, Adam Weiss, it's going to be our feature match this round, won the RC, in Dallas is here playing Prowess this weekend. Get excited for that. He's winning. Connor's winning. Harrison's winning. Joey's winning. Jonathan Hobbs made our Players Championship last year. Unfortunately, took a loss, but we're going to have to see if he can rally back. Still very much live. We have Nikachu also in our feature match area this round at 1-0. We have Ty at 1-0 playing against Nikachu, I actually think. And then Travis Williams, unfortunately, started off 0-1. We saw how he was sort of the 5th at-large person there, Drake. He's definitely not dead, but he needs to put up a good performance this weekend. Even a solid top 16 today and a top 8 tomorrow could make Travis that spot, and I know that he wants that. But with that all being said, let's check out our coming up events, because even though this is the end of season 1, Drake, it does not mean it is the end of the magic for the rest of the year. We still have a lot coming up. We're in Chicagoland July 13th and 14th with a modern 10K showdown on Saturday, and then Sunday a 5K legacy trial. Very exciting. Make sure to come out and play those events. Remember, showdowns, you win those, you go straight to our end of the year PTQ. But that's not all. We have more Magic events coming up this year. So let's take a look at that. This is the remainder of what's happening this year for the series. So we just talked about the July 13th one. In August, we're going to Madison, Wisconsin. You have a showdown for Modern on Saturday. And then the Sunday's Team Trio event, I believe, has been officially announced. We're doing Standard, Modern, Legacy. So very exciting. Of note, it is not an RCQ. Most of our events are RCQs, but because we're doing Legacy, this one will not be, but that's okay. We love Legacy here on the NRG series, and we want to support Legacy as much as we can here on NRG. So make sure to come out to those events if you're a Legacy gamer. We would love to have you. The format looks like a lot of fun, Drake. I don't know if you've seen that post image.
Oh, I have. Yeah, it looks sweet.
Yeah. Now, Drake, Louisville, Kentucky, September 14th and 15th. That's close to you and me. Yeah, maybe we got to get in the car. Maybe we got to get in the streets, remind the kids how it's done. You know, Modern, we can do the showdown, 10K, make it to the end of the year championship. Listen, Dom qualified. He does commentary. I think it'd be great if we all qualified and they had to get some brand new commentary teams. But Sunday, the 5K trial for Standard as well. I believe this will be post-rotation as well with Bloomborough. So if you're someone like me who loves Standard, make sure to come out to Louisville. And then finally, Indianapolis in November 2nd and 3rd. We have a Showdown Modern 10K and a Sunday 5K Pioneer Showdown. Both showdowns worth noting, Drake. So if you win either of those events at the very end, you will still make our end of the year championship. Very exciting. Lots of money, lots of prizes, Pro Tour invite on the line, free entry to all our events next year on the line for our player of the year, which currently is Dom Harvey. He's in the running. He's off overseas, you know, getting ready for the Pro Tour. But right now we have Adam Weiss playing Boros Prowess in front of you versus Ryan on Bant combo, better known as Nadu, I believe.
Yeah, I believe this is a Nadu combo deck. And, thank you for breaking down all that. A lot of exciting stuff happening here on the NRG series, including, as you mentioned, Adam Weiss, winner of the RC, known for playing the aggressive decks, playing the Boros Prowess versus, like you mentioned, Bat combo, which will be Nadu. A pretty typical look. We saw Connor playing this in round number 1 with a Black Splash. We're kind of foregoing the Black Splash here. For Stoneforge Mystics, I mean, a really traditional Bant look. We're heavier on Teferi. We're heavier on that. We have Giver of Runes present as well. Just truly a creature combo deck. Not really dabbling as much with the spells.
Yeah, and we're seeing here just a Lush Portico to start things off. In a parlor from Adam, a very slow start for, 2 decks that can get on the board very quickly. Interesting to see sort of, kind of what Adam kept, where maybe it was a mulligan where we had this, bobble plus fetch land start.
Yeah, it's interesting. So typically when you associate with these aggro decks, right, you're thinking of these, okay, play creature on 1, maybe play creature on 2 or creature spell on 2 and really get like kind of the burn off the ratios, really start getting that damage through. With the addition of cards like Slick Shot Show Off, you actually throttle back a little bit on a traditional aggro look, I'd say, and more towards a combo look where you really try to get it done a lot of the time in one go. And that can mean setting up. You actually have setup turns as this aggressive deck. You can use your Elegant Parlor and your bobbles, things like that. Take a turn off, set up your draws, and then start to really get the ball rolling on turn 2 or later, as we see Adam Weiss punching 6 damage through on turn 2, putting Ryan Vasquez immediately to 14. Still no creature in play for the Prowess deck. Only 12 of those available. It's, of course, Monastery Swiftspear, Dragon's Rage Channeler, and then the Slick Shot Show Off, which is kind of the breakout card, I'd say, from Outlaws of Thunder's Junction in the modern format for the most part, just being very powerful and aggressive. Sylvan Safekeeper, not the best blocker, but good against protecting the creatures that need to be protected in order to combo.
Would you see Adam Weiss here? Yeah, Lava Dart very well positioned against some of these Nadu creatures, but also Adam just has Play with Fire, a Pioneer staple in hand, ready to go.
Oh, I love me some Play with Fire. That's the card I preferred over any of the burn spells in my Phoenix deck, just because it could go face and the scry actually matters. Adam Weiss playing it here in Modern, love to see it. Now, let me tell you, if I'm Ryan Vasquez, I am not excited to see Lava Dart across on the table. My God, so many excellents in this Nadu combo deck, including, of course, Sylvan Safekeeper, the Springheart Nantuko. Now, we are hedged a little bit with the Delighted Halflings Giver Rune stuff, but this draw has looked very soft to Lava Dart, despite no creatures from Adam Weiss.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see sort of, just how effective old cards can become. We saw Harsh Mentor last round. We kind of, you and I were joking before how it's sort of an MH3 card, right? Like it wasn't really played before, but now that MH3's out, it actually becomes a playable card. And we're seeing things like Lava Dart, which have always been quite good, sort of rise back up in prominence and how effective they are because decks like Nadu lean on a lot of X1s early.
Right. In-step Play with Fire. So here's part of the power of the card. It kind of functions as a cantrip in its own way, but doing the thing that the aggressive decks want to do, dealing damage and still dealing a scry, which I believe Adam Weiss left on top. Here's land number 4, 3 mana, going to be light up the stage. Done the hard way. So we're kind of doing a burn impression. This deck is called Prowess. We've yet to see a creature. Now finally finding the creatures off the light up the stage. It looks more like a burn deck, which maybe is not necessarily the right half of the combo that I think Adam would prefer to draw, but choosing not to deploy Monster Swiftspear, leaving this Arid Mesa up instead. Lots of blockers on the other side of the table, not really any good attacks anyway. And we're going to go ahead and fetch on instep here with the new Flooded Strand from the MH3 sets. And we'll see. I mean, theoretically, a combo could happen this turn. Urza Saga is coming off. Now, if Nadu is available, I mean, there is a Lava Dart that is still known about that could be flashed back. But outside of that, Adam looks mostly out of gas. Combo could happen here.
Yeah, and this is one of the strengths of the Nadu deck is it can present this kind of stuff. And Ryan also has the One Ring. Now, worth noting, this Nadu deck currently that Ryan's playing doesn't have Shadow Spear in the deck. That's a card you normally see as a staple of these Urza Saga decks because of matchups like this. You just make a construct, grab your Shadow Spear, equip it up, and suddenly Adam is in a huge, world of trouble. Ryan doesn't have access to that. All we have is sort of combo enablers when it comes to our tutorable cards here. So, we're going to see Ryan have to play sort of into Adam's removal, and it will matter if can Adam put the pressure and enough removal to stop it. And I think we have Quarter Calling for Nadu here.
Okay, yeah, I mean that's for 3. Yeah, we have the mana floating, I believe, that we just used. So this looks to be for 3, no mana available. And now Adam, once again, does have the Lava Dart. I believe no cards in hand from what I can see. Has to choose, does he want to try and Lava Dart now? Yeah, that mana is gone. So this is for 3.
Yeah, interesting too. It's one of those positions where you kind of just have to go for it here because if you don't, Nadu is going to get you that extra trigger. Even if Ryan doesn't go for Nadu, you have all these lands. So it makes a lot of sense for Adam to sort of preemptively do this, even if Ryan has some other weird plan in mind. Now, obviously, it is going to be Nadu coming down. And this is very different than what we saw with Connor Mullaly in round 1. Connor, always had the Springheart in play or in hand to play after the Nadu. So we never really had too much of a fear of a fail rate. Here, it could happen to Ryan. We're only going to get to look at the top 6 cards of our deck. Now, we know there's a Wall of Roots in Ryan's hand that he can play and sort of get another equip along with some mana. So we're going to have to see how it goes. But if he hits a bunch of non-lands, this could be very bad for Ryan, as we're seeing a bunch of non-lands get flipped in the road here, Drake.
No lands. Yeah, wow. One more? This is the last one?
What?
No
lands? Yeah, you see Ryan. And Adam with the fist bump. You love to see it now. Good news for Adam. He gets another turn. Bad news for Adam.
He gets another turn.
Yeah, Ryan's going to probably get another turn. And, Ryan did hit the Springheart Nantuko there. And, I don't believe in superstition, but I think he's a pretty big favorite to hit a land if we get to do this again next time.
That was a lot of cards to look at, not 5 land. That's a lot.
He will have 8 looks minimum at that point because the Springheart also gets equipped twice. And, we can also play stuff like Wall of Roots, which, generates some mana, another look too. So I think Ryan's going to be, a heavy favorite if he is able to untap with Nadu in play. Real question is, can he untap with Nadu in play? Because if we kill this Nadu somehow, we're in huge trouble because we can't actually deploy it unless we top deck a land. I don't think we even have a Nadu in hand to deploy as a secondary one.
Right. Yeah, I think it's still just like chords and things of that ilk. But I mean, you're still talking about the basically worst possible turn that just happened for Ryan, assuming that he was going to find a Nadu, right? Lost his enabler in the form of the Springer and Tuco. Nadu came into play, bricked, by all definitions for the most part on the Nadu activations, but still basically just assembled a draw 6. Like, how bad is that really? And this is part of the strength, I'd say, of these Nadu combos. This is part of why there's this massive outcry for what is this card? What is it doing? Because even these bad draws, it looks like, okay, Ryan doesn't have a lot of resources, only 2 lands in play, some mopey tokens, but he does have the Nadu and the Shuko, so guess what? Here's 6 cards. I mean, you drew 6, and we're sitting here talking about how bad that was for him because, obviously the game's not about that and all that stuff. Still a very powerful position for Ryan, even though he did brick, I'd say. Is here comes Slick Shot, show off to see if Adam can start to turn things in his favor. We're pitching endurance and response.
Yeah. I guess he's doing that because Adam has another Lava Dart in the graveyard.
Okay.
And so he wants to make it so if Adam's going to, use the dart, it is going to, not get any triggers on the Slick Shot. This is going to help so Ryan doesn't have to actually block with his Nadu. Right. Now, we know Adam can sack a land, hit the Nadu, and then bolt the Nadu because he drew it. But if he does that, that's also 2 triggers for Ryan on the Nadu. Nadu gets whenever it's targeted.
Goodness.
So really tough spot here as Adam's going to let the endurance resolve. And Adam maybe regretting not playing that Monastery Swift Spear last turn. As it's kind of just...
Yeah, would have had to have fetched. And maybe, I guess saving it for Elegant Parlors and things of the like, saving some damage. But yeah, now the Swift Spear is staying on defense, as is the Slick Shot show off. Not really the look you want to see, because now, as you mentioned, Ryan, a heavy favorite untapping. Here comes Springheart and Tuco, and there's the lands, and things are going to start to roll very quickly. If we bricked last turn, I can't imagine we're bricking this turn, right?
Yeah, Adam's saying, hey, make sure, and I love this from Ryan here, flipping his creature upside down to notify it's happened. I'm going to say with these 2 fetch lands, Ryan is, basically a lock.
3 fetch lands.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other problem, is this let's say Ryan somehow does fizzle. Well, he's going to have all this mana available to him, which means it's really hard for him to fizzle. And then he's going to have things like the One Ring that he can play that just make it so Adam can't kill him. So it's a little interesting. Now, what we're seeing here is there's 2 dice there. That's just representing the number of tokens that have been used by Nadu combo. We're sort of just moving them over so the board state doesn't become some unreadable thing. But yeah, Ryan also is playing the Thassa's Oracle in his deck. We talked earlier about how, you can play Cephalid Coliseum, and that gives you sort of a cleaner kill because you don't have to play a card like Oracle, and if it's your mana base. Ryan here just will eventually get the deck really low in Oracle. And, honestly, I kind of want Ryan just to fetch Drake. I kind of want to be whatever, I'll go to 5, get all this land, and trigger everything a million more times.
People complained a lot. I heard a lot of takes on the website, if you will, about how unmanageable this would be in paper. This Nadu combo is such a mess. Magic Online, you have to move all this stuff around. But I'm not gonna lie, this looks fine. I don't feel like what's happening here is unreadable compared to some combos that we've seen. KCI loops where you just flow your hands around and that indicates that you're dead or whatever. Here we're talking about, all right, we see each token being used. We see things represented in a readable way. Even if there's a lot of permanence, it's still clear for the most part what's happening. So this is less bad than I thought it was going to be. Coming into this weekend, I was like, oh boy, we're going to have to sit here and watch this happen for hours on end. But like you mentioned, the fetch is starting to happen. We're going to go through all these cards, and Thassa's Oracle is going to cleanly wrap this up. And, Ryan can explain this to Adam Weiss, but for the most part, I think this is going to be pretty trivial. I don't think this is something that's going to be, a bunch of waving hands around, magic happens, and Adam's dead. I think it's all going to be pretty crystal clear, and I think it is pretty rolled up at this point. This is a lot of looks, and we're counting now to see this.
I think it's deterministic, because Ryan can just fetch the other lands out of his deck. Those are all thinning 3 cards, essentially, right? Because of Shuko activation plus the land leaving the deck. And then we have 7, 8, 9 before any fetch lands, which means that's 18 more cards. So Ryan plus can play spells from his hand, Nadu to do again. And that's the game. So it looks like Adam's basically saying, hey, show me how you're going to win. And Ryan's saying, look, I've got blue lands. I will play, Thassa's Oracle.
There's the
Ryan's
Coliseum
actually using both. Interesting.
Wow.
So deciding to have both those in his deck means that he can beat some of those weirder things we talked about in game number 1 that might be a weird out. But congratulations to Ryan there winning game 1. And, pretty impressive stuff there from the Nadu deck.
Yeah, I mean, this is a matchup I would imagine is not great, because when you talk about creature combo decks versus a deck full of burn spells that can double as removal spells, I wouldn't imagine that's a good matchup. You just pick off the combo pieces constantly. But and I said that when I saw the lava dart, interactions, I was like, oh boy, this is a disaster. But Nadu just being able to enter the battlefield and get to work right away does so much to flip the narrative in this matchup. And obviously it's going to require some adjustment. And Adam Weiss, this deck has to have been on his radar. So even though he's down a game, has to be ready in the sideboard. And I think we're going to get a look at his sideboard here in just a second.
Yeah, one of the things going this weekend is everyone knew Nadu, Ruby Storm, and then Flage control decks. Those are sort of 1A, 1B, and then Flage sort of down a little bit, not quite at that tier 1 status. So if anyone came into this weekend prepared, like Adam is, because he's playing the Pro Tour next week, in a week from now, he'll be battling there. He has definitely got to have this matchup in mind.
Yeah, definitely. And so with that, let's take a look at the sideboard. Got 3 copies of Harsh Mentor, 2 copies of Obsidian Charmaw, 3 copies of Searing Blaze, 2 copies of Brotherhood's End, 1 Wear Tear, 2 copies of Tormod's Crypt, and then 2 Curse of Shaken Faith. So we talked about Harsh Mentor a lot already. I have to imagine that card's coming in, and that's going to be the case for most Nadu decks. Any other adjustments that we're going to be looking to make here in this Prowess deck?
Yeah, so Harsh Mentor, like you said, it's great. I can see a world where Searing Blaze is a way for you to keep pressure up on your opponent. We've seen traditionally from burn decks how, you go 1 drop into, your Monsters with Spear, they play their Delighted Halfling, whatever. You go land, deal you through attack for 2. Suddenly that's a huge tempo swing. Searing Blaze, very good against these creature decks. So I'm going to imagine that comes in. I don't think cards like Curse of Shaken Faith are exactly perfect for this matchup. I think that's much more a card for Storm. But you could maybe see, depending on how Adam wants the sideboard, he might bring this in as like a one-of. But that card much more as a Storm targeted hate card.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Definitely, I like the Searing Blaze call out. I think boarding out some of these cards like the Lava Spike shaped stuff, maybe even Boros Shrimp, stuff like that. Things that deal a bunch of damage to the player for things that can hit the player and the creature is definitely a solid upgrade for Adam Weiss. So quite a bit of options. I mean, that's already 6 cards, and if you want anything else beyond that, you're looking at some heavy sideboarding. So we mentioned Adam Weiss is going to have tools. Definitely does. Let's have a look at Ryan Vasquez, see how ready he is for some red strategy. So as we mentioned, this is a traditional Bant look, not the 4-color stuff that we've seen from people like Connor, and his sideboard is going to look different as a result. We got 2 copies of Path to Exile, 2 copies of Pick Your Poison, 2 copies of Veil of Summer, 1 Endurance, 1 Force of Vigor, 1 Haywire Might, 1 Kataki, War's Wage, 1 Lavinia Azorius Renegade, 1 Orm's Chant, 1 Pithing Needle, 1 Skyglade Apparition, and 1 Soul Guide Lantern. Quite a toolbox of a sideboard. What kind of adjustments are we making for the red matchup?
Yeah, there's a ton of different ways Ryan can go about this, and it really depends on how he wants to play the matchup. One of the ways he could go about this is we could see cards like Path to Exile come in. That, probably more in the sideboard for things like Amulet Titan as a way to answer those big Titans for 1 singular mana. But here could be a nice way to stop some of the early aggression. Yes, Adam will get that extra mana to cast his spells, but if Adam doesn't have a way to refuel, doesn't super matter. Beyond that, we could see a lot of differing other things. I imagine a card like Pick Your Poison is going to come in. That gives you an answer to any sort of hate cards Adam could be playing and also lets you kill a DRC or a Slick Shot. So imagine stuff like that. And probably Orm's Chant might be another card that's going to come in. Just make it so Adam can't cast spells or attack on a singular turn. Could be a great way for Ryan to sort of steal a game that he might be normally going to lose.
Yeah, I love that. And we see, actually, while shuffling, we saw a Path to Exile there. So definitely need the answers to Harsh Mentor. That's going to be part of the equation for Ryan. And as you mentioned, some other tools to maybe keep yourself from dying or from your creatures from dying. And Giver of Runes is one of those. Both these players starting off with a 1-mana creature, Dragojevic Channeler versus Giver of Runes. Good against Lava Dart is Giver of Runes in many ways. So, Ryan already, I'd say with a better start, he won game 1, but with a better start than he had in game 1, which maybe is an indictment on this matchup in some way or another. We'll see if Adams, already starting with a creature is a better than last game. Did not have a creature till turn 4 or 5 from last game and able to play with fire. This Giver of Runes, get a Surveil going is a big part of the equation and some beatdowns.
Yeah, and one of the upsides of having cards like Play with Fire over maybe something like Rift Bolt is just that immediacy in casting it. Obviously the Prowess deck traditionally didn't play Rift Bolt, but it's double bolt, Drake. That's exciting.
I love this. Surveil top, reveal double lightning bolt. What's up? You want to play a creature?
Yeah, if I'm Adam and I see the bolt on top and then I flip, I'm like, what? Did I like sleight of hand? What happened? How did this occur? As we already see,
look at Play with Fire there. That one's as you mentioned, uncommon in a Shred Midnight Hunt. Not seen as much in Modern, seen a little bit more in Pioneer, where the shock style effect is a little more common. But that Scry 1 has already looked relevant for Adam, and interested to see that here. But the classic, the alpha staple Lightning Bolt there in Exile can play both of these this turn. No creatures played for Vasquez, so that means those are going upstairs if Adam wants to cast them, which I imagine at least one of them has to be worth casting.
Yeah, I have to agree as well. And getting the Surveil from the DRC, this is one of the advantages of the Prowess deck, right? We've seen Prowess sort of surpass Burn for the most part before MH3 because of things like this, where you get to sculpt your draw a little bit more. You get to kind of play a longer game. You can chain spells. Now, normally, those are Izzet decks. Adam here is playing a Boros deck. So Prowess looking a little different than even before MH3, and a lot of players really liking Burn post MH3 due to cards like Eidolon of the Great Revel. So it's interesting to see Adam's sort of, unique take on this. He did win the RC playing the Gruul aggro deck. He is someone who loves to play these aggressive Burn decks here for Team Flex slot. And taking a bit of a different approach, but could have, the right sauce to solve these problems,
Sauce, huh? He's got all the sauce. Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting take because it is kind of splitting the difference. It's like I am a Burn deck in many ways and can play a game very similar to how Burn does, nearly creatureless. But also if I draw a creature, they're just great. But I'm not playing with maybe, weaker creatures like Goblin Guide in today's era. Patrick Sullivan rolling around in his basic mountains. But Goblin Guide's not getting it done in Modern in 2024.
I thought you were about to say something very different about Patrick Sullivan rolling around. Anyways, we do see a lot of us like go down to 4. Ryan goes, and listen, Ryan has some basics. We saw that, but his deck has a lot of shock lands, and I think he has to get very lucky to win from here, and I don't know if he actually even can win on this turn. He can definitely do some things to set up to win for the next turn, like we see the Path to Exile. That's going to answer that DRC. Adam decided to use Lava Spike over doing something like Light Up the Stage in order to sort of put Ryan on more damage if he tried to go for the combo, but it's an interesting spot to be.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned there's life that he needs to use in his lands. That's true of the combo a lot of the time too. Even though you don't have to spend much, it has looked so far that the combo actually isn't lifeless. Like you can't really win from one because you need to fetch. You need to, sometimes tap your Colosseum, whatever, things like that. You need some untapped mana. A lot of times that requires life payment to get the specific color sources you need. You don't have it all in your basics. And so already any amount of life spent puts you in bolt range. And taking the turn off to not play creatures in the face of those lightning bolts meant they go upstairs. And that maybe is actually not what you want, because maybe a creature dying is worth having a little bit more life to work with if you need the time to combo. But, Path to Exile is going to mean Light Up the Stage is a little bit worse because it does cost full retail without that free creature attack. But I mean, if there's Boros Charm still in Adam Weiss's deck, he just draws one and he wins on the spot. And there's still no creatures in play for Ryan Vasquez. So very far behind is Ryan, and not really looking to be in a position to catch up all in one go like Nadu is known to do.
Exactly, yeah. And I really like this Path to Exile here on the main phase from Ryan. Just in case Adam has something like a Play with Fire, he doesn't want to let Adam, respond with Play with Fire, Surveil, and then scribe towards that burn spell. Ryan knows that if he's going to win, he needs to get a little bit lucky.
Adam certainly did get a little lucky. Drew a lightning bolt, which enables the spectacle for 1 for the Light Up the Stage, which is going to find Harsh Mentor and a land. Oh,
yeah, definitely a situation. Yeah, Light Up the Stage underneath there. No worries there. And play the Mentor. And if Ryan has another path, it might not be the end of the world. But I think he's on mostly lands. And yeah, he's going to pick him up. Harsh Mentor looking pretty nice in this matchup.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we'll finish the job off right away. Fetch land already turned off from the lightning bolt. Now double turned off from Harsh Mentor. So, now he's been stone rained and, of course, can't even activate the Shuko, even if he has untapped land, lifeless Nadu. There's just nothing you can do. And Harsh Mentor looks great, but also just the traditional aggressive burn plan is really the core of what worked there for Adam Weiss in game number 2. The Light Up Stage revealing 2 lightning bolts is, put Ryan in the spot where it's like, are you going to play a creature? No? Okay, well then you're going face and you're just dead. And it's just like you can't really win no matter what path you take. And now we get a game 3 between the aggressive deck and the combo deck.
And we're seeing the differences too, just like we talked about a little bit with Adam's deck. MH2 metagame, there's a lot more grinding and interactiveness, right? Like one of the things, love it or hate about MH2 meta was that it was extremely interactive. You know, decks like 4-color were like kind of omnipresent in a way that you would not have expected if I talked to you from 2018 about Modern, right? If I told you there's this grindy 4-color interactive deck that can't really win, you'd be like, how does it ever beat anything? And it's like, well, it turns out it has enough answers, it's fine. And so we saw this it was really good. And, you know, we also saw like other things like Scam really put a lot of pressure, and there's a lot of things going on. And we saw the Prowess players move to things like Expressive Iteration and Preordain to kind of be able to keep up fighting through those slug of spells. Now, we talked about Ruby Storm, we talked about Nadu. People are going fast. And Adam, I think, has made a really smart decision to be like, listen, I want to have cards like DRC to kind of sculpt my draw. I want to have these Prowess creatures that can go fast. I want to have Lava Dart. But instead of playing these little like dinky cantrips, I just want to play Lava Spike. I want to play Boros Charm. And instead of playing things like Expressive Iteration, I'll play Light Up the Stage to really lean into that I am a burn deck. And I'm going to burn you with this Prowess backup plan and let's be a Prowess deck that has some burn spells. And I think that switch makes a lot of sense with what's going on.
Yeah, and it's a meaningful switch too, because it also lets you tailor your approach in sideboard games. If you want to be more creature focused, you have that option. If you want to pull back on creatures, it's not unreasonable to board out a lot of your weaker creatures and for just other interactive cards in the matchup and really give a burn look. Being able to split the difference like this means that your sideboard options are opened up, as well as maybe just getting the best of both worlds. Now, these players both did not really make any sideboard changes, so we're not really going to talk too much about additional sideboard options. I think both players, we saw Harsh Mentor, and Ryan didn't even make any changes from there. So it's clear any preparation he was going to have for the card, he had already done. Both these players did not make any changes, didn't even reach for the sideboard, shuffled up, new hands, ready to go. Ryan on the play, starting with Misty Rainforest.
Yep. And this is really important. Like it comes up a lot in Magic. Play draw matters a lot. It matters a ton against Adam because this means Ryan can fetch something, like a Surveil land here and not fall so far behind against Adam, right? If he's on the draw and is spending his turn 1 setting up his mana doing this, it is extra bad because, Adam gets that first turn. He gets to compound these things, right? Ryan here gets to sort of lose that initiative, didn't get to play anything turn 1, but now, he's much more at par with Adam instead of falling so far behind Adam. So we're going to see the Surveil here and see if he can set up the cards he needs. He does have the Spring Heart in hand.
Less Portico involved. Something that I'm kind of surprised not to see, maybe this is just because I'm old, is we're looking at, I'm serious, I'm so serious. Yeah. Ryan Vasquez reached just for this Stoneforge Mystic package as his backup, right? This is something that is part of his Bant, accommodations, is instead of reaching for any kind of interaction with other colors, I'm actually just gonna have this other proactive plan that works well with just having mopey creatures laying around. I can suit up with equipment and things like that. Also helps find your Shuko, all the fun stuff like that. Traditionally, and back in my day, you would pair this with a Batter Skull for some of the aggressive matchups. It gives you a big life linker. It can really just be the thing that matters in this matchup. And also, you also have this combo you can reach for as well. With no Batter Skull in Ryan's deck, he only has Shuko and Cauldron Complete in the main deck. And I don't even think we saw any additional equipment in the sideboard like you'll sometimes see with heavy Stoneforge decks. We're actually maybe a little bit far behind. Stoneforge Mystic almost looks weak in this matchup, where otherwise it could maybe present something of true meaning, where Batter Skull was actually very strong against these decks with Lava Spike in them, Interesting to see that exclusion to me.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes with time. I imagine Ryan might be worried about more traditional burn with something like Searing Blaze being such a blowout and Batter Skull being so much weaker than Cauldron on the average. But I agree that listen, if you think the metagame is Nadu, Storm, some control decks, and burn, it makes a lot more sense to have Batter Skull, at least on your radar, as something for the weekend. So I agree. I'd be interested to see. This is one of the cool things about modern formats like this. They evolve over time. That being said, Springheart Nantuku was played. We put a landfall trigger on the stack. And Adam is considering, if he wants to fetch and cast this burn spell, potentially was supposed to maybe fetch in response with the Nantuku on the board in case of a fetch line like this. But now, sort of has to just untap and can't use his mana. Else the Nantuku is going to get another token, which actually might be huge because of cards like Quarter Calling.
Yeah, and I don't know, I don't know if there's really a good way to do this. We do have Surveil lands in Adam's deck, and he already has a lot of spells he wants to deploy. Not clear even if he wants to go for this Nantuko at all, or if he wants to just try to get Delirium set up for these Dragojevic channelers, fly over it and be like, I'm just going to kill you and not even go for the creature, which kind of seems to be what's going on, leading on Lava Spike and doing some surveilling, but we're already thinking really hard on this first surveil. I don't know how good the card has to be on top. We're talking like Harsh Mentor or something in order for the first surveil when you're playing on casting a bunch of spells to be good. Yeah, Lightning Bolt, no, get that one out of here. Get that one out of here. Lava Dart too. If it's not just the best card of the matchup, I want it gone because I want these Dragojevic channelers to be online. If I am Adam Weiss, see if he's going to go for this Nantuko at all. I mean, that has to be the decision point here. Is do you just reach for things like Boros Charm, go face, and be like, all right, please don't kill me next turn? I mean, no Shuko, no Nadu already in play. That's a lot to roll up in one turn, but it also is only 4 mana to have both. And we're going to a turn where Ryan will have 4 mana. So a tough decision point, and we're responding to the in-step fetch here, and we are going to go after the Springheart Nantuko. No attacks from the Dragojevic channeler means the damage from this turn, little low, but Mishra's Bubble, going to make sure they're online now here on in-step with the fetch.
Yeah, and I like Ryan basically is like, hey, I have to fetch shock, so I'm going to take a ton of damage. And, if I have to fetch shock, if I don't do this now, Adam sort of has initiative. I can get him to tap out a little bit, and I have Shuko already in hand. So, if I can draw something like a Nadu, play Nadu, Shuko, maybe hit some lands, and then, get the Springheart in play there, maybe do some endurance and Court of Calling shenanigans to see sort of what will happen. But yeah, Ryan sort of just had to pull the trigger there. Luckily was able to dodge Adam's attack return, but picked up the One Ring with no 4th land, I think, Drake.
I think he has 2 copies, the One Ring with no 4th land, right? Yeah.
Oh.
That's tough. I mean, Court of Calling present. This Endurance is set to be pretty good. I mean, one of the better cards against Dragojevic channelers. So if we can get that one in, have it resolve, and you're not just dead, that could buy you some time. But having 2 copies of the One Ring with no 4th land is a really tough spot for the Nadu combo deck.
Yeah, great call out there on the Endurance. It is going to be very real. And we're seeing Adam upkeep play with fire, just getting some surveils, getting some scry action, trying to set up his draw so that he can kill Ryan. Because Adam knows, hey, if Ryan doesn't have lands, he has a lot of action, and he didn't deploy anything to the board. So Adam might be thinking there's a card like Court of Calling coming down. In reality, it's Endurance.
Before blocks, Endurance, sure, says Adam Weiss. 2 cards that go hand. Do we want to do any kind of indestructible nonsense with Boros Charm? That doesn't feel good. Do we want a Lava Dart with this on the stack? Unclear.
Yeah, there's so much going on here for Adam. I have no clue where to even start, if I was Adam in this spot. My gut is I would probably want to fetch, before I get my surveils going, because the bottom of my deck could happen. And we might just Lava Dart down this Nantuko token, but looks like Adam's going to actually save his lands. Value's being able to deploy all his spells off the top a bit more, which makes sense with cards like Boros Charm in his hand. He can set up with the surveils here. But I'm interested too. Is he going to go for the indestructible line? Because this is low-key a board wipe because we didn't go for the Lava Dart on the token.
Yeah, so we could do some stuff before blocks too, right? Like to try to rebuild Delirium. Like we could go fetch Boros Charm face, and then if we hit specifically like sorcery creature or artifact is interchangeable there, we need to hit 2 types and 2 surveils, which is really hard to do. But you could put 2 types face up in yard, and yeah, maybe that's what we're going to try to do right now. We do see the fetch, like you said, we're weighted on the fetch, which to me signals that we're trying to rebuild Delirium in some way. And here comes an untapped Sacred Foundry. So Boros Charm's available. So yeah, we can do some indestructible stuff to stop the Wrath effect. That is 4 damage we're giving up on, and no damage coming across for the creatures. You do get to trade with the insect, you do get to kill the insect token, which is not 0, but Boros Charm's typically a better card in this matchup than that.
Yeah, Boros Charm's double strike mode, is that all creatures or a target creature?
Let's get Boros Charm up on the
screen. I was going to say, I'm
alternate modes of Boros Charm,
it's target creature. Okay, I was going to say all creatures, I probably would see that happen a bit more. If it was, we might see the
artifact creature?
We did it.
There's Boros Charm on the screen, so not clear what mode was chosen there. I didn't get a good look. It was not permanent to control, get indestructible. That wouldn't have happened. It looks like we chose deal 4 damage because we have Orion at 8. And the insect is dead, and we have a Dragojevic challenge that's a 3/3. We did it.
Yeah. And, listen, Ryan's got to be like, oof, that sucks, But for Ryan's, perspective, he also is very close to Nadu comboing here, really wanting to hide this Shuko. He's had multiple turns where he could have developed it, but decided to hold off on doing it every single time here. I think trying to hopefully get Ryan to tap out on a spot where he, maybe shouldn't, in air quotes.
Right.
Lava Spike.
Going to 5. And this is tough, yeah, because the Dragojevic Channel has to attack into this 3/4 Reacher. And I believe only one card left in hand for Adam. And now with Delighted Halfling resolving and staying alive, now we have our 4th mana source, and things like the One Ring are on the menu if we want. If not, yeah, here we go. We can just deploy Giver, and we have Court of Calling up. We can play the Shuko finally if we want. Options are beginning to open up for Ryan, and a lot of the steam is out from under Adam. Those Dragojevic Channelers, I mean, we mentioned pretty bad against Endurance. This Endurance has single-handedly saved Ryan this game, and it looks like Play with Fire and a land is Adam's leftovers. That doesn't get Ryan dead.
Yeah, and if you're Ryan, you have a pretty good idea because Adam binned the card. The last card in hand is something like Lava Spike, right? So Ryan knows that it's probably either some weird sideboard card or a land in Adam's hand. Just nothing else really makes sense. So we are going to see Nadu come down, and the combo's going to start, and that's the Nantuku, Drake. Now, question is, can we get it in play without losing enough life, via fetching and everything else in order to keep the combo going? And
that forest is huge. I think that's exactly the equation. If he fetch shocks, that Play with Fire is lethal, but we're hitting lands now, unlike the first time we did this entire combination. And that's going to provide, okay, we're reading Outriders in core. We've seen this one before. Yeah, another enabler there as the Shuko's going to town. Interesting to see that we did not deploy the Springheart Nantuko with all these lands we're hitting. We're just going to keep going on the creatures we have now.
Yeah, agreed. I wonder if Ryan maybe is just, got a little tunnel visioned on doing his thing.
Beat downs, huh? Okay.
This also going to be a spot where Ryan's just like, I'm going to fetch and put the One Ring into play, but I doubt that's good enough to actually win. I do think he needs to probably try to win this turn.
Do that. Oh, he just wants the One Ring.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So that's going to give Ryan protection. Now, Adam can, respond here and do something like Play with Fire Ryan, put him to 3, get a Scry, and if he hits a Bolt, well, unless Ryan has some instant speed life gain card in his deck via that he can tutor with a cord, he will be dead. So kind of giving Adam a turn here to maybe, get out of the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, this is interesting. Like I said, you have Giver of Rune protection. So if you play Springer and Tuco, there's not a lot of risk. That was part of the reason to play that card over doing other things in the previous turn, playing something like the One Ring in the previous turn. And now, like you said, this Play with Fire is going to put Ryan to 3. If we find an instant speed effect, it doesn't even have to be a Bolt. It could be another Play with Fire because we're going to take 1 minimum if we tap this One Ring at all, which I assume, I mean, maybe not. Maybe that's not part of the plan because we have so many cards with Nadu, so you just don't need to. So maybe it needs to be Bolt. Is Lightning Bolt is the draw?
Yeah, and you have to wonder if you're Ryan, when you look back on this, what's going to happen here. Adam looks like he's going to wait because, from Adam's perspective, he doesn't want to get got by anything sort of weird. So he wants to wait until the last possible second just in case. Now, Ryan's deploying the Spring Heart.
Yeah, that's part of the question. How long do you wait? Like, because the Shuko's sorcery speed. You can respond at any point. We can't just combo on top of this Lightning Bolt. What are we waiting for? What are we looking for?
My guess is that I don't know for sure. Maybe there's something Adam knows that I don't hear. I would have probably done it with the Shuko activation on the stack or the first spell on the stack. Now Adam might be able to tutor for something like Haywire Might, but I don't think he has a way to kill it because I think Haywire Might can only hit opposing cards. So
right,
I'm a little unsure as to what Adam is waiting for. It is possible that Adam is just like wanting to make sure he can beat as much as possible and thinks that the best way to do that is to wait for something like a Court of Calling to go on the stack.
Haywire Might's in hand. I obviously Adam doesn't know that. Haywire Might is in hand for Ryan. And I believe I'm going to quickly check your math to see if this is something that can be sacrificed willy-nilly. Exile target non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. So this can hit your own stuff.
Yeah. Now,
so
you can't. Yeah, but at this point, like you said, it's in the hand. So that might be what Adam is waiting for. Is he's waiting to make Ryan
to see it be drawn. That way, I know it's in hand, and you can't cord for it. That could be part of the equation.
Yeah, and so this might be really funny where Adam might just feel like he's going to have to last second, bolt Ryan and hope the last card in his deck isn't Haywire Might. If Ryan goes for an early
Thassa's Oracle. Yeah, this is a weird tension. Okay, so this looks like Ryan is just set to win. I mean, so many 1/1s. This combo is deterministic, I believe, at this point with all these lands and all this mana and backup Nadu. I believe we can deterministically go through the cards left in deck. There's Thassa's Oracle, and Haywire Might is in hand, and we're pulling Thassa's Oracle to the front, doing some quick maths. I believe we're about to try to shortcut this, and Adam's going to say, no, sir, wait just one moment. And Lightning Bolt, I believe there's no outs to this Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, if Ryan had the Haywire, we could gain a little life. We could do something here. But, from Ryan's perspective, too, he might just be like, oh, Adam just, doesn't know, blah, 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 and doesn't understand.
Yeah, do it for the camera,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And, Adam's just like, oh, God, I hope Haywire Might is like the last card in your deck so much, As it looks like we're going to cast the Oracle. This is lethal if the trigger resolves. There are 3 cards in deck, and Adam Weiss has the Bolt.
Bolt you, and Ryan's going to the hand. What can I do about that?
If I was Ryan, I would just cast my cord for as much as I could, because that's all you can.
I mean, you have all these 1/1s that don't do anything else. So
like maybe I forgot something in my deck, but most of the deck's in Ryan's hand here, and Adam, took this line to try to play around Haywire Might, and it looks like it's going to pay off, even though Adam didn't see the Haywire Might. We talked about this.
It is in hand, right? I think it's one of the first cards. I mean, there's so much here. I'm pretty sure
it's listen, if Ryan is probably going to cast...
If it's not, that's a big deal, because then, obviously it goes the other way.
Ryan seems to think he's not dead. / maybe Ryan's like, how can I be dead? I have so many cards.
That's what I would be. I have all these cards. There's no way that I'm just like dead to a bolt. Like, come on, I comboed. Like, come on. There's no way to not die?
Yeah, honestly, Drake, one thing that's jumping out of my head, which is maybe, old man me, you talked about you with Battle Skull, Pact of Negation, that's a card I'm thinking about right now where it's like, that's one where, oh no, I lose next turn. Oh no.
Yeah, like, why don't we have something? Yeah, I don't know. I would want a creature, I think, because Court of Calling is at least instant speed, whereas the Shuko stuff's not. So you can't like draw your deck in instant speed for the Pact. So like maybe I don't know.
I don't think he has
Angel of Grace, something. Like I don't know. Is there something?
So I mean, it's possible he didn't board in Haywire, right? We talked about this before. Like maybe
it is the sideboard. You're correct. It's not a main.
Yeah, so it could just be there. But like I was paying a lot of attention, while you were saying some smart stuff, and I don't think I saw the Haywire Might. So if he boarded it is in his deck. Now, Ryan does need to make a play. It looks like he doesn't have it. So congratulations to Adam Weiss. And
Adam Weiss wins.
Yeah, you got to wonder with your Ryan, go back and watch this, what could have been. But you know what? This Boros Prowess deck does put a lot of pressure on the opponent and was able to take down Nadu this round. Is going to move on to 2-0.
Yeah, this is exactly a spot as we're going to get Adam in the booth, talk to a little bit about not just his RC win with his Prowess deck, but also his decision to play this build of Prowess in Modern as he did just win. But I think there's a lot of eyes on the Nadu combo deck, especially this weekend, especially leading up to the Pro Tour and things like that. And moments like these are moments that people are going to walk away from and say, man, that sucked to see. What can I do about that? Is there a way that we can set up this combo to be more resilient, more foolproof against, I just get bolted at any point and I'm dead? These are the things, and this is where you talk about combos that are new and how they may not be figured out all the way yet, even though we know the combo face up. What's the best way to actually win the game? Thassa's Oracle versus Cephalid Coliseum stuff. What's the way that we can beat interaction? You mentioned Pact of Negation, whatever, any kind of creatures that can make a difference. This is stuff that is going to be figured out as time goes on, and people watching, people at home, they're going to take notes, and people are going to see this, and people are going to learn, people are going to iterate. And this is what's cool about New Modern, and also what's cool about Adam Weiss's decision to just play a Prowess. Like, I don't need to figure out how a Lightning Bolt works. Face, you're at 3. I did the math. And, obviously there's more going on than that. We're going to talk to him about it, but just playing something proactive and powerful, even if it is a more traditional look in Modern, going to have some points against these underdeveloped combo decks. And here is the man, the myth, the RC winner himself, Adam Weiss. Congratulations.
Well, thank you so much.
So talk to me a little bit about your build of Prowess. Obviously, you like your Prowess decks. I think that's established at this point. You like your red aggro decks. There's a lot of eyes, I think, on Prowess. I'm thinking of people like Ryan Overturf that post about things like Unstable Amulet or the new Raptor and all these energy cards. But your list looks to be, from my perspective, kind of a split between Burn and Prowess. Talk to me about how you arrived at this deck.
Yeah, so one of the problems Burn has right now is there's just not enough powerful cards in the deck. Like Eidolon isn't good enough in 2024. It doesn't really do anything. Like if I played against Nadu, they I think cast like 3 spells that did anything for it, but like they can just do their combo and kill me without really casting anything. So we tried taking out the bad cards and put in the really good cards like Slick Shot, because Slick Shot's a busted magic card. And then
Okay.
you get to play like the Darcy Bauble variant of Burn that showed up for a little bit. But now with Slick Shot, it's like actually good and actually powerful.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Well, you're heading into the Pro Tour next week. Obviously, you're 2-0 today. How do you feel about the Modern Horizons metagame? Like, do you feel good about your like Nadu and Ruby Storm matchup, these decks that players are really concerned about?
Yes, because I think with Slick Shot now, it's actually the thing that can kill people on turn 3. Like a Swift Spear, a Slick Shot, a Lava Dart, and Boros Charm is actually enough to kill someone on turn 3, because Boros Charm, you unlock the hidden modes of Double Strike, and it actually kills people. So like a Ruby Storm, you can slow down. Nadu, you can just go faster than they can. So it's actually fast enough. And they don't play any interaction, so it's free.
It's free. So you mentioned, and I want to touch on the Eidolon being a bad card. So you actually pivoted over to this Curse of Shaken Faith, which is, I would say, kind of Eidolon-esque, right? As far as like punishing you for casting spells, but instead of keying off of mana cost, it is this enchantment that is no longer a creature and can't be bolted or removed or whatever, and just cares about future spells after the first. Talk to me about, you decided that Eidolon was not good and reached for the Curse of Shaken Faith for these new Ruby Storm variants instead. Is that, necessary? Is that getting the job done? If you're able to kill these people on turn 3, you're able to outrace them, bolting their rows. Just talk to me about that matchup a little bit.
Yeah, so it's actually decently easy to outrace them, especially like you said, if you bolt their rows, they're really slowed down. Ruby Storm brings in Flame Slash in the sideboard against me because they're expecting Eidolons. And so the curse is just Eidolon that they can't target. And if they need to go like wish for a Pick Your Poison or a Static Prison, it'll probably have done like 10 damage to them by the time they get there. And hopefully they're dead.
Yeah, that's usually more. 10 damage is more than enough to usually get over the line in that way. Yeah, it's a card I'd never seen before. I don't even know that I've read that card before, and I was certainly playing Magic when it was printed.
Yeah,
and so that's a nice find.
Yeah, someone recommended it to me online. I was like, oh yeah, this is just the reason we play Eidolon, but good.
But good. A full-time Eidolon hater is Adam Weiss.
Well, Adam, you won the RC. You're 2-0 today. You've been playing these Prowess decks. I got to ask you, and you kind of mentioned a second ago, you said Slick Shot's a busted magic card. Do you think that is the thing that has changed so much for you? Is just, obviously putting in hard work and playing really well, but it seems to me that you think, Slick Shot's maybe one of the biggest design mistakes in a while, using the word busted is pretty big.
I mean, I don't think it's a mistake. I love it.
He's winning with it. It looks good to me.
I think it just enables a lot more other strategies. It's really like just the most powerful card from OTJ, which is, I think, saying a lot, honestly. That card, that set is like really powerful overall. But Slick Shot's like one of the best red aggro cards we've gotten in the last like 7 years. It's played in 3 formats. It's so good. Hopefully it can carry me in the PT.
So there you go. It's declared. We're going to be registering some Slick Shot show off at the PT as Adam Weiss, your RC winner, and 2-0 here at the Showdown. Maybe making an appearance at the end of the year championship. You can spike this one too. Take it all down. Just win events back to back to back. Just get it all done. Slick Shot show off.
Yeah, it's easy.
It's so easy. It's free, as you said. Well, thank you, Adam Weiss, and good luck in the rest of your rounds. Congratulations. Any final shout-outs before you carry on to round number 3?
Shout out Team Flexlot, and shout out to actually the Burn Discord showing me this like Burn Prowess deck. I would not have registered it, but it's doing great.
Yeah, it looks great. So, like I said, good luck in the rest of your rounds, and hopefully we'll see you again in the top cut, and we can see Slick Shot show off, doing a little bit more showing off.
Thank you so much.
And with
Drake,
that
was exciting to see, but I think we have a backup feature match too.
Ooh, I do like more Magic. So we'll see if we can get our backup feature match. And this one of a very different texture, I'd say, than what we just saw.
Yes.
Maybe the same texture, but at least skinned differently. I think we have Jonathon Zaczek?
Nikachu.
Nikachu is how to say it. Instead of butchering your last name, I'm sorry. We have Nikachu versus. Oh, I'm sorry. We do not. I guess we don't have time, so we're going to be cutting straight to a break. We did have Nikachu versus Ruby Storm in the backup. We'll see exactly how that played out when we take a look at our players to watch screen, because of course Nikachu is on our players to watch, as is Tai. So that those two people, they did play each other last round. We'll see exactly what happened there when we update the players to watch. But we're out of time in round number 2, so we will be looking forward to round number 3 of Modern Horizons 3 Modern here at the 10K Showdown in St. Louis here in just a moment. But for now, we're going to go to a break. We'll be back soon.
旅の始まりは常に道への一歩である。それは闇へと続く。初めの一歩を踏み出すには勇気がいる。そして旅の終わりには旅を始めた時の自分とは別人になっているかもしれない。旅に出よう。物語の次の章がお主を待っている。将軍の道を歩め。侍の箱とともに。アルティメットガードが送る冒険の第一章。刀、将軍の道。近日発売。
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Showdown in St. Louis Modern 10K. I'm your host, and my co-host, Drake Sasser here, and we are going to be playing Modern Horizons 3 Modern today. It's very exciting. We've seen a lot of different decks in these rounds try to fight against Nadu, but this round, we're Nadu free. We're checking out some of the other parts of the format, and it's going to be very exciting. But before we do that, I want to check in on our players to watch, because there are a lot on the line, as this is our last event of Season 1 today. Checking out our players. We saw Adam Weiss win our feature match. Connor Mullaly, a round 1 feature, win as well. Harrison, Joey, and Jonathon, Bender's DiGiacomo, all won their rounds. DiGiacomo is our backup feature this round. Then we unfortunately had Tai lose to DiGiacomo. We have Travis at 1-1, and Johnny Hobbs, down to 0-2, can still put up a good performance and make it back to our Players' Championship, but in a bit of an awkward position here. As Drake, let's go down our feature match area and talk about these players, because we've got 2 very interesting decks going on. Why don't you tell me a little bit about what Joey's playing?
Yeah, so Joey, this deck, you talk about the modern format and how much the Modern Horizon sets have warped it. This is certainly one of the, emblematic decks of that. Basically all Modern Horizons cards. You talked about how the new cards could have an impact on the format. I believe all of his creatures are printed in Modern Horizons sets, with only Ragavan not being from MH3. And then, almost all of the rest of his deck is part of the Modern Horizons sets as well. So this is a Boros energy deck, really leaning hard into the energy components of the MH3 set. So things like Guide of Soul, Ant Raptor, the Unstable Amulet, Galvanic Discharge, all of these energy synergy cards, along with Aether Hub is really kind of the old one propping some of this stuff up. Is enabling this aggressive deck that can also grind, because Unstable Amulet is quite the card advantage engine, and it is facing down Colorless Prison, which is another newcomer thanks to Modern's Ancient Tomb in the form of Ugin's Labyrinth, allowing you to play some of your very powerful stacks pieces like Chalice of the Void on turn 1, as well as just helping you power out other stuff like Trinisphere, copies of the One Ring, and kind of the namesake creatures that you see in this deck right now of Devourer of Destiny and Emrakul the World Anew is the creature base of this, both printed in Modern Horizons 3. So both these decks, entirely new decks to the modern format, are taking over in Magic Online leagues, and both of these players showing up with them and all of the Modern Horizons 3 goodies that come with that. As we go to turn 2, there's Aether Hub kind of giving away that this isn't a burn deck, this is an energy deck, and we lean hard into energy, does Joey DiGiacomo.
Yeah, and honestly, Drake, one thing that's just occurring to me is, our players, when they win these showdown events, get a token. I wonder if today's one is going to take energy, as that gets you a lot of screen time, it looks like, coming up as Raptor's coming down, and then immediately hits a Johnny. Yeah,
hitting a Johnny Nakatl Pariah. So let's get one at a time. Let's look at these cards. Amped Raptor, this is kind of the new mini Bloodbraid, 2/1 first strike. When there's a battlefield, you get 2 energy. Then, if you cast it from your hand, you get to exile cards from the top of your library into exile non-land, and you can cast it by paying the amount of energy equal to its mana cost. So, at least if you have no other energy, you can cast 2 mana spells, which is what Ajani is. So we did not have to use the energy from Aether Hub there. We do get to keep one, as you see represented on the screen, and we got to cast Ajani Nakatl Pariah, which is one of the new flip walkers. You get a look at that one. A legendary creature cat warrior for 2 mana is the 1/2. And it enters the battlefield, you make a 2/1 cat warrior. So 3 power, 3 toughness across 2 bodies for 2 mana. And then whenever one of our cats you control die, you get to exile them, return to the battlefield, flipped. And there we're going to get a read of the Planeswalker is Reed Anderson. It's coming back as Ajani Nakatl Avenger.
Yep.
Look at that one.
Buffs your cats, deals some damage, and kind of, wins the game, essentially. But what we're seeing here from Reed is he's actually playing Kozilek's Command this turn. This is a Kindred Sorcery, so he can actually pay 2 colorless with those Eldrazi Temples, meaning he's able to exile this cat token and then make some spawns, which is going to push him up to 4 mana, Drake. And 6 mana if he is playing Eldrazi cards, which means we're 1 land away from All Is Dust.
Wow, yeah, All Is Dust, kind of forgotten about. It used to be a kind of the last Tron Wrath. You would see Tron decks traditionally play this card because you could play it on 3 and it did Wrath everything. Each player sacrifices all colored permanents. None of those in the colorless prison deck. And like you said, it is a Kindred Sorcery is this All Is Dust card. So 1 mana means that we get to sack everything and just wrath all these creatures away. As here comes an attack for 3 from Joey DiGiacomo. Number 7 on our leaderboard, of course, this is the end of season 1. He is playing for a at-large bid on the leaderboard for the end-of-year championships. Had quite a good season so far, but needs to get a little bit more done here. And so far at 2-0, looks to be doing a good job. But this Eldrazi deck is kind of the new spice, and with such low... This is a concern of mine. This new Eldrazi deck is very good against decks with a converging mana curve, with lots of 1s, lots of 2s. The cards Trinisphere, Chalice of the Void, very good against those, and the Colorless Prison deck is loaded up on those kinds of cards. So we'll see if he can punch through it. And here is a card I know you like quite a bit, Flage, Titan of Fire's Fury. Talk to me about this card.
Flage is the next part of the Urokroxus cycle. Actually, my design. I pitched it from the mana value to everything in between, and it got printed with no changes, which is very hype for me. We're seeing it actually go after the Scion here, which makes a ton of sense because that's going to prevent Reed from doing something like All Is Dust next turn. But this is proven to be a big player so far in Modern Horizons 3's meta. It is just much like Uro before, does a great job of stabilizing in fair games and wins very, very quickly. Where Uro would kind of put you in an insurmountable position, Flage just kills everything on the board and starts killing your opponent very quickly.
Yeah, Lightning Helix, known as a powerful magic card at rate already, and now we put it on a Titan. Powerful card and a sweet design card I like quite a bit. Of course, against going after a spawn means you can sack it in response and not get the life, so that may not be a factor in this game, as of course the Colorless Prison deck is not one looking to win with damage. But, the One Ring, going to prevent really any damage from coming across this turn anyway, as here comes Static Prison, yet another new card from MH3 making its debut here on stream. So this is a 1 mana enchantment that exiles target non-land permanent an opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield, gives you 2 energy, and then at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you have to sacrifice it unless you pay an energy. So this one dwindles away as time goes on, but can hit anything for 1 mana, including the One Ring, which is very, very powerful, and is going to do a lot to stymie the card advantage normally provided by the One Ring in this kind of board state.
Yeah, Static Prison's really sick in this deck. It gives you a temporary answer to anything. And if you have enough energy, it becomes a permanent answer. But with this deck being it has the ability to grind, but it can also have aggressive starts. So being able to have those aggressive starts means that you don't really worry about the Static Prison going away. Or, maybe like post-board, you have something like Wrath Disguise. You sort of flicker the thing for a turn, you get that extra energy, and then you're able to Wrath for 2 mana as an actual board wipe against aggressive decks. We are going to see the One Ring come down again here from Reed. And one of the things I want to highlight about this Eldrazi deck is just how powerful some of the enabling cards are, like Kozilek's Command. We saw how early that removed something that was applying pressure and jumped us ahead of turn. Imagine if all this was happening, Drake, but instead of having to play Static Prison, last turn we got Flage back, right?
Right.
Jumping ahead 1 turn with those Scions matters so much and essentially rebates half the mana you spent. And in the case of Eldrazi Temples, really just kind of made the spell free, quote unquote, when it came to the amount of lands we tapped. So a very huge card that's really enabling these sort of decks, along with cards like Devour Destiny, which we might see as the game progresses.
Yeah, a lot of powerful effects here. And I mean, honestly, this is a matchup that you would expect, I think, Joey to kind of either win quickly or not at all. And we mentioned Flage and its impact it can have on both just being a good removal spell to punch over the line. It is a lightning helix kind of face up, but also able to grind through a lot. It kills very quickly, like you mentioned, and also allows you to grind. Already, we could bring it back if we wanted to. Obviously, there's a protection trigger, so we don't really want to do that this turn. So we're going for the amped wrapper direction instead, which is going to make 2 energy and not keep going because you have to cast it from your hand. That is a clause in the middle of that wall of text. That means you can't just chain these, and that is a good call on the designer's side not to let that happen. This card's still seeing modern play despite that. And a ton of power in play here. And of course, Flage still ready to come back from the graveyard means that even though we have a second copy one ring, even though we have protection, even though we have all of these powerful effects, we actually have to find them or we are potentially facing down lethal as early as next turn. I mean, this is a ton of damage. And here comes Urza Saga, a land down, able to go searching. Lots of options here for the Colorless Prism deck.
Yep. And, this one of the interesting things here is like Joey just, even though he can't cast a spell off the Raptor, essentially got net, 2 energy and put 2 bodies on the board. And now that Static Prism is going to stay in board for a long time. His amulets are going to be able to draw more cards. So even though he kind of low rolled or whatever, you still got like a very powerful enabler off. And one of the things that's interesting to me about this deck, Drake, when I look at the Boros Energy deck, is it kind of reminds me of what players think about Jund, right? With like creatures, some interaction, and just trading cards. And that is what Boros is trying to do at its core. As we are going to see the very powerful Ugin's Labyrinth.
There it is, Ugin's Labyrinth. Yeah, wow. Devour of Destiny too.
Yeah, and with this cookbook in play, Drake, we can actually discard our Emrakul Worlds Anew and then put it in play. We have 6 colorless mana when it comes to Eldrazi, thanks to the Eldrazi Temple. So this could be a spot where Joey might be under a huge amount of pressure and not even realize it because you can madness at instant speed.
Yeah,
if you tap our mana for
cast
the map,
you get to yoink all their creatures too. So it could just be lethal theoretically, right? If we instant speed this on instep, just untap. I mean, 17's not that high. I think Emrakul plus all the creatures, we just get them, right? Yeah. Let's go look at Emrakul World Anew. Are we potentially just facing lethal?
Yeah, I think the World Anew is going to come in the turn. I'm not sure how the map hit play without lands being tapped. I think
the mana floating from Urza's Saga, I believe.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, okay, that's my bad. I messed up there as well. And it looks like our judge is actually confirming that as well.
Yeah, it looks like the players the same question. A good question.
Yeah. A lot of things are happening. A lot of zone shifting. But yeah, you can madness at instant speed. So Joey did not. He needs to pay the prison. It's a little off screen. Looks like it is on.
Yeah, energy's off screen. Would like to see the energy on screen. A pretty relevant statistic here. Yeah. And then here we are going to combat. It's Emrakul Worlds Anew. Oh no! Uh-oh! Yeah, and immediately, Joey, can I read that card? Let's read that card together.
This is a very big one. So, from a design standpoint, it is top down the story of Eldritch Moon, which is pretty cool. From a gameplay standpoint, you can madness this in for 6 colorless, which the Eldrazi Temples count because it's an Eldrazi spell. When it enters the battlefield, when you cast this spell, you gain control of all creatures target player controls. Madness does count as casting, I believe. So that's going to gain control of all. You see Joey kind of nod his head. They're all good at his side.
Like, okay.
And then, Drake, there's more. So if Emrakul leaves play, all the creatures that recontrols will die, which means Joey doesn't even get them back, right? But also, Emrakul has protection from spells cast this turn. So you cannot answer it with a lot of typical means. And yeah, Joey is going to have to pick up his cards because he knows there's just lethal on board with this huge flying 12/12 and all of his creatures.
What? That's a 12 mana. I mean, you 12 mana cards you're casting on turn 4 off the Underworld Cookbook. I mean, all this stuff, all these moving parts, and like you mentioned, it just takes all the creatures, 12 plus all the creatures in play. That's more than 17. Joey's just dead. And what an impressive showing. I mean, none of the prison effects even came into play, but Emrakul the World Anew looked incredible in that match. And, even Joey had to pick that one up, read it. Nothing he could do. So I guess that means it's time to look at the sideboard and see if there's anything he can do about all this in the sideboard games. Let's have a look at Joey DiGiacomo's Boros Energy deck. Look at all the Modern Horizon beauty going on there. And of course, it doesn't stop there. Let's go ahead and move to the sideboard. We have 3 copies of Mage Bane Lizard. 3 copies of Blood Moon, 2 copies of Harsh Minter, 2 copies of Unlicensed Hearse, 2 Wear Tear, 2 Disruptor Flute, and 1 Drannith Magistrate. So you're facing down this colorless prison deck. What can we do against them?
So I definitely want to get my Blood Moons in. I want to turn off, we didn't see it that game, but the Tron lands are in there as well. And just in general, you didn't even need them, right? We had a bunch of double lands. Making them all produce half that mana would have been huge that game. So I definitely want that card in if I'm Joey. After that, there's a couple different options of things you can do. Wear Tear is a great way to maybe have an answer to something like Trinisphere. If Joey's aware of this deck, he'll be aware it plays Trinisphere and Chalice of the Void. It's been doing pretty well on Magic Online, so it wouldn't surprise me if, one of our leaderboard players like Joey is prepared for something like that. Disruptor Flute, also a great way to maybe stop something like the Emrakul from coming down or like an All Is Dust. We talked about it last round. It's a Pithing Needle with a little bit more text. The additional 3 mana to cast might not be enough if we don't have something like Blood Moon already in play. But even just buying us a turn against the Tron might be enough if we have the early pressure, right? Ragavan into a Johnny or Ragavan into Guide of Souls into something, right? Like that kind of pressure plus buying a single turn, even if they only need a tower, could be enough. So I think that's what we might expect from Joey, but depends really on how he wants to play it.
Yeah, a lot of options here. Like I said, the Wear Tears, the Blood Moons, those are great pickups, and maybe even Disruptor Flutes and stuff like that as well. Ton of great options here for Joey DiGiacomo and his Boros Energy deck. Let's take a look at Reed Anderson and his take on Colorless Prison. So this, again, another entirely new real archetype to Modern. We've seen Tron lands before, but never like this, in this kind of Eldrazi Kindred look with some prison elements. And that carries, again, into the sideboard, which I believe is 15 one-ofs. So here we go.
Karn Wishboard, I'll save you from reading it all, Drake. As much as our players are mulliganing, we can head on down to the area. There are some cards that we could bring in, but it really depends on, what he wants to have. Is there a card in his main deck he isn't a huge fan of? One thing I really like about Reed's deck is how clean it is. In fact, the least clean card, in my opinion, is the One Cookbook, which is actually just kind of great, right? You search it up off Saga, it sets up those Emrakul draws, and your deck can just cast Emrakul pretty easily too. So, when my biggest complaint about your deck list is that it plays a strong enabler card as a one-of, that's a really good sign to me. And I personally am really interested in these colorless Eldrazi decks, Drake. They seem quite strong to me. Even decks that are splashing a little bit. We've seen Through the Breach green-red Eldrazi deck do quite good on Magic Online. That deck, taking a different approach, but still using these Eldrazi cards. And, Eldrazi got a huge shot in the arm, as did NRG. NRG was one of the other big winners from MH3, got a lot of support. And we're seeing those, at our top tables here at 2-0. But it's going to be curious to see sort of how both these decks look in 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, a year. Sort of how will they adapt to the metagame? Because right now, turn shooting a Trinisphere is something that Modern has never really done before, and it's never been a better time to do it.
Yeah, you bring all this up, all these things that, these are 2 new decks to Modern. These are decks we've never really seen before in Modern, but in many ways still, it feels like a return to form for Modern. You talked about how with MH2 coming out early in this broadcast, how all the pitch elementals and these free spells that are very powerful, along with the Triumphs and the Surveil lands, really enabled these 4-color decks that are just very interactive, very grindy to take over Modern. And Modern was the slowest we've ever seen. If you talk to somebody in 2015, 2014, 2016, Modern didn't look like that. Well, here in this matchup, even though these are new faces in Modern, it's still very traditional. You have aggro with a little bit of a backup plan that can grind, as well as this Tron land-based kind of prison control style. These are 2 decks that look like old Modern decks. It looks like I'm playing some Tron versus an aggro deck. Even if the cards are new, the archetypes feel very reminiscent of Modern prior to MH2 and stuff like that. And for that reason, I'm really excited about MH3's impact, among other reasons, as players are off to the races as a classic turn 1 tower into map start that you see for Tron decks, but there's more going on here, as it was just Mountain Go for Joey DiGiacomo, number 7 on our leaderboard.
Yeah, and if you're a Joey fan, we have Tron lined up in hand if we get a chance to pop this map. So Joey's gonna need to have something pretty big pretty soon here. Now he could have high rolled into a Blood Moon right there, which would have been insane, but just a Johnny coming down instead.
Yeah, the Aether Hub enabling a 3-mana cards to be cast off of the turn 2 Raptor as your first play. Pretty powerful, and Blood Moon would have been great. As, here's second Tron land, your turn. But here's a lot of pressure.
Drake, crazy idea that just hit me. What if we had Red Prison Tron with the Raptor and Aether Hub and Trinisphere? Might be going too deep, but it just hit me. That could be something that Reed's doing in the future. Who knows?
Eureka. Here's Ragavan added to the mix, and a huge attack here. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. down to 13 goes Reed Anderson. Card off the top is going to be Karn the Great Creator. Would be awesome if Joey could cast it. Cannot off of a single treasure and potential land drop. As Ragavan, of course, is dashed from the 2 mana used there.
Mm-hmm.
Any follow-up for Joey?
Yeah, it looks like Joey's taking a look. He has something in mind. It might just be like he wants to just hard cast one of his 1-drops, trying to figure out which creature. His hand's a little off screen. He could also just be like thinking about, okay, I have this Wear Tear. I can't really use it right now. Looks like he does have a land, and it's just going to pick up his Ragavan.
Ragavan back to hand. Still a lot of power in play. 5 of that gets to stay in play, but here comes the last piece of the Tron land. I believe that is the power. No, that's the mine. That is the Urza's mine. I got to relearn my Tron lands. They haven't been around in so long.
Yeah, they're back and they're kicking. Like Tron was kind of a deck that fell off a little bit in MH2. It had weekends and moments where it was good, but it definitely, compared to the old days, kind of wasn't as much of a metagame force as it was before. And it's nice to see it back here. One thing to note, by the way, Drake. Joey has 2 Flaishes in hand, which, we talk about how strong that card is. It can definitely be very awkward in these early turns.
Definitely, but also, it does still represent a Lightning Helix. So if we talk about, he just attacked for 7 last turn, right? If he runs the exact same play back now, it's weird to see no play here from Reed. Like 7 mana, no play. What's going on? Like, this is crazy. But if we just run the same attack back and nothing happens by some miracle, you get Reed down to 6, and then just if you can get to 6 mana and cast your 2 Flaishes, game over. We're done.
Yep.
Now Reed, I'm sure, has something to say about that, and we have to remember that Kozilek's Command, the Kindred instant, is actually an instant. So we're available to make some creatures at instant speed and exile something. Yeah, we see Kozilek's Command pulled to the front. And now if you're Joey DiGiacomo, I think you have to have Kozilek's Command on your radar, because why else are we having all this mana and just passing? You have all these cards at the end. You have to have something. He saw Kozilek's Command in game 1. Now what can you do about it?
Yeah, and Kozilek's Command here is so big, Drake, because Reed also has the extra land. So if we go Kozilek's Command, X is 5, we'll kill whatever the biggest and scariest creature on the board is. Okay, cool. We'll make some spawns. And then we're going to have 12 mana available to us on the next turn. If we go that route, you can also scry 5 and draw a card. But with 5 plus 7 is 12, Drake. World of New for Emrakul is 12. We're going to have that back on the battlefield. Yeah, and these kind of like incredibly fast, Emrakul draws is sort of one of the appeals of this deck is you get these prison elements that are so strong. You get a little bit of grind like we used to do with Eldrazi Tron via Karn. And then you just have this Emrakul card that goes way over the top of anyone trying to play good, clean, honest Magic, quote unquote.
As modern should be. No good, clean, honest Magic here is, I think, a conservative turn, I would say, by all looks. We saw a very aggressive turn, I'd argue, last turn with the Dash Ragavan attack, all the stuff that came with that. This turn, just Guide of Souls and then Ragavan. And now 3 more mana. This could be Flage. Blood Moon would be good, but I believe this is just Flage. It is Flage. I'm going to trigger the Guide of Souls as it is a creature that is going to enter, get some more energy for the trouble. Yeah, let's get a read on that one, says Reed Anderson. And this is a really good turn. I think this is some of the best mitigation you can do for Kozilek's Command. Instead of just shoving everything, trying to get him dead, and then running face first into Kozilek's Command, we're instead setting up some posturing to where if all you have is Kozilek's Command and maybe like a weaker follow-up, I'm going to be able to kill you over the next 2 turns as we get a look at Guide of Souls. Of course, we've seen a few times now, looking to be very powerful is the Soul Sister callback that gives you some energy, a little bit of extra power when attacking.
Yeah, I'm about to call this deck Oops All Mason here from Joey's. He's just playing a bunch of cards I worked on. As we see Oops All Mason. As we see Flage hit the battlefield. And getting that energy, like you mentioned, this Guide of Souls can jump something. Now, we know the Kozilek's Command could potentially, kill that the creature that we want to jump. We might also see Kozilek's Command used here to exile Flage. Reed might be like, listen, I'm going to exile this. I'll put the spawns in. I'll take all the creatures, and I'll be okay. So it's going to be interesting. Looks like he's going to go after a Johnny. I don't know what happened to the token.
Yeah, I think, we bolted the token to try to flip a Johnny, I think.
Oh, that's sick. Right. Okay, nice job there from Joey. Kind of a sick line. A Johnny would have been pretty good there to flip. But we
get a look. Kozilek's Command response. Yeah, that one's going to exile target creature. So we actually exiled a Johnny with the trigger to flip it on the stack and made 5 spawns. And now here comes the beatdowns, and we're going to jump Ragavan.
Yeah, and so that's going to make Ragavan hit. We're going to get a treasure. We're going to get a look at Reed's deck. Probably nothing we can cast that we're too excited about. If we could cast that card, it would have been kind of nice. But, from here, we put a bunch of damage. And, Joey's deck has Flage, which can do a little bit of damage, has Lightning Bolt. So, Drake, all these new cards are cool. But you know what's really cool? The classic Bolt.
yeah, this is some lightning bolts, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what's happening here.
I think I know what happened. I think this will have been a long turn. What I think happened is Joey maybe hard casted the Ragavan just to get the energy instead of the Flage, and then attack like it was dashed, which, it seems to be a bit of an honest mistake here. These sort of things happen. We're going to let the judge take care of this. And figure out what exactly the ruling should be. We've also revealed the top card. This might be
revealing top card makes this a little bit more messy because now you have to rewind this like extra note information. Maybe you do something different if okay. And it sounds like your analysis is correct. Now, what are the judges going to do about it? And we'll see in just a moment. As here comes our judges, who as here to support us, here to help us, and they're going to get this mess sorted out. As you mentioned, a ton of moving parts here. We had triggers you had to manage, energy you had to manage, like all this stuff. You played the Dragon. I was like, what are the first things that happened in the turn? Extremely easy with all these very complex cards with a lot going on to lose what's going on there, but there's still a lot of other stuff going on in the match. No matter how this resolves, there's still going to be the threat of lethal on board for Reed. So it's still about Reed made 5 spawns. Presumably he's not going to block. If he has something like Emrakul, I think the game is more or less rolled up, as we saw. Not much as that looks like it can really do about Emrakul. But if it's just Karn, like we saw revealed, or anything of the like, the game becomes about, okay, how can you continue to stay alive? Now, Emrakul obviously appears to be the top end, one of the only creatures played by this Colorless Prison deck alongside the Devourer of Destiny. And so that is the top end we're building to. That's the card we're trying to find. And all the other cards for Reed at the moment appear just to be ways to find that.
Yeah, and one of the things I'm really interested about to see with this Tron deck, which I think I've been pretty transparent. I'm very interested to see like what players do with all these strong tools they got. Right, like it's no secret. Ugin's Labyrinth is like when you just read the card, it's like, okay, well this is good, but what do I do with this? Right, and it's like, okay, you got Devourer of Destiny. All right, that's another thing. All right, I'm supposed to play those together. I think that makes a lot of sense. Maybe I'm not. Who knows? We'll see. But it's like, what else do I do with all of these cards? And like now that I have this really powerful kind of Eldrazi engine sort of thing, what do I pair with it? Because we're seeing in this round Tron and sort of hate pieces, right? Which makes a ton of sense to me. If you think Ruby and Nadu are going to be some of the best decks, locking them out and also just doing powerful Tron stuff is very good against a lot of the format. I think, if you're not going to play like an aggressive deck, this seems like a great choice to me on this weekend. But like, once again, we talked a little bit earlier, decks like Through the Breach are coming around, and they're just trying to Through the Breach a turn earlier and put in those big Eldrazi's that they're hiding underneath, right? And so it's very interesting to see sort of what players are going to do. And, listen, we're on, what is this, week 3? So it looks like we're going to back it up to declare attackers and figure it out, and then we randomize the deck. What's going to happen here. And I imagine this Raptor is just going to get jumped and hit for 4.
Yeah, so whatever. You still get to jump the one attacker. And this actually, ironically, might be better for Joey because the Raptor gets to stay. We only have 3 energy, right? The Raptor gets to stay with the flying counter and with the 3 counter. So it gets to stay jumped. It gets to stay with the power toughness improvement. So you still get to connect. You connect for less damage. You don't get the treasure for next turn. But if you get another turn with this Raptor specifically still in play, you get paid off in that way, and that's going to be good. If you can build more energy, you can jump Ragavan as well next turn. This Guide of Souls has shown to be very powerful.
Yeah, and we talked about Emrakul World Anew. If it comes down, we're going to have near lethal setup, but notably, Drake, not lethal. Like with Flaves, we might be able to top deck enough burn spells to get out of this, as we are going to see. And it looks like Joey's just going to pick up, maybe sideboard out his possibly just sideboard out his bolts or whatever, and he's like, oh, actually, one thing that happens, I just realized, the Guide of Souls gets taken, Drake, and then Emrakul enters, putting it to 10. So actually, Joey doesn't even have the bolts as an out. I don't know if you did the math really quick.
You gained the 1 life, and that's enough outside of the 3 bolt range. And obviously, it's all lethal in play with all the jumping and the Emrakul. Wow, what a showing for Emrakul World Anew. I mean, it literally just invalidated all the stuff that had going on in that creature. And I mean, what was that, turn 4? We had Tron mana, and then made the Coslex command, and then just played Saga Emrakul. Turn 4, both games, Emrakul enters play, immediately wins the game on the spot. Nothing you could do, and what a showing for the Colorless Prison deck.
Very exciting to see that. And we have a backup feature match for you. Let's jump to it, because I think these decks might both have a good matchup against the Prison Tron deck. So, if you were a little worried about that, I might have the answer for you, and it's an oldie but a goodie, and that's Merfolk, Drake, because we have a Merfolk double heater going on here in our time-shifted match.
No, the double feature. So nice we're doing it twice. And of course you have the man, the myth, the legend, the man known for Merfolk, Jonathon, aka Nikachu, on your right. Someone who's been very vocal about Harbinger of the Seas, the new card out of MH3, and how it is going to help Merfolk in this metagame. You mentioned it would have a pretty good matchup against the Colorless Prison deck. I have to agree with you. They get to play main deck Merfolk, Fish Moon, if you will, a Merfolk that does shut down some of these lands that we just saw go to work, those strong lands. But we're in the mirror, and in the mirror, things get weird, because when you're talking about a Merfolk mirror, Lord of Atlantis pumps all Merfolk. And also, Island Walk is a line of text on most of the creatures that pump your team as well. So, not a lot of blocking, maybe a lot of attacking, and questionable power toughness. What's not to love?
Yeah. And, if you're Dalton too, you might know Nikachu, so you're going into the mirror. Nikachu might not, maybe they're friends, the Merfolk people, they swim together, but,
they swim together.
We're going to see Rashad Nakian come down. And I'm just very interested to see this, because this is a deck that I was like, oh, this gets a lot of cards from MH3, right? Like, there are a lot of cards that look really strong to me, and they have a lot of tools. I'm curious to see what they do. And to see cards like this MH2 card, Rashawn Darkin, that didn't see a ton of play at first, but has sort of, come up over time as an answer for these Merfolk decks and some of the bigger mana decks, and being a strong one-drop has been really interesting to see.
And so Nikachu, something we mentioned, is also just part of the Merfolk community. He's very vocal about, his playing of the deck, and is kind of one of the front runners on developing new stuff in the deck. I'm going to do a quick check to see. They're not actually on the same deck list. That's kind of like one of the questions you have to immediately ask. Are they just playing the exact same 75? The answer is no. The actual main decks vary quite a bit. Nikachu has a ton of instances deck, and Dalton less so, as here comes a Merfolk Trickster here on Instep.
Yeah, I really like this from Nikachu. He leads in the camera almost saying, didn't see that coming. Which is so funny, because he plays at Merfolk all the time, and he's like, even gets me sometimes.
This is Voldali and Hexcatcher happening in response. So I believe we're still on Nikachu's attack step? Yeah, attack step. So what we're trying to do with this Trickster is we're trying to remove the Island Walk from the Rashad and Dockhand, I believe. And that way you get to block it with your Merfolk Trickster, and it goes away. So we are responding here with Voldali and Hexcatcher to pump the Dockhand, and that way you still get your damage through from the power toughness modification.
So I think what actually happened is that was Nikachu's end of turn, Drake. And I think he was setting to tap down Dalton with the Rashad Import effect.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that might be what was happening here. Which
sure. So it was in okay. And then that makes a lot of sense, because now he needs to deploy his 3-drop Svellion, and can't do that if you're getting Rashad and Dock-handed. So able to do that and get some points across, as Voldali and Hexcatcher, not a very good blocker for Nikachu. And back over to Nikachu we go. And who has his own Svellion? Okay, Svellion of Sea and Sky, Modern Horizons upgrade for Merfolk from the previous Modern Horizons set, has Indestructible, as long as you control at least 2 other Merfolk. So currently Nikachu's is Indestructible, Dalton's is not. It gives your Merfolk Ward 1, and whenever it attacks, you draw a card.
I want to really quickly highlight how good I think that play was from Nikachu, because last time we saw Dalton think a bunch, right? When this Lord came in, and that really signals Flare of Denial to me, right? Well, now Nikachu is saying, I'm going to play my Svelloon. If you flare, I have my Volduck and Hexcatcher. I'll just sack it to counter that. And so if you want to kill my Lord, you can 2-for-1 yourself. I'm going to get this Svelloon going around this Island Walker. It's going to get out of control very quickly. So good heads-up play there of sort of noticing what your opponent is doing and really paying attention to the cards in the matchup, right? Mirror matches can sometimes be a little frustrating for players, right? They're like, oh, it's like kind of whoever draws the better cards. Sometimes that's what happens if you just draw the bad half of your deck or whatever. But being aware of what your decks can do is such a big part of it there. So really smart play there that was very subtle, I think.
Yeah, and obviously Jonathon looking at looks like a pair of Force of Negations alongside Harbinger of the Seas, which doesn't do much. Here is Sink into Stupor, I believe, returning Svellion. So Dalton may be trying to clear the way for his Svellion because, of course, it's not indestructible. And so this signals maybe no additional Merfolk in his hand in order to make that happen. Jonathon, happy to have a target for his Force of Negations. Going to pitch cast on the main phase. Sink into Stupor, new card from Modern Horizons 3. Main, the MDFC here. Return target spell and non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Can also backside as a land to pay 3 life. You can have it enter untapped. Here, the unsummon's good enough to bait Force of Negation pitching, and Dalton thinking again, which signals the Flare Denial you very smartly sniffed out that is likely still available. How badly do you want to crunch in with Svellion? Says Nikachu.
A fun little story, Drake. So my first tournament after I get back from working on MH3, I'm not allowed to talk. I worked on it, obviously, right? So I'll be hidden. I play Merfolk round 1, and I bolt my opponent's creature before I play my big spell because I want to play around Flare Denial. But they have like nothing but 1 card in hand, and it's just a stinky Merfolk. And my friend afterward goes, "Why'd you do that?" And I was like, "I have to go to the bathroom. I was hoping you concede." And I go to the bathroom and act like nothing was happening, like I just had to go because I couldn't say I was playing on.
You can say you're playing on cards that don't exist yet. Here is the Flare of Denial being sacrificed to Merfolk Trickster. Flare of Denial targeting Force of Negation that is going after Sink into Stupor. So we've built quite a stack here. These free spells available for the Merfolk deck, major upgrades. But at the cost of Dalton's board state is just Svellion is the only card left in play for him. We'll see if Nikachu has anything left. I believe Harbinger of the Seas the only card in hand. So the only question is, do we want to try to sack a bunch of Merfolk to the Valdelian Hexcatcher?
Yeah, it's super interesting. One of the big things that jumped out to me is, Nikachu kept the Harbinger, which my gut would have been, we're going to pitch that and keep the Force Negation. Clearly really valuing having just incidental Merfolks on the board, right? That is just a 3-mana 2/2 that turns off each other's Mutavolts. It doesn't really do much besides that.
Right. And Cavern of Souls. I mean, that's a card that they're lower on numbers. One deck has 2, the other has 3 here in this matchup. So we're actually throttling back on Cavern of Souls. But making things countable makes Flare of Denial better. And that's like a meaningful change to the matchup compared to before Modern Horizons 3s. Here comes the Svellions beating down both players looking to draw cards to get out of the current situation. Nikachu, like you mentioned, the Harbinger of the Seas, not great, but mana efficient. So we're deploying that one before the Lord of Atlantis. And of course, that does pump his opponent's Svellion. So you want to get the better end of it when you play it first. So a little awkward in this matchup is Jonathon's draw.
Mm-hmm. And, the Merfolk deck is another one that I'm super interested to see sort of what happens with it because, traditionally I would say Merfolk has been more of like a meme in Modern than it has been a top player. It's done well. It's definitely won some big tournaments. But its mixture of disruption plus creatures has been sort of, not the best thing to turn to. Well, it got a lot of really strong cards we've seen so far. And it looks like a lot of the other decks that people are playing are not like super well positioned against Merfolk. So it's going to be interesting to see sort of, maybe a deck like Nadu is, but a deck like Ruby Storm or that Prisontron might suffer against what this deck has to bring. And obviously both these players unfortunately ran into each other, but they're both 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, both great starts clearly indicates that the deck has some legs or some fins, if you will. And both of these players playing Harbinger of the Seas in high numbers. This is a card that we talked about with the Colorless Prison kind of rise to prominence. Chalice of Void, not very good. Counterspells, good. Your cards are already clunky anyway, so Transfer really not even that good either. And all of your land hate that you get, including Harbinger of the Seas, going to be good in those kinds of matchups. So if people are trying to reach for that kind of a thing, Harbinger of the Seas is a major upgrade. Now, again, in the mirror, less so. What a turn from Dalton. Able to deploy 2 Lords and a Tide Shaper after the Svellion attack, facing down Nikachu here with his own Svellion and just Harbinger of the Seas, a much tougher look. And Master of the Pearl Triad, not one that pumps the opponent's creatures, so the better one of the 2 to draw. Typically the same thing as Lord of Atlantis, not in this matchup.
Yeah, and notably, Nikachu has Lord of Atlantis in his hand. So if he were to play that, he would be in potentially huge trouble here.
I love this attack. So this Svellion, not currently indestructible, but there is enough Flash Merfolk that could change. Flare of Denial in Nikachu's hand alongside Lord of Atlantis and Island. No kinds of crazy double, triple blocks going on. And so that was just going to connect. And with just Flare of Denial, Lord of Atlantis, does he even... I assume if he's not playing it pre-combat, he's not playing it. So we're passing back to Dalton, and this draw has not panned out for Nikachu at all. And so that exchange we saw with Sink into Stupor, the Flare of Denial, really dwindling the board stage just Svelion, kind of looked like Dalton was sacrificing a lot just to get the Svelion across. Now a totally different look. This draw has really panned out for Dalton.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see this too, where this, I think if we talk about 2016, 2017 modern, right? If you flash back and talk to players then, they're just playing a bunch of lords. That's like all Merfolk was, right? It's just creatures that make creatures big and creatures that benefit from being big, and that was the deck. And now we're seeing there's so much more interaction on the stack that's happening, which I think makes these matchups so much more dynamic and so interesting, like we saw with the Flare Denial play early, and also gives it a ton more play against just the field at large.
Absolutely. And obviously a big part of that injection from Modern Horizons 3. But I mean, not even in totally. Like we're seeing cards like Valdalian Hexcatcher. That one's printed in the last 2 years. That's a big upgrade and allows you to interact. Svelion, which is part of a previous Modern Horizons. This has really been, and that's part of what's cool about Merfolk and the character it has. It's been a conglomeration of a lot of cards over years. Lord of Atlantis printed in Alpha. So that's where we're starting. That's our starting point. And then you build from there. This deck now has a ton of play. We've seen a ton of flash creatures. We've seen a ton of like free spells and all this kinds of stuff in the stack. Has a lot more play to it than just creatures make them big. And we're seeing that in play right now, as here comes quite a beatdown of Island Walkers. And I believe Jonathon picked up a copy of Dismember. One of the features of his list not represented by Dalton's. No Dismembers for him. 3 in the main deck for Nikachu.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How do we use that one? Not clear yet. Here's an attack with Svelion. A Mutavault to pick up. No blocks. Nikachu at 3. So can't cast the Dismember if life totals are correct, which makes this one pretty bad. You can't play Lord of Atlantis because then you can't block. So the funds may be all over. We're looking at Dalton's hand, and he is loaded up. He's got Lord of Atlantis, who's also remaining in hand. Neither player willing to deploy their Lord of Atlantis in the mirror, maybe wisely.
Yeah, also worth noting that Mutavault's just an island, So it looks to be like we're dead on board, and this might be a situation where Nikachu is just trying to be like, okay, our Merfolk decks differ a little. I'm curious to see what you have. Is there some one of that maybe you'll play that give me a little bit of information? Doesn't cost me very much if you just move to combat and attack. And, plays a Flare Denial here, not really giving away much. Like, hey, I also play the good cards.
Yeah, I played the new good card for the deck. Wow. Revolutionary. As we do sacrifice Harbinger. So we sacrifice Harbinger of the Seas, which turns on the Mutavault. So now we have a Mutavault blocker. He does not have any of the Flash Lords. And that means game 1 going to go to Dalton Shepard in the Merfolk mirror. And like you mentioned, a lot of times you talk about who just drew better, and some of that was certainly happening there. I think, Nikachu does not want to draw his Force of Negations, doesn't really want to draw Harbinger of the Seas, doesn't want to draw Lord of Atlantis that early. So part of it was certainly his draw. But there was a lot of play to that game, too. There was a lot of, okay, the Svelion is something that snowballs. How do we each establish ours to where we can get that going and then maybe see how the draws pan out from there? And obviously, Dalton got the better end and was able to take game number 1 in the mirror.
Yeah, and the deck building decisions matter a lot, right? Like we talked about Nikachu not having Trickster. If that Dismember had been Trickster, we could have tapped down the Lord, made it lose Island Walk and everything, and maybe create some weird blocks, right? So even just your small deck building decisions, and I think that's what Nikachu was trying to posture. He's like, hey, I can flash this in, I can maybe get you a little bit. Do you want to play around it? And obviously he's like, no, I'm just gonna try to kill you. And he's like, all right, Beats, you got me. But that is something that does come up and matters, are these small deck building decisions and being rewarded with tight play. So very cool to get to see that here. This is a time shifted match, so it's gonna be going on here in a second. We'll be jumping back down there, but I imagine these players are gonna try and cut their cards like Force Negation and Harbinger of the Seas, which I expect both decks to have in some number, and try and bring in more interaction and specifically creature interaction in more ways to sort of get ahead, stay ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Things like Harbinger of the Sea is not the best if you have some options. I know a lot of these players play Harbinger of the Tides on the sideboard, so we're going to see some little bit of upgrades there as far as Merfolk that do things in the matchup and interact with creatures. And, maybe some of the Lord of Atlantis. I don't know how much you want that. Both players not casting. It makes you think you don't really want them, but it's a good way to close the door on the game playing it right away. But we're going to jump right into game 2 as this is a time-shifted match. So with that, Nikachu is down a game. Let's have a look at game number 2. And there is one of the namesakes of the Merfolk deck that we haven't really seen yet in this match. And that is Aether Vial, as Jonathon appears to be looking at a opening hand with 1 land vial, no second land. Keeper Mole, it's a mole.
Yeah, it looks like there might be some, maybe, he's worried about like a force negation just blowing him out, or just in general, that hand might not be quick enough. Like, even though you could play a spell a turn, maybe this matchup matters more about having, multiple spells and kind of running them over. It is interesting too about Lord of Atlantis. I think he had one in hand, and I wouldn't be surprised if the answer is he has like 1 or 2 in deck, just as a way to like on the last turn be like, play this as essentially a falter your opponent can't block and push a ton of damage.
Right. I can't imagine you want to draw 2, but the first one's probably good if you're ahead. And that means you probably want some number. The question is, too, how many cards you have in your sideboard. Like, someone like Nikachu who has already a bunch of main deck dismembers, that's a card you might be wanting to bring in. Then it's already in your main deck. So how many changes can you even make? You have Harbinger of the Tides, you have some subtleties if you want, that kind of stuff. Not clear. And as he's just looking for a functional opening hand. I think there's a Sink in the Stupor, 2 of them maybe. So it's a painful mana base, but no islands is actually like something, right? Like that's something to think about, where the island walk doesn't just face up work.
Yeah, I think we might be seeing this be a situation where Nikachu is going to just like slam a Lord every turn and be like, yeah, we talked about this deck having a bit more interaction, but not this game. I'm just going to try and run you over.
You can still Ungus Bungus. We can still return to form here a little bit, as Dalton does have the very powerful Aether Vial, and as you mentioned, lets you kind of play 2 spells a turn. And we'll see if Jonathon, in his plan to just jam 1 Merfolk every turn, can keep up with that. And of course, Dalton could be low on a second land or whatever, but part of the power of Aether Vial is it lets you do 2 spells a turn, starting on like turn 2. And that is what makes it powerful in this deck specifically, with the converged mana costs. As we go over to Dalton's turn 2, little beatdowns for 2 coming across, already not even keeping up with the damage dealt by the Sink into Stupors land form to Nikachu, as Otawara is added to the mix.
Yeah, one of the big things about Aether Vial, which if you're newer to Modern, after the pandemic, very reasonable. Lots of people got picked up in the Magic during that time. Aether Vial, not a card we've seen a lot because the creature decks haven't been as good, but Vial is a very, very strong card. In a lot of ways, it does, some almost like, I hate to almost say this, like Lotus Impression, where it just generates you so much mana every turn, right? Like if you're putting in 2 and 3 mana spells every turn, well, it's like this spell tapped for that much mana, especially at instant speed, where normally you can't play certain creatures at instant speed.
Right. Instant speed and uncounterable. Something that actually matters in this matchup quite a bit as well, with things like Subtlety and the Flare of Denial, able to just put it into play, like this Tide Shaper that just entered the battlefield. And now it's on the key number 2. Lots of 2 mana Merfolk in the Merfolk deck. And Dalton is set up really to kind of punch this game through. He's had a slow start, but thanks to Nikachu's own mana base, he's dealt a lot of damage to himself. So in this, if we get to a racing setup, even though there's no islands, just straight up attacking might be enough, as Nikachu is still stuck on just deploying 1 Lord a turn, which is what he plans to do. It's what he's been doing. And this is the old kind of play style of just play Lords, hope it's enough. Dalton has not only more options, but more mana to work with in spades.
Yeah, and you see Dalton doing a little math, trying to figure out exactly, what he wants to play and start this race on. And, can he afford to dismember this Hex Catcher?
Well, he's done this twice now, so maybe the life total is starting to look, I can't imagine that's updated. There's no way he's at 20. He's been hit twice and dismembered twice. He's got to be close to single digits, as here comes an opposing Tide Shaper laying the beatdowns, as I believe there's no islands yet for Nikachu. Rashad and Dockhand deployed.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the life total, but it should be 6, if I'm correct.
Yeah, Quick Math says that this is close to lethal, and with Dalton, the only one with islands, now Master of the Pearl Trident actually represents Island Walk that matters, whereas Nikachu's opponents does not have Island Walk. Well, it has Island Walk, but they're not unblockable because there's no islands. And here comes Flare of Denial. Yeah, we got to stop that. We can't have Master of the Pearl Trident work because, Dalton is so low in life, and this is the cost to the kind of slow game that he started and choosing to dismember opposing Lords. Well, Dalian Hex Catchers killed. Master of the Pearl Trident killed. Now the question is, can Tide Shaper continue to attack into an opposing Rashad and Dockhand, and some potential tricks with a Vial on 2? Only 2 cards in hand for Dalton. Jonathon doing a lot of thinking.
Yeah, and very, even if because remember, Dalton's not 20. He's at 6. We'll get those life totals fixed for you as soon as we can. We have production on it. But it's one of those spots where it's this Lord, right? Even if Dalton didn't have it, Nikachu's really fall ahead, right? Like Jonathon does not need to like make this push here.
Right. That, yeah, exactly. He can take his time, and even Lord of Atlantis starts to not even be that bad for him. Again, pumps the opposing team, yes, but the opposing team Island Walk doesn't matter, and your Island Walk still works. So if you're just trying to get the last points over the line, you can maybe do that over 2 turns and use your life total as a cushion because Dalton's been on the back foot, choosing to interact turn over turn instead of building his own board. And we'll see so much thinking here, and for good reason. A lot of people try to paint these decks that are aggressive as simple and whatever, just very linear. You just deploy your thing, see if it works. There is actually a lot of play to this Merfolk deck in multiple axes, and both these players taking their time to think things out, because simple mistakes can be the last couple points of life that cost you a game and a match and all those kinds of things. As here comes an attack for 2 with just the shot and dockhand, and Vial notably rolled up to 3 for Dalton. So that's an interesting look as we go back to Nikachu's turn.
Yeah, and we're going to see his own Lord played.
Stern Scolding? Woo-hoo-hoo. That's good against what Jonathon's got going on, as there goes the 4th Lord of the game. Could have, of course, fought, but very quickly did not. Oh, no, that's not a player denounced as Svellian, so that's why he did not fight. He can't. He only has Subtlety, Lord of Atlantis, and Svellian as his leftovers. Tough having a 3-mana card, a 4-mana card left. But Lord of Atlantis still can get the job done. Here comes an attack. Do you want to trade your Lord for my Tide Chamber? The answer is no. And I believe down to 4 goes Dalton Sheffer. Back over to him we go, though. And Nikachu at 11 rolled up to 4. Goes Aether Vial, and that's got to be discouraging if you're Jonathon, because that means uncounterable Subtlety.
Yeah, Subtlety, very nice when it's free at a pitch and, even goes away. Even better when it's just free. And, that was a great attack there last turn from Nikachu. Sort of knew, like, hey, if Svelun was in hand, it would have came down on 3 on the Vial. Mara Regery, not a card that sees a bunch of play anymore, and I need to get this damage push because I'm falling a bit behind.
Right. I mean, yeah, certainly never finding a 3rd land is not part of how Jonathon has drawn this up. If he does find an next turn, playing Svellian over playing Lord of Atlantis becomes appealing. So it's not even necessarily too late, per se. He does, I think, still want to draw a land. But the door is definitely closing as a 2nd Subtlety picked up. Not really what the doctor ordered. All right. Mm-hmm. Now what? At 4 is Dalton Sheffer. Do you play the Lord and open yourself up to the rather face-up Subtlety on the opponent's side of the field? The answer appears to be no. I mean, I don't feel like attacking is that good. It's a 2/2. You're representing Hexcatcher? I mean, this is a bluff attack, I think.
Yeah, I think this is a situation where we have, an attack for 4 on the crackback. We put the Subtlety in, that's 3 more. That becomes 7. And maybe Nikachu's worried about like a double Lord line, so he's trying to get the Subtlety down so that he can then deploy a creature of his own. And it looks like, this bluff attack. Yeah, you see Jonathon's kind of like, well, if you've got the Voldaren Hexcatcher, this is even the end of the world. Doesn't that creature have Island Walk?
No, so Tide Chamber it's not like Rashad Dockhand. It does not have the Island Walk. It does get buffed by Island. So that was a 2/2, which Hexcatcher would at least force a trade. Yes. And of course, if it's something like Merfolk Trickster or something like that, that's not even that bad for Dalton. So I think that's why he was willing to call there. 2 Hexcatchers in the yard, and things like Merfolk Trickster that would just tap it down is something that's going to happen anyway, and you almost want to force that action. So I really like the use of Subtlety there from Dalton. I really like calling the bluff. And now, I mean, it sucks, but putting Lord of Atlantis into play for yourself is Nikachu, and trying to trade off because no islands. So we can do some trading here. And that is ultimately going to force a trade once the Lord of Atlantis dies by state-based actions. Down to 8 goes Nikachu, and not facing lethal in play. I wonder if the dockhand was supposed to stay untapped. Oh, geez, another Lord of Atlantis drawn. That's so tough. Flare of Denial among the leftovers. Yeah, Nikachu knows he's dead. What a beatdown from Dalton Sheffer. Now, of course, we mentioned there's a lot of play to this matchup. That particular game definitely felt like who got the better end of the draw. my opinion, it looks like never finding a third land is not really a winning recipe if you're Nikachu. But both players still a strong start, one falling to 2-1, the other proceeding to 3-0. Merfolk making a deep run here in St. Louis in our 10K showdown. And I mean, that's going to do it for round number 3 also here in St. Louis. So round number 4 coming up soon as we begin to try to form the top. The cream of the crop rises to the top, and we get to see exactly what's going to be winning in this Modern Horizons 3 modern format. We will be back very shortly after a brief break. Come back with more modern action in round number 4 soon. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to round number 4 here in St. Louis. This is, of course, a modern 10K showdown. Some of the highest stakes Magic can be played here on the NRG series, featuring the new modern format, featuring the Modern Horizons 3 cards. Now, before we dive in to some high stakes modern, we're going to take a look at our players to watch and see how things have broken to them so far. So on the screen there, you can see Connor Mullaly and Harrison Canfor both at 3-0. These two players are making runs for those, of course, end of season NRG championship slots. And right now, Connor on the outside looking in, Canfor would make it if things ended today. So an important result for him to make a deep run here. Following them is Adam Weiss, Joey DiGiacomo, and Nikachu, all at 2-1, alongside Ty and Travis Williams. My apologies. Everyone there at 2-1. So a lot of people, kind of in the middle of the pack there, with Jonathon Hobbs beginning to rally back at 1-2. So two players doing very well that need to be, and the rest of them still have, still in it, still looking potential to make top 8. Now, as far as the rest of the leaderboard goes, let's take a quick look at that before we dive in and take a look right now at the end of season 1. Tim Hatch and Harrison Canfor are the top 2 unqualified players. You see everyone there in orange is qualified, with Dominic Harvey leading the pack. So if things ended today, those two players will be in the NRG Championship now. We see Connor's making a deep run at 3-0, but Canfor is as well. So Tim's spot there maybe in a little bit of jeopardy here, as these players are playing for quite a bit of points. So last thing before we dive down into the match, let's take a look at exactly what the point totals and all the things they are playing for looks like. So you see there, and first you get $2,400, an invite to the NRG Championship, an invite to the RC, 30 points, and of course some sweet Ultimate Guard swag. All of the top 8 gets Boulder deck boxes and sleeves, and then the rest of the top 16 gets Katana sleeves. Incredibly high quality products. Thank you to Ultimate Guard, of course, for sponsoring us. So even though all that's listed there is the points and the money, lots to play for first. And of course, the token that we cannot forget about for winning a showdown. And points fall off from there, 25 to second, still get an RC invite, $1,200. And then from there, the points and the money scales down a little bit, but quite a bit still to play for on the leaderboard. And as we saw, Tim Hatch, 68 points. Connor and Canfor both got work to do. So with all that mouthful out of the way, let's dive down to the match. And 2 decks, again, we have not seen so far today. Break this down for me, Mason, who is here with me as well. Jeskai Tempo versus Gruul Valakut.
Yeah, Jeskai Tempo is your dream come true if you love Snapcaster Mage. This is a 4 Snapcaster, 4 Cameo deck. It's also got some flashes, so a little bit of love from there as well. Basically, this deck is like I'm going to kill and counter most everything you do, and then win with Snapcaster and Flash beats. Meanwhile, if you're also from the back of the day, Drake, this was the first modern deck I really liked and had success with. This is Gruul Valakut back here. It has some updates with MH3. We have the Flare of Cultivation. That allows the deck to kind of jump ahead. But Spencer's someone who top-aided one of our modern events 2 events ago and is making a run at our leaderboard here and is off to a good start today at 3-0.
Yeah, playing a deck favorite of mine, I'm very interested in Spencer's success here. So I quite love Titan Shift as well. I did a little bit of work with it back in my day. And this one's still kind of keeping the same look as far as Primeval Titan's in the deck. Scape Shift is in the deck. We've seen different builds of the Valakut deck start to move towards Wish. This one's staying true to form. Still got 4/1 rings, and like you mentioned, Flare of Cultivation that pair very well with the Arboreal Grazers. Really one of the better cards to sacrifice to that Flare of Cultivation. But a pretty modest start. As from the Jeskai side, you mentioned, try to kill and counter everything. Tameo, Inquisitive Student, one of the cards used to get ahead. A new one from MH3 has flying for 1 mana. Flying, and when it attacks, it investigates. Now, it has 0 power, so it does not do any damage, but it has to stay attacking if you want to stay investigating. If you draw 3 cards in a turn, you get to flip that one right into the Tameo Seasoned Scholar Planeswalker. which is kind of reminiscent of a Jace Architect of Thought, plus to shrink the team and minus to get some card advantage.
Yep. Spencer here, really likes playing this Gruul Valakut deck. It's kind of his go-to. He actually top-8'd one of these Star City game events that happened right when MH3 was released in Modern as well. I believe playing this deck as well. So sort of his go-to deck of choice. Play a lot of different decks, but this is one that he has really liked the positioning of recently and likes the additions from MH3. So, a deck that we haven't seen a ton of, started to pop up here near the end of the format's lifespan, but, definitely has some real game to it.
Yeah, like I said, this is more of the same of true to form Modern. Like, even though these decks have a lot of new cards and a lot of new looks, this is really what I want to see out of Modern Horizon sets. Returns to decks that have modern pedigree, things like Titan Shift, things like a Jeskai control deck. Of course, you can't forget about the Pro Tour Board of the Gods winner, Sean McLaren, and his Jeskai control take. Everyone's really looking to relive those glory days if you're a Snapcaster fan. And so really NH3 kind of moving away from the elementals being the best thing to do and into this. Something I love to see is here comes Flare of Cultivation, all of Dryad the Elysian Grove. Get a look at that. I believe it's just Cultivate, right? 2 lands, 1 to hand, 1 to battlefield. But you can sack a non-token green creature to make that happen. So we are going to do that. Try to do some growth.
Yeah, and you see here Sam taking a second, 1, to read the card, make sure he understands what it's doing, and 2, he has Counterspell, and he's like, am I supposed to be countering this, or do I try and, counter the Scape Shift, which was something, there was always a little bit of trouble for these kind of Snapcastery bolt decks. Was like, okay, what am I supposed to fight over, right? Do I fight over the acceleration and hope you don't have more of those kind of cards? Do I just fight over the payoffs? Because as soon as Spencer plays a normal Valakut, Sam is going to be getting a lot of pressure his way and missed a land drop last turn.
Yeah, so that's really part of what makes this matchup interesting is you would think, okay, big ramp combo deck versus a deck with a bunch of counterspells. That should be really good for the deck with counterspells. You just counter all the big payoff and they lose. The Valakut deck is interesting because its primary combo functions by just playing lands. So if you're flooding out, you're out of spells, you're flooding out, you're only drawing lands. A lot of times those still represent lightning bolts that are uncounterable. You just play your land and whoopah, there's at least 1 lightning bolt, but there's 4 Valakuts in the deck, so it could be more. So even if you kill Primeval Titan after it's done its thing, or you just naturally draw Valakuts, it has a lot of play in these more controlling matchups, and that's something that Spencer may be looking to do. You mentioned Counterspell in Sam's hand. You can try to overpower them with your payoffs, but also eventually you're just going to start getting lightning bolts off your lands, and under no pressure to his life total is Spencer right now as Tamiyo continues to attack.
Yeah, Tamiyo sort of just being a clue generator here does enable some things like Flame of Anor, which is a 4 of here in Sam's list today. That is a powerful card from Lord of the Rings that, saw some amount of play, but people were like, oh, maybe this is what's going to make Snapcaster work, and it turned out to just be a really nice card in the Rhinos deck. It being played here kind of as intended, as just like this nice value card that sometimes you get 2 modes of, and has been a big motivator in these sort of blue-red controlling decks. As the One Ring, speaking of Lord of the Rings, comes on down.
Yeah, a lot of Lord of the Rings cards present, as alongside the Modern Horizons cards, as Counterspell is going to take down the One Ring. So now this is really kind of the critical mass of mana the Valakut deck needs to start casting spells that need to be countered. And that is going to put some pressure on the mana that you would otherwise use to sacrifice these clues and draw cards. And with a Lightning Bolt follow-up to take care of Tamiyo, that really cleans up everything Sam has going on right now as far as snowballing advantage.
Yeah. Put Sam in kind of a weird spot here. I don't think he has anything else in hand that really applies pressure. I think he's also even just out of counter spells, but does have Flame of Anor, so you can use a little divination mode. And if Spencer doesn't have something like a Scape Shift or a Primeval Titan, it's not the end of the world. And even if we did Scape Shift, right now it would be lethal with an additional land drop, but we do need to have that additional land drop. So a lot has to go right.
Yeah, you have to have or a Dryad. If you have a Dryad,
yes.
Obviously that cleans everything up. But as you mentioned, right now, that would do it. I believe he has Scape Shift, and I think Summoner's Pact in here. No, it's not Summoner's Pact. I don't know what. It looks like a green card. Can't get a good look. But it definitely has a Scape Shift. Definitely just drew a Wooded Foothills, so that does make Scape Shift lethal. But with your opponent passing back with 4 mana, I wouldn't be optimistic about that one resolving.
Yeah, and one thing we might see Spencer do here is maybe he'll play the other card in hand, which we weren't quite sure what it is. It might be The old
Acid Moss. And then Sam leaning back in his seat. Long time no see for Mullaly Acid Moss. Actually, there was a callback to this card in the new Modern Horizons set, but no, we're playing the original here. Destroy target land, search library for a forest, put that card into play tap. So this can grab the Surveil lands as well, then shelf your library. Sam says no thank you to that. Is here's Snap Counter Spell. A smile from Spencer. So yeah, that was pretty good, isn't it? Back to Sam we go. Love the energy in these players.
Yes, and you're seeing here, Sam's like, okay, I'm going to lose my land. I got to get the Snapcaster Mage into play. And if you're Spencer, it's like, all right, well, I fought through a counter spell, but now there's a little bit of pressure, so you're not the happiest you've ever been. But in kind of still a fine position. And we know, Drake, that if he slams it right now, he's probably going to win.
Yeah, certainly. I think if we slam Scape Shift, we're in really good shape. A lot of burn available in hand for Sam, some Flames of Anora like you called out, but we might be running low on counter magic. And even if you're not, right, we're still making these surveils happen. This deck represents 4 copies of Commercial District, the Surveil land and its colors, and that's a big upgrade for this deck, which normally doesn't have a lot of selection, doesn't have really any way to set up its draws. Now, the primary thing it wants to be doing, putting red-green dual lands in play that are typed, it gets selection in that in the form of these Surveil lands, one of the biggest upgrades for this deck, as we've been a wooded foothills. And that's a fine thing. We're still 16 life in a good spot. Every spell we've cast the last 2 turns had to be countered. If we can continue that trend, you're eventually going to run out of counter spells. And it looks like that might be the case right now. Yeah, and
you see these sort of Jeskai decks, Bolt and things like that, very good against creatures. And we're going to see Spencer just take a minute here. From his perspective, Sam can have a lot of counter spells, and he's not under enough pressure just yet to pull the trigger.
If you're not playing lands, you have to have something, right? If you have to play lands, if it's just another counter spell, that kind of sucks. And right now we're almost at the spot where we can double spell. If you have 2 Scape Shifts, then you get to overpower the mana potentially. As Invert Polarity was picked up for Sam Clayton.
Yeah, and Spencer, someone pays attention to these sort of things, probably knows these Jeskai decks are full of counters. And once you see the actual deck, I think it has like 7 to 8 counter spells. And you've seen some online that play even like Archmage's Charm, which is even more. So, a lot picked up there, and Volt Polarity was the pickup. Now that's a funny one. The point, you're either going to counter the spell or take the spell. And taking the Scape Shift, I believe, doesn't really do very much. But it could help, Sam fix his mana a little bit. It's like kind of a
Surveil lands or something. I don't know. Kind of fun.
Yeah. You might sacrifice your tap land to get a different Surveil land, get a Triumph out of your deck. We're going to see Spencer just cast the Flare Cultivation here, just try and get up to Valakut mana. Valakut triggering its own mana.
Right. And I think this is actually something else worth noting about the Valakut deck that kind of gets overlooked. A lot of times, newer players to formats with fetch lands think about fetch lands in random spots where there's not a lot going on.
There we go. And we're back.
We're back.
And so it looks like we had a little bit of a blip there. It seems like what maybe happened is, Sam drew some more cards, moved to discarded Wrath of the Skies. Doesn't really do much in this matchup. And Spencer just, got hit for 2 and is back to searching his deck.
Still at a happy 14 and still commercial districts left to fetch, and he certainly will. As here comes another one. And like I said, this is such a huge upgrade for the Titan Shift decks that normally in this spot could very easily just draw some lands. No Valakuts drawn yet, so dang, woe is me, and you lose the game. Now, we get selection. Every land we draw that's a fetch land now represents some piece of selection. You can further thin your deck even more by getting lands out of it. There's a Lightning Bolt. Don't really want that. Can put that right in the graveyard. Major upgrade for the Valakut deck, and great call by Spencer Colling, representing all 4 copies of Commercial District in this deck. As here comes Meticulous Archive, a Surveil for Sam as well.
Yeah, and a thing to note here too about like everything going on is with the addition of Modern Horizons 3, one of the things that happened is we're seeing like decks change, and having an early counterspell plus some bolts interaction is actually pretty good, which is allowing things like Snapcaster to be good. We see Spell Snare there, that card very powerful against a lot of the decks that are sort of the perceived boogeyman of the format. So it's really cool to see what happens where sometimes there's this strong injection of cards and also brings back old cards, right? Shuko, kind of like a cheaty face example of that, right? But like Harsh Mentor is another card where it's like, oh, this does well. The context has changed. Now I get to be playable. And it's really cool to see that stuff happen as Sam just draws a bunch of cards at the end of Spencer's turn. And Spencer has to know if there wasn't a counterspell before, it is definitely, about time. As Bolt goes upstairs.
I think he's out of time. I believe that he's dead. I believe that the Snapcaster is about to attack for 2 points, which will put him to 6. And then they have the final 2 bolts in hand already and counterspell backup. So it's funny. Remember, if Spencer had just jammed the immediate turn instead of passing and trying to find a second spell, he would have, I think, won immediately, assuming these life totals are correct. And instead, now he's just dead. He doesn't know it, but he's just dead to 2 lightning bolts. As here comes the scape shift finally.
Yeah, I think
even Sam has 2 counterspells too, so he's got it covered every way.
Yep. I think Spencer did have he set up the double scape shift finally, but in Volt Polarity, it might make a copy. But it might also, I don't think Spencer has to cast he doesn't have to sacrifice the land. And
yeah, you could choose to sacrifice any lands. You can just sacrifice none if you want.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you're probably right from earlier. We'll probably sacrifice a Surveil land and grab another one if we have one left in deck. Might as well. This is a situation where you can roll the dice and say, like, evens is heads and odds is tails, right? Like, it is a sufficiently random way to do it. You don't have to actually flip a coin if you don't want to. And looks like as we head. So now that's escape
Would you like to sack any lands? It's your escape shift now. No,
congratulations, Spencer, being the first person in coverage ever to get in Vote Polarity. A moment in history for sure.
Yeah, chooses not to sacrifice anything. And now, like I said, Sam has 2 bolts in hand. So I think we're just all done here, assuming these life totals are correct. This game is over. We're not there yet.
Yeah, it makes me think that maybe the life totals are slightly off. They might be like Spencer has 1 more life, and Sam, that's why Sam didn't fire off the bolts there. But, Spencer down to 4 now. I have to imagine after we take this draw to just, triple check, we're going to see the bolts come on down.
Yeah, maybe looking for some counters, but I don't know. This could be anything. Ooh, looks like a Flage among the mix there. A little bit of Flage action. 4 of those.
Drake, I think one of them is Galvanic Discharge. It's just old bordered. When he picked his hand
up. We got old border bolts mixed with our old border discharges. Okay. Spencer might not be dead yet. But Flage plus bolt, I think, is enough. Yeah, all right, we did it. We did it all. I have only 3 copies of Flage for Sam. Sorry, here we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Last lightning bolt. That's going to clean it up. And Sam Clayton winning game number 1 over Spencer Colling. Have to wonder how the game looks if he just jammed scape shift the turn he had it. And, he worked through all the other counter spells. Put your last piece on the stack. Come on, Spencer. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see.
It's a tough spot to be, right? Where it's like, oh, I'm under no pressure. Maybe I should just wait a little bit, right? Like we talked about, there weren't any land drops happening from Sam, so their spells. But in game 1, some of those spells were both. So maybe Spencer, that one might keep him up at night as we do check out his sideboard now to see what he'll do for game number 2.
I'm just rooting for Valakut, I admit. All right, let's take a look at the sideboard here for this take on Gruul Valakut by Spencer Colling. We got 3 copies of Veil of Summer, 2 copies of Endurance, 2 copies of Pick Your Poison, 2 Force of Vigor, 2 Curse of Shaken Faith, 2 Damping Sphere, 1 Ghost Fire Slice, and 1 Dismember. I tell you what, the Veil of Summers are sticking out to me as the best of the bunch. Anything else you would reach for in this particular matchup?
Yeah, I mean, you played this deck a lot more recently than I last did, so Veil of Summer definitely strikes me as a thing. I could also see Endurance coming in, depending on how much of this wood elves type stuff you want to keep in, right? Like you could trim on that kind of thing, and then have Endurance, so Snapcaster maybe becomes a little less of a problem, and you can play some sort of medium beats. Maybe you bait a counter spell, and then you're able to stick something like a Acid Maw or Escape Shift or whatever. Although I imagine Maw might be just coming out a little clunky these days, but lots of different ways to go with it there. Let's check out what Sam's doing.
Pretty simple as far as changes. A lot of different small changes you can make. Now, here we go. We got the Jeskai Tempo deck featuring, as you mentioned, 4 copies of the Galvanic Discharge and all kinds of MH3 funness. Let's take a look at the sideboard, what we have to work with. We have 3 copies of Consign to Memory, 2 copies of High Noon, 2 copies of Force of Negation, 2 copies of Prismatic Ending, 2 Subtlety, 1 Mystical Dispute, 1 Invert Polarity, 1 Teferi Time Raveler, and 1 additional Wrath of the Skies. What changes are we making against Titan Shift?
So one of the cool things about getting to create really strong cards like Ugin's Labyrinth and a bunch of strong Eldrazi is we get to create some strong answer cards as well to fight those. So that being said, Consign to Memory is actually a pretty strong card in this matchup, designed to really sort of hate on the Eldrazi, but it can counter triggers. So specifically like a Valakut trigger, if you go for it on like an exactly 7, you could counter 1 or multiple because you can replicate it. Also counters the 1 ring. So I imagine we'll bring in 1 or 2 of those. You might not want the full 3, really depends on what you want to sideboard. These galvanic discharges, they're not super good, so I'm going to imagine those are going to go. You're definitely going to want your force negations. Those are premium in this matchup. And I imagine Invoke Polarity as a clunky counterspell, but a clunky counterspell. You know, you have it, and you have a bunch of cards like Discharge, Wrath of the Skies. Wrath is definitely one you probably don't want. You know, maybe you're afraid of some pivot plan, but for the most part, you're up a game, you can probably risk to cut those and just, you know, maybe leave in a Discharge or 2. But I imagine all of those cards are going to come in. And I'm really excited to see Consigned Memory here, Drake. This is a card, you know, designed to kind of put pressure on these big mana decks and, you know, doing it right now.
Yeah, I have to wonder too if Sam knows what's kind of going on in this matchup and knows that Primeval Titan is present. If there's any additional interest in subtleties and consigned memories, because pretty good against the Primeval Titan trigger as well. If he knows it's there. Now, like I said, a lot of the Gruul Valakut decks are throttling back on Primeval Titan, so you know there's a good chance he's really only going for the Valakut trigger and stuff like that, which is fine. That's still very powerful, but it gets even better with the presence of Primeval Titan. So, like I said, a classic matchup with a lot of new looks. You talked about designing cards, answers, as well as threats. We get to see some of that at play here as these players shuffle up here for game number 3. Spencer Colling, as you mentioned, has some success on Gruul Valakut, down a game against Sam Clayton. His take, it's called Jeskai Tempo, but I would argue more of a Wizards deck with Snapcaster and Tamiyo and the Flames of Anor and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, think about what you said there a little bit. Subtlety, great call out. We know we have Titan. He doesn't. He might just bring those in because maybe he doesn't want. He wants to trim a Flage or 2, right? And he just wants to hold him up the whole game. And he's just like, yeah, it's a 4-mana 3/3 with flash and flying. That's good enough.
Good enough.
If I snag your Dryad, maybe that saves me from some weird Valakut triggers. And then he's gonna learn like, oh dang, I'm the goat. I just I got this.
I'm so sick. Yeah, if you had a Primeval Titan, like we're done. Like that's just so good. But it depends on exactly how much Sam Clayton knows about, I think, the Gruul Valakut deck, or at least assumes about the Gruul Valakut deck. Like I said, many of the current Scapeshift looks have been Scapeshifts with wishes to grab just Scapeshift. You're really kind of just doing that with the 1 ring, and more like Wrenn and 6. Like that's been the traditional look. This is a lot more return to true Titan shift, and including Primeval Titan choosing to eschew the wishes and reaching for the old classic of Acid Moss. What?
Yeah, and Sam Clayton's part of Team Flex Slot here. It's got the little shirt on, and Flex Slot, helps us with some of our stuff, which is very nice of them. With the deck lists online are all through Flex Slot, but they're playing all our events. They're very in tune with Modern. They're practicing a bunch, so I'm sure Sam, if someone's going to really know what's going on, it's going to be those players. They're really in tune with things. We saw Adam Weiss earlier on coverage today, won the RC in Dallas, and is 2-1 so far going into this round today. So those players are in tune, and sometimes they do their own things. We see George Jabor, one of their players, loving to do Dark Days and doing.
Can't get away from it.
Yeah, but they're informed decisions, right? Like they might have things they bias towards, but there's a reason why they're doing these things. They try to make their plans work, which is really exciting to see.
Yeah, again, this is all, you mentioned it a little bit, this is all context leading up to the Pro Tour, of course, in Amsterdam. This is something that I think there's a lot of eyes on this Modern format, and it's kind of the way it's breaking out. And we've seen all kinds of different strategies being tested by players that are intending to be at the Pro Tour, as well as just NRG mainstays, people like Connor, people like Harrison Canford, that are really just looking to solidify their leaderboard position, while Spencer Colling among the mix as well. Looking to increase their leaderboard position and make some bids at the series. There's a lot on the line for these players that is both tangible on the prize slide and some intangible as far as testing goes and things like that. As looks like we have found a very low mulligan here for Sam Clayton. I believe 5 cards. Spencer kicking things off with a Wooded Foothills Crack.
I think Spencer has Grazer on turn 1. And if he has Flame, I don't know, but if he has it, it'll be nice.
Yeah, that's part of the power of this kind of the Flare setup here. I think I saw Canister post a little bit about how he tried a million different things with the Flare cultivation, trying to make it work. Couldn't really figure it out. It's like, yeah, Grazer's like the only good thing to sack. And for Spencer Colling, he's like, well, that's fine. I'll just play Grazers. It's a card I want to play with anyway. And here comes the Surveil.
Yeah, the Gruul Valakut deck is a special home for it too, because you can play cards like Wood Elves, which were like typically one-ofs that you could like sometimes pack for in weird spots, and it was like a card that was reasonable back in the day. And now, with Flare of Cultivation, it's a lot more reasonable, right? Like suddenly you get that land plus the ability to turn it into another one. So, Spencer really far ahead here on mana, and a little bit of card advantage there from Sam as he bins the plays.
Plays to the bin with the Surveil lands. Talk to me. Back to turn 2 we go, starting off with a Farseek. This one also got an upgrade thanks to the Surveil lands. Can go get a little bit of extra bang for your buck. Could already grab the shock lands and things like that, but it had to enter tapped. Had no option for it to enter untapped. So why not get a Surveil for your trouble?
Yeah, the Surveil lands have been very big players in Modern. And like you said, for decks like this that have low agency over their draw steps, and just sort of are like, well, the top of my deck's the top of my deck. I can't really do much. I can just be as redundant as possible. These are huge gets. And with, cards like Farseek where you're going to have to get tap lands anyways, it really takes away that drawback of like, oh, well, maybe like it will enter, like tap all the time's bad. It's just going to already be that way. So really smart innovation there from Spencer and Valakut players in the whole to adopt these things wholesale.
Yeah, and like I said, it's looked really clean. And honestly, Spencer looked like it was a really competitive game 1. It was really close. And, things could broke one way or the other. It wasn't really, it looks like this deck's back. We are so back, us Titanship players. As here comes the Flare of Cultivation. That one's for free. Cha-ching, as Arboreal Grazer hits the bin.
And I love this play from Spencer. He could have used mana, right? Like we have a bunch of mana. I'm not even sure we have a follow-up. But if Spencer maybe has something like a Valakut in hands and wants to actually make the land drops, then this is a great play because Sam is like, well, I can't counterspell this. I might get the one ringed and I'll just lose the game, right? And so Sam's kind of like forced into a position where he probably has to let this card resolve, which Spencer, as we saw in game 1, is fine to just let the lands develop. He knows on average he'll find a way to get a Valakut in play and then take over the game.
Right. And holding the fetch land certainly speaks to that as well. Well, maybe not. Maybe we have some other kind of follow-up is Wooded Foothills. Typically, you hold those. If you have a Valakut in hand, you want to hold those as long as possible because they represent instant speed Valakut triggers that can help with all kinds of various problems when you need a bolted instant speed that's uncounterable. Here, he's fetching proactively, did flare. I don't believe he's played a land yet this turn, so still have a land drop available, 4 mana available. One ring? It's Acid Boss time. Oh, yeah. You have 2 lands. I have 5. What about 6? And you go to 1. How does that sound? I love the shoulder movement there from Sam as he casts turn the narrative there. Tune the narrative to draw a card, make 2 energy. Yeah, that doesn't counter Acid Boss, and neither does the consigned memory he has in hand. So away goes his land. Another one coming for Spencer.
Yeah, and this is like, this is sort of what we talked about before, right? Like if Sam had tapped out there with the counterspell, and assuming he had it, obviously he didn't, it would have been, just game ending. And Spencer did a really good job of setting this up here and also just sort of calling, right? We saw last game, he sort of held onto his spells a little bit, but this game is like, no, Sam mulligan to 5. I'm not threatening lethal. Let's just, get those lands.
I mean, it's good if you do, good if you don't. If you counter it, don't care. I mean, this is like not that high value. If you do counter it, or sorry, if you don't counter it, you're down to 1 land. Like your deck doesn't play a ton of lands, and now here is my 4th Surveil land, so I'm just getting the cantrip while making my land trips. I have 7 mana, you have 1. Let's play Magic.
Yeah, you see Spencer and Sam laughing there about the 4th commercial district. Spencer's in there, he's shopping. And
he's doing a lot of shopping. I don't know what the flavor is there, but he's certainly shopping.
Well, he just hasn't found something he wants yet. He keeps binning it, It's just
right. Yeah. The one ring, that's something he wants. That's a nice find at the jewelry store, as we're going to try to counter the protection ability, I believe, on this one.
Well, you can counter the spell. It counters Colorless.
Because it's Colorless, right? We can counter the spell. We have a second one, so don't worry about that. Sam shakes his hand. Yeah, that's not going to be good.
Yeah, you can replicate Consign, but unfortunately it doesn't hover on the stack for the next one.
It doesn't stick around. Yeah, it doesn't produce another one in your hand. It's not buyback. All right, let's look at this one. Triggered ability or colorless spell. So yeah, that one does get even more mileage countering the One Ring, but second copy of One Ring means that we are getting through with our draw.
Yeah, cards like Ceremonious Rejection, didn't see a ton of play. So giving them a little extra juice like this is a great way to help give more texture and back and forth in these games, especially when you're giving those decks very powerful cards. Getting something like this is super nice. Even being able to consign to memory the Storm trigger can matter against, Grape Shot. Suddenly you're not getting hit for a bunch, Maybe they could go back and do it again, but sometimes they aren't able to do that. And now your sideboard cards get a little extra mileage. So sort of a nice tool players have unlocked.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if it's going to be good enough against the 8 mana Spencer Colling and One Ring versus 3 mana. Speaking of so back, here's Mystic Gate, Filter Lands back in play for players. That's how you know Modern has healed. We are over to Spencer. Going to take a damage, but life total to no pressure means this One Ring is primed to clock in and go to work. 2 more cards coming for Spencer Colling, down from no hand to 5 cards, I believe is the math.
Yep. This really reminds me of that meme online where it's like, you hit your head a little hard, bro. You're okay. What's a grief? We're
yeah, what's grief? What happened? I just want to acid boss some people.
And Sam here forced on Volt Polarity. Now, if he wins the flip here, like we talked about before, he might end up sacrificing, this filter land to go get a Surveil land.
Yeah, I mean, I'd sacrifice something. It looks like it was just countered, and so nothing there. Chooses not to cast the Flare of Cultivation in his hand. It does have a mountain in his hand. Back over to Sam Clayton we go, but the One Ring is still in play, and Flame of Anor says destroy target artifact. One Ring's indestructible, so that's not going to solve any problems here.
Yeah, Sam's going to need a Shadow Spear, I think, to unlock some... I guess Shadow Spear doesn't remove Indestructible. It removes Hexproof, excuse me.
Hexproof, yeah, I believe.
Yes,
well,
yes.
No, because it's supposed to kill gods, right? It has to remove Indestructible, too.
Yeah, it probably does. Anyway, Sam, that's some free advice. Maybe to shout.
I'm trying to get the flavor going. Here is Valakut added to the mix. That's an important land drop for Spencer Colling because now any mountains played are going to start bolting right away. We know he has a basic mountain in hand. He has a Flare of Cultivation he held in his hand as well. That's a lot of damage. I don't know if he has lethal yet, but just ramp spells are starting to look close to lethal.
Yep. And, this is a really good position for him. And this is sort of kind of what we saw him trying to, set up in game 1, right? Where Sam had enough answers and had the Snapcaster to put pressure on. But now Spencer's just like, hey, I don't have to do anything. You don't have a ton of pressure. And I can outrace my own One Ring when it comes to damage.
Yeah,
so
call me when you're going to cast something. Like,
yeah.
I don't have to move. I'll draw 100 cards. It's fine with me.
Mm-hmm. And so, Sam trying to, get some pressure on the board is going to be his number one priority, but it's so hard when there's all this pressure on you. And, Spencer even has a Veil of Summer here. So the moment he finds something like Scape Shift, we might see that come down. It looks like he also thumbed an Endurance to the front of his hand.
Man, I'm so into this. This deck is so sweet. This Valakut deck, I don't know. I might have to hit up some NRG Series.com for some singles after this show. I'll tell you what.
You should definitely do it.
Nerd Rage. I think it's nerdragegaming.com. I think NRG Series best taking the series, and you can filter through, whatever.
Yeah,
a plug nonetheless.
Yes, there.
This here is land number 5, but again, we have no pressure.
I'm sorry to laugh. It's just so funny. Sam's hand of like all blue spells and Sacred Foundry. It's just like.
That's why we didn't sack the Mystic Gate. That card's clocking in, going to work. The Sacred Foundry's not doing any favors. 2 Snapcaster Mages on the Preordain. Well, the pressure.
Yeah, I think you're low-key forced to keep at least 1 just because you need to do your damage. And you're probably your best bet of winning is hoping Spencer just literally draws all lands and the One Ring does a ton of damage and you go Bolt, Snap, Bolt.
How does this Jeskai deck ever beat the One Ring? You just have to counter it or you lose in the spot. This looks bloody.
Yeah, I imagine that's it. You could have, something like Static Prison to answer it. This deck does use energy, but that is definitely not, if your One Ring even gets, 1 or 2 turns of being active, sometimes that can be enough.
Does Wrath of the Skies ever get it?
It's indestructible is the problem.
So, it's destroy. It's not
I believe Wrath of the Skies is destroyed. I don't think we went with Exile.
Okay, well, that one doesn't do it. All right, I guess you just have to race it with bolts and stuff. Maybe that's a fine plan for some people, but Sam is not finding the lightning bolts right now. It's Tamio finally added to the board on turn 5. That one not on time. And Endurance, I believe, coming down here on end step. Doesn't represent much, but cleaning up the graveyards makes that Snapcaster we just drew a lot worse. But if you counterspell this, you're untapping, Spencer gets to draw 4 cards off the One Ring, and then what happens? Not a good spot to have only 2 mana up if you're Sam Clayton. This the Acid Moss being felt here many turns later.
Mm-hmm.
Countered is Endurance. Now shields are down. 3 damage for Spencer. Happy to take that. And draw step we go. 4 more cards available if he wants it. And I can't imagine Sam's getting another turn.
Yeah, I think this is...
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this is tough. From Spencer's perspective too, like he could have Veil Summered that, plenty of mana, could have got a redraw, could have got the pressure, but just knows that's not what the game is about and wants to fight over cards like Force and Negation if those are there. So you see Spencer really trying to sculpt himself, picked up a Primeval Titan and plays a Valakut.
You're a 10. I think you can just kill him with land drops. Like if he has a fetch land, he's dead. Yeah, okay. Here's 6 more. And I can just fetch. And it also just has Primeval Titan and the works in hand. So that game won by miles thanks to the One Ring. Spencer Colling is going to steal game number 2. I say steal, but he just played cards and they lined up well. So it's not really like he stole anything. He just the cards lined up there well in game 2. And to game 3 we go. We take another quick look at the sideboards. We see not a ton of sideboard changes, I think, from either player. Veil of Summer had a potential to be a major player, and we did see Endurance in the deck. That was something you kind of called out as maybe we want, maybe we don't. We did see he's interested. The Snapcasters as a 4X makes the Endurance makes more sense. If you can pitch cast, really disrupt a counter spell, that's going to be very meaningful. But outside of that, didn't see any kind of Blood Moon's effects that would make you want Pick Your Poison or Force of Vigor, and not really under enough pressure to justify any removals like the Slice of the Dismember. I don't even know if you want to keep the Endurance in. Maybe in game 3, just I want to do -3 bolts plus 3 Veil of Summer, ship it.
Yeah, I think that's super fair. And I also think maybe there's some amount of play draw discrepancy here, right? Getting an early Endurance down before your opponent counterspells. If you go turn 1 Grazer, turn 2 just slam the Endurance in your main phase, pass. Now, Sam's oh, I can't kill that unless I have 2 bolts, or have some.
You can't even attack with Tamio anymore. So that's probably actually pretty good.
Yeah, so I can on the play, I can totally it appeals to me a bit more. On the draw, I totally understand where you're coming from too. Of maybe I just want to go fast and just put back in my ramp spells and try and steal the play back. And now I'm just not going to even have this card. So really a lot of different play to it, and that's one of the cool things I love about Modern is even with a deck like this that is very linear and focused, there is some delineation, right? And you and I can talk about this with a little bit of there's a little bit more than meets the eye, and it's so cool to see as our players are drawing their hands for game number 3 here.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the sideboard cards there from Sam were shaped in the same way as Consigned to Memory and Invert Polarity. Didn't really see any kind of subtleties or anything like that. A lot of the Flame of Anars and stuff like that did stay in. They represent the ability to kill Primeval Titans and Dryads as well as just draw cards, even if the Destroy Artifact mode, not great. Do just kind of want to have ways to get some card advantage if you're holding up your mana every turn, and Flame of Anar does provide that. Now, I have to wonder, too, the spell snares that are in Sam Clayton's deck, do they have any targets? Typically you're okay, I want all my counter spells. I don't think spell snare is, there's 2 of them.
Yeah,
I think they have no targets.
it's Farseek, and I think that's it.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's really not that super good. Now, we did talk about how Sam has a bunch of cards that he probably doesn't want. And so we might end up seeing it just because he cut 1 but couldn't figure out how to cut 8 or 9 cards, Sometimes, especially in a deck like this that is powerful but not as popularly played, you might end up having a little bit of awkwardness occur because you just can't build your sideboard to beat everything.
Right, that's exactly where I was going. Is it looks to me like Sam is really actually kind of unprepared for the matchup, just kind of trying to find cards that happen to line up less so than surgically targeting this deck, and that can contribute a lot to Spencer's success so far. I think his deck is really smartly built, and I think a lot of people are not going to be ready for it. And things like the Acid Moss give you a lot of game against the new face of the Tron decks, these Colorless Prison decks and things like that, able to just pick off a land and ramp you. That's a big deal in that matchup. I think there's a lot of really smart decisions he's made, and he's set himself well both in this matchup and at the metagame at large at 3-0. Looking to make a pretty deep run at our leaderboard, kind of on the outside looking in of a lot of the leaderboard payout right now, but a deep run here in a showdown. As we saw with Dom, it only takes 1 weekend. You can win both events, and suddenly you're at the top of the leaderboard. And Spencer setting himself up nicely to do that as both players leading on tap lands. Thundering Falls for Sam, Valakut for Spencer.
So from Sam, when he was searching his deck, I took a little look-ski-poo, Drake. We have all the Galvanic Discharges still in the deck. So it looks like Sam decided to fight that fight and wants to maybe be able to stop the Dryad from accelerating mana or, being early Valakut stuff, which makes a fair bit of sense too, like we talked about this there. But I didn't see any spell snares. So it looks like those left the deck, and we kept in the Discharges, hoping just to line it up well.
Well, and they line up maybe okay against Grazer. Grazer's actually kind of annoying. If you're trying to do Snapcaster beatdowns as your primary way to win the game, a random Grazer sticking around could be worth 6-8 life. And that's a really big deal if you're trying to be a Jeskai tempo deck, as the deck name claims to be, as here comes Farseek. No spell snare for that one at the ready. Just the Rogren Triumph still tapped. And so Commercial District number 1 hitting the board for Spencer. And once again, I called out that Spencer's deck plays all 4. We've seen already in this match all 4 in play at the same time. This is a deck that I'm not confident. If you could play Infinite, I don't know how many it is, but I'm thinking like it's 5 or 6. Like you would play more than 4 of Commercial District if you could. You have so many ways to find it.
Yeah, I almost wonder if the deck should splash one, right? Just be like,
Sure.
like the red something, and just you got another Surveil land. Format probably a little fast right now with Nadu and Ruby Storm probably might be a little dangerous, but I could totally see that the metagame moves in a more direction of like Sam's deck or something like, a controlling shell. That could be a great meta call for these Valakut players. And once again, a lot more than meets the eye here when it comes to this. Now, Sam, you did see asked Spencer cards in hand, wanted to make sure. That's because he has the Force Negation, so he does have a free quote-unquote counterspell that he can afford to tap out on one turn and have it answer to something like the One Ring or Escape Shift.
Yeah, I think we see actually a few free. I think there's a Subtlety in hand as well. So multiple pitch cards available for Sam, which is strong, but their pitch cards like those are most strong alongside Pressure. I mean, the Delver of Secrets being the face of that style of gameplay for so many years in Legacy. In this format, maybe it's more Tameo shaped, but typically you want some kind of advantage, either life total cards, whatever, that goes along with these. That's really a missing piece for Sam right now. So even though those pitch cards are going to buy him time, he's going to get more time for sure. He's not going to just die out the gate. We're setting up for a long game here. As here comes basically Cultivate. Like it's just, one green Cultivate looking to ramp a little bit. And now the question is, do you counter this? You're loaded on counter spells. You have counterspell, all kinds of stuff. Do you counter it? The answer is apparently yes. As you look at Flare of Cultivation, a callback to Cultivate, which finds two basic lands, puts one in tap, one the other in hand.
Yeah, I think Sam, that was the turn he needed to play a Flage. I know it's scary. It's the One Ring turn. You have the Force Negation. I think that is your way of winning, and you just have to like tap out, let Spencer do whatever rampy thing he wants, counter the One Ring if that comes down. On the next turn, hope that you can like fetch, get back your Flage on like the following-ish turn, and then start pressuring, because if you give Spencer infinite time, you're going to be in trouble. And honestly, Sam, game 1 of round 1, I'm sorry, of this round, excuse me, got a little lucky, right? Like Spencer maybe played a little bit too safe for a little too long and kind of snuck out a win. And that's a matchup that I think is pretty tough for him. And I think in these kind of matchups, you just have to take risks when you can afford to.
Yeah, I think I agree with your analysis almost entirely. This is a matchup where you really just need pressure. Like the Gruul Valakut deck with all of its powerful spells has a lot of inevitability. So even if you stop some of the early mana, even if you are able to stop the first couple payoff pieces, generally things will start to overwhelm you as the game progresses. You really need to highly value those early Flage, casts, those early Tameos. Things like that are really important for getting this matchup going in your favor, because you can stop the few first things, but it may not be enough to stop long term. You need a way to actually get ahead, slam the door in the game, or the Valakut deck will just overpower you over time.
Yeah, and we're seeing, this Flage getting stuck in Sam's hand, and it only gets more worse, right? Like last turn, there wasn't a ton that Spencer can do. Well, now we're on 4 mana, so now we're even setting up things like Veil of Summer plus the One Ring, or Wood Elves into something like Flare of Cultivation. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Spencer wants to play this game. And Sam here, has a Subtlety, so he's really hoping Spencer does something like a Dryad of the Elysian Grove. But if he doesn't, he might just be forced to, make that be a 3/3 and start putting pressure on Spencer.
Yeah, this is the dream here for Sam. Being able to tag, very quickly get a fetch. Being able to tag a Dryad is the best possible, because you want to put Subtlety into play anyway, get a real threat cooking. And Dryad is the best hit at this stage of the game for just stopping what Spencer has going on, making the trigger worth a real card, getting a 2-for-1 while establishing your clock. Like you said, if he doesn't play a Dryad, if he plays any other ramp spell, really, we're in a spot where you kind of have to flash it in as a threat anyway for the most part. Otherwise, the game's just continuing to slip more and more out of your favor as, the life total remains high for Spencer. So this was more or less the dream for Sam. Now, I don't see a Veil of Summer. I see Farseek, a couple Valakuts, and a Primeval Titan among the mix. So we might just keep this Dryad on top with all of these Valakuts.
Yeah, Valakut, Mountain, Titan, Farseek. Yeah, so I think with those cards, Spencer's pretty incentivized to just put the Dryad on top. It might get counter next turn, but you can just play your Valakut this turn, and then next turn do something like Dryad into Farseek. Looks like he's going to just develop the Mountain right now, wants to get the actual Mountain count a little higher. which makes sense.
Getting the
too.
natural mountain count higher makes some sense if you do end up in a spot where you want to play Primeval Titan. We'll see. Let's see exactly how he wants the sequence. I do think, you have so much time that I think you do want to reach for Dryad, which almost certainly is going to get met by Counterspell. Snap Counterspell looks like a really good turn for that. If I'm Sam, but
I think. Wait, does Sam have a tune plus discharge? I think he does, which he can respond to the Valakut trigger because it checks upon a resolution, as you and I both know. I'm sure getting blown out a couple times here, and he can make some energy and then kill the Dryad.
Right.
And that means he gets to save his snap counter, which is huge.
A big deal, because then the Primeval Titan's dialed up. But unfortunately, he will lose Subtlety still, because even if this Dryad dies, Spencer can cast Farseek and go grab another mountain. And then that will actually take care of the Subtlety, which does take care of the clock. So even though this exchange is going to work out well for Sam, there's a potential. Yeah, so we're getting a look here. 3 energy, but we got 2 more from the tune the narrative. And that means that we have 5 energy. We can spend 4 to kill that. That shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, that should not have happened.
Looks for 6 other mountains, right?
It looks like the judges caught it.
Oh no, it looks for 5 other mountains.
So yeah, we're 1 short, I believe, right now. I believe
no, I don't.
Because there's
you are 1 short because it was a mountain that was played, not the Valakut. If you play the Valakut, you're not short because it counts itself as a mountain and then sees the 5 other mountains. So yeah, there we go. Look at that one. It says at least 5 other mountains. So you have to have 5 other that it still sees on resolution. So if Valakut no longer becomes a mountain, it still sees 5 other as the 6th. And the trigger still works, but it does not work there. But the Farseek, as we called out, will work. So Farseek, go find Commercial District, which is a mountain, which is your 6th mountain, which will trigger Valakut, kill Subtlety, and give you a Surveil.
Yep. And, Sam here has held on to this Flage the whole game, has Snap Counterspell lined up as well, but, is getting really under a lot of pressure now as the Valakut
can't cast it, right? Because Primeval Titan, Force Negation doesn't get it.
Yeah, exactly. And Sam hasn't seen Primeval Titan the whole match, so he might think the Force Negation is good enough. And he might, this is like, okay, I've got to, pull the trigger on this now so I can actually get it out. But because we waited on doing this, I think we might get got here if Spencer goes for something like Titan. If Spencer goes for something like Escape Shift.
It's Primeval Titan, and Force Negation doesn't get that.
Yeah.
Oh, and the shake of the head from Sam, who realized we haven't seen Primeval Titan yet. And it's not normally even played in these decks. Force Negation saves you against One Ring. Escape Shift, not Primeval Titan. And look at him flicking the Galvanic Discharge. We don't have enough energy, right? We only can get the Force, so we can't even kill it.
Okay, I think we can still win, though, Drake.
Okay.
All right, so here's where we're at. We're at 20 life still right now, thanks to Flage, thanks to everything. So Spencer can't kill us this turn, right? He can dome us for a lot, but on our turn, we can Galvanic Discharge the Titan and then put Flage into play with Force Negation backup. And so if another Titan...
to land if we grab 2 Valakuts. So if we grab 2 Valakuts, the fetch land is worth 9 damage.
Yeah, but...
And you have to fetch.
But we already played our land for... Like, the fetch land is the land, so... You're able to do 12 damage here, right? Because you can get Valakut plus fetch land, or Valakut plus land. That's
Valakut mountain,
6.
Yeah, 6.
That puts Sam down to 12. 14, excuse me. Then you fetch, that puts Sam down to 8. So Sam's not dead. And we can actually kill the Titan because Galvanic Discharge is in hand.
But then any land is 6 more damage.
But Flage will gain you 3 life. So I think Spencer... the game's going to last a little bit, and what might end up happening is Spencer's going to end up having to double Valakut down the Flage, so it doesn't attack. But I think unless Spencer draws like a Primeval Titan, Sam might be able to steal this game.
Yeah, because like any Flare Cultivations, you have to Force Negate them, but that still works, and that's meaningful. Spencer at 11, I mean, that life total is pretty low. You mentioned Flage does kill pretty quickly, so there is some hope left for Sam Clayton, even though things look to be really, really precarious right now.
Yeah, he is on a razor-thin edge. That Attune actually, if we didn't have the Flage, Attune plus Discharge here actually kills the Titan. As it would, put it up to 6 energy. And it looks like Sam's going to actually go that route instead of doing the Flage line. Maybe
wants to try Snapcaster so that maybe you can get Snapcaster in play on step.
Only if you draw land, but yeah, I don't think he didn't hit the land. But now we have Galvanic Discharge that kills the Titan.
Right.
Yeah, and
I think he sees it. I think he sees the line. I think he sees he could have discharged plus Flage, and that would have been money. And now we have to discharge and not put anything in play. Now this does leave up Hardcast Force Negation, which means you don't have to pitch the Snapcaster, which means maybe you can get a little bit more threat. But I mean, your line sounded great to me, and I don't know if there's a reason not to. But based on Sam shaking the head, I think he saw it a little too late after the tune was already on the stack and cast. And I think he's a little shake there. I mean, a tough shot. Having Primeval Tide against just Force Negation, a lot to disrupt what's going on in your mental processes. As here comes a commercial district. This one, is this number 4? We did it again. All 4. Surveil is going to happen here for Spencer Colling. Going to get a look. 6 damage to 7. And on top goes the card. Oh, can't be excited about that. If you're Sam Clayton, it's a mountain, which puts him to 1.
And this is sort of the awkward part for Sam too, right? Is now land drops are
kill you. Every draw's good. Lands kill you. Any spell is a must counter, and everything of that ilk.
And if we had put Flage into play, right, we'd be up 4 life, and then the actual land drops would not kill us. And so the Valakuts probably would have had to have hit Flage, which buys you another turn. So Sam, really wants Spencer to draw spells. That's what it comes down to. He wants him to draw non-creature spells.
Yeah. Well, and now is Force Negation even up anymore? So
I believe we drew another. I believe we drew a Flame of Anora off.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not 100% positive, but also you're forced. You have to put Flage into play. The Titan of Fire's Fury is here, and I do see the Flame
dead on board. Dead on board, and land is lethal. A lot of lethal. Yeah, knock the top of the deck. A lot of lethal draws. Scape Shift. That one can be countered. Force Negation, pitch Flame of Anor. Lethal on board with the Flage. Sam gets bailed out.
Yep. And
a shake of the hand.
Well played, by both players there. A lot of decisions, a lot of different ways it can go, and they navigated it both very well, putting themselves in good positions to win. And congratulations to Sam moving on to 4-0. Spencer's still very live for our top 8. We're doing 8 rounds today. Could very easily rattle off 4 more in a row. We saw him do it last time. He can do it again. We're going to take a quick break, though, Drake, as our round is actually, this is one of the last rounds going on. So we'll be back in just a couple minutes. So get some water and stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG and St. Louis Modern 10K. I am Mason Clark, joined by my co-host here, Drake Sasser, and we are going to be doing some modern coverage. MH3 is out. We are deep into our tournament. It's round 5. Let's see what we're going to be talking about and what the players are playing for today, because it is players to watch time, Drake, because it is the end of Season 1 of our invitational circuit. That means at the end of this weekend, we're going to have some at-large people. They're going to make it to our invitational, punch their ticket. And our players to watch it were Mullaly, your round 1 feature playing Nadu. He is 4-0, winning to get that invite at-large here. Lots of 3-1s for our players here today, and a couple 2-2s. You can see that on your screen there. We're going to quickly check out our token as well, because you get an invite to our end of the year championship, a lot of money on the line. But also, if you win one of our Showdown events, as you can see, Connor here is the person in the middle, our 4-0 player. He and his friends won a team event, and they made a Goblin Shaman token. So you get those for winning the tournament and kind of immortalized in forever as that. And it's pretty exciting to get to see that and see what players do. We saw May French win our last event, and she got her food token today that's given out at our event. So it's pretty cool to see that and sort of immortalize that forever as our feature match is starting. And we have Nadu on feature, but it's a little different this time.
Yeah, so part of the equation, I guess, when Nadu has been spoiled and in the time since then has been, what's the best shell? What does that look like? So we've seen some dedicated decks of various colors and splashes and things like that throughout the tournament. We've also seen decks like Mason Grody's in round number 1, his Selesnya Heliod deck that featured a few copies as well. It's just a thing to do. Here's an extra value creature. And Moskal here on our right is taking the same approach, but this time in a very different shell. So this is actually going to be using Kappa Cannoneer alongside the well-known affinity cards, Memnites, Ornithopters, those kinds of cards, to assemble this affinity strategy. We've seen quite a bit of that in the various formats with the Improvise and Thought Monitor, things of that nature. But yeah, this just features Nadu and 3 Shuko as well, because Shuko, 1-mana artifact, makes all your artifacts cheaper. Also, you could just try to combo off, make a bunch of stuff. You want 4 Urza Saga anyway, so here it's very easy to find a Shuko. And Shuko's just like a real card, too. Getting an extra point of power is meaningful if you're playing an artifact aggressive strategy. Now
Yeah,
on our
and you
left,
still have a combo kill, right? Like you were saying
Right.
with Kappa Cannoneer, you put in your whole deck, you put in the Lightning Greaves in this case, which is an extra copy of Shuko here from Moskal's deck, and then you just attack with the Kappa Cannoneer that is probably big enough in those scenarios.
Right, exactly. And you have Shadow Spear to get through blockers. Like, you get to really do it all with your equipment and finish the game out that way. Sam here on our left, a little bit more of a traditional deck, playing Red and 6, the Fairy Time Raveler, Omnath, but also featuring some new cards. You got 3 copies of Flage alongside the Solitudes, and then 2 copies of 6. So we have Red and 6, and we also just have 6 in this deck as well. 2 copies of that. So featuring some new cards in the 4-color Omnath, an archetype well known, but lighter on elementals. Remember, Fury is banned, as here comes quite a start here for Moskal. Beautiful Ornithopter and a Gilded Goose. Or it was just a Surveil land. A Shock land for Sam.
Yep. And that's one of the interesting things here about like the Horizon sets too, when you mentioned the 6, is we're getting to the point where we can start referencing, themselves. Where it's like, oh, Red and 6 from 6 years ago or whatever. It's like, yeah, actually that's enough time where this is kind of a funny little joke on like kind of a cool idea for design that works well with this character. Let's make it happen. And that is one of the things you get to see. And 6 is, we're talking about it being a little bit of a joke here. It is not a joke. Once that card hits the battlefield, if the game is about grinding, it is going to take over.
Right, and that's part of the power, right? 4-color Omnath certainly trying to grind the opponents out among the more, I guess, grindy. This is kind of the face of the grindy interactive Magic we've referred to pre-Modern Horizons 3. So the Modern Horizons 2 metagame is very much about that. Some elemental bannings along with Modern Horizons 3 has changed the texture quite a bit, but we see Sam here at 3-0-1 with a take on that, as here is Moskal on his kind of resurgence of an old deck, now featuring new cards like Kappa Cannoneer that add directly to the archetype, and things like Nadu that provide a pivot.
Yeah.
Now, Red and 6, no targets, 2 O2s across the battlefield, so a little bit insured against getting that little bit of extra value from Ren being able to pick something off, but fetch land able to be picked up, I believe, for Sam. So
big
value
thing
still
to
be done.
Yeah, big thing to keep in mind with this one as well, Drake, is Sam has these dress downs in his main deck. And that is a way to actually stop Nadu from comboing, but only for a turn, right? Because eventually they'll get the activate abilities back. But with 6, you can retrace that on your own instep in perpetuity, meaning that Sam actually has a little bit of a plan against these Nadu decks in his main deck, has a little bit of game against these Urza constructs, while also allowing him to go something like end of turn dress down, main phase of Flage, doesn't get the inner battlefield abilities, and suddenly, you're putting a lot of pressure on them as a Nadu just gets turboed out here.
I love this play from Moskal a lot. So this is actually one of the cool features. You don't have to hold it close to the chest like the combo decks do. You can choose to just jam your Nadu out, and it's like, okay, here's my Nadu, Winged Wisdom. You can see that on the screen. If you want to start targeting stuff, like I'm going to start drawing cards, I can do that too with my equipment. But also if you kill it, like I just don't care that much. I can just pivot back into my artifact plan, start activating my Urza Saga, making constructs, doing it that way. Now, the dress downs are good against all of that. They're good against the constructs, good against Nadu, so that's a really heads-up thing that Sam has available to him. But Moskal here, like I said, able to represent some of the power of just incorporating Nadu into his affinity artifact aggro strategy. It's just being able to jam it right into play and not necessarily have a plan for anything to do with it right away. It just attacks, it blocks, it's big, it's a 3/4 flyer. People don't normally attack with it, but it actually is very good at attacking and blocking too.
Yeah, Nadu is just kind of a nicely statted creature here. So you just see a prismatic and then come down, hits the Nadu, and Nadu, gets triggers whenever something like that happens. So that Nadu gets exiled. So James is going to,
Oh my god, a card for your trouble too. This card just does it all.
Yeah. And, we see James has Shuko in hand. So if Sam doesn't have something like a Solitude in order to, answer this Nadu, things could be in big trouble.
A foil Shuko. Oh, what are those worth now? Whew. And here comes Nadu as well. Moskal, we know about Nadu. I mean, Sam knows about Nadu as well. There's nothing hidden about this Nadu. We just jam it or not. And it looks
I think James is thinking about what creature is supposed to tap to the Springleaf Drum. And I think he decided, I'll leave the goose up in case I get another goose to make mana.
Right. And you can also,
right.
You can make some additional, you just make additional mana. That's really the entire equation is here comes the Shuko. So we're exploiting that. And off to the races, 3 cards. He's saying, I'm just going to do it all one shot. I don't care what happens in between. I'm doing nothing in between. So I'm going to do it all at once. I think that's a Cavern of Souls.
I agree. It is a
Spire
Cavern
of Industry.
Yeah. And Now we're doing a little counting to see if we can improvise, and also we have a Frogmite in this pile, so we can maybe just put that onto the battlefield. There are 3 artifacts currently, so if you played the Shuko, that would be the 4th. You can also play the Shadow Spear.
Not sure what was named with this cavern, but Kappa Cannoneer can come down right now. That'd be strong. Here's Shadow Spear.
Yep. That's going to be 4 things. And now we're going to get to, Shuko twice here with this Frogmite.
Frogmite's more cards. My God.
Yeah. And that's one of the interesting things, right? Like James with having just these free spells with like Ornithopter and Frogmite, they work into the Shuko kind of engine. Yeah, we hit 2 more lands here, which means we can almost assuredly put this Kappa Cannoneer into play via improvising. The Shuko is mana neutral. We have all these other artifacts in play. Yeah, and
here it comes. Yeah, Kappa Cannoneer, and that one doesn't need any help. I mean, of course, you can still Shuko it as well, so of course you still get your value. But I mean, Kappa Cannoneer here. I mean, what is this? Turn 3? It's crazy how much stuff has just happened here. We're going to put another Shuko in play because it is free to do. So you play it, tap it for improvise. So that's a free thing to do. And Kappa Cannoneer comes in. It does cost you a counter on your Kappa Cannoneer, but I don't think you're going to struggle to get those. As 2 more cards come along, including Springleaf Drum. Are we out of creatures finally?
Yeah, and we're out of it. And this is one of the interesting things, right? Like, we get to play a game without Nadu that's, able to like beat down a little bit and do stuff. But we also, when we Nadu, we don't always go through our whole deck like the Nadu combo deck would, right? And so in this situation, we're in an interesting spot from James where he just has like some, big creatures, accrued a lot of cards, and it's just hoping Sam doesn't have, something like Wrath Disguise with extra energy in order to like clean up the battlefield.
Yeah, Wrath of the Skies. I was about to say, what's the Wrath of the Skies count? That seems like one of the only outs here as a 3 mana Wrath. Of course, you guys have 4th land to make it happen for 2 as well. That can clean up a lot of the garbage in Battlefield right now, including the Urza Sagas, who needs to have it now, does not. Okay, the One Ring does buy time, but a lot more cards are going to come for Moskal if this happens.
An interesting thing worth noting here from Moskal is he does not have a way to win the game if he like goes through his whole deck, right?
Right.
He does not have a Thassa's Oracle or anything like that in his main deck. He doesn't have, the Coliseum stuff. So we can just put a bunch into play. And if Sam can just like buy time and just, like sit here and exchange some resources, do the One Ring, and then eventually wrath the board, that would be enough to actually kind of, potentially win the game. It looks like we are evoking a Solitude.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're evoking Solitude. Have to imagine that's going after Nadu, which sure is. So there goes Nadu. But I mean, the damage is very much done. I mean, you do have a One Ring online, so you're going to get a turn off. But I mean, you've got to be facing down lethal with these constructs and Kappa Cannoneer in the next turn, no matter what happens. So now the pressure's on. You have to find Wrath of the Skies. You need to find Dress Down. You need to find some way to clean up all this stuff. And then who knows what the leftovers looks like. I mean, that could still be a problem on its own.
All right, I see the line to victory for Sam. Next turn, Omnath, fetch, put another One Ring into play. Following turn, play 6 and start retracing the One Rings ad nauseum and just lock your opponent out of the game. Because the Civic Nadu deck here from Moskal does not have any way to push damage if the One Ring starts getting looped, and Sam can just assemble that loop. It's a little tough. It's not free. I'm not going to act like it is, but Sam has that available to him.
I mean, there's something. The point is, like, this board state looks hopeless. It's not actually. That's really the equation that's going on here. Is there are paths to victory still for Sam, and you can see him very calm, cool, collected, facing down all of the artifacts across the board. And this, again, this is what Affinity's always been about. It puts a bunch of stuff into play very quickly, and Nadu is certainly very powerful at making that happen as well. Here's another shell that Nadu can fit into, even if it is not as dedicated of a combo deck. Just getting Urza Sagas into play, we see contracts being made, Kappa Cannoneer growing. And basically, if Moskal is allowed to attack ever again with the board state as it is, the game is over. So the question is, what can Sam do to make that not the case? And you mentioned some One Ring loops. Maybe some Wraths are available. Dress Down in that mix as well.
Yeah, Wrath of the Skies, interestingly, it destroys artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. So it will actually clean up this Urza Saga as well. So that could be a thing where maybe, Sam just Wrath the Skies for a little bit, gets hit by a big Kappa Cannoneer, but isn't quite dead. Just basically gets like another turn and then works towards that stabilization we've been talking about. The One Ring will, Sam won't have issues providing cards. It's really about him having the specific cards at this point.
Right. And speaking of a little bit of filtering and selection, here's Inquisitive Puppet. a card not really seen too much in Modern, now getting its pedigree here. A 1-mana artifact creature construct from uncommon from Throne of Eldraine. Enters the battlefield, scry 1, kind of, I guess, an Urza Saga scry of some kind, analogous to the Surveil lands in its own way. And you can exile it to make a 1/1 human, so it can become a real boy. Isn't that cute?
Yeah, and the cool thing about the puppet, too, is, like, we talked about this before, the cards coming in, like, adding high-power cards means sometimes there are better things to enable them. Inquisitive Puppet is just, like, kind of 4 triggers for Nadu, right? You play it early, it helps your affinity stuff, and then you equip twice, then you exile it and make your little real boy, as it were, right? Your Pinocchio story. And then you equip it twice with the Shuko and get more cards. So this is a really cool kind of thing that gets to see play because of things like Nadu. That's pretty exciting. Now, this Kappa Cannoneer is suited up, Drake. It is.
I think we're going to attack Ren and gain a bunch of life. I think that is the plan here. So we've suited it up with the Shukos and everything and all the counters and the Shadow Spear. And now we're obliterating this Ren and 6 and going to gain a pile of life. So this is just a way to get some kind of value out of your attack step when nothing else matters. And so it's pretty heads up by Moskal. We've suited up the turtle. The Blastoise has its Blastoise cannons and Shukos and is going to work on Ren and 6.
Yeah, Drake, I know this looks crazy. I think James did his thing. He got a lot of advantage. I think if Sam has like a Solitude or something that can stop some of the side aggression, block a little bit, gain some life, he might be able to really get out of this because there's not a ton of pressure outside of that construct and this Kappa Cannoneer. Now, we're able to make another construct and things like that, but if we can answer those efficiently, we could probably take a Kappa hit for a turn or two.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely closer than it looks. And part of that is the power of the One Ring, at this point, very well known in the Modern format. Nadu still kind of earning its stripes, but it appears to be of similar power level on first read. And, the same equation is going on where it's, okay, what's the best shell? And here is exactly that chain, right? Where, One Ring for the trigger, but keep the one on 2.
I like this from Sam. We talked about it. Sam's trying to set up, looping the One Rings and stuff like that. And he's very clear. He's like, yeah, I actually just need to draw a bunch of cards next turn.
I need the cards so bad. So I'll take the damage. That's fine. I need to not get beat down by your attack step. And I'm just going to save this and try to draw out of it. And I think we're reaching for the Gigantha now based on Moskal's posturing here. As here's more constructs. The board has more dice, more things moving around. Another Saga's going to digging. Not much left to dig for. Springleaf Drum and Shukos among the mix. I have to imagine it's Drum. I guess we have Wilmore Puppet. So maybe it's the last puppet. We have 2 of these Inquisitive Puppets in our deck.
Yeah, I can imagine Mimnite, Shuko, Puppet, Springleaf. There's just a billion things you can grab. Whatever makes the most sense to you, I think is probably reasonable.
I mean, yeah, once again, how much does it matter? Who knows? Gilded Goose maybe can start making some food, but for the most part, the One Ring doing kind of an old... This is what Ensnaring Bridge used to do to games of Modern, where you would just have this board state where it's, if you were ever allowed to attack, the game ended on the spot, but that is not what is going on here. The One Ring chains are enabling that, but it's got to keep going. As here comes the second Inquisitive Puppet. We drew it. Scry 1. Top, says Moskal.
Yep. I really think Sam has a third of the One Ring in hand, Drake, because he could have kept the other ring, and it would be the same number of cards over this one turn cycle. But on the following turn cycle, that's where we get really interesting, where we'd have one less card. So I think Sam is probably... I think the reason he's so calm is he just knows he's going to loop One Rings the whole game. As long as he can find the 6.
Out. So what can we do about it? We can draw more cards. We have things like Thought Monitors and Thoughtcast, things of that ilk. Beseiju Who Endures, there's a single copy. There's a single copy of Odawara, but none of those really do anything.
Yeah, I think Moskal is just in a position where he is kind of stone cold dead to this One Ring loop. Like, his game 1 plan is just, I'm going to put a bunch of things in play and hope to overwhelm you. And it's a pretty good plan. If we didn't have that One Ring on curve, we would have been in huge trouble. Unfortunately, we had the One Ring on curve. We had the backup one. And so, this kind of we're just calling bluff and not having anything that can answer the ring in your main deck, a reasonable place to be. But also sometimes they have the cards that need to beat you. And we're going to have to see that.
It's clear to me that if we don't have the One Ring loop, that just like a massive Wrath of the Skies doesn't solve most of the problems. As here's a Surveil to the graveyard. So once again, the power of One Ring on full display here for the 4-color Omnath deck as Moskal. This is the Indiana Jones reference where the guy's just like slinging swords all over the place and just gets blasted. It's like, no, none of your fancy posturing, all your permanents. I'm not scared of him. Have you read this One Ring card? You read this thing?
Yeah, it's very nice.
Here,
I mean, this is kind of why you're seeing like some players play cards like Burst of Speed in Affinity with Kozilek's Unsealing, where they just draw their whole deck and then put in, the Burst of Speed. Everyone gains haste and they just attack.
Yeah, you can get it all done in one go instead of having to take that turn off.
Yeah, and you gain a little bit by playing Nadu. We saw how Nadu was able to, generate some advantage. And if you had to use removal on some of the other pieces, Nadu might have stayed around and got more cards. So, it's give and take, and it's early on, and players are going to figure it out. But a lot of differing builds of Affinity, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, certainly just people revisiting the archetype is part of what I love about these Horizon sets and stuff of that nature. Kappa Cannoneer, big upgrade for this deck, getting to do as well, icing on the cake. And here's another copy of the One Ring off of the mana from Omnath that was gained from fetching. So we played Arid Mesa, fetched, found a mountain, made 4 mana, and then used that to cast another copy of One Ring and kept, again, the one that has 3 counters on it around. So love this from Sam. Back over to Moskal we go, who scried this card to the top. He knows what this is and scried it on top. Let's see what he has.
Yeah, I'm Moskal. I'm honestly just trying to not put anything else on the battlefield, because now you're at the point with Omnath where Wrath of the Skies can actually clean everything up. Like, if you play a fetch land and fetch, that would be X is potentially 9, and that would clear the board. So he doesn't even need to be the One Ring loops. I think we're probably going to see Moskal not do much more and hold up his Urza Saga, and kind of pray that he just doesn't get One Ring or Wrath of the Skies out of this game.
Yeah, anything that doesn't draw a card or give you more access to cards in your deck is just doing the same thing. Like, it's already over lethal if you are ever allowed to attack. So adding more things to the board doesn't make any sense when there are wraths in the format that punish you for doing so.
Yep. And you also need to be wary of time, right? Like, both players are playing quickly. I don't think anyone's playing slowly, but it's a situation where it's just like, listen, your Nadu thing doesn't always win. It takes a while to resolve. And, getting those extra, 1 or 2 minutes could be huge.
Right.
And
activating equipment of some kind here. Permanents lose indestructible. So we have blown up the One Ring by making so we activated Shadow Spear, made it lose indestructible, uses our 1 copy of Besieger Who Endures to blow up the One Ring on 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge. If Sam does not have another 6 or anything like that, this could be game ending. He does gain 4 life, which is nice. He goes up to 19. Now that Kappa Cannoneer is incredibly large, as are the construct tokens. So we're going to need a dress down or something like that if we're going to not die. But, Sam, there's a lot of pressure to have a lot of it this game. And so far he's had it, but can he keep it going without the One Ring to buy that time?
Yeah, it's weird. The weird 1 mana ability on the equipment, permanents your opponent's control, lose hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Coming up here as blowing up the One Ring is something that Moskal needs to do now without that injection of 4 more cards for Sam. I mean, the life doesn't matter. The damage is not going to kill Sam. So Moskal has damage covered. Now the question is, has the cards that Sam has already drawn yielded enough that he doesn't, losing that One Ring doesn't matter. He's been through 3 of them. So now it's time for something like 6 to come into play, or this big Wrath of the Skies, like you mentioned. So we're very quickly playing Wooded Foothills and fetching. Omnath is going to trigger the first time. It looks like the second time as well.
Yeah, and I think with the way Sam's playing, he either has, he has the exact card, he's won, or he's like, I only have 1 play. He's playing with a purpose. He knows exactly what he's doing. There's no dilly-dallying. He knows he's either has the game won or he's on a Hail Mary. And I'm very excited to see which one it is here.
Moskal, lots of dilly-dallying. Lots of artifacts all over the place. Dillying and dallying. And Sam, less so. 1 card in play at a time for the most part. Here comes a big Wrath of the Skies. Yeah. So, okay, 4 mana floating plus 5. That is for 7?
Yeah, and 7 kills everything, Drake, including that Urza Saga.
Yeah, everything. Kappa Cannoneer, Thought Monitor, the whole 9. I mean, it does get the Omnath, but it also gets half of Moskal's deck or something.
Yeah. Also, I think one thing to note here too, Sam has some other follow-up play because he could have spent 3 more mana just to gain energy, like make X10 and then spend 7, so that if James goes, all right, well, here's my board again, like maybe he's holding Shuko Nadu in hand or something, and the Dragantha, Sam's just like, whatever, kill you again. You know what I mean? So this, to me, if I was James, I'd be like, oh no, I'm getting Wrath, and he has some spell he wants to play. Like
yes, some kind of follow-up.
Yeah.
Crack food up to 33 goes Moskal. And life total, certainly for both players, not really the thing that appears to matter on this current board. You can't even exile the Inquisitive Puppets and make anything happen. Everything is bad, as here goes all of the permanents. So this is something that we mentioned earlier, could have been one of the outs. Gets the Saga as well. Lots of lands left in play for now, but on Instep, these Glimmer points go away too.
Yeah, you better have it quickly. And Sam, you know, in a great position, played around Metallic Rebuke as well by leading up to 3 mana. Now that isn't something he has to worry about. And all right, looks like he's just going to hold his mana up. And yeah, the Glimmer Voids are gone.
So what does 3 mana mean from this deck? I mean, Flage was a 3 mana spell I was looking at as potentially available. It's Midnight, it's Gigantha. That is... And Cranial Plating. That's all of the leftovers. That's all of Moskal's hand. So all the Nadu, all the other stuff, this is what's left. And now we know Sam has a ton of mana. Leyline Binding on Instep will take care of Gigantha. Just Memnite and Cranial Plating left in play. The whole board cleaned up. And Wrath of the Skies, I mean, what a display for that card.
Yeah, I was seeing red minus. And Wrath of the Skies, when it first saw, a lot of players were like, well, Supreme Verdict, 4 mana, you know, kind of nice, right? Like, just answers everything. Why would I have to spend like way more? But sometimes your deck can get way more mana than that. And also this answers so many different things. And that's why we're seeing players like it, is because, you know, against a deck like Hammer, which isn't really part of the metagame, it's insane. But also if you can just like interact and make land drops, it's way, way stronger than a card like Supreme Verdict.
Yeah, I compare it more to Pernicious Deed. It scales like that card and answers similar cards. As back over to Moskal we go. We saw Flage finally come down as well, and that one went face and changed the life totals a little bit. Card well known at this point. Plenty of mana to flash that one back and start going to work. You mentioned gets the game over with quickly, even from 30. Moskal does not have a lot of time. This Flage is coming back, and it looks like, you know, even though Sam was never really able to assemble like the one ring kind of looping like we were talking about, Wrath of the Skies was on time, on schedule, able to clean everything up. There was a problem. There wasn't really a great follow-up from Moskal, and now Flage and Ren look primed to clean up the leftovers.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about in the early rounds with Flage, if you were here for that, is she kills incredibly quickly. You know, when this card was first spoiled, Drake, a lot of people were like, well, Croxa, you know, is probably a little bit stronger, comes down sooner, fights over the hands. Like, is Flage really going to see play? And I think the thing that, you know, we've seen over this first couple of weeks is, well, Flage contests the battlefield and then always does damage. You know, Croxa sometimes does damage. But against James here, maybe it would discard like a Springleaf Drum, right? If that had been like the end game of choice. Doesn't do as much and doesn't stabilize you as well. As Nadu does come off the top.
Nadu, a big draw, and Cranial Plating able to start getting that to work, but Dress Down right on time to stop that from happening. Now, just like the other Titans, you can actually do the Flage Dress Down trick too to get it in play and keep it to stay in play. Don't save that much mana, but does save cards in graveyard. But yeah, like you mentioned, the big drawback from the original Titans was that they didn't really interact with the board. Uro was great because the life gain kind of acted as a time walk some amount of the time. But for the most part, the downside to them was you're paying mana and not impacting the board. Flage impacts the board, and that is a huge shift for a card that goes straight to the graveyard the first time you play it.
Yep, very massive. And, you know, I myself was playing some with this. Obviously, I love Flage a lot as the person who pitched it. But, like, I was playing, like, a bunch of dress downs in my deck because of Nadu. And also just to have that, like, high roll, like, end of your turn 2, dress down, my turn 3 Flage. And, yeah, I'm tapped out for a turn. But on the next turn, I've got a Flage that can start attacking. And in some matchups, it's unbeatable. So it's a really interesting card that's seeing a ton of play as Teferi Time Raveler comes down.
It's a Teferi Time Raveler. It doesn't add a lot to the board state. It does keep the cards running, as Bobble's also added to the board state, throwing more cards in the graveyard. So Flage is somehow answered. Now, we are already primed and ready to go to get it back. And yeah, it's going to be just a Cranial Plating on top. So that's not going to be enough. And Sam, going to win this game number 1 here over James Moskal, able to assemble the Nadu combo, if you will, in his Nadu Affinity deck. But because it is not a dedicated Nadu combo deck, he had to pass the turn and really only wins in combat. And that spelled disaster for him as the One Ring was able to buy enough time.
Yeah, the One Ring did what it did and helped stabilize. And Sam's deck of being able to battle through creatures, successfully battled through creatures. Let's check out what Moskal has at the sideboard. See if we can take over.
Yeah, so Nadu Affinity, as you can see, got some Gilded Gooses, got some other things. That's a Civic deck at heart. And the sideboard, we actually kind of branch out from that. We got 3 copies of Deafening Silence, 2 copies of the One Ring, 2 copies of Metallic Rebuke, 2 Galvanic Blast, 1 Nature's Claim, 1 Grafter's Cage, 1 Pithing Needle, a second copy of Besieger Who Endures, 1 Haywire Mite, and your companion, Gigantha the Wellspring. What do you like here against a 4-color Omnath control deck?
So Haywire Mite's a must. It answers Leyline Binding. It answers the One Ring. It's just a premium card. Boseiju similarly answers Binding. Also answers Dress Down. Kind of a hidden mode, but like if you do that in response when I'm trying to combo you, I'd very gladly, spend a green in order to get my abilities going again. So I love those 2. I want to get them in. Pithing Needle similarly stops the One Ring. I'll be interested to see if Moskal wants to bring in the One Rings in order to battle through opposing removal. I could totally see that as a line. It's available to you. And Nature's Claim, similar reasons to the other cards I mentioned. I could see that coming in. You do want to keep your core of your deck together. So Moskal might choose to only do a couple of these things. But the one thing I know for sure is Haywire, Mite, and Boseiju are going to definitely slot into this deck for the post-board games.
The one question I have is, do you keep the Nadus in? So is this something you're looking to keep intact with these Nadu decks? Now, this is not something I expect you to have the answer to. The card's brand new. And it's something that I just kind of want to highlight is part of kind of splitting the difference and having this Nadu pivot means that you could take out some number of Nadus and Shukos to bring in this other stuff and just go straight Affinity and not really rely on Nadu. And maybe the dress downs get a little bit worse. Now, because they're going to get your constructs, maybe that's not it, but something to keep in mind when you're talking about sideboarding for this kind of deck. Now, let's go over to Sam's deck and his take on 4-color Omnath. And let's have a look at his sideboard. So we got a lot less one-ofs in this side. We got 3 White Orchid Phantom, 3 Endurance, 2 Damping Sphere, 2 Deafening Silence, 2 Pick Your Poison, 1 Besieger Who Endures, another copy of Wrath of the Skies, and another copy of Prismatic Ending. What do you like here against the Affinity deck?
So I love Wrath. We saw how good it was in that game. Even early, just being able to blow up, Springleaf Drums and Ornithopters might leave the opponent stuck with cards in hand. Prismatic Ending is very similar. Just sort of a card that can answer something like Shuko. If they play it early, you might just be able to snag it, and then the Nadu is a lot less effective. So I like that one. Boseiju, Pick Your Poison. Pick Your Poison, a little less effective in these matchups because there are so many artifacts, but is a good way to fight over Urza's Saga. In particular, you can also name Flying Creature, get Nadu. So it's a little bit better than it might be against traditional Affinity. Against actual Affinity, I maybe bring in 1 if I have a dead card, but here, maybe not the case. Then the rest of it, not really a huge fan of these cards against it. I'm sure some people have tried stuff like Damping Sphere, especially against this version of Nadu, where you do have to actually cast cards. But I imagine that's not what I want. Looking at my main deck, I feel pretty good about all this. It seems like Sam has a very well-built 4-color deck that, is pretty tuned, pretty clean, and is just looking to kind of grind and has a lot of tools to grind through creatures, and has a lot of concessions to the deck's new cards, right? Like 1 Bobble in the main deck and stuff like that. As the players are underway, they can't wait to play Gilded Goose.
Yeah. He quickly kept their hands, quickly got their sideboarding done, and Gilded Goose here on turn 1 for Moskal. A pair of Nadu in hand as well. Just looks like a Surveil land for Sam on turn 1. I believe that is Thundering Falls. Quick check. Yeah, I believe there's a copy of Thundering Falls, and that is it on the battlefield there for Sam. As we go back to Moskal, has the option to play turn 2 Nadu, but does not have a Shuko to get anything started right away. So we'll see if we want to maybe do something instead. As Besieger Who Endures is actually played as a land for turn. We do want to play Nadu Winged Wisdom, the profile art, and we're going to go ahead and solitude that, I believe, right away. And that is going to buy Metallic Rebuke off the top from the trigger.
Yeah, interesting from Sam there that he wanted to immediately kill the Nadu.
Strange.
I would have imagined he wanted to take his draw step, but maybe he's afraid of some, way to trigger Nadu immediately. So gonna pass.
Yeah, it would have to be something mostly free, no mana left over. Yeah, it's quite strange. Yeah. One Ring picked up, so we did heavy sideboarding, did Moskal. No second land is Windswept Heath for Sam, but no turn 2 play, which means no Ren. I think Moskal has to be pretty happy about that.
Drake, I think our third land in the last line in hand is Glimmer Void with no artifact that we can play that's like an actual play. Like you can play Nadu, but then the Glimmer Void dies. And you can play and we just have to pass because we need to make a food so we don't lose.
Yeah, you have to make a food. I mean, you can make a food main phase, but then you don't have Metallic Rebuke up anyway. So I feel like you're supposed to just make a food, play your Glimmer Void. I mean, if you get your food answered, that kind of sucks, but does it really? Like, they use the prismatic ending to just answer your land, basically. Maybe that's scary enough? I don't know. Moskal agrees and is not going to make any play and pass the turn. So this hand has looked really awkward. The Nadu's, I mean, it drew a card coming and going, but it was very mana intensive. And this doesn't feel like an affinity hand at all, whereas the game one hand did.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, that gives you a lot of game in other matchups. But against a deck like Sam, if you're trying to grind, there are many reasons you don't see Jund anymore. A big reason is those kind of decks cannot hang with 4-color. When 4-color sees Tarmogoyf Jundi decks, the mouth salivates. You're like, oh yeah, you want to trade cards? Let's trade cards. Let's go. Let's see what you can do. And Moskal's doing not exactly that, but kind of a slower, grindier game here. And Sam's fine playing those games.
Obviously that is clearly the case here. Is 4 mana for the One Ring. So that one's going to keep the Glimmer Void around, provided it resolves just fine. Now, there is a lot of exile effects in Sam's deck if that's what he chooses to reach for. It's not that hard to get rid of the One Ring. And here is Leyline Binding, which is one of them. You have to imagine that is coming after the One Ring. Yeah. Draw card.
I love Moskal. He's like, target?
you want my goose? Huh?
My goose? Did you want the goose is loose? I'll let you. I just want to make sure.
You tell me.
Love that from Moskal. And Sam there too could have waited to maybe grab the One Ring activation, but it seems like kind of knew his mana was going to be spoken for, and so I was like, yeah, you're going to draw a card, but I get to use all my mana the way I want to, and that is very important in decks like this. So.
Yeah, it can be clunky if you're not allowed to use your mana the way you want. And Brennan 6, kind of a clunky play, even on this board still. Mm-hmm. Obviously, you want to hit your land drops. It's a powerful card. It has a lot of modern pedigree at this point. People are calling for it to be banned at some point. What happened here? Okay, there's a Boseiju. I was like, we just put Urza Saga in the graveyard. I don't know what happened there. There's a Boseiju in hand for Sam. Now, we've assembled Ren plus the Boseiju loop. That's a very different texture than just hitting your land drops with Windswept Peeps and things like that. Now, this is a real problem for Moskal and his all artifacts deck.
Yeah, and one of the benefits he has is if he can get going, he'll overwhelm the Boseiju, right? He will just present more artifacts than Boseiju can really answer. The problem is he needs to get going. And so far, we've been having a little bit of an issue getting off the ground. We've had a little bit too slow of a start, and Sam has had just the right answers. So Moskal can overpower this card, but it's going to take a little bit of work on his end. And, he's really wanting to hold up and represent this Metallic Rebuke, which makes sense. He wants to make sure that nothing like the One Ring or Omnath comes down to how devastating it was. But it can be very punishing as, you're playing Glimmer Void and pass the turn is not what you want to see, Drake.
No, I mean, yeah, we're doing all this just to hold up Metallic Rebuke, and you can even make a food and then Metallic Rebuke, and that's part of the draw to this hand, or to this sequencing rather. But I mean, it's a tough spot because you're not advancing your board. You're really playing into what the 4-color Omnath deck kind of wants to be doing anyway, which is just like holding up mana and passing the turn or whatever. Okay, here's my Omnath. Like, I'm gonna have mana. I'm gonna overpower you on mana. And so we did all this just to Metallic Rebuke, and that's probably going to work. But, we didn't really solve any of the problems. We're no closer to getting any kind of Nadu things assembled. With the Saga answered, we're no closer to getting Sam dead. Still at a very healthy 18. And it's just a kind of a tight spot here for Moskal. But one Omnath down, and if Sam's leftovers are kind of unexciting, maybe we have time to find something like a Shuka or something to really get Moskal's hand going.
Yeah, and it looks like what Sam's doing is he kind of ran into the Metallic Rebuke and was like, yeah, whatever, you got me. I have a bunch of clunky cards in hand. I'm going to get got. Who cares? And now it's just prismatic ending down this Ornithopter to kind of do what we talked about and be like, hey, I'm going to try and prevent you from going too much momentum on the board because, I know you're going to make a food. Your Affinity card can cost a lot less. And I have this Boseiju that can run you out if I'm given the time.
Yeah, that exchange with the prismatic ending is a great for Moskal overall. Like that is something that you're excited to see, even though you still don't really have a lot going. But there's a lot of pressure on this next turn or two to get something going. And we'll see exactly if he can. I think he did find another copy of Metallic Rebuke and another Goose, which is not great. There's still a Kappa Cannoneer hanging out somewhere. Yeah, here is Gilded Goose. Makes a food when it comes in. And we could improvise out Cannoneer if we want. Looks like the answer is we do want, and this allows us to keep up Metallic Rebuke. So we can tap Cannoneer and then sacrifice the foods to Metallic Rebuke still. So we can't. We're a mana short.
Yeah,
because the other goose is summoning 6. So we don't get to keep. I lied to you. We do not need to keep up Metallic Rebuke.
It's all good. It's a very confusing board state. And, Cappy Cannoneer has Ward 4. Players joke that's basically hexproof. It is not hexproof right now against.
It's not hexproof. Yeah, it's not hexproof at all in this matchup. And here's Wrath of the Skies for 1.
Yeah, and you see Sam's just like, well, this is what it is.
That gets the geese. What are we doing? No, that's the summoning sick Gilded Goose. This
is an illegal play.
We can't do that. That Metallic Rebuke casting doesn't work for the reasons that I deduced. So we need to. We
need to get the judge involved.
Judge,
now,
please.
What's going to end up? And we're getting a judge over there right now. What's going to probably end up happening is we're just going to rewind. It's just an honest mistake. It happens. These players have a lot going on, and it's going to be the exact same board state, just minus the goose. The geese are going to be dead, and we'll have the Metallic Rebuke back in our hand from Moskal. But Sam
does inform this turn as we're just deploying more stuff and fetching on end step here. Could get another Surveil land. And we're talking.
Yep, the foods.
I believe the judge
tapped.
has interrupted.
Yeah.
Yeah, the foods were tapped, but the second goose. There was one goose that was suddenly sick, one that was not.
Yes.
And that Metallic Rebuke was illegally cast. So these players are discussing that right now. Sam, hand in hair. That one is tough.
Yeah, definitely an awkward spot to be, but I think it's a pretty easy fix.
Yeah, we caught it pretty soon. There's only been like one turn that has happened. So I think there is still time to sort this out without just being like, all right, play it as it lies. Now that may still be the ruling. The judges are going to get that figured out right away. And whatever happens with that is going to happen. But honestly, it doesn't feel like it changes that much about what's happening here because things are still going to play out. It's just Moskal is going to have a rebuke in hand and no geese, and these geese aren't really adding a whole lot to this board state right now anyway. So
as long as the Shuko doesn't get drawn, the game will probably be almost exactly the same. If a Shuko gets drawn, the goose are loose. But for the most part, I imagine it is not like the end of the world. That being said, we are going to try and make sure the game state is as right as it can be, and our head judge will be involved with this. We're going to figure out, should we rewind, everything like that. Moskal will get a warning for. I actually assume both players will get a warning.
I think both players get a warning in this situation. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to speculate too much, but I think both players needed to understand and maintain the game state there. So,
and there was no real plays made with the extra information, right? Like Sam clearly Wrath of the Skies the way he did to clean the board up to then pick the poison down.
Pick the poison. Right.
Yeah, and James, gonna probably play Nadu. James doesn't play Nadu with even with Metallic Rebuke in hand. What's he gonna do? Die to Ren 6 picking up lands to play around the Metallic Rebuke. So a lot of this is gonna end up being the same, not the end of the world. I'll tell you what is the end of the world if you don't click follow on Twitch straight, because then you won't be able to see all this awesome Magic coverage here from NRG. We are doing the event all day today, including the top 8. I am commentating with Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, starting next round, and we're going to do the rest of the Swiss and the entire top 8 tonight. So if you stay tuned, you will see a champion crown tonight. And then tomorrow, you and Devin are going to be doing our Pioneer 5K leaderboard points, and it's going to be very exciting to see sort of who ends up winning the race there. So make sure to click that follow button. That way you don't miss any of the action this weekend or in coming weekends. Maybe we can pull up a slide real quick to show where we're coming up next to. Do you want to come out and play? I believe we're next going to Madison. As it looks like, really quick here, Chicagoland, July 13th and 14th. We have a Modern 10K Showdown on Saturday and Sunday, a 5K Legacy Trial. If you love Legacy, we love you. Come out and play. And the Modern 10K Showdown, if you win one of those, you do go to our end of the year championship events. As we are just discussing with the judge, and they're fixing the game state. And we'll bring you back there in a second. But, come on out, do that. It's going to be very exciting. It's going to be Modern post the Pro Tour, which is next weekend. We have a lot of players here this weekend who are actually playing the Pro Tour, getting some practice. And, some of them, like Connor Mullaly, are undefeated right now at the Nadu combo deck. You got to be feeling good about that before the Pro Tour. You're undefeated in a nice big tournament. You're doing your thing. You're, get a little sweat off. You're like, okay, I can do this. This deck isn't so bad, not so insurmountable.
Yeah, it's also the beginning of season 2. So if you feel like you're behind on the championship race, you're behind on the leaderboard, that's obviously true. This is the end of season 1 here, but the Chicagoland event that you're looking at next is actually the beginning of season 2. There's 4 events in season 2, and ton of money. As you can see, here's all of our season 2 events you're going to get a look at here. So Chicagoland, you saw that event in July, and then each month following, except of course October. So we have August, we'll be in Madison, Wisconsin for a double Showdown weekend, one in Modern and then one in Standard Modern Legacy team Showdown, so where the entire team will qualify. And then, of course, Louisville, close to home for me, September 14th, 15th, are going to be in town for Modern and Standard Showdown every single weekend. And then wrapping things up with another double Showdown weekend in November in Indianapolis in Modern and Pioneer, crowning champions and crowning people that are going to be playing in our end of the year championship. But of course, that represents all of season 2. And there are 2 at-large bids available for point leaders for season 2. So if you weren't able to make it out to enough events in season 1, or you didn't really get anything started, whatever, you're behind a little bit, but you can still make a run at the end of the year championship by earning a bunch of points and succeeding in specifically season 2. So it's a great time to come out, great time to get started at our events. And like you see here, $6,500, or sorry, 65,000 is how words work. $65,000 to play for through season 2. Lots of RC invites, the tokens, of course, that we talked about before this event started, before this round started. Ultimate Guard products. This series is sponsored by Ultimate Guard. You get products if you top 16, sleeves if you top 16, and then if you top 8, you also get deck boxes. There's just all kinds of goodies to play for, whether or not you care about points or even the cash or whatever. Lots to play for at these NRG events. Make your way out. Mark your calendars. Season 2 right here in front of you, as these players are still talking about how to rebuild this board state. Very complicated board state to look at. Let's check in real quick. So it looks like we are okay. Yeah, we're still just talking things through.
This might be a situation too where, like, the judge has a ruling and they just want to confirm with the head judge, and now we're conveying the information again to the head judge just to make sure we get the game state as accurately recreated and do what's according to the rules. We want to make sure that we make the game as clean as we possibly can. And it's looking to me like, we're ending up kind of where we should be, right? Like, it looks like Moskal's about to put the gooses in the yard. We're going to pick up the rebuke.
Rebuke in hand. Now, the question is, do we get to rewind this turn? Because theoretically, you could hold up rebuke if you wanted to. If that's something.
Yeah. If I'm Sam, I'm like, you sure? You sure you don't want to untap everything? You don't want to hold up the rebuke?
Yeah, exactly. Putting the dude in play. I mean, pretty strong. Only one card in hand for Sam. So, yeah, I imagine this is actually kind of fine for Moskal, to be honest with you. Like, he still gets a Nadu. He has a counterspell now. And like that's not trivial to not matter. Future Wrath of the Skies are going to be susceptible to this if that's your way to kill Nadu. So, it's not clear to me this is even a bad spot for Moskal, which is weird to say.
Yeah, also, this is going to help with, like, Flasias. We don't have one right now, but if one tries to get escape pretty soon, that could be, combined with a Ren 6 to actually kill the Nadu, but then you have, the counterless to pay 3. So, on a long enough timeline, Sam's going to make a bunch of land drops with Ren 6, not the end of the world. And we're just going to pick up with our fetch here. Since, the top of Sam's deck didn't really change from the game state happening. So he's just going to continue to be like, yep, I want to get this Surveil land.
Yep, makes sense. And like I said, the game is still anybody's game, so we did get all that corrected. And we're in a spot now where I believe even the Ren ability trying to pick off the Mem Knight is going to trigger Nadu and get some more value going for James, which is a great spot. We were talking about being able to get something going from nothing as an affinity deck. Typically, you're talking about a critical mass deck that needs a lot of artifacts in order to reduce the cost of your artifacts that already exist and get to a critical mass of stuff in order to overwhelm your opponent. Right now, you don't have anything really going. You have 3 lands down to 2 and a creature. So if you're going to get some material going, Nadu is certainly how that starts. Now, obviously, Shuko is one of the ideal ways to really get that going. But in the absence of Shuko, just even having your stuff picked off at a 2-for-1 rate is fine for you. As Flage gets surveilled to the yard. Uh-oh.
Yeah, there she comes. And, we talked about it before. You can now escape the Flage, shoot the Nadu. You'll get a trigger, but you'll get to shoot it. And then you can Ren and 6 minus, and then, finish off that Nadu, have a Flage in play. And, James is going to draw 2 cards for your trouble, but the odds of him drawing cards that can really get you out of this situation are pretty low. Oh, he just has a Solitude.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, he picked up a land, had Solitude already. There is Glimmer Void going after the Nadu. with the Solitude. So the Glimmervoid's going to get to stay in play. Metallic Rebuke, Moskal's only card in hand. And so that's a very, very timely Solitude. And Galvanic Discharge, able to take care of the last Mem Knight. And that's going to make the Glimmervoid go away. And yeah, things got very, very, very bad for Moskal in one turn cycle. Again, only one card in hand there for Sam. And basically that turn went best possible.
Yeah, and it feels like this is a tough spot for Moskal to get back out of, because we're kind of in a weird, like, you know, like the squeeze, as it were, almost, right? Where, like, well, if the Ren 6 ticks up and picks up a Sage, my stuff's dead. If Ren 6 ultimates, then it has Wrath the Skies and Discharge and, you know,
pretty good on Retrace. Yeah, that's nice.
It's like, really, your best line is like, hope that the Ren 6 ticks up. He does not pick up the Boseiju and you draw your Pithing Needle. Because otherwise, you know, Sam is sort of like, you know, kind of got the keys to the castle right now.
And then even then, you need to not die to Flage. Oh, okay. We found the ultimate button. Okay, that's not good.
Oh no, Sam remembered it's unbeatable.
Yeah. So now, I mean, Flage is weird because it doesn't. I mean, it exiles the stuff you want to retrace. So
yeah, there is some awkwardness for sure. Like, this is also part of, like, the energy package is very nice with Wrath the Skies. It's also why you don't see it in Holy Heat. You know, we saw a little bit of, like, Mishra's Bauble and Holy Heat 4-color near the end of Yorion. And Mishra's Bauble, incredible with 6, just turns all your lands into redraws. But, you know, Sam sort of, you know, doesn't really want that awkwardness with Flage. Ornithopter.
Ornithopter on time and on schedule. We have Metallic Rebuke and Thought Monitor, the leftovers from Moskal. Really needs to get this Thought Monitor reduced in cost if we're going to stay in this game. As back to Sam we go with a Ren Ultimate that you cannot see on screen. Solitude laying the beatdowns, getting some life back.
Drake,
Sam,
do you think we're going to symbol Exodia better than a 6+ Ren 6?
Unclear. I'd like to. Okay, we're discarding... Oh boy, we're discarding a land to put that on top. No, exile. So we Prismatic Ending. Okay. Yeah. And there's the Ren emblem, so we're representing that. Here is a Spire of Industry.
Right. Yeah, I've done a lot of 4-coloring in my day. This is this is my favorite time. You just like, click buttons
when your opponent continues playing. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I had this experience with Jace the Mind Sculptor a lot of times back in the day. It's like, I mean, we can, you know. I got more fetch lands. I can brainstorm more times. I don't know what you want from me. Like, you have no cards in hand. I have 12. Okay. In this case, I mean, you have your entire graveyard in hand as lands. I just don't know. I don't see a path forward.
Yeah, it's gonna require, I think, Sam doing something a little bit, you know, like aggressive when he doesn't maybe need to, like.
Sure.
And then like flooding out in a way that like James can overpower with like Thought Monitors, because we don't have a ton of pressure right now. You know, we just have this Solitude. Now, the moment we decide to bring back Flage, you know, that's going to be a lot of pressure. But you know, that's probably your best route to victory if you're James.
Right. Yeah. You can't draw 6. You can't draw Ren and 6. You can't draw the One Ring. There's just so many good draws in Sam's deck, and lands still represent removal spells. One Ring might be how it starts for James. Okay.
Yeah, Moskal picking up the ring is huge. This is like the thing you needed. And you have to hope there's no binding. But, you know.
Yeah. That's true. That's a binding. Oh, no.
Well, you know, if you're Moskal, might as well keep gaming.
This is brutal. Another Leyline binding coming down. So this is, I mentioned Modern kind of returning to form, returning to the Modern as I know it, with the Modern Horizons 3 cards. This is the Modern as it was. This is Modern Horizons 2. This is what we had to deal with, is this. Just all your cards are blank because I have so many exile effects and things of that ilk. And here comes Flage finally to get things over with in a more rapid pace. The Titan of Fire's Fury going to be dealing some damage to Moskal, and of course an attack with Solitude going to help with that as well.
Yeah, Drake, what can I say but you're welcome on Flage? Ending games a lot quicker.
Ending games extremely based, as the kids say.
You know, but like, seriously, one of the things that I really like about kind of how things seem to be landing so far is that there's a good mixture of like these decks that we saw, the interactive decks, like Boros Energy has been doing pretty good. This deck, right? There are ways you can kind of grind still 1-for-1, but it isn't so clearly the best thing to do by a lot. And there's a lot more balance in the metagame where it felt like, not always, but at certain points in Modern, especially over the last year or so, just grinding was the best thing you could do. As we do see Sam take it over Moskal and is going to move on to 4-0-1. Still 3 rounds left. Very much live for our top 8.
Very live.
Is Sam.
Yeah, and Flave's looking great in that deck. I mean, you mentioned a card you had a lot of hand in designing, and a card that looks to be basically exactly what these more controlling decks are looking for. A removal spell. What it tangibly is in most of these decks is a Lightning Helix that's overcosted that as the game goes on just also gives you a threat to close the game. And that is more or less what a lot of these controllers are looking for. A lot of the finishers that you could play in Modern were either weak, bad, or whatever. They were not good to draw, and you couldn't find them often enough. Whereas Flage you could play in high numbers because it represents as a removal spell that also gets the game over with quickly. So that's also going to fit pretty naturally into the 4-color deck as well. And ends up looking great. So awesome job on that. And that is also going to do it for our round number 5 here in St. Louis. Remember, this is part of the Modern 10K, the end of season 1 and the end of my time in the booth. So Mason's going to be taking a quick break and coming back with Doom Wake. Devin O'Donnell, I'll be signing off and covering some Pioneer tomorrow. But for now, that is the end. Make sure to follow, subscribe, and support NRG Series. And we'll be back with more post-Modern Horizons 3 Modern very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the NRG in St. Louis Modern 10K. I am your host, Mason Clark, joined by my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we are here to bring you the last couple rounds of Swiss and the entirety of the top 8 today for this Modern Horizons 3 tournament. Devin, it's been super fun so far to be in the booth with Drake. I can't wait to commentate some round with you in a second, but our players are almost ready. So really quickly, let's hop over to our players to watch because this is the end of season 1 today, Devin. This is the last, second to last event, Tomorrow's Pioneer event will be the last one, and players are wanting to lock up their spot. And we see there's no more undefeateds when it comes to our players to watch. Colorless lost last round, so Adam, Connor, Joey, and Jonathon are all 4-1, and then a pack of 3 and 2s with the rest of them. Just always trying to, put up a solid performance, even if you're dead for top 8, which probably, someone like Jonathan Hobbs who started 0-2 most likely is, can still get a top 16, get some extra points, get some extra cash, gonna battle out and make sure to get everything. How we saw Connor Mullaly win our 2022 Player of the Year. He won by, basically 1 point. Every single event, every single round mattered for his success that year, and he's back to do it again. But with that all being said, Devin, let's go to our feature match area and talk about what we're going to be watching this round.
Absolutely. I've been keeping an eye on coverage all morning long, and we had a little discussion in our break room where one of the decks that was kind of poised to be on a good run this weekend, or poised to be one of the better decks going into the weekend, was Ruby Storm. And you mentioned me during a break where we haven't really seen any of it on camera. And to be quite honest with you, there's not really a lot of it towards the top tables. But what we do have here is 2 5-0 players. This is going to be a win and in for top 8. We have Matthew Holderness on the right of your screen playing an old favorite, or some people's favorite, Living End. And on the left, we have Johnny Bresett on kind of the new kid on the block, Jeskai Wizards. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Jeskai Wizards deck list, but I'm pretty sure this is like Tamiyo, Snapcaster, Flage. This is more of like a Jeskai control deck that has, Tamios and Flame of Venors. But, I got to say, Flage, we've seen Flage a couple of times on camera so far today, and boy, has that card looked completely ridiculous every time.
Yeah, Flage is very good if you're trying to play normal interactive Magic. And even if you're not, sometimes she sneaks down when the opportunity is right and just closes the door very quickly. A card that very special place to me, and definitely was interested to see how it actually would play out. And honestly, Devin, it's doing slightly better than I thought, but not by much. I was a pretty big believer. It really depends on what happens. And, if decks like Ruby Storm do really well, I think Flage is going to be a lot worse. But if people are grinding, that's where Flage loves to be. And there's a lot of depth to Modern Horizons 3. And one of the things I was talking to Drake about earlier, Devin, was like, even next week after the Pro Tour, I think we're just going to be scratching the surface of what the metagame looks like, right? There's going to be a lot of, doomsaying or naysaying, whatever, after the PT, but there's so little time and so many cards to explore. It'll be very interesting. And as our game starts off here with Johnny on Triumph and a passing of the turn to Matthew.
Yeah, now this matchup typically comes down to, I guess a lot of the times where previous control decks, they had a lot of Teferi Time Ravelers. Taking a look at Johnny's deck list, there's actually no copies of Teferi in the main or the sideboard. So that's not going to be a tool that we can go towards to kind of turn off those cascade spells. We do have some counter spells, 4 actual counter spells. 2 spell snares, those aren't going to do too much. And funny enough, Mason, there's a counterspell kind of invert polarity present in Johnny's deck list, where if you win the flip, you kind of don't want to win the flip when you cast that card against a living end, right?
Yeah, it's you lose the flip,
Yeah, right, exactly.
Call that dynamic and emergent gameplay, Devin. Look it up. But no, jokes aside, it is really interesting kind of, the new texture and how these classical decks like Living End have done quite well still in post MH3 so far. But the way they interact with the new cards can sometimes be very good and sometimes very bad, depending on just which ones you're talking about.
Yeah, and one new card that I do see present in the Living End deck list is Sink into Stupor. Like you mentioned, we saw the Belcher deck on camera a few rounds prior, which plays a ton of those modal DFC lands, but those are actually pretty good for Cascade decks as well, because there's a way to get blue cards into the deck with pitches for Force Negation and things like that, but also ways to get lands that also act as interactive spells. And Sink into Stupor, one of the better ones, because it can bounce sideboard hate spells, can bounce, anything that you're under pressure by. And very, very, very good card in these decks.
Yeah, it's a card that, I'm curious to see as time what the number exactly ends up being. Right now, we're seeing 2 copies from players along with their 14 lands with the land cyclers. It wouldn't surprise me if there's certain metagames where you just want to play 4, Like if there's just a lot of hate for you or a lot of like permanent based problems, you might just want, a bunch of Sink into Stupors, and having that sort of creativity and expression and deck building is really interesting and exciting. For decks that typically can't really do that outside of sideboarding.
Right. Yeah. As a longtime Rhinos aficionado, I've been scraping the bottom of the barrel trying to figure out what I can add from the new set, and I may have to give it a go with some Sink into Stupors. And I was also thinking about trying a Flage in the Rhinos deck as well. But no Rhinos here. We see Matthews doing little bit of cycling, and by a little bit, I mean a lot of bit of cycling. 2 Street Wraiths, a Generous Ascent, and a Curator of Mysteries. And we see a card here cast from Johnny Bresett, Tune the Narrative. This is cantrip and make a couple of energy. I'm curious as to your thoughts on this card. I don't know if you played a lot with the card when you were doing designing and testing and stuff, but what do you think about Tune the Narrative?
Yeah, I think Tune the Narrative is a really nice piece of just glue to help make different energy packages work, right? We saw a Tune with Aether, which this is kind of, harkening back to, which grabs you a land. This is just drawing you a card and giving you some energy. And this is, a very nice tool to maybe help the energy decks work. And, one of the things is you don't want it to just be like a limited archetype, right? Ideally, it would be cool if there is multiple decks that could maybe use some energy cards in various ways, whether that's dedicated energy, like we've seen from the Boros energy deck, or some of these decks just splash in a couple of the cards to have them as a package. So it's very interesting. And, it gives you a little bit extra for cards like Galvanic Discharge, but you lose a lot of selection that you might gain with a card like Consider. And being a Snapcaster deck, there is give and take there. So it's interesting to see, players very quickly and widely adopt this card. And, it hasn't been much pushback yet with cards like Consider, but, as time goes on, that might change.
Yeah, and it's a nice card to help grease the wheels a little bit. It helps turn on Galvanic Discharge to make it to charge it up a little bit more, for lack of a better term. And Wrath of the Skies as well. That's a card that I saw on the spoiler, and I thought it maybe was going to be a good sideboard card. There's 3 copies in the main deck here for Johnny. And what I kind of didn't realize at first about Wrath was you didn't actually have to spend mana. So if you just have like a boatload of energy left over from Tune the Narratives and maybe discharge, you discharge an X2, you get an extra energy there. Like it can be a 2-mana Wrath, which we really haven't seen, something like that get printed that you can just cast for 2 mana. And I've been very, very impressed with that card.
Yeah, Wrath of the Skies is definitely a heater. One of the cool things we see at end of turn Flame of Endor here to draw some cards for Johnny, as these players are still sculpting in the early game, is cards like, Wrath of the Skies and things like that. You can create these kind of scaling answers that can, reach these insane heights, but sometimes are very clunky early. And really it asks you to commit more to being energy, right? Like you have to really mean it. And, that makes you that kind of deck versus just getting the splash to use generically strong cards, which is a kind of a difference from MH2, right? One thing about MH2 is, Prismatic Ending asks you to play a couple colors, Unholy Heat asks you to play a couple things, but the commitment isn't as much as it is with energy. So you can kind of tune the knobs a little differently once you have that extra sort of gateway on how strong the card can be.
Exactly. We see Johnny go ahead and deploy a copy of Tamio. This is another new card here from MH3 that I feel like we haven't seen a ton of on camera today, and one that's pretty powerful, especially when combined with Mishra's Bauble, which is actually not present in Johnny's deck list. But a card that if it's in play for a couple of turns can generate you some extra card advantage, and if you can flip it pretty quickly. I've actually seen. I'm trying to remember what the fastest ultimate, but the ultimate is. A lot of planeswalkers, you see the ultimate, it's like, maybe that's flavor text. But I think with Tamio, the ultimate is pretty real.
I love this from Johnny, by the way. End of turn, we're seeing a Galvanic Discharge. So one of the cool things about Discharge is you name the amount of energy you're going to spend after it resolves. So sometimes you can catch people in response to pump spell stuff, which is cool. But in this case, you just spend 0 and you turn your red spell into like, okay, that's going to help bring my Flash back later. And now my Wrath Disguise is going to be a real magic card. So if you cast Living End, normally that Waker Waves might be a card that I have an issue answering. Not anymore.
Yeah, and what's important about that is Johnny wants to get to a spot where he can cast Wrath of the Skies that is enough to blow up the board and still leave up Counterspell, presuming that Matthew has a Force of Negation, which there are 4 copies in Matthew's deck list. So pretty heads up play by Johnny, like you mentioned, just getting that extra energy. And I do see a Counterspell and a Wrath of the Skies in Johnny's hand, alongside, I believe, a Snapcaster, a Flage, a Flame of Anor. So has some assorted goodies here. Now, this Endurance is pretty big because, Johnny knows that there's the Flage in his hand. So maybe considering wants to fight over the Endurance, but really does want to save that Counterspell for the Living End.
Yeah, and, we saw the kind of slick Galvanic Discharge play around stuff. Right now, you do kind of wish you had it to answer that Endurance.
Yep.
And, unfortunately, Tamio does a lot of things, but she doesn't have any power, so your Flage can't even help finish off this Endurance. We might see Johnny do something like Flame of Anor here, but I'm curious, like how he wants to exactly play it. Because if he taps out for this in order to keep the Tamio around, it will flip, but, he's going to be in a bit of an interesting spot. It looks like we're going to cycle in response.
Yeah, my guess is probably deal 5, draw 2, try to draw the land to hold up that Counterspell. But if Matthew has Force of Negation for this Flame of Anor, then everything gets blown up, but doesn't. And Johnny does end up finding the land, which is pretty big. So it gets to we get to flip Tamio right because of the flame draws too. That is something that I kind of forgot about. So yeah, kind of we talked about Tamio just kind of threatening that ultimate. Johnny's gonna maybe hold up a Counterspell or 2 for a couple of turns, and then eventually get towards the ultimate. That Force of Negation that Johnny picked up, by the way, that's a 1 of in the main deck.
Yeah. Force of Negation, a very nice card we've seen from MH1, and works kind of well with these decks that draw a bunch of cards. And yeah, I think Johnny actually started his turn with the land. So
okay.
Yeah, he has the Force though, like you mentioned, for the Living End here. So if we have the white mana for the Ardent Plea, it will be time and we'll be able to answer it. But it's a Surveil land, Devin.
The tap lands get him every time, Mason.
With great power comes great responsibility.
We call that the Temple of Tilt.
Temple of Tilt, yeah. And Matthew kind of has to know he's in for a bit of trouble. Oh, he does have the Shardless. Okay. So this is nice. He's going to force the Force Negation to be used here. But, he is good. Oh, nice. Right on top, too.
Yeah. Pitch an extra Tamio. That's going to get right into the bin. Matthew presumably does not have anything to fight over this. And then next turn, we can just go ahead and untap and hold up that Counterspell for Johnny. And what's also really, really sick about Tamio in this matchup is Tamio rebuying the Force Negation. So, you could say pick up the Force Negation and then you have Counterspell and Force Negation up for next turn. It's going to be really difficult for Matthew to ever resolve a Living End.
Yeah, this is kind of where the Wizards deck wants to get to. Ideally, has something that's actually threatening to win the game. Tamio drawing the whole deck will basically get it done. But you're definitely like, okay, I've got my defenses up. I've got something on board. I'm going to hold up my counter magic and sort of take over from here. We are going to see a Flooded Strand fetch grabbing a Plains, and this might be deploying a Flage here. Not exactly. Maybe I just wanted to fetch now before there's like a chance to have our shields down. But Tamio just buying back Force of Negation is so huge.
Yeah, because then you could even maybe say go cast Flage with 2 mana up, and that represents Counterspell and Force Negation, because I believe there's another blue card in Johnny's hand. So you mentioned that, you want to put a little bit of pressure on the Living End deck. You don't want to give them infinite time. Well, Flage definitely does that.
Mm-hmm. As we're going to see Subtlety get evoked.
Interesting.
And, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what goes on here with the Flage.
Yeah, and you see... And you see Matthew definitely representing, like, this is the front half of Flage. This isn't even, we're having a fight over this, Mason. This isn't even the flashback. This is just 3-mana Lightning Helix. And we're having a fight over this with the subtlety pitch and now a counterspell on the subtlety. My goodness.
Yeah, and, from Matthew's perspective, he just, he wants to make sure this Shardless agent survives so they can kill the Tamiyo. We don't have that threatening going on us. And we can maybe, living end here, get a big board and have it all stick around. Because currently, Johnny is going to get to shoot someone with the Flage, and the Flage comes back, shoots down probably whatever the biggest thing it can is, gives that 6 life total buffer. And, Johnny might not be able to answer everything, but if he has an extra 6 life, maybe he has the time to barely get there. Oh, my goodness. And we're going to see the Ardent Plea.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. And now Matthew has no cards in hand. So now we don't even have the living end left over. This is wild.
This play is very assertive. You are saying, I am going to have to win with what I have. I'm going to need a top deck, and I need every turn I can while getting a little lucky. As we do see just a drawing of land for the turn, Shardless Agent attacks on Tamiyo.
And maybe it's possible that Matthew, maybe Matthew has put a higher premium on just removing Tamiyo from the battlefield because he knows that if Tamiyo stays in play for a long enough time, you go uptick, rebuy, counterspell, uptick, rebuy, counterspell, and it's just going to be nearly impossible for him to ever resolve with living in. So maybe in Matthew's mind, having this fight maybe means that Johnny doesn't have an extra counterspell down the road.
Yeah, and we're going to see just a land go here from Matthew. Maybe has another Surveil and can Sculptor's Draw a little bit. Could enter the secret mode, Devin, known as hard cast all our big creatures. And, if we can hard cast, if we just chain off big 6-drop idiots for the rest of the game, that might be enough. Flage is going to end the game on that pretty quickly.
Yeah, I was going to say.
The Flage has to be committed to, right? And we see Johnny here not wanting to commit mana, right? So, he could have very easily, if he had one more parting guard,
4
got there.
Graveyard, right?
So, I don't know. If Matthew draws Waker of Waves into generous int or whatever.
Yeah, looks like Johnny 1 card short of getting back that Flage this turn. But I mean, with a hand of Snapcaster Mage and Force Negation in hand, even if Matthew, like you said, if Matthew draws Big Fatty and cast it, we can just go Snap Counterspell. And once we do find that extra card to get back the Flage can, is going to end this game in 2 turns. So it's not going to take too much longer for Johnny to close the finish line with the Flage. And now this Flame going to be the 5th card in the graveyard to get that Flage back. And assuming Johnny finds another blue card, he gets to hold up. I believe he found a land 6. Now he might be able to have counterspell. No, there's no counterspell on him, but there still is Force Negation. So.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Matthew, just a draw and a passing of the turn. Johnny's going to think about it. And Devin, can you think of any way to get out of this if you're Matthew outside of just Johnny getting unlucky?
Looking at Matthew's deck list, there is really no way to answer Flage. There's the 2 Sink into Stupors. Some living in, actually most living in decks have an Odawara, but that is not present in Matthew's deck list. So, even if we draw Sink into Stupor, that probably gets Force Negation. The Flage can take over the game. I don't really see a way out here for Matthew. Even back-to-back Cascade spells is probably not good enough.
Looks like Flage is on the board, Tamiyo's on the board, cycling Street Wraith. And this is one of the things too about, this all started because Johnny picked up that Force Negation.
Oh,
and
okay, you know what, Mason? I think I lied because I saw a copy of Force Negation in Matthew's hand, and we get to go Shardless and then Force back.
Yep.
So, but yeah, I don't know. Even then, Johnny still has the Wrath of the Skies with the 5 energies. So this is going to get a little weird.
It's definitely going to get weird. So, I think Matthew has set up the line that, we kind of missed a little bit there, but very well played on his part, where he's going to put enough stuff into play and basically just has to hope Johnny doesn't have Wrath of the Skies. If he has Wrath, it's over. He's done everything he can. He worked really hard. He even gets to, Endurance targeting the Flage, so it's out of the game. But, Matthew can't really fight through a Wrath here unless he draws another Cascader right after. And to be fair, he's giving himself that out,
Right.
And Matthew's like, okay,
does the Shardless resolve?
Do you have a Stern Scolding? Any surprises?
That endurance is actually kind of huge, though, because sure, Johnny can wrath the board, but now without access to the Flage, being able to get that back, like Johnny doesn't really have that fast of clock. So Matthew maybe has that time that he needs to find another Cascade spell. Now, one thing I do want to check is the number of Living Ends. There are the full 4 copies of Living End in Matthew's deck list, and I believe we've gone through 2 of them. So, to the best of my knowledge, I believe there are still 2 remaining in Matthew's deck list. I wanted to check because I know sometimes they play 3.
Mm-hmm. Love to see here. Looks like we're double checking something. I'm not exactly sure. Talking to the judge.
Get that food though.
We did get that food. Oh, it might be that he said, "Hey, is my Shardless resolving?" And that's like, "Did I miss my food trigger?" And I imagine the subtlety has to target something. Oh my goodness, this is actually so insane.
No, it doesn't. But he can choose. Can he choose?
Yeah, I think that might be kind
Right,
of what maybe the question was from Johnny. Like, hey, does it even work? I'm not exactly sure. But this is so good because we talked about this. You know, Johnny like has the Wrath, but if you draw another Cascader, that's like the only thing you can do. Well, this guarantees it. Incredibly smart play here from Matthew Holderness. I imagine Johnny probably needs to even fetch in order to min-max his energy over the next 2 turns. You know, just grab like an island or something and wrath away everything else and have, more mana, unless he has some sort of cheap spell that matters.
Yeah, and funny enough, Mason, the same thing is going to happen next turn. So Matthew has the Shardless on top. He's going to cast the Shardless. The Subtlety is going to go back into play. He's going to find one of there's 2 remaining Living Ends, so he's going to find one of those. That's going to hit the stack. The Subtlety is then going to hit the Shardless again. We know that Johnny has a second Wrath, but the next Shardless that gets Subtletied is going to cover that second Wrath. So this is going to be a bit of a weird one.
That the 4th Living End in the deck, we've seen in the past a lot of people play 3, maybe sideboard 1, but having that last, with those last 2 Living Ends is going to be huge here because of the play pattern you're saying. And we were talking about how there was nobody to get out of it. I honestly had not seen this play pattern come up very much, and it makes a ton of sense now that I've seen it, and is a very well played game here from Matthew. When we were like, well, maybe, we're almost alluding to like maybe we're supposed to scoop, save time. These games can go long. Matthew's like, nope, I have outs. I can grind.
Yep. I'll be honest with you, Mason. This is the first time that I've ever seen a Living End player Subtlety their own Shardless Agent. So I had not even considered that to be a line. But this is a very, very heads up play here for Matthew. And we're just gonna run it back again. Subtlety is gonna hit the Shardless. Now, I guess Johnny does have Wrath and Snapcaster. So Johnny can Wrath. Matthew draws the Shardless. That finds the 4th Living End. Then Johnny can Snap Wrath. So
But the Wrath has to have enough energy.
Yeah, that's true.
And like right now, if we play it and we use the land that we fetched, we're going to go up to 8.
6.
The biggest creature, I believe, is 7. Is Generous Ent a 7-drop or a 6-drop?
No, I think Ent is 6, right? 5 and a green.
Oh, Ent is 6. Okay, it's Waker Waves that is a 7. Excuse me.
Right.
So we can maybe keep going. I don't know. Johnny really valued having the Surveil there, and also, like I said before, up until now, a lot of players were only playing 3 Living Ends main, so he might just think he had it wrapped up either way.
Mason, I just realized something. Matthew enduranced himself to shuffle the Living Ends back in.
Oh, very smart.
So it's not even gonna. Yeah, no. So we just have 3 Living Ends in the deck now. So Matthew can just do this every single turn.
Matthew, it's like the Rorschach where he's like, "You're stuck in here with me." and every turn I will do this. And Johnny has got Matthew to 8, and he can definitely like steal this game with being able to bolt snap bolt, for example, and sneak across some damage, with like an extra burn spell somewhere, but is, like we've been talking about, really forced to continuously answer these every single turn. And he has Involt Polarity, right, which we talked about might not even work. This cancel, first off, you're playing 3 mana. It's a lot, and sometimes it doesn't even work what you want it to do. It's a very tricky place to be.
50% of the time it works every time. This is one of the games of all time, Mason. I don't know if that's how you would describe this game, but this has been something. All right, very, very well played here from Matthew, and there's that Shardless again. So this is going to be flip a coin. Ideally, Johnny wants to lose the flip because we want to counter this Living End, and then even if you lose the flip, this is it right here.
Yeah, and is he going to have Matthew roll it? I love the idea of Matthew rolling it.
If I was Matthew, I'd be like, nah, you roll it.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I gotta say, this is very interesting to see. And I was over here on my other monitor trying to read all the other living end creatures. So, like, is there some way we can get out of this? It was all on board. Very cool. I don't know what that means. The players agreed on. It looks like it was actually counter it, and that's great. So Johnny has made it out. Now, another Cascader ever gets drawn? Uh-oh. But for now, we at least have something.
We are now out of the lock.
Oh, we have Snap and Volt polarity. So we might have to, like, take the 50-50 again.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I mean, you could even maybe just, like, I don't know, I guess let the living end resolve and then snap. No, because if you let the living end resolve and then snap Wrath, Matthew still just gets to put the Shardless back on top. Assuming that Shardless is, well, assuming that it's Shardless drawn and not Ardent Play. Because if it's Ardent Play, then that line doesn't work. Yeah. And wow, Matthew picked up a Subtlety. And that's a 2-turn clock. That's 5 power with Johnny at 10. So that Subtlety is going to go after the Snapcaster. We'll have to see what Johnny has as a follow-up here. Maybe a counter spot. Another Snapcaster. Okay.
And Volt polarity is huge here. Because getting the Subtlety completely swings the clock. And
That's
it also
massive.
unlocks the bolt line we were talking about. All right, Matthew's rolling it this time. All right. Looks like they've decided evens means just a counter spell. So we know that going forward.
Well, at least for the first 2 times. Maybe they switch it up for game 2, you know?
Oh, I no. Dude, the narrative drawing a card. And Johnny, is not out of the woods yet, but, has sort of started to stabilize a little bit. Snapcaster Mage, or Return of the King, as it were. Really powerful card. Wasn't quite ready, for the world. Well, the world wasn't quite ready for it, but now it's back and fully swinging.
Mason, this is like Mana Crypt players where, if do they ever change it up in paper? Like if they have a Mana Crypt in play, they're like, evens, I'll take damage. Do you think those people ever change it up or no?
I'm not a casual. I don't play Commander, so I don't know.
Hey, vintage, okay?
Yeah, that's true. Vintage Cube. Like I said, I'm not a casual. But we have Flame of the North coming down. I'd probably destroy the artifact mode for some flair. And to answer your question, Devin, I always tails never fails. I'm always
That's
odd.
fair.
Always rock, always tails, I'm ready.
As a wise man once said, cycle that, go to 5. Can't cast that. We do have the 1 Sunken Ruins, so Matthew did not draw the 1 Sunken Ruins. And let's see if we find...
Oh,
well, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, to be fair, he had it.
Yeah,
you were correct when the time came, as Matthew's going to go down to 1, and this gives Johnny a lot of outs now. If we do find a living end, we have the ability to bolt or something like that in order to finish the game off. And, these energy spells have been doing quite a number this game, helping keep Matthew in this.
All right,
Which
we're
is, sorry,
tapping
helping keep
some
Johnny
mana.
in this.
Mason, I think this might be a suspended living end. No, it's a grief. Okay. I
I
saw
don't
a
know
black
that
card.
card.
I thought it was living end, but not that would matter. The
Mhm.
grief is dead. We're going to take a peek at Johnny's hand. Matthew just doing the information grief, and I believe that is going to do it. Johnny taking game number 1 over Matthew. What an incredible display by both players. It was back and forth for a while, and congratulations to Johnny for taking down game number 1.
Yeah, that game was exciting and very cool to see. I mean, just what a dynamic and weird game where we kind of thought it was over one way and then over the other, and then just a back and forth in the top deck. And also, before we get our sideboards pulled up here, Devin, that's the first time we are seeing grief all day today. And it's not like we're avoiding it. I'm looking through the feature. I'm like, okay, can we get a scam deck? Like, we've had a lot of Nadu. Grief has just not been at our top tables, which is very interesting. But it is here now, playing a win in for top 8. And let's take a look at that sideboard for the Living End deck. And maybe you can give us a little bit of advice here, as the Living End deck has 3 Leyline of the Voids, 2 Endurance, 2 Dampening Matrix, 2 Foundation Breaker, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Force of Vigor, Mind Break Track, and Commandeer. What do you like, Devin?
So from the living end side of things, you might want to consider more copies of Endurance to kind of play against those flages, but they may be a little bit too narrow. You probably expect some sort of artifact or enchantment that is good against Cascade, so maybe you want to go towards Foundation Breaker, Mystical Disputes to help the fight over the counter spells, and then if you suspect Teferi Time Raveler, Commandeer could be very, very good against that. We both know that Teferi Time Raveler is not present, but Matthew doesn't necessarily know that.
Yeah, and maybe you want to commandeer, like, you could get in a stack fight, and then, like, you could do something else. So that makes sense. I like the idea of that. Let's check out the Jeskai Wizards deck from Johnny here. really quickly. Those players are finishing their shuffling. We have 3 Consigned to Memory, 3 Drance Magistrate, 2 Wear Tear, 2 Celestial Purge, 2 Subtlety, a Wrath Disguise, a Force Negation, and a Dress Down. What do you like, Devin, and why?
Mason, I got to tell you, Johnny came prepared for Cascade. So 3 Consigned to Memory to help stifle or counter the activated ability of Cascade. 3 Draenith Magistrate to prevent the Cascade spell from even being cast in the first place. And an additional Wrath and a Force Negation. So I like all of those. You could even consider Subtlety because that's good against turn 1 Griefs if you want to protect your counter spells. But there's a lot of sideboard cards here for Johnny.
Yeah, we have got a lot. We don't have Teferi Time Raveler, but that's okay. We still have some really powerful cards here. And, Drance Magistrate, a card that, probably here for Storm, right? Yep. Just makes it so you can't play the cards that are bottled off those effects like Rinse Resolve. But here, really coming in clutch. And like you said, Johnny is very well prepared for this one. And Consigned to Memory just, I think, is going to show that, it's secretly a modern staple. It's just really a matter of people learning like everything that card can do. In this matchup, it could even do stuff like, stifle the grief trigger, right? Maybe you have a counterspell lined up and they're griefing before they go for the Cascade. Stopping the grief and then having the counterspell could be massive, depending on the type of card you have. So really interesting to see all of this sideboarding and just real innovation from these players. It looks like they're shuffling up for game number 2 here. Devin, how do you feel? Yep.
I was gonna say this list looks pretty clean. There's we have the energy package, like the full Fortune, the narrative, Galvanic Discharge, the Flame of Anora's work very well with Tamiyo's. We saw all that stuff, and then I was very, very surprised at how well Wrath of the Skies was in that game. Like you saw, Johnny just had a ton of extra energy left over. Big fan of this deck, and I really hope, Mason, we get some more Invert Polarity Sweats.
Yeah, I honestly, I think Invert Polarity is a card that has been very interesting to see sort of what people's thoughts on it are. It is, kind of a card that when you first read it, players are pretty adverse to RNG, right? Like randomness can be kind of scary. But if you step back, you're like, wait, it steals the spell. And so I kind of always win. Now we saw in that game, there was some losing, which is very exciting, right? Especially, like if your opponent tries to Wrath the Skies you and you Invert Polarity, well, I guess you can make energy 0 at that point. I'm not actually sure how that one resolves. You have to double check me as a judge there. But, it's a very interesting counterspell. And it's also clunky. It's 3 mana. That is a ton in Modern. It doesn't have a free mode like Force Negation does to get a buyout clause. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes over time. But Johnny's a believer. Could play more Force Negations in this tap-out deck. Plays 2 Invert Polarity.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Invert Polarity, this is kind of a perfect example of that, where the card has an extremely high ceiling, like the ceiling of steal your One Ring or steal your Planeswalker is absurd, but it also has an extremely low floor because even sometimes it is worse than cancel, where in this matchup, or like you said, against Wraths, and there's plenty of spells that you actually if you lose the flip, stealing the spell doesn't accomplish anything. So there are spots where it's, 10 times as good as a cancel and spots where it's 10 times as worse as a cancel. So very, very extremely high variance card. And, I know that there have been some mentions on Twitter about, the finals of the Pro Tour being decided by a coin flip. I don't necessarily, I wouldn't mind that, but some people are not into that.
Yeah. The real question is, will that happen because of Ral? Which honestly, that would be one of the sickest ways to win. It's like, all right, Ral flips. You're
at 20 or whatever.
Yeah, well, you hit 0, or maybe inversely, like, okay, I Ral, I flip, I don't die to 1, and then they Invert Polarity the spell in the stack. Be very cool to see that kind of stuff happen. But anyways, we're gonna see these players just make some land drops and pass the turn. Matthew got a Surveil land, and so is Johnny. These Surveil lands continue to impress in Modern.
Yeah, and we have the Sunken Ruins for Matthew here, so now we can hardcast those. Well, I was going to say Street Race, but more importantly, Griefs. Trying to get a good look at Johnny's hand. I see a whole bunch of blue cards. I think at least 2 counter spells. There might be a consign. No, it's kind of supposed to be.
One thing to note here, we talked about Invert Polarity. It also has a very steep mana cost. Blue, red demands that you kind of have, a bunch of shocks or whatever, or not many other splashes. And Johnny had to bin it there because he had a Plains in his hand. Drew another fetch land. Maybe this was not a problem, but he's like, I may not be able to cast this. I need to kind of get cards that actually matter right now.
Yeah, I was playing against somebody at FNM last night, and they were playing a Jeskai control deck with Fleach, and their lands were 2 islands, Manamo and Odawara. I was
nice.
like, I don't know about that one.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Oh yeah, Waker of Waves discarded here for Matthew, trying to ideally put a creature into the graveyard, potentially look for maybe a Mystical Dispute, maybe a Force Negation. We'll have to see exactly what they're looking for. But yeah, as you mentioned, Invert Polarity, extremely powerful card. It's a fun one for sure.
Yeah, and we see these players sculpting here, and we saw last game how Matthew can battle through a lot. So post-board, I imagine that to continue.
Yeah, looks like Matthew looking at an endurance here, maybe thinking Snapcaster on the mind is going to put that endurance into the graveyard.
I think this might be a situation where the mana just isn't lining up.
Yeah, I was going to say notably no green mana, so can't even cast Shardless Agent if we have it, unless there's a green source in hand. Hard to tell.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think it was both Seiju Endurance, and so Matthew was like, do I play towards the Shardless Agent, or do I want this Endurance, which Matthew does know he kind of wants, right? He knows it's a Snapcaster Flage deck.
And we're going for a Pitch Grief, so that indicates that we maybe have some fireworks here. Matthew trying to potentially set up a Cascade spell. But as we know, Johnny has plenty of stuff to fight over. This 2 counter spells and a Force Negation, and I believe a Draenith Magistrate as well.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Johnny didn't tap out for the Draenith last turn. Maybe he was playing around something here. Does have, just Force Negation plus a blue card to pitch here to this Cascading spell.
We can't guess that. Look at the beta basin.
Oh, can you not filter? Oh, yeah, we can't filter it in. Yeah. No, that's actually really huge. I know. I totally missed that. I wonder if Johnny was heads up about that, and that's what made him pause. He was like, actually, you can't do the 1, so I'll just wait. You have to have Shardless. So well played there from Johnny. Matthew, a little bit of an oopsie poopsie there, but not the end of the world. Definitely can battle through it. We saw last game how we kind of, just got picked apart and still kept gaming. So
yeah, I don't know if it was necessarily an oopsie, because I just don't think Matthew had another land in hand. So if you were deciding between the Passaggio and the Endurance, it looks like we're going to go ahead and cycle, presumably I think I saw Generous Ent in Matthew's hand, so we can cycle that. That can get us the extra source to be able to cast the Ardent Plea. And I believe, so if you get Breeding Pool, you can use Breeding Pool to filter double blue, and then you have blue, blue, green, white. So hypothetically, if Matthew drew a Mystical Dispute, you would have mana to go Ardent Plea with Dispute backup.
Yeah, and with that in mind, really interested by Johnny holding this Magistrate. There's clearly some card he's worried about, that maybe it's like a Shriekmaw situation where dismembers, and he just rather hold up his mana than develop the Draenith. Maybe he's worried about subtlety happening, and then sort of, shields are down and gets, overwhelmed, but you have to see.
Yeah, because with Johnny having the Force and Negation, like you said, you could just go Draenith Magistrate, hold up Pitch Force. Maybe what Johnny is holding is he wants to be able to go Counterspell plus Pitch Force, next turn land for Draenith with Counterspell and Force backup.
That makes sense.
Because if he casts the Draenith, he only has one, counter spell up, and maybe just wants to hold up 2 the whole game. So we'll see what Matthew goes for. We know about the Breeding Pool. That's going to come into play untapped. I believe I saw a DFC, so that might be the Sink into Stupor. And we are going hardcast mode, Mason. 4/4 flyer, get in there.
Yeah, I like this. And there's a little bit of awkwardness. Matthew, one, can kind of infer there's a Force of Negation, right? Like, probably wouldn't counterspell the Grief if you had some other answer, if you didn't have another answer for the Cascader, right? But then also kind of Johnny seemed ready to do something last turn. So now we're just like, well, your card's Force. I'm just going to play this, Sphinx.
Yeah, presumably Johnny will probably just want to fight over this because doesn't really have a clean answer to the 4/4. You can Flage, but that only deals 3. So doesn't really have a way to do that. And doesn't want to force himself into a spot where he has to Flage and tap out for it to race it.
Yeah, and Johnny, a little bit of awkward mana here. That Plains Mountain we noted earlier, making it hard to be able to Snapcaster plus Counterspell.
That is a good point.
As here comes Draenith Magistrate, forcing Matthew to have something like the Subtlety. Doesn't have it. I think Matthew does have a Sink into Stupor in hand. It's just on the land side.
Yep.
So that could be a way to set up maybe an end of turn Draenith. But at that point, Johnny will have his mana back up.
I think Matthew's working with a Living End, a Sink into Stupor, a Force of Negation, and one card that I could not quite get a glimpse of. Let me see a passing back of the turn. This Draenith is going to be able to to hold off the Cascade spell for quite some time. You could even maybe see Johnny, now that we don't have the counter spell anymore, maybe just wants to go towards Flage here. Looks like he is.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Get the game over, start winning. And yeah, this is going to, if it resolves, put Matthew down to 14, Johnny up to 19. A little attack in. If you might not want to do that because of endurance and Cell 2 being hard casted now, but you could if you were feeling a little freaky with it.
Yeah, I don't know that the 1 damage matters too much because the Flage is probably going to be a 2-turn clock anyways. So we're going to go for end step, sink into stupor. That's going to try to bounce the Magistrate. And presumably there can be no fight over this. And then Matthew's trying to maybe set up, untap Cascade spell. But we know Johnny has the Force Negation, so that is not going to work. And what's nice about the Force Negation from Johnny's side of things is you can actually just jam the Flage next turn while holding up that Force.
Definitely. We are going to see Matthew start to tap his mana. Looks like he is going for the Cascade. Like you mentioned before, we have a blue up, so if we drew Mystical Dispute and we brought it in, which we probably did, we are going to be able to win this sort of fight, but we're going to force that Force Negation to be played here. As this time, Johnny does not have the mana to Wrath the Skies and clean the board back up again.
There's the Dispute that got flipped over.
Yeah.
There was 2 of them in the sum. Let me just look at the exact number. I believe there's 2. Yeah, 2 disputes, so.
Yep. And Johnny, he's kind of in a force position. And if you have dispute, you have dispute. I saw you flip over 1, but I'm going to have to force here.
Yeah. Johnny does not have a choice. So we'll see if Matthew does have the dispute. I don't think he did. Last time I caught a glimpse of his hand. It looks like that Force Negation is going to resolve. And yeah, now Johnny is sort of shields down, but I guess now that you've used the Force, now you probably just deploy the Draenith instead of playing the Flage. Maybe set up the Flage for next turn. You could even maybe go like Shock, Flage plus Draenith or something like that.
Yeah, I think Johnny agrees with you as we see him pretty quickly Shock, and his only other play is Flage. So if he was going to Shock, looks like he's just going to posture a counter.
I like that. I love that. Just, Shock, make him think about the invert polarity, the Force Negation. There's a lot of things for 3 mana that Johnny could have. Now, it's not like Matthew is really in a position to play around much anyways. So, maybe it doesn't matter in the long run, but what's the 2 life, right? Speaking of bluff attacks. It's a level I'm not at. It's a level I'm not at.
You're at a loss for words, Mason. I think, dealing 3 to the face, putting them down to 11, and then, opening up the line if they do living into to be able to shoot some stuff down is pretty huge. Now, the endurance was here. That's going to help a lot that we waited because now Flage can be refueled. But
yeah, but the thing is, Mason, we're going to be a ways away from that second Flage. And Johnny at 15 against the 3/4 is going to need to find something. Now, I guess you have the Wrath of the Skies to clean up these 3 power creatures, but the problem is now if you Wrath, you lose your Draenith Magistrate.
Yeah, I imagine we might see Johnny do something like try to build up a little bit and then Flage down like this Shardless agent, and then just hope to make enough land drops to Wrath of the Skies the living end once it happens and kind of make Matthew remove Johnny's Magistrate. That would kind of be the way I would be thinking about this. And you see Johnny's really prioritizing in the game over as he puts Tamiyo in the graveyard immediately. And that is a card that could have drawn him some extra cards. He's really, wanting to get the Flage back ASAP.
Yeah, that's an interesting one where you have the Draenith in play. Maybe you want to keep the Tamiyo to try and find some extra cards. It's possible that Johnny is just maybe digging for a counter spell because he knows that the longer he keeps the Draenith in play, it's not going to be, Matthew cannot resolve a Cascade spell, so maybe just wants to try and find some sort of protection for the Draenith. And 3 mana 2/2, we call that a Gray Ogre on the stack.
Cascade into the living end.
Not allowed to cast that one.
Yeah.
A couple of Force Negations, though. There's definitely some information there for Johnny. I think there was 2 forces and a dispute in that pile. So, maybe not the most relevant in terms of just giving away some little information, but Johnny knows it's a lot less likely that Matthew has another one of those counter spells as we pick up a Preordain. And that's a good one. Cycle, get a card into the graveyard, get closer to that Flage. And I think I saw an Invert Polarity. I don't know what the other one was. We're going to ship those to the bottom.
Yep. And Johnny has the card he kind of wants, but it's just not the card he needs right now. We need some way to actually start closing this game out. And Snapcaster Mage with a preordain might help us dig a little.
It's awkward though, because then you go one less on the Flage. So it's good and bad.
Yeah, the Lord giveth, the Lord taketh. All right, pop quiz, Draenith, Magistrate, Wizard or not?
I'm not looking. I'm assuming no, but...
Ooh, sorry, it's a Jeskai Wizards deck. Don't be ridiculous, Devin. Of course, it's a wizard. It is a wizard for some reason, by the way. Even though it's like Draenith is kind of like a military body. Whatever. I guess they have
Magistrate, though.
I guess a Magistrate. I just learned a new word. As we are going to see the Sphinx of Foresight come on down.
So you're saying that in your Jeskai Wizards deck, you're also allowed to play Flage? Is Flage a wizard, Mason?
For me, I'm allowed. For others, they're breaking rules. Okay. And that's just the way it goes.
You couldn't just make Flage a wizard giant or elder wizard giant? Come on.
No, it's just it's so hard to get that one through. I already pitched Flage and got her through design. I got to you, the people, and you asked more of me. What more could you want? As Flame of Anora is the draw here, and this is a massive one. As you can definitely deal 5, and also you could have maybe shattered. You're gonna just get it Force Negation, so it doesn't super matter what the modes were, but of course Exiles, Devin.
I know. Yeah, get that out of here. That Flage, nowhere, not even close. But Tune the Narrative is going to help a little bit. I almost feel like Johnny is getting close to a position where we may have to fire off this Wrath. Okay, the fetch land is huge because now that is, I believe, the 4th card in the graveyard other than Flage. So if Johnny can find a cantrip or a fetch land, the Flage can really turn the tides. But I mean, if you look at this board state, I don't think if Johnny does not find a way, like if Johnny just say draws a counterspell, you may have to fire off that Wrath next turn. Oh, we could chump block with the Snapcaster. Right. Okay.
Yeah, we also have Flage lined up here.
Yeah, I missed the chump block with Snapcaster.
You're all good. There's a lot going on. All right, pop quiz. That Endurance art, do you like it or not?
I don't like it as much as the retro.
Good answer. There was no wrong answers there.
I'm a boomer, so
yeah, it's okay to be a little boomer. I heard a video once that was like okay boomer, which I assume means it's okay. As we were going to see a fetch.
I'm 99% sure Magistrate is one-sided. Yeah, it's one-sided, so.
Yeah. That is a CEDH Discord. They do not like the Trans Magistrates one-sided, and Johnny's going to like it here, as it is going to allow him to get the Flage back.
Mason, I thought we weren't supposed to talk about that 4-letter word on camera today.
Oh, well, it has a C in it, so it's okay.
Clark EDH.
Clark EDH, yeah. It's just all Flage decks. We are going to see Johnny line his mana up, and we're going to get back the powerful Flage, and Matthew really needed a card like Subtlety here, and, unfortunately did not have it. And, you see Johnny just snipe down this Shardless agent, and Flage is going to do what she does best, dominate the battlefield.
Yeah, the life gain is so huge, too, because otherwise you would just be on a massive amount of pressure from this Curator. But each Flage attack basically effectively negates an entire Curator attack. So this race definitely favors Johnny. And it's almost like you're in a position from Matthew now where do you just leave back the Curator to try and double block the Flage? Matthew decides that the answer is no, but I'm wondering if maybe that was something you wanted to consider there.
Yeah, it definitely is super interesting. And Matthew drew the Subtlety too. Turn late there.
Ooh, that was the draw step. Yikes.
Yeah. We have a very interesting Involt Polarity in our hand from Johnny. So, Johnny's just kind of forced to attack with the Flage. We can cast this Attune the Narrative, or Tune with the Narrative, excuse me. Draw a card, maybe we find some answer, like a Galvanic Discharge here. But I imagine those probably, for the most part, got sideboarded out. But if, Matthew tries to play a creature...
Well, what's crazy about this is, like you said, Matthew's going to go for Subtlety, and this is going to be coin flip, win the game or lose the game almost.
Yeah, and it's going to be really big here. We're seeing Johnny after attacking, kind of like, okay, the coast is clear. I'm going to cast Tune the Narrative. I got my energy, draw a card.
I wonder, okay, so I thought we were going to go for a double block there with the Subtlety and the Endurance.
Yeah, it looks like what Matthew is actually prioritizing is just presenting lethal. The Subtlety and the Sphinx is 7.
Sure.
And so he's going to try and force Johnny to not have an answer, which I can respect.
All right. Mason, here we go.
All right, we flip the coin. We win the coin
goodness.
flip for Johnny. It's losing for Matthew, and losing is winning. Because it looks like we are just going to get it countered once again. Even seemed to be, Johnny doesn't get the card, and Matthew can force a chump block here with the Dragon's Magistrate, assuming Johnny doesn't have anything in hand, and that will unlock Cascading. We'll have to see what Matthew wants to do.
I gotta say, Mason, I wasn't sold on Invert Polarity, and not necessarily the card itself, but like the theatrics around it. But now, the more that I'm seeing these games play out and the card being cast, I absolutely love it.
You're a showman,
Yeah.
You get it. You have vision.
It's good content. It really is.
Yeah, and Volt Polarity is a banger. As we are going to see, Matthew kind of size up. He's like, "Can I make this attack? Because if I make this attack, and Johnny has like a Snapcaster Mage that chump blocks, I lose the game." Now, Johnny doesn't have anything.
We know. Yeah, I was gonna say we know that Johnny's last card is Wrath, but obviously Matthew doesn't know that. This is such a weird spot.
And now Flage Titan of Fire's Fury gets to attack again, knock Matthew down to 5, force the chump block with the Endurance. And I think Matthew's last card is Living End. Might be mistaken there.
Maybe we should do like Invert Polarity. Okay, so here's a new idea, Mason, right? Invert Polarity, the spell that you target, similar to Chaos Orb, you have to flip the spell.
Oh, nice.
Right?
Yeah, that's an unsaid idea.
No, that's like the new ruling of the card.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I misunderstood. I thought you were pitching a new card.
No,
My bad. Yeah,
we're adding Invert Polarity.
If I'm at FNM, I'll play it like that.
You're like they have like the 1-of-1 serialized ring. You have to take the ring and flip it in the air.
When me and Posty can play Commander, I'll make him do it. So,
well, he's not going to play Commander with you because you play Flage.
No, me and Posty, we go like that. Me, him, Charlie, just a bunch of normal Commander players, just good buds, all of us too. As we are going to see an untap and a draw here from Matthew. Living End was the card. I finally got a good look at it, and unfortunately for Matthew, no violent outburst, which wouldn't even be lethal, but there's no way to push extra damage here.
Well, we get a trigger. I don't know what we're looking for, but we do get a trigger.
I guess he could draw like
Sink into Stupor, maybe?
Yeah, Sink's a good one. Although Sink, I guess it depends on what, like you don't know for sure, but Johnny might be able to like Flage and then like get it back or something like that. So
yeah. No, Misty's not going to do it.
Right.
We're going to suspend Living End, though.
I love it.
I mean, technically not dead, right? Can chump block.
Well, Matthew's dead because Dragon's Magistrate does 1 damage.
Right. Yeah, the 1 damage. Right.
The secret I can attack. Matthew fetches a Dryad Arbor, of course, but doesn't actually have it. Congratulations there to Johnny. And what was a kind of very awesome and cool round that at the very start was not looking to be, the most exciting. It looked to be very one-sided, but both players put on a great show, played incredibly well. And congratulations there to Johnny. 6-0, 8 rounds. There's not any definite situation here, but it does look like Johnny's going to probably be able to shake some hands and make the top 8. We're going to get an interview with him and ask about his Jeskai control deck in a second. But Devin, what were your thoughts on it while we're waiting for it here? Were you impressed by these sort of interactive, Jeskai cards?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy we get to saw some coin flips on camera. That was the first time we saw Invert Polarity cast. I was a very big fan of the composition, like the energy package, specifically the cheap cantrips combining with Flage. Like that seemed like a pretty good idea. The energy, like we saw Wrath of the Skies, tune the narrative, being able to give you more energy to cast Wrath of the Skies. There's a lot to like about this Jeskai Wizards deck, and I think Johnny has built his deck list pretty well.
Yeah, it seems very well built. I would not be surprised if he didn't build it, then whoever he got the list from has clearly been playing a lot of modern post MH3. Seems very well tuned. I'm excited that as he will be in the booth in a second. But yeah, it was very impressive. And also, the Living End deck still doing quite well. Sunk into Stupor was really the only big addition we got from MH3 to that deck at this current time. Maybe there'll be something else that players figure out they want to add. But, was a solid card and did do a lot of good work in game 1 on buying us some time. So, the Living End deck is still really a part of the metagame. And that's one of the things that I really like to see, right, is when we release these Modern Horizon sets, sometimes, they can be kind of like, oh, all these old decks disappear. And what I think has been really awesome so far about MH3 is that it's actually kept a lot of decks around and brought in way more decks, right? Like the oldies are coming back in a real way, where Tron and Storm, and I've even seen some people do pretty well with Infect because of decks like those doing well. And it's really cool to see sort of like, okay, there's a lot to go on here. We're still very early in the life cycle. It's gonna be interesting to see what Modern looks like a month, 3 months, a year from now. But early on, I'm really liking it. I'm really glad to see here as Johnny is sitting down. So let's hop in there and talk to Johnny and see how he's doing. Congratulations, Johnny, on being a 6-0. How you doing?
It's been a heck of a couple weeks.
Talk to us about that. What's up with the last couple weeks?
Well, so I've had like medical issues actually. I had an appendicitis that had a bunch of complications. So like it really dwindled my testing time. So I basically just like jammed as much as I could in the last like 3 days. And then over panicked, like, okay, do I want to play the Is It version? Do I want to play this Jeskai list? Do I want to play the Jeskai list with the ring? And I'm just like cramming so many leagues. I don't just as much as I can. And I was like, I think this is one I'm just more comfortable with. It just felt more smoother. Every time I kept trying the ring version, I would just still die to Storm after tapping for a ring, and didn't like that feeling as much. And I like how this one's a little bit more like Play-Go, be more interactive. And Flavanor is just like a heck of a card. That card is a lot of fun to cast. It feels really good casting Snapcaster Mage, because that's like my favorite card ever. So it feels good to be able to play it again. And so overall, we're feeling great.
That's awesome. Well, like I said, I hope you're feeling better, Johnny. But as far as the Wrath of the Skies, that's a card that was one that was on my radar a little bit, but we saw you play it in that game there, was able to clean up a nice living end. Talk to me about that situation where you kind of were in this loop where he had the shard list that he subtletied, and then you Wrath and he did the living end again. What was going through your head when that happened?
Well, in my head, I was like, well, I have to draw something to stick the to either like find a way to deal with I just had to find a counter spell because I knew I was going to be dead in like 2 turns. And then luckily, like, I think it was like I hit the invert polarity is what it was. And then I'm just like, okay, I hope I lose this flip, like it's like I've had that come up a couple of times where I'm like, man, I really need to lose this flip. I had it happen to me with an Allah's Dust where I'm like, yeah, I need to lose this flip. So it's and now I'm understanding why people just aren't cramming 4 in their deck, because there is a cost of doing business with that card. It's
yeah. I'm really glad you brought that up, because that was gonna be my question, which is how are you feeling about Warp Polarity? Because you put 2 in your deck, right? So clearly there is some amount of confidence in that. I was talking to Devin about how your deck has a lot of counter spells, but still taps out sometimes. So like it could have been Force Negation. Clearly, you realize that card's strong. You have some in your deck, but you went with the 2 polarity. Is that because before today you kind of thought like, oh, this card is just all upside, or what sort of led you down that road?
So I thought there'd be a lot of like Titan and big mana decks, and I don't feel like those are like great matchups for me. But being able to like steal one of their bombs or like take a ring in certain matchups, like being able to just like hit a haymaker, like it's sometimes just give me just enough to like get ready to close out a game. And that was, I thought, was enough upside. There's a lot of good things because, I mean, I've not today, but even testing online, like hitting uncounterable Primeval Titans with it and then taking it and it actually ramping me and just get me enough to like close out a game. Like just little scenarios like that where I think 2 is like a really good number. I probably wouldn't ever play more than 2. I even thought about maybe after today, I just go to 1 and play another Force main because Force is always consistent. And there's a lot of like that game 2 there, like me having Force to be able to like kind of like strategically plan my Draenith, like that. I'd rather have that feeling in those matchups rather than like I have this 3-mana counter, I have to wait till 5. Whereas like that situation, I was able to just interactivate and have that held up and felt safe. So I think maybe like 1 or 2 is the perfect number, but
yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah, the other card that I wanted to bring up here was Tamiyo. So this is a card that we've seen in the new set. It is a wizard for Flame of Venor. I'm sure that's part of the reason why you're playing it. But as far as just, a 1-drop in this deck that's like doesn't necessarily pressure them, but like kind of does because of the ultimate, that was kind of my thinking. How has Tamiyo been for you today?
It's like a love-hate relationship, right? I mean, in some matchups, it's came up as good as being an 0-3 wall that fly. Like I played against Death and Taxes earlier, and just it helped me soak up so much damage. Like I was able to flip one early and then play a second one, and it just soaked up so much damage for me to get settled. And then sometimes, like later in the game, you just get like a think twices, right? You just cycle, draw. It's I did ult it, about to ult it one game today, and I have ulted it, in my testing, and it does feel pretty hard to lose once you ult it. So, and a lot of times too, like sometimes I'm just -3ing in a couple of turns and just buying back a couple of cards to get me over the hump, which is just good enough, I think it's just a value card, and I've been pretty happy with it. It's pretty flexible too, and
nice. Well, my last question to you is, you mentioned Snapcaster Mage is one of your favorite cards. You're so happy, for the return of the king, as it were. What's your favorite card so far from MH3 that you've gotten to play with?
I gotta say, Wrath of the Skies is a heck of a card. That card has got me out of so many holes that, like earlier, I was playing against like the Prisontron deck, and just being able to like clean up a Chalice and an Urza Saga and a token just for like 3 mana, which was like, it was huge. Well, not 3. I did it for 2, and it was just huge, right? Because it takes their land away, and it takes away their value, and it takes one of the hate cards against me. And then it's just very flexible. It just does so much like what really decided me on this deck was Wrath of the Skies. Like, we were testing Wednesday, and our testing team was just like going through it, and I'm like, I think because I was really on the Is It Wizard deck, pretty high on it, and I was like, maybe I just need this white card, because it also cleans up a lot of the stuff like the new Amulet that the red, green, and Boros decks are playing. Like, that card was beating me up, and then like adding Wrath, and like that's helped those matchups a lot. So I think it's been really impressive. I really like the Wrath a lot. It's got me out of a lot of holes, and I'm a believer.
Nice. Well, hey, congratulations on being 6-0. Good luck in the rest of the rounds. Hopefully we'll see you later, Johnny. And take it easy, as we're going to come back to the booth here real quick, and we're going to check in and see if our backup feature match is still going. But very cool to see all that stuff there, Devin. Didn't get to play test as much as he wanted, and still able to put up a 6-0 here and put in the time and work. And congratulations to him, and we'll be seeing him more today. I think he's going to be good to shake hands. But Devin, turns out we're actually almost at time in the round, so we're going to take a break real quick. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Modern 10K Showdown in St. Louis. I'm your host, Mason Clark, joined by Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake. And today we are here to bring the Modern 10K Showdown to you. MH3 is out. It's been super exciting. We're in round 7, the penultimate round. Let's check out our players to watch and see how they're doing, because, Devin, this is the end of Season 1 this weekend. So today is the second to last event. And checking on our players to watch, it's starting to kind of coalesce at a sort of about 4-2. We see Adam Weiss and Jonathon, better known as Nikachu, at 5-1. Very much live for top 8. Connor Mullaly, Harrison, Joey, Jonathon, and Taj, always these players still very live for top 16, probably dead for top 8 at this point, but never say never. Travis William still battling out at 3-3. Let's check out our upcoming events, because this is the end of Season 1 this weekend, but we still have all of Season 2. So we can see July 13th and 14th, we have Chicagoland, Illinois, Modern Showdown, 5K Legacy Trial. If you love Legacy, we love you here on the NRG series. So come on out and battle. August 24th and 25th, we have a Showdown 10K Modern on Saturday. And then Sunday, 10K Team Trio Showdown. So if you win one of those, you go to our end of the year $35,000 PTQ invitational event that we're also battling for today. And that event is going to be Standard, Modern, Legacy. Once again, we love Legacy, so come out and do that. Of note, not an RCQ for that one. September 14th and 15th, we're going to be in Louisville for Modern on Saturday, and Sunday we're going to have Standard. Then the last event of this year, it's going to be in Indianapolis, November 2nd and 3rd, 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday, and 5K Pioneer on Sunday. But our players are ready, as we do have Nikachu, the Merfolk Master. He took an L in an earlier feature match in the mirror, no less, Devin. Got a little Merfolk diff, a Mer diff, if you would. Now he's up against Jovan on Temur Prowess.
Yeah, traditionally this is, we believe this may or may not be a win and in for these players. They're both X and 1, breakers withstanding. And this is maybe not the matchup that you would want to play in this sort of setting, Merfolk versus Prowess. Traditionally speaking, not the best matchup for Merfolk. But, Nikachu has some new tools. We have Flare of the Nile and Harbinger of the Seas present in Nikachu's deck. Not sure exactly how relevant Harbinger of the Seas is going to be. But Flare of Denial potentially being able to counter like a very pivotal Lightning Bolt and a Lord or something like that to maybe present a lethal attack could be very good. And this Prowess deck from Jovan, we've maybe seen some slightly new innovations in Prowess, where some people are playing Galvanic Discharge and Unstable Amulet, Amped Raptor, that whole energy package. Jovan's just kicking it old school. We got 4 expressive iterations, 4 preordains, just Lava Darts, Bolt Heats, just I guess this you would call this the classic Prowess deck.
Yeah, very much, what we saw a little bit before MH3 get released, and still quite good. We talked about before, MH3 has done a good job of sort of, not just going completely nuclear. Lots of decks that you can succeed with here, as Jovan is going to get the turn passed to him. Nikachu just, nothing to do. Just take our vial up. Probably nothing happening here as a Monastery Spirit does get cast.
What's funny, you saw Jovan kind of sweat the draw step a little bit. I think Jovan might have kept a one-lander.
Ooh, we been there before. We'll be there again, as it looks like maybe he's even playing around. Yeah, the potential for the Merfolk to come down here, as he did not attack, and Nikachu passed the turn back into turn, plays Voldaren Hexcatcher, gets down to play, takes up the Aether Vial, then plays the Harbinger. And you mentioned, I don't know how good this is going to be here.
Pretty good.
Well, we fetched up a Steam Vent, so now we don't even have Bolt available to us. This is so different than Magus. This is one of the things that, is worth mentioning, is like Magus of the Moon, you would be able to have removal spells here. Harbinger doesn't allow that. And, Blue doesn't really get a lot of spot removal.
And he picked up a Flare of Denial too, Mason. I think we're done here.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is, Nikachu has Flare, Force, Vial, so he's out of pressure. Has, the Mutavault, we can animate and do that, but for the most part,
we can animate that Mutavault?
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, the Harbinger's on the board. My mistake there. Everything is islands.
Jovan played an island for turn. That's nice. But yeah, there was an interesting. I mean, Jovan definitely. I think the hand had like 2. I think it was 2 Lightning Bolts and 2 Unholy Heats and 2 Prowess creatures with the 1 land. So a pretty respectable keep. Just needed to find that second land. If the second land was an Arid Mesa, maybe could have fetched up a mountain. And interesting enough, Jovan did have the opportunity to fetch a mountain on turn 1 instead of that Steam Vents, but perhaps maybe was not aware of the Harbinger of the Seas. Maybe wasn't sure 100% what Jonathon was playing. But yeah, this is kind of brutal.
Yeah, and you see Jonathon Vials in the Lord of Atlantis, attacks and can't be blocked. Gets a huge damage swing in there of 7, and Jovan just is basically locked out of casting spells for the remainder of the game until he draws something like a mountain, which I believe his deck, plays a couple.
There's 3 mountains, but hey, we can cast Preordain. I'm just saying, we got Preordains.
True, and maybe we don't have time for that, as we see a big swing here, and yet Jovan's gonna actually extend the hand. It's like, you got me on the good ones there. We are going to go into game number 2 here and see what these players have in their sideboard. But yeah, Harbinger of the Seas, kind of a nice one, you gotta admit.
Yeah, especially when your opponent has, is playing what is effectively a mono red deck. They keep a 1-lander, they get the Steam Vents, don't play around the Harbinger, and that's all she wrote. And like you said, we're going to go to sideboards and see exactly what these players are working with for game number 2. We're going to start with Jovan's deck list. So there is a Harsh Mentor, a Gigantha, the Wellspring, 2 Flusterstorm, 4 Pick Your Poisons, 2 Spell Pierce, Tormod's Crypt, Soul Guide Lantern, Cursed Totem, and 2 Blood Moons. Like I said, Jovan does, I think, have a relatively, ideally a reasonably good matchup, assuming that there's not, that situation that happened in game 1. Not really a lot here from Jovan. I'm not seeing any of these cards being useful against Merfolk. What do you think, Mason?
Yeah, I mean, this is probably not a matchup you have a lot of points in, because, like you said, your removal spells and stuff are pretty good. So I think, I'm not really liking anything here for the matchup. I could maybe see a world where you, make some small change, like you want to Spell Pierce over some card in your deck you don't super like, because Spell Pierce can hit, a Flare or an early Aether Vial. I think for the most part, though, your main deck is pretty good, and you should just resubmit. Now, checking out the other deck here from Nikachu, we have 3 Spreading Seas, 3 Harbinger of the Tides, which means that was the one of fun of that got us there, Devin. 3 Tashawnee Tidebinders, 3 Subtlety, 2 Merfolk Tristers, and a Dismember. What do you like here against the Prowess deck?
So the Harbinger of the Tides, I believe that's the one that bounces a tap creature. I like that card a lot, so it definitely wants to go towards those. The Tricksters are interesting because if Jovan plays a bunch of spells pre-combat. You can Trickster down the Prowess creature and maybe save a lot of damage that way. Dishonest Tidebinder, interesting at shutting off a Prowess creature, but kind of, it's pretty fragile. I don't think it's ever going to stay in the battlefield for that long. Subtlety is weird because the Prowess deck does rely on creatures, but also subtleting a 1-mana creature doesn't feel that great. And weirdly enough, maybe not weirdly, I think I like I don't know if you want the 4th Dismember. I didn't realize Nikachu had 3 in the main. I like Dismember against Prowess, but I don't know if I like the 4th copy. But definitely wants the Harbingers and the Tricksters for sure, maybe the Dismember.
Yeah, I think those are all pretty reasonable moves there. And my mistake there, I got Harbinger of the Season, Harbinger of the Tides, swapped up there.
So many Harbingers.
What are they harbinging? What is that? That's what I'm curious. What are they hiding from me? No, but jokes aside here, yeah, I think those all make a lot of sense. And maybe a situation where on the draw you want the Dismember. That way, you don't get run over by these Prowessy creatures. And on the play, you want to cut one. Go back down to 3, maybe even 2. We're gonna have to see what Nikachu wants to do here, as Jonathon is kind of the Merfolk guy, as our players are finishing up their sideboarding here and about to finish shuffling. But a lot of people know him as the Merfolk person. So Jonathon, no stranger to these sort of things, has done well at many events, and Merfolk has gotten some serious upgrades, Devin, with the release of both Modern Horizons 2 and 3. And I think it's probably actually a very good deck right now, or at least the best it's ever been.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think it's pretty underplayed right now. The combination of early pressure backed up by you have a lot of these different elements where you have the counterspell package. You get to play Force of Negation and Flare of Denial against the combo decks. You get to play a ton of actual land hate where you have Tide Shaper, Harbinger of the Seas, and even Spreading Seas in the sideboard. So you're good against the Tron decks and Eldrazi decks. Yeah, again, you have the counter spells for combo. The one, pretty glaring weakness is you're traditionally not great against these Prowess style decks, and they are sort of picking up as of late. But if you can maybe dodge those and or maybe have your opponent keep a 1-lander, then then maybe that can get you across the finish line.
Yeah, and one thing to remember too is the Merfolk deck has played cards like Chalice before, and so right now, Jonathon's not choosing to make that decision. But if Prowess really picks up and that becomes something that's a bit of a problem, we might see that become, one of these sideboard slots instead of something like a Spreading Seas or a Harbinger, right? And then suddenly a Chalice on 1 is very good. As we saw, Goblins was kind of a deck back before MH2 was released in the MH1 meta, but it could not beat the Prowess deck. So we saw people playing 4 Chalices in their Goblins. So very interesting to see, what players can do against these kind of decks and the links they can go to.
It's funny. I was just gonna mention Jovan has a preordain in his hands, which I guess he's casting on turn 1. I was gonna say, does he have war flashbacks about the Harbinger of the Season game 1 and just gonna get a basic mountain, but he is gonna go for that Steam Vents there. Potentially has a second land, and like I said, I definitely saw a preordain, so at least wants to cast that on the following turn. And Nikachu's hand looks fine. I mean, it's got a land, a Vial, a Dismember. If you're Nikachu here, do you go for Dismember or Vial?
I like the Vial, especially with this kind of bigger hand. Every turn that goes by, it becomes worth more and more mana. So this turn you might get hit for a bunch, but honestly, Jovan would much rather develop his board this turn than he would cast a bunch of cantrips and burn spells, right? If I was Jonathon and you told me you're going to cast a Preordain and bolt me and hit me for 3, I'd be pretty happy with that exchange. Now, obviously, the Dismember will kind of have issues as the game goes on. Your life total is going to matter, but getting it going now gives you a chance to much sooner get a Harbinger down or Violin, maybe a Lord in response to something and get a little tricky with it.
Yep, and we are going for the plot. Okay, interesting. Potentially, I want to take a look at Jovan's deck list. I wonder if that means we boarded in some sort of, maybe we boarded in the Spell Pierces because, worried about the presence of something like Dismember and wants to maybe protect that Slick Shot show off because, there's not really a ton of, I guess if you're playing around Flare of Denial, you would want to cast it down. I'm trying to think of a reason why you would want to plot it there. Again, maybe Spell Pierce, but not sure if that was a card that was boarded in.
Yeah, I think it's probably Spell Pierce would be the most logical answer I could find. Maybe there's some fringe thing that we're missing, but we'll see in a second. And making it so if Jonathon taps out to play a 2-drop, you don't get Dismembered is kind of nice. Where maybe in reality, he preferred to do something like this, and have Jonathon not do much and just overwhelm him on a single turn with some Prowessy creatures and threats. But yeah, my gut would be also to hit for 1, but Jovan here is 5-1, doing quite well. So I'm going to default to him being right as we do see the Preordained coming down.
Yeah, and that's going to trigger some prowess. It's going to get some prowess triggers here. And Preordain's going to be able to dig us a little bit deeper, maybe trying to find something like a Lava Dart. Lava Dart would let us push a lot of damage here. Looking at a Bobble and a Bolt, those both seem fine to me. We're going to go ahead and top both of those. And at least can go, maybe play a Bobble, maybe play a couple Bolts. And I mean, we know that Nikachu has the Dismember, so it's not going to be lethal attack this turn, but is going to be able to push a ton of damage. And it's not clear that Nikachu can really, depending on what Nikachu's follow-up is here, not really clear whether or not he can actually get under from this.
Yep. And we're going to have to see how to do it now. Also, what's noting, Jonathon, better known as Nikachu here, the rest of the lands in the hand are Mutavolts too. So we don't have much colored mana, but we do have a lot of chump blockers. So we maybe get hit for a bit here, but if we get like Dismember down the Slick Shot, maybe we fall to like 8 and then can chump block for a bit. So I'd be curious to see how this game unfolds from here.
Yeah, we're going to go Bobble is going to target Jonathon. Take a peek there. I think that was maybe another Aether Vial. Not exactly what Jonathon wants here.
Yeah.
Both creatures coming in. Dismember most likely going to be cast here. Wonder if I can't tell if there is a Tide Shaper. Okay, so maybe Nikachu thinking about vialing in the Tide Shaper to chump block this turn, which currently is preventing 3 damage, but presumably will probably prevent more than 3 damage. So interesting to see if we're going to fire that off here.
Turn. Kind of one of the weird parts of paper coverage. All right, looks like it is going to connect for 3. Knock Nikachu down.
Yeah, and then we're going to put in that Tide Shaper. And then, like you said, Nikachu's got a couple of Lords and a couple of Mutavaults left over. So Vial goes to 2. You can Vial in 1 Lord, cast 1 more Lord. And that's, gives you...
I like that. Open information, trying to figure it out. Also, nice guy, Nikachu. Remind him of his bottle trigger.
Yeah, I think that the vials face up because both players know about it. So I think it's just, yeah.
Yeah. It's a little bit of dramatics. I like it.
You know this. I know this. I also know it's a terrible card that I don't want here, but.
Yeah. And what am I going to do? And it is interesting because, this turn you could see something like develop the second vial. Maybe, play the Mutavault, get in a little attack, put in the Lord, put a little bit of damage on Jovan, and just start the race. And if, he attacks back, you animate your Mutavault and try to block.
Yep, so the Tide Shaper is coming in. No Lords necessarily yet. Okay, so looks like our plan is just, like you said, maybe just chump block with Mutavault. Although maybe lining up a double block potentially?
Yeah.
There's a Preordain. It's going to let Jovan dig a little bit deeper. And that's an Expressive Iteration and a Breach, which really quickly go to the bottom. I think Jovan's just looking for a second creature at this point. Jovan's going to Bobble himself. Does not like what he sees. We're going to go ahead and crack that. Love it. Just take the mountain from the top and put it right into play.
Yeah, it's something I didn't want. Probably a land. Yeah. All right, we're going to see what exactly Jovan wants to do here. Could you see a Bolt coming down? Now, funny enough, if we had the right combination of cards, we could have saved our creature there, but we did not have the right combination of Lords, etc.
Bolt going after Tide Shaper there. Interesting.
Might be a playing around Flare Denial line. Maybe you want to do something like play another creature.
Yeah, you want to see if the Bolt resolves before you go to combat. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but also in this sort of matchup, just removing the pressure is going to probably go pretty far. As this Bolt's going to hit Jonathon down to 9, take 5 damage down to 4.
That one's going upstairs.
Yep, on the noggin.
The noggin whack.
Yeah, and I'm a little interested. I thought for sure with such a big Soulscar mage, we might see the attempt to block with Mutavault, but didn't even seem to. I mean, if we did consider it, it was very quick / had pre-thought about it.
Now, ooh, the Flare of Denial is actually kind of a nice pickup here, because how much damage can Nikachu push? You can certainly make it a 2-turn clock if you want to. You can go Violin, Lord, Animate Mutavault, and still have the Mutavault and the Lord back to block. So, yep, we're going to go Fire Up, hit with both. Then we can go play Mutavault, chump with Mutavault, and we could use the Lord to sack the Flare. But I guess if we use the Lord to sack the Flare, we won't necessarily have lethal next turn. So ideally, Nikachu doesn't want to use the Flare if he doesn't have to.
Yeah. And, one of the things that's interesting about this is it Prowess deck is it's able to chain spells a lot more than the Boros one we saw earlier. The Boros one, like we talked about with Adam Weiss, very much more a like actual burn deck. And this one is like a Prowessy deck, right? It is trying to chain spells.
Right.
So preordain here, this sort of thing. If it was a Boros charm, this game would be over, but also be very different
The
game.
Lava Dart.
Yeah, Lava Dart's a good one.
Yeah, I guess the issue with the Lava Dart is the creatures are a little too big at this point. Like the Lord of Atlantis is a 3/3 and the Mutavault's a 4/4. So I believe Jovan just bought them both. Maybe just looking for a Lightning Bolt. Because then Bolt would be able to clear the untapped Lord of Atlantis. I mean, I guess you're forcing a chump block with the Mutavault either way. And Jovan probably assumes that. Maybe looking for, like I said, a haste creature, a Swiss Spear or a Soul Scar would definitely help. Or sorry, Swiss Spear or Slick Shot would definitely go a long way for Jovan.
Jovan taking a look on top. Jovan's hand is Underworld Breach and Dragon's Rage Channeler. So,
not the best.
Yeah, not really what he's hoping for.
Can Breach the Bauble back a bunch, I guess.
That might just have to be Jovan's line. We're going to see Mutavault animated and gets a chance to block.
I was going to say, this is a 4/4 Mutavault. That just eats the Soul Scavenge. Oh, boy.
Yeah. And we're going to see the concession. Congratulations to Jonathon there. Jovan fought hard, and did a good job applying pressure, but took a little bit too much damage from some of the stuff. And then, these Merfolk creatures, they scale together pretty well and do a ton of damage, right, once they start getting going. So even though we didn't have a lot of pressure early, we were able to get there. So we're going to get an interview with Jonathon, see how he's liking the Merfolk deck, and then we're going to get you our backup feature match as well, which is pretty exciting. We have one of our series winners in May French for that one, so stay tuned. We're going to have her on screen in just a minute. But what do you think about this Merfolk deck before we start asking the master himself? How do you feel about it?
I mean, he makes it look really good. Like you mentioned, we've been talking about this a little bit, where Merfolk got a ton of new upgrades in the past couple of sets, and like you said, the master himself is at work. Sphaloon, Harbinger, all these cards seem to really add a ton to it, and Flare of Denial as well. We've seen that card in action a couple of times. And one thing we didn't mention, 4 copies of Sink into Stupor in his list as well. Nice to be able to pitch to Force Negation and things like that. So yeah, looks like a very well crafted list, and not surprised to see it coming from Nikachu.
Yeah, very well tuned. And Sink into Super is a card too that lets you have more lands in your deck, as all these MDFC lands do, but be an actual real spell, which is really cool to sort of see that happen here in this matchup. And just in general, having more real draws comes with some real, life loss. And then this matchup matters a ton, right? If we had to, deal that 3 damage early and we had to put it in untapped, well, the Lava Dart would have won. Totally different game. Luckily, we were able to not do that. But, with great power comes great responsibility with these sort of MDFCs. So it's going to be interesting to see sort of where people land on what the actual best number is. And, will they play this one and also maybe a mixture of the other one, right? The lab experiment where it can change the target of something. So very interested to see sort of the development with this as time goes on. Really quickly here, while waiting for Jonathon to come over, let's quickly show where we're going to next be going to, which is Chicagoland, July 13th and 14th. We're going to have a 10K Modern Showdown. So you're going to want to stay tuned and see that happen. Make sure to click the follow button so you don't miss that action. Then Sunday, 5K Legacy Trial. We love Legacy. We'd love to bring you all to this awesome format. So if you like playing it, consider going out and supporting us there. We'd love to bring Legacy whenever we can to the series. So doing that, I guess we'll take a look at the Morris. He's taking a second, a little victory lap after winning there. Let's check out Madison is up next, August 24th and 25th with the 10K Modern Showdown and the Sunday 10K Team Trios, And with these showdown events, Devin, we were talking about our leaderboard a little bit. If you win one of those, you go straight to our championship. And Jonathon is ready to talk to us, and he might be trying to go to our championship today.
Oh,
Congratulations on being 6-1 now. How are you feeling about the Merfolk?
Oh, I'm great. I didn't play against Scam all day. I mean, sort of. I played against Goryo's once, but like Scam is my only counter, and I didn't face any Rakdos or Mono Black Scam, so I would say St. Louis was very nice to me. But the only thing I lost to was Merfolk, so Merfolk is truly undefeated today.
That's very true. So, one more round left in the Swiss. You've obviously been doing very well. What has been your favorite addition to the deck so far from MH3?
I am so underwhelmingly, I'm so disappointed with how this metagame shaked up. Like, Harbinger of the Seas, that should be a great card, right? Well, not when, Mono Red Ruby Storm exists, or Mono Black Scam, or Boros Energy, or Mono, or two-color, or Mono this. It actually has been incredibly underwhelming, but it is still the one card that just gives me free wins, especially against blue decks, funny enough. It's just a house versus blue decks. Oh, I can tell you didn't put a basic mountain in your Izzet deck because you have a Scalding Tarn and didn't fetch in response to this thing. So it's probably that is the best card that has been added, because that has given me definitely a lot of free wins, not only online but also here today.
Yeah, I mean, it gave you a free win in that last game too.
Exactly. Yeah, I totally forgot about that.
The other card that Mason and I were discussing in between sideboarding was Sink into Stupor. The full 4 copies of that card.
Yeah.
It looks like you shaved a couple of lands for it. How has that card been? Have you been casting the front side of it a lot, or has it mostly just been a land?
No, it's actually, I cast the front side a ton of times. It's I beat a Nadu deck because I was top decking, and that wasn't a land. It was Sink into Stupor. And I bounced their Nadu back to their hand, and that was the turn that I needed to win the game. Otherwise, that might not have actually happened. So I'm using it more as a counter spell than a bounce spell, like as a Venser of some sort. But it is coming up a ton and makes the deck a lot more flood resistant for sure. It's probably better than Flare of Denial, as weird as that sounds. It has come up more for me because I don't have to sacrifice a creature in play. Again, this metagame's not good for Flare of Denial. Like, people are coming out me fast with Boros Energy. I can't sacrifice my creature. I want to keep them on the board. I don't want to lose my little creatures over here. But unfortunately, it is good versus the top 2 decks. I think Flare of Denial, very good versus Ruby Storm and also Nadu. So big decks in the metagame. But also just really awkward versus Scam, super awkward. I guess if I'm on the play and I end up having a 1-drop in play, I'll counter a Grief on turn 1, but it's really situational. And if I hard cast it, then it just clogs up my 3-drop slot. Would have been great in the prior metagame, but the whole metagame upfeebled, and now it's a just completely different world right now.
Makes sense. Well, thank you so much for taking a second to come sit down and talk with us. Good luck in your last round. Hopefully we'll see you in top 8 championing the Folk. We're going to go to our backup feature match right now and get some more magic for everyone. So you go relax, have fun before the last round of Swiss, and good luck in that round. But yeah, Devin, this deck has been really impressive here for Merfolk. I've been, we talked about it earlier. It looks good. Like, Nikachu said, there's some awkwardness, but whatever, there's going to be some awkwardness just like me at a party. And let's go down to our backup feature match and see that. Got him on that one, chat. Just easy. Too easy, actually.
I was not prepared for that one.
Neither for people at me at the party. Anyways, I just show up uninvited. 4-color Nadu from your Showdown winner, May French, on the left versus Ian on Tron on your right.
All right, so 4-color Nadu, I believe this is very, very similar, if not the same, to the list that we saw earlier from Connor Mullally, deploying the Orcish Bowmasters, and I believe this is, I think this is a Canister innovation. Canister's been playing a ton of this Nadu deck, and has been liking the Bowmasters a lot, and it does make sense, especially if you're going for the Colosseum kill. I'm trying to figure out what May's... Okay, it looks like May does not have the Colosseum, and she has the Oracle instead. Okay.
Yep. And actually May pulling out her token really quick here that she won for winning our showdowns, which everyone who wins a showdown does get.
That's maybe a nice flex, right?
Yeah, I think it's a food token because I think she might be playing Gilded Goose. So, it's good like ice cream yum. But Yeah, there you go. And such a sick flex. She's like, yeah, I won the last one of these. It's so big. Like, you can be you.
Do you think that's the only reason she played one Gilded Goose? Is just because she's like, man, I really want to get a food into my deck somewhere, and it's like, I don't know how else to do that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Gilded Goose is good like ice cream, so it's important to fit that in your deck, and it has some uses. One thing that's really interesting I saw some people talking about was that you can Court of Calling in response to a Pick Your Poison trying to flying kill your Nadu, and boom, there it goes. But we are going to see the Kozilek's command come down off Ugin's Labyrinth, a card that you pinged as maybe one of the best cards in Modern Horizons 2. And I'm sorry, Modern Horizons 3, and I have to agree, it's an all-star, letting us play this card quite early, killing May's Mana Dork, and putting us 2 spawns for ourselves into play, jumping Ian all the way up to 6 mana next turn if we're playing an Eldrazi card, thanks to the Temple.
Yeah, command has been crazy for me in a lot of the Eldrazi decks that I've played. I think it's a little bit better in this version, which is a little like this is the bigger mana version with Tron, and it's like playing a little bit higher in the curve, and that's where I've been more impressed with this card. But yeah, it's if you ever get to start on any of the soul lands, you have 8 total soul lands in your deck. If you start on 2 of those, just you're on the play, kill your 1-drop, make 2 mana. It just, like you said, just gets you to these like completely ridiculous amounts of mana on the 3rd turn, lets you start casting 7 drops on 3, maybe even 8 if you have another soul land. And the fact that it's so versatile. It's Graveyard Hate, which traditionally is cards like this have a little bit of diminishing returns, as we see a Trinisphere cast here, and Bowmaster in response. But yeah, love that card.
Yep. Trinisphere is one of the big reasons to play these Tron decks. Is we're seeing these early Trinispheres come down as soon as turn 2, and that is making it so decks like Ruby Storm have a much harder time of actually comboing. It slows them down a lot. And decks like Nadu, if you're on the play, this makes it so you just lock out their turn number 2 if they didn't have the Mana Dork, and that's going to put them in a very awkward position. Now, May is 5-1 and done a lot of testing for this event. She really wants to be, the player of the year. That's why she's still out here grinding. This NRG was a bit of a trip for her, and she was talking about how she kind of wanted to low-key skip, but she wants to have that run for player of the year. So she has been putting in a ton of time as Nadu comes on down here after the attack on the Bowmaster.
And what's interesting about this Trinisphere is it really is kind of hampering May's ability to try and go off, because without it, she'd be able to just go, like if she had the Shuko and the Springheart, she could just go Shuko, Springheart, whatever, game's over. But now she has to wait an additional turn because it's 3 mana for the Shuko, 3 mana for the Springheart. Doesn't really have the ability to deploy both of those in the same turn.
Yep. And see Ian get protection from the One Ring, pass and turn back. And that's one of the other big things about this deck is, turn 2 Trinisphere, really strong. Turn 3, the One Ring with your double lands, actually very, very good at sort of undoing the cost that you need, which is like you have to imprint one of these bigger cards. And, those bigger cards require having a lot of mana and resources, and you lose those with the library itself, right? So it's an interesting position. Now, Bowmaster, still nice against the One Ring, but, going to be putting May in a much worse position than if he just had something like a Thought-Knot Seer,
Yeah, and funny enough, May, so we saw Connor earlier playing the Cephalid Colosseum as the kill condition. May is playing the Thassa's Oracle, which, interesting enough, does get around the One Ring protection, because Thassa's Oracle just says you win the game. It doesn't, say target your opponent, doesn't say deal 20 damage to target opponent. So it completely gets around that ring protection, which, maybe not going to be super relevant here, because I don't think she has the ability to set up the combo through that Trinisphere. But could matter later down the road is, as we see. And also, Mason, Trinisphere really good against Summoner's Pact.
It is not weak, as we like to say. As, like you mentioned, if May could, do something like play Wall of Roots, play the Nantuko, get a big board presence, and then, play this Outriders, the game would be over. Just be done. But it's gotten slowed down a lot here. So it looks like we're not going to draw any cards in the One Ring. We really want to protect this spawn.
Okay, Saga's going to go to chapter numero trace. We're going to float up mana. Now, taking a look at Ian's deck list, what cards do we have to get here? This is the Emrakul version, so there's 1 copy of Cookbook, 4 expedition maps, and that's it. Okay, so 1 Cookbook, 4 maps. We are going to go ahead and get the map. It's going to get us Tron Land number 2, and we will have to see how Ian wants to proceed from here. So not able to assemble Tron here, but is able to. Interesting. Ian did not tap the Bowmasters. Okay, right. Never mind.
Yeah, it looks like Ian had big plans with the Eldrazi spawn, and he didn't want it to get shot down. And that was May's only good target since he had ring protection. So
yep.
Now we do have a second Trinisphere. That's going to make it so cards like Boseiju aren't an out here for May.
So we can Court of Calling for 2. That gets the Spring Heart. And then if she finds a white source, I think she had the Outrider in hand. So does not currently have white mana to get the Outrider into play. So my guess is Nantuko, although she was lining up the Safekeeper, which is also interesting because maybe the Safekeeper gets you to the white source, but then if the Safekeeper finds you the white source, then you don't have the Springheart Nantuko. So it's kind of interesting here.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of interesting choices when you're playing this Nadu deck. Your easy draws that when you go 1, 2, 3, 4, so easy. You just run your opponents over, nothing to even think about. In games where their opponent puts back a little resistance, it doesn't mean you can't, fight through it, but there's a lot of options available to use. It looks like final answer is Bowmaster, and she can shoot her own Nadu, which will trigger the Nadu. Bowmaster, honestly, that might have been the problem for Ian, is if he activates the One Ring, May draws a card too. Maybe it wasn't the spawn. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point, because the Bowmaster can just target the Nadu. Yeah. Okay.
And now that we have 2 of those in play, it is,
that ring is not getting tapped.
Yeah. And then the army can now shoot itself too. So only 2 triggers still, it happens, but it would happen. Now here's a Shuko.
Okay. I was going to say, does she draw the white source, but she just finds the Shuko instead. So this should be close to all she wrote. Now, I'm trying to think if Ian can have... take a look at Ian's deck list. There are 2 copies of Dismember, Kozilek's Command. Do we have enough mana? No, there's only 2 mana available, so can't really command anything relevant.
Yeah, I think May probably should have shot her own creature, but ends up just shooting Ian. And now she's going to start comboing off.
Shukos.
Yeah. Shukos, not Shuka. They should have made the card templated better. As we are going to... There she goes. She hit a land, but without the Nantuko in play, it's very awkward for her.
Yeah, what's interesting about this, Mason, is that Trinisphere actually could... Okay, she did hit land number 3. I was going to say this Trinisphere could mess things up for her. Because it's going to limit. Usually you get into spots like this and you just say, okay, well, now I can cast, play a 1 mana Delighted Halfling, target that twice, maybe a 2 mana Nantuko, but even those 1 and 2 mana spells still cost 3 mana. So the Trinisphere might actually still be able to trip May up a little bit.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see what she wants to do here. She could play something like Springheart Nantuko, get 2 more looks. She could also cord for another Nadu and get more, an additional 8 looks at the top of her deck. A lot of options available to her. Like she has Invoke Endurance to... I guess she just spells 3 mana, excuse me. That line doesn't work, but looks like she's
maybe lining something. Up a chord. Yeah, that's just maybe lining up a chord. You can chord for Nantuko and then just try to hit lands from there. You can say, tap your 4 creatures in one of your lands, chord for Nantuko, equip that twice, try to spike land number 3 that lets you cast another spell. Maybe the better line is chord for Nadu, though.
Yeah, I think that might be kind of what the judge May is asking the judge, and they're just going to double check with the head judge is, okay, if I chord for Nadu, I get to redo the triggers on the moving around from Nadu. And the answer is yes. The ability is tied to that copy of Nadu. So
according to the Trinisphere, I wonder what the question is here.
Yeah, maybe it's how does Trinisphere interact with my Court of Calling? Does it mess up? Do I have to make X3? Maybe something like that. I'm not exactly sure. Looks like the plan is to play a Wall of Roots and then chord. So that Wall of Roots gets new Shuko activations. Probably not chording for Nadu if that's the case. Oh no, looks like it was.
Yeah, this makes sense.
Yeah.
But the thing is, there's still a fizzle rate, right? You get to look at 10 cards, and of those 10 cards, we kind of need ideally 3 lands and a Nantuko.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder if maybe a slight misstep there from May not equipping the wall before we did this, losing out on 2 looks. Now, we're going to still see 10 cards, but, the Trinisphere is making it awkward.
Okay, there's the Nantuko, and there's 2 lands. And I believe we get 4 more looks. Okay, so we've targeted the Orc Army once. So now I'm guessing we go fetch, play the Nantuko for 3. Oh, we don't need to fetch because of the Yavimaya. So play the Nantuko, and then we have now 5 more looks. But then I guess the other question is how many blue sources do we have left? Because we need to be able to cast the Oracle.
Yeah, and it could also be a spot where maybe May just puts most of her deck into play and then just passes and leaves like 2 cards or whatever, and the plan is just to hard cast. And hope that Ian can't do anything that stops it, like a Karn, Forest Stone Rain or whatever. But
well, I guess if you do that, then you run into the issue of All is Dust, maybe. But then I guess you can just recombo if you get All is Dusted.
Yeah, if you get All is Dusted, as long as you have the Oracle in hand, you should be fine.
Yeah.
Listen,
is that an Okina Temple to the Grandfathers?
It is an Okina Temple to the Grandfathers.
Jump scare.
Yeah. Get a little value. No respect for Harbinger. Nikachu salivating seeing that one. And what you're seeing here is she's moving the dice over basically to represent the amount of tokens left that can activate.
Okay. Well, yeah. So the island and the Odawara should be good enough. I didn't realize we had 2 more untapped blue sources, but I guess even if you didn't, you could just play the Safekeeper, sack lands, evoke Endurance, then go again. So I think it's just at this point it's deterministic, I believe.
Yeah. Well, she maybe has run out of land. I think she's used all of her things. So it's just a matter of does she have more lands in her deck, which will give her more looks. Looks like she does.
Yeah, looking at her deck list, total number of fetchables is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I don't know exactly how many are in play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That's one of those, we'll figure it out as we go, I think. Oh, Dryad Arbor's huge. That gives you that's 4 new looks now. Yeah, and you see May just sort of pick up all 4 of the cards. Just kind of shortcutting, like, clearly you're not going to try and stop me until I present, no cards left in my deck. And, yep, that's going to mean the Oracle comes down and May French wins that game 1-0. We're going to head to our sideboards here in a second. But, very impressive showing there for the Nadu deck, being able to fight through the Trinisphere. Early Trinisphere did slow May down, but we didn't have that pressure that we saw in our round 4 feature, right? That round, we saw the early Emrakul world anew both games, and that was enough to be like, okay, I can't really beat this. This game, sometimes your Tron deck locks them out, but doesn't have the pressure to back it up.
Absolutely. It was an absolutely phenomenal display, and we're not going to waste any time. We're going to get you right over to game number 2 because this is our time-shifted match, and we are starting with a Devourer of Destiny. Looks like Ian is going to keep a card on top. This is a card that has really impressed me, Mason, this Devourer of Destiny. I've been playing a lot of different Eldrazi decks, and with the additional redundancy of having 8 soul lands, it's the combination of that plus Devourer allowing you to not only more consistently have your second soul land, but also to be able to find the payoff for having that extra mana. Just a phenomenal card all around.
And it looks like May's checking her sideboard on this surveil, maybe wanting to make sure that she's like, okay, do I have endurances in my deck? And I'll take that as a yes, she does.
Good check.
As you see both players kind of laugh like, okay, I know what's up. Now, worth noting, if Ian has something like Karn the Great Creator into like, a Tormod's Crypt, that could complicate the game a little. Yeah. But, that's not something that we're seeing at the moment. So we'll deal with that when the time comes.
Yeah, that's a good point. The Tormod's Crypt. I mean, I guess if May can find Bristly Bill and have a creature that can attack that turn, you can maybe Bristly Bill to make the creature big enough.
Bristly Bill is my father. Please call me Bill. As we are going to see a Tron land for the turn. And once again, Kozilek's command, being a kindred Eldrazi spell means that the temple can tap for it. And this is something I was talking to earlier with Drake and a friend yesterday, where I just think people, they're really starting to now get like Kozilek's command basically can like be, 2 mana kill something and store all the mana I have until the next turn. We've seen a lot of it used on early stuff, but if May was playing something like Omnath, we might not, that's the first threat. Ian were to kill it and then just jump straight to a card like Ulamog, even if he didn't have Tron complete.
Absolutely. So we'll have to see if May has the signature play here. And Nadu, we're going to go to Teferi. Teferi potentially bouncing the Urza Saga. Yeah, there we go. Get that out of here. It's a nice little, very, very, very good tempo play here for May. It's going to set Ian back a little bit because, like you said, potentially Ian wants to get towards Tron. Maybe he wanted to find a map because I see a power plant in Ian's hand. So, going to be a little bit delayed at getting towards Tron. As far as the payoffs are concerned, I want to take a look at what Ian's playing for expensive cards. There's the 4 Devourers, 2 Emrakul, the World Anew, and 1 Ulamog, along with the Rings and the card in the Great Creators. So, yeah, but I guess there's the 3 All Is Dust too.
Yeah, All Is Dust, weirdly, like one of the more clutch cards. You're seeing it be one of the go-to cards to put under Ugin's Labyrinth because, one, it's 7 mana, so it does all that, and your Eldrazi Temple's hell cast it. But just having that board wipe is so massive. And, if you do something like Temple, Kozilek's Command, all right, next turn land, Wrath you, that can be a huge sort of thing. And getting all colored permanents is massive. So, we're seeing a lot of innovation in these Tron decks over the first couple of weeks here at MH3. And I'm excited to see as that continues from the players, as it looks like we're going to once again play the Urza Saga and just develop the Trinisphere and pass the turn.
Yeah, so we saw the Trinisphere last game was not really that much of a concern for May. I mean, it messed up a little bit. I think it maybe delayed her going off for 1 turn. But as far as actually, once she has the combo pieces in play, it's not really doing a ton. But yeah, we'll have to see. It, like I said, it's going to make it so she can't play something like a Nadu and a Shuko this turn, which could certainly be a bit of a reprieve. But we are shocking here, and that's a 4 mana play. We have
that's massive.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and I think the way to maybe look at Trinisphere from these Tron decks against Nadu is it's much more like a pebble in your shoe, right? It's very annoying. It makes you walk a little funny for a second, but it doesn't stop you. Like against Storm, if they don't find some way to answer the Trinisphere right away, they can't really do anything, right? They fall off.
I don't know about you, Mason, but pebbles kind of stop me sometimes. Depends on how big the pebble is, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, well, is it like the baby from the Flintstones? I'm not going to step on the baby a bunch. Is it a small pebble? I might walk a little weird. Depends.
Also, if you look at the art for Trinisphere, the pebble is clearly on fire. If that was in your shoe, you'd probably be dead,
Well, maybe you would be. I'm built different.
Shots fired.
As we see Ian here trying to figure out what exactly he wants to do, has, a lot of mana available, 6 for Eldrazi spells, 5 for normal. But can even do something like Kozilek's Command here as a way to scry and draw and get a little bit of mana. So, this is one of the interesting things about this, right? Is you can just spend the mana and then draw a card. And then if you draw something like the One Ring, well, it'd only cost you 2 to get that deep scry. Which, right now we have not a lot of mana, but probably actually should have just used all the spawn, just to double your amount of scrying.
Right. And I mean, honestly, Ian now at the point where Ian now has access to 8 mana in play. If Ian can find a soul land, that's going to get to 10. That could be a potential Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger, if Ian can find that second soul land. Now, only 1 copy in the deck. Not quite enough for Emrakul, the World Anew, because, I guess unless he has the Cookbook. The Cookbook would be enough for Emrakul if he also has that.
Cookbook? I know a card that you've played a lot, a real banger in these Tron decks. And one of the things I've really liked from that deck too, from that card in this deck from playing it, is sometimes you also just like have a cookbook and you're playing its burn or whatever, and you're just like, oh, thank God. I'll discard random Tron land I don't need anymore, gain 3 life, and like eventually set up that stuff. So it comes up in a really big way as Nantuku is coming down.
Yeah, with the amount of, I've played, like you said, a lot of these food decks, and every time, like, if you have turn 1 cookbook on the play against burn, they're dead. That's it. The game's over.
Speaking of dead, May's moving really quickly here, and if she has, I guess she's already played land for turn, so she can't get the Nadu down and the Shuko, but she seems very confident about what's happening here.
Be like Nadu Cord for Safekeeper, maybe?
Yeah. And, she has Teferi, so she gets to kind of wait and decide that here. We are going to see an Eldrazi Temple from Ian here. Come on down. And
her hands just rolled up. She's got Cord and Summoner's Pact, too.
Oh, yeah, and even a Boseiju, so that if Ian plays, like Damping Matrix or something out of the board with a Karn, she can still go off. And, this Nadu deck, it's quite good. Players have been working on it a lot, and I think that's one of the big benefits it gets is that there's just been a lot of, time put into that deck, as Devourer of Destiny is going to get cast, target the Nadu for exiling it.
Yep,
And
we're going to go ahead, and that's going to be a cord for a Safekeeper. Safekeeper is going to protect the Nadu, and very, very likely May French will be able to win this game next turn. Remember, around turn 1, she had to look through her sideboard before we bin that Thassa's Oracle, presuming, like you mentioned, probably wanted to make sure we had that Endurance in, and assuming we do have the Endurance in, then this should be good enough.
Well played on her part, by the way, to make sure to do it with the trigger on the stack as to not draw. Maybe she only has 1 Sylvan Safekeeper left in the deck.
Yep.
So Safekeeper is also going to trigger the Nadu, so now she has a Thoughtseize in hand. Summoner's Pact, Boseiju. And with Teferi in play, unless Ian does something now, it's just a matter of going through the motions and hoping not to hit the insanely low fail rate. I guess even if you do, you could Teferi bounce the Nadu and go again. Now you'll lose the Teferi protection.
On 3.
Yeah, but you will, get another look.
Yeah, I mean, there is theoretically a world where she breaks because she only has 4 lands. Well, I guess 5 because the Dryad Arbor. But if she misses on lands in the first 5 draw steps, then she runs out of lands to sack the Safekeeper, maybe. But
it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The first 14 draws, right? Like everyone is 2, and she has 7 things to move the Shuko around.
Does she have the Shuko though?
Well, she has the cord for the rider. I forget its
name. The Outrider. Okay, right.
Yeah, so she has like a ton of looks.
I forgot about the Pact. The Pact makes it. The Pact should mean it's game over. Yeah.
Yeah. And we hit a land here, which is going to get us another thing. And Kozilek's command is going to get used to try and hit the Sylvan Safekeeper. Mace is going to actually target the Safekeeper with itself. Now she's going to hit the Delighted Halfling. We're going to get a mana back. We do have Dismember. We could try to Dismember something, but it's going to probably just end up getting a land sacrificed. But, got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, Dismember target Nadu. That'll prompt the Safekeeper activation. And that should be good enough. This Nadu deck is looking very, very impressive. We've seen it a couple of times on camera, and I got to say, I kind of like this black version. I don't remember if Connor was also playing the Thoughtseizes, but I know Connor had at least the Bowmasters, and then, the black sideboard cards. They seem like they kind of add a little bit more depth to the deck, where it's, good, like Fatal Push, good against cards like Harsh Mentor. Thoughtseize can be good against just a plethora of things, and it really does seem like it adds another dimension to this deck.
Yep. We saw Connor Mullaly in round 1, as we do see the concession here from Ian. Connor actually had main deck Thoughtseize. Game 1, round 1, he just went turn 1 Thoughtseize. And those sort of evolutions are kind of what I think a lot of people were curious about, right? It's like, all right, so version 1 of Nadu is kind of all-in creatures. And then what happens? Like, can we play a real deck with this? And we saw Nick Winsauce play the first challenge, which is Jun Nadu. Just playing a bunch of real cards. And that one hasn't really stuck in a real way. It was very telling to me. It was like, oh, okay, I think this can really happen. We're going to be very interested to see how players adapt. And with the Pro Tour next weekend, we'll have to see. But for right now, we're going to take a quick break as we're about to hit time in the round, and we'll be right back with more Modern action. So stay tuned.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Series in St. Louis Modern 10K. I'm your host, Mason Clark, joined by my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we are here today to bring you round number 8. This is the last round of Swiss before our players are in the top 8. So we have some win-in situations. It's going to be exciting to see exactly how those play out. But first, let's quickly take a look at our players to watch, sponsored by Ultimate Guard, as long as the rest of the series. And, Nikachu 6-1, looking like he can probably draw. There's no guarantees. We'll have to see how that goes for him. And then a murderous row of 5-2 players here. You can see on the screen Adam Connor Ty, who's actually our feature match. We're going to be watching him play this round. And Harrison, all very much live, grinding up some points here. And then Joey, Jonathon, and Travis, all dead for top 8, but still very live for points. And this is the last weekend of season 1. That means the 2 at-large players will join our player championships. We're going to have to see how that goes with a battle for $30,000 in prizes. But enough of that. Let's get to some actual Magic action here, as we have one of our invitational players from last year. I'm sorry, 2 years ago, Zoe Riederman in here, and she is playing Oops All Spells, Devin.
Oops, no lands. She forgot to play lands. She's also playing 68 cards. We mentioned this in the break. I believe the lists that have been popping up online recently have been 69 cards. But as you mentioned, 68 cards makes it a more serious deck, which is completely understandable.
Yeah, well, it's how Zoe thinks it's right? Like, if she was unsure on 68 or 69, she'd play 69 for the memes. If you're unclear, you get that value out. But if you're playing 68, you got some confidence.
Oh, yeah. And then on the other side of your screen, we have Ty Tajali, who is playing a deck that we had to get on camera at some point today, because this has been the talk of the town over the past maybe week or so, 2 weeks, or ever since the release, and that is Ruby Storm, powered up by some Modern Horizons 3 additions here, both Ruby Medallion and Ral Monsoon Mage, allowing you to get some cost reducers, bunch of rituals, got wishes, pyretic wishes, past in flames, and ultimately grape shot for the kill. Now, as far as this matchup goes, Mason, not a ton of interaction going on here, right?
Oops, all fast is what I would like to call this, as both players aren't coming with a ton. Now, that being said, Zoe does have some interesting interaction available to her, thanks to the fact that she has all these, MDFCs, right? Like, all the double face cards sometimes allows you to have things that interact. Now, I think in this situation, the way Zoe's deck is built, she doesn't have a bunch of like sink into stupors, which would be one of the more powerful ones, but she does have interaction for creatures. She has like Fell the Profane. If for some reason there's a lot of mana laying around, she can maybe do something, but for the most part, these players are going to go fast as a Solar Transformer comes down.
Yeah, that's another new card for Modern Horizons 3. Zoe has a surprising number of new cards for Modern Horizons 3, not just the double face cards, which, as we mentioned earlier, we saw the double face cards really propel Goblin Charbelcher to, a little bit more consistency. You now have access to more untapped lands, but also this deck is also trying to get to 4 mana, and it does certainly help that you're able to get there a little bit quicker, along with the Solar Transformer. And which enchanter is that, Mason?
That's the Witch Enchanter. It comes on down. We talked about some interaction, and I missed that lineup there, and I was looking at it very quickly. But yeah, blows up that Room Medallion, and it's going to make this a lot harder on Ty. And, as you were saying, Zoe's trying to set up to specific mana and then sort of put our whole deck in the graveyard, bring back an Oracle, win the game. And Solar Transformer lets you be a mana rock like Pentad Prism, used to be and still is in the deck, and sort of accelerate there a bit quicker to play like your Balustrade Spy. And you see him laughing. He's like, I don't know if I can combo this turn now. He's like, if I do, I might miss.
We're going to try. Now, I see a Ritual, and I think I see a Ral. So, potentially has the ability to go Ritual first, Ral with 1 mana floating, maybe a second Ritual, and then kind of go with a couple of draw spells from there. Or could even just fire off the, land and then Ral. But maybe doesn't have the Ral. I saw a flip card in hand. Maybe that's not a Ral. I'm misremembering.
Yeah, I can't quite make it out, but it's also possible that, Ty just doesn't think he can combo and knows like Fell the Profane as a land. And if he just like runs that out and Zoe kills it, he might just lose the game. So maybe trying to set up a turn where he plays that and have it be part of the storm count.
Yeah, I think Zoe's going to just kill him this turn. I think we have a Beseech the Mirror. Yep.
And this card adds a lot of... Yeah, you see Ty's like, uh-oh, as the creativity, the talisman gets sacked here. And so Beseech lets you search your deck, and if you bargain, so you sacrifice, something like an artifact, you can do this. Now it's going to give us Balustrade Spy, and, Zoe doesn't have any lands in her deck, technically. You might see some facing the direction. Those are all MDFCs flipped around. They're all lands on the front side. So her whole deck's going to go into her graveyard, and then she's going to do a couple different things, but essentially what's going to end up happening is Thassa's Oracle is going to hit play with no cards in deck. And you see Ty's laughing. He's like, all right, good beats. I was on the play, but not enough.
Yep. So I wonder if we now I'm not sure exactly how the Oracle stuff works, but I know that there's the Creeping Chill, Salvage Titan, Vengevine line. I know that there's that. I think with the Oracle, I think you have to go through the card that shuffles the Memory Journey. So it's like Memory's Journey, back the Oracle, and then do stuff there. But what's going to happen is Zoe's going to flip over the 4 chills. She's going to get 4 triggers from those. The Narcomoeba trigger is going to come back. That's going to bring back Sword of the Meek. The Sword of the Meeks get sacrificed to bring back the Titan. The Salvage Titan get cast for free. That's the second creature for Vengevine. And then 4 chills plus 4 Vengevines is more than 20 damage. But I think the Oracle is kind of just the backup plan.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Probably Ty can't do anything to stop this, so this is going to be good enough, and you could still always go for that. But yeah, you see all of these Sword of the Meeks come back attached to the Narcomoeba. The one of fun of 68 cards. This is not the first time we've seen 68 Oops All Spells. We saw it during the pandemic as well with Pioneer, a deck I very wisely bought during that time. I surely got to play it.
It is pretty funny to me that there's only one Narcomoeba because, like, you know, if you're playing 68 cards, you're just not going to draw it, right?
Probably not. Yeah. And yeah, you see Zoe's like, yeah, no, I have these Vengevines, and Ty's like, yeah, you know what? You got me there, and hopefully I can get you. With me going first this time is a very quick game there from Zoe Riederman, and just showing the power of Oops All Spells. This was a deck that, you know, I was very interested to see how it would line up in the format with everything going on. You know, got a bunch of big upgrades. And we saw how having, you know, these untapped lands matter a ton on killing on curve, but also just being real spells on the backside meant she's able to play a bit more of an interactive game than she used to be able to.
Absolutely. Yeah. And like I said, this is really just kind of a race of who can combo faster. Both decks don't have a ton of interaction, but potentially after sideboard, that's maybe where we find some interaction. And we are going to start off with Ty's sideboard, the Ruby Storm deck. So we have a couple of Goblin Anarchomancers, 2 Flame Slashes, 2 Nature's Claim, a Shattering Spree, 3 Veil of Summer, a Grape Shot, and Empty the Warrens, a Past in Flames, a Tormod's Crypt, and an Underworld Breach. As far as cards that I kind of like here, so it might be you might be incentivized to board in the crypt, but I actually kind of like it more in the sideboard because you want to be able to wish for it, and that is a relatively, you know, a free card that you can cast off of wish. The Veil of Summers are interesting. I don't think there's a ton unless you expect discard spells out of Zoe's deck, and then perhaps the Anarchomancers just to have a higher density of cost reducers to be able to kill quicker.
Yeah, I think that all makes sense to me. Yeah, I think this is kind of, you just want to be on the play, do your thing, and get going as quickly as you can. So don't over sideboard too much. Checking out Oops All Spells sideboard, Zoe's just got a nice clean 4 Static Prison, 4 Leyline Sanctity, 4 Inquisition of Kozilek, 2 Deafening Silence, and Goblin Charbelcher. Gotta imagine Deafening a Silence is for matchups like this. Each player can't cast more than 1 non-creature spell each turn, so that's going to be very good at stopping the Storm player from going off. You could even see Inquisition of Kozilek come in here as a way to sort of, you know, pick apart that early Storm hand. Maybe, you know, tie mulligans down to, like, let's say 6, trying to get a faster hand. Zoe snags the right card out of it with IOK, buys herself the 1 turn, and she wins on turn 4. So you're going to be very interesting to see how she wants to do that. You know, Leyline Sanctity stops Grape Shot, but they have ways around that, so I doubt we'll see that as the option. But it might be a choice. Maybe she, you know, just has enough cards in her deck that she doesn't like. So it'll be interesting to see what she wants to do.
It is very, very funny to me that this Oops All Spells deck can actually combo with a Deafening Silence in play because it's just trying to cast creatures. Like, it's just Balustrade Spy, creature, Salvage Titan, creature, and that's it. You only have to cast 2 creatures. So it's, you know, the deck can just entirely play Deafening Silence without even being affected by it, which I think is pretty funny.
Mm-hmm. It is very, very funny. And this Oops All Spells deck, this is one of the decks that I kind of thought players would be talking a bit more about when MH3 came out, but hasn't really seen a ton of play until, you know, Zoe, I believe, was one of the first players to 4-0 a prelim with this deck. And, you know, she's here today at 5-2 in prime position for a great finish. And, you know, she loses this round, you know, 5-3, not bad, especially, you know, what's going to be an early build of the deck. And she's been putting a lot of time into it, but, you know, you iterate over tournaments as it looks like our players are shuffling up and dealing out their opening hands here. Devin, who do you like in the matchup as we're, you know, starting game 2? Obviously, Zoe got game 1.
Well, Ty's in the play this game, so I think for this particular game, I'll take Ty. What I was going to mention is what I find very interesting about the DFCs. I think in this version, I would say more so than the Belcher version. I think that the front half of the white cards are. So you have Witch Enchanter, which is disenchant when it comes into play, which helps you destroy sideboard cards like Leyline of the Void, Rest in Peace, all that kind of stuff. And then you have the removal spell, which is called Razorgrass Ambush, which is 2 mana, deal 3 to an attacking or blocking creature. So that can also help, buy you a lot of time early. Maybe can kill some sideboard hate bears. So I think that yes, the deck got a little bit more consistent because it has more untapped lands, but I also think it has a lot more utility in the mana base because those are a lot more, like those cards matter a lot more than stuff like hard casting Amiria's Call or Agadeem's Awakening.
Yeah, the thing about those cards is they're not really cards, right?
Yeah.
They are lands that like once in a blue moon. Zoe could very easily, just play like Boggart Trawler against a graveyard deck, accidentally kill them with that never being something she has to worry about. And we see her sideboard kind of reflect it where maybe she doesn't even have like the ability to play those kind of games, but she gets a little bit of equity in all these matchups for just doing what she wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, the Enchanter of that game likely stopped her from dying, right? The Enchanter got to take care of that Ruby Medallion, so very, very big there. And Ty's hands not looking so great after this Inquisition, Mason.
I'll say it. That's a stinker. There's just no way around it. Ty, I can tell on Ty's face. Let's be honest, friend. That one's not what you want. Now, worth noting, Ty's in the place. We have a little bit of time to make it come together. We drew a wish for turn. Maybe we can wish to set up something for, a turn 4 win. But, Zoe is going to try and win on turn 4 and can do it as early as turn 3.
Ooh, Ty with only one copy of a Surveillant. I've seen a lot of the Stormless nowadays, or over the past couple of days or so, they've moved up to two Surveillants. But Ty only on one, so is not able to fix the draw step a little bit here. Really wants to try and find, I guess, glimpse the impossible, or I guess not really glimpse. You're probably looking for, this turn exactly, you're probably looking for Impulse or Ren's Resolve more than glimpse.
Yeah, you really want to set up this turn so that next turn you can do your thing. And it looks like we're going to play Rally. Yeah, you see it. Now, Zoe didn't have a 2-mana Accelerant, so I don't believe she can actually Balustrade combo here. And that means, Ty gets another turn. But she does have Boggart Trawler, which will exile the graveyard like we talked about earlier. And like you're mentioning, just a little bit more utility. Now we don't have that Ren's Resolve in our guard, and we had the Pass in Flames in hand. We could have done something like Wish, get something, maybe pass with a ritual, right? And then maybe chain together. Ty can still do that. It's just much harder now. And Zoe is just, I have this extra land. Sorry, actually I have a 3-1 that kind of, puts a pebble in your shoe. Get got.
Is it the Trinisphere size pebble though?
No, it's much smaller. It's like a very normal one. You just kind of kick your shoe around. No taking your shoe off of this one.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, these lands, they definitely the lands or the DFCs in this set, I feel like they're a little bit more like, at least the front side is maybe a little bit more aggressively costed than in the past in terms of the Bolt ones from the original set, which was I think Zendikar Rising. They're much more utility pieces more so than like top end in the game stuff. And Ty's shaking the head. We don't like what we got over here.
Yeah, sorry to laugh when you're talking there. I was looking at the player's nonverbal, and Ty clearly said something, and I could tell Zoe was joking with him, and she kind of leaned in a little, kind of like you got it. And Ty's nonverbal was like, I do not even close. Maybe I'll check my sideboard. As we see Ty checking his sideboard, seeing what he can do with the wish, might be able to chain a little something together, but seems wholly unlikely he's going to go for it. And that's one of the things with this Ruby Storm deck. It can win on turn 2, and it's very powerful, but also it sometimes just fizzles out and can't assemble its wins. And this might be a spot here, if Ty could do something like Ritual into the right card, in the past, could maybe do something, but he's going to need to have this work out his wish. All right, let's see.
I think we're just going to go for Wish for Tormod's Crypt here to buy a little bit of time, at least in, that's kind of what Ty's thinking is like, well, I can't really do a ton with this Wish in terms of actually generating card advantage. So maybe we'll try to flip the Rel, get the Tormod's Crypt, maybe buy a little bit of time. Hopefully Zoe can't answer the Tormod's Crypt. And, I see that Zoe has a white DFC in hand. Do you have any clue, Mason, whether that is the Witch Enchanter or Razorgrass?
It looks like the Razor Glash because it is the one. They're the 2 in play, and I know the one that has the grass is the grass. If that makes sense. So
that is true. Grass is grass. That does make sense.
Mhm. Now, all right, so we won that coin flip. If we had lost it, we would have been in huge trouble. But now Zoe can't combo through the Tormod's Crypt. Like, at least we don't think she can. I don't think she has any sort of sideboard card that wins in response to it, but looks like she's going to just spend this turn hard casting the Balustrade Spy.
Oh, yeah. Beatdown mode.
Yeah, and this could be very helpful, one, in helping her set up something like a Witch Enchanter into a combo kill, but also maybe kill the Ral. And Ty drew a Grape Shot. So
yeah, it looks like the hand is a Narcomancer Ritual, Grape Shot, second Ral, I think. Or no, there's a Past in Flames. So it's Past in Flames, 2 creatures, and a Grape Shot, which is interesting. You can tick up the Ral, play new Ral.
Yeah, I think you're kind of cooking.
I think Ty needs a ritual.
I agree that we need the ritual, but maybe we can get enough going that we can kill this spy. Excuse me, this informer. Obviously not a spy, very different. And all right, we've got all these creatures. So much, the mana is reduced. Past in Flames costs 1 right now, but just nothing to make mana. Yeah, and you see Zoe tilt her head. That's the wrong white MDFC.
Miria's Call. I know that one.
Oh, okay. I think we're getting to the fun mode, Devin.
Sort of the make equip my Undercity Informer.
Oh yeah. Get it in
there.
And I saw Zoe had a screenshot where she actually put a Glasswing Grace, the black-white MDFC, on one of these informants and killed somebody in a league. We might be seeing stuff like that come up. So
I'm going to be honest with you, Mason. I don't know what the front side of that does, but I'm going to read it.
It's an enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and has lifelink and flying. A build your own Baneslayer.
Oh, now, baby.
Probably couldn't win this game, but honestly, if Ty just doesn't draw anything good, it might be able to come together. Now, unlikely, but something that could happen.
All right, so
all right, Ty, your spells are reduced. We get it.
Man, all right. Mason, this is just a perfect example of both decks operating at peak efficiency. Both decks are just doing what they want to do. Zoe drew something.
Yeah, you saw her kind of, dramatic, kind of get a little excited there.
And did she draw? Okay, I was gonna say, did you draw the enchantment? Oh my goodness.
Okay,
you got something. Oh, yes, we're casting some creature. Is it a trawler?
Another trawler, which gets rid of the wish. Which is, and yeah, you see, Zoe's like, no point on the table, moving around. Both these players having a great time. As Ty, I think, got in a great attack last turn, making the Grape Shot a little easier to kill. But this is what it's like sometimes when you play these combo decks, and you just got to have fun with it. Both players know, wow, we have hit some weird fail rate stuff today. As Ty is trying to figure out how he's going to win this game.
I'm going to be honest with you, Mason. I did not know that NRG featured limited events, but now apparently we do.
Mm-hmm. And it's great to see.
Ruby Benelli number 2. Past in Flames cost -1 mana. Okay, we can Grape Shot. We can't even kill the Trawler because it has 3 toughness.
I think we're trying to win the Ral flip.
Okay.
Because if you Ral flip, you can, minus. All right.
Oh, you can Grape Shot the Trawler twice and then ping it with the Ral. Okay.
Yeah.
This is what we've come to.
Yeah. And it looks like, Ty's like, all right, that goes to my graveyard. I have this Past in Flames that about in my hand. And now Zoe, she gets to beat down. And if Zoe finds, Glasswing Grace or anything like that.
I want her to draw the Grace so bad.
I mean, you talk about this being limited as a joke. Seriously, though, a little making sure we're not losing our creatures in combat. We can attack with the Informer, and then we could get a double block, and we could kill the Archaeomancer, I believe, because it's a 2/2. And then the Bogart would go through if the blocks go that way. But you see, Zoe is like, but if I lose my Informer, can I win if I even draw the Witch Enchanter?
I mean, if you lose the Informer, you just go beat down Mob with the Trawler. Who cares, right?
Yeah, true.
Ooh, Pentad Prism, which means now if she draws Emiria's Call, we can hardcast that.
Well, also if she draws Vengevine, Devin.
That's true. Hardcast Vengevine. Let me look and see what else is in this deck that we can hardcast. Can we do anything with Agadeem's Awakening? What else is in your graveyard besides the other just the Trawler, right?
I mean, honestly, might be enough. Just bring back old Trolley, exile that Grape Shot. All right, here we go.
Yeah, Salvage Titan, maybe.
All right. We have to roll the Ral dice. You see Zoe immediately notice it because getting these pings matters a ton. Also, Ty, might get there, but.
Yeah, Ty's in a weird spot where now, he kind of wants to flip, but also kind of doesn't. Assuming that he gets lucky enough off the top, which he certainly did, hit 2 very, very good spells here. You kind of want to wait on the flip to see, you want to at least try to get till spell number 6. That's when you want to flip, ideally. So, but, you need to be a little bit careful because if you wait too long, maybe you could take too much damage. So, Ty kind of has to weigh those two things here. But, hitting Manamorphose and Reckless Impulse, very, very good for Ty.
All right, so we got a storm counter. We've got, I think that's a Ral loyalty counter or something at the top, and then the mana here. And Ty, has gotten very unfortunate so far this game, but eventually it's going to catch up. Looks like there's a little ping from the Ral. I'm not exactly sure actually which is which.
Yeah, so spell number 2. I think he won the flip and was deciding on whether or not to flip.
So odds is a win. Okay,
I think yeah.
Okay, that makes sense because you rolled a 1 the first time on flip. So all right, that means if we roll an even, we're gonna take some damage.
Honestly, Mason, I kind of want to see Ty brick this turn just so we can see more limited action.
I think it'd be so funny if he just lost every flip, just bricks like crazy, and just every little point mattered from Zoe. As we do see double ritual. Eventually these things catch up.
This isn't enough, though, right? Because this is assuming that there's no other spell in hand. This only gets us to spell number 5, right?
Well, we know we have Pass and Flames in the hand.
Oh, right. Okay.
We know the game is over basically at this point, right? Because we go ritual, and then we go back up the chain, and then we Grape Shot Zoe.
Yep.
And Zoe knows about the Pass and Flames as well from the IOK at the beginning. Zoe's someone who plays a lot of these combo decks as well. And it's going to know that, this is basically over. At this point, maybe we could have lost enough dice rolls or coin flips, to maybe win, but not at this point.
I think he's won every flip, right?
Yeah, he's won every flip. If he had lost them all, maybe, but I doubt it even then.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, he's just going to say hey, ritual, Grape Shot you, It's all right. There we go. Finally. Honestly, I like flipping it. Yeah, just because now we don't have another thing to track. And yeah, the Ral's flipped. We're going to be able to exile 8 if that wasn't already enough. Zoe's packing it in here. And what was a very funny looking game there for Ty that, almost just completely and utterly bricked off, right? Drew a lot of mana reducers, have those enablers in his deck, and drew a lot of them, but just did not draw the ways to kind of fuel, right? And that's kind of the interesting thing about this deck compared to Gift Storm. It kind of just hopes to chain, and Ral's very good at that, but you have to have something, a little bit of gas in the engine first. We just had none from Ty.
I'm going to be honest with you, Mason. I'm just disappointed we didn't get to see more Borga Trawler attacks.
Mm-hmm.
That's or perhaps the Glasswing Grace. Maybe we'll see that in game number 3.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. It also makes you wonder about Zoe's land sequencing, right? Did she need to play the Witch Enchanter on that one turn? Did she think it didn't matter? And then it ended up kind of coming up. I don't know. I wasn't able to pay attention. I can't really tell them when their hands together, but it's interesting how every little micro decision matters with this Oops All Spells deck. And, a lot of people maybe just don't even think to play the Bogart Trawler earlier. And maybe we could have got that early Pass and Flames going with the Ral, would have lost. So a lot of different decisions, a lot of things that happen here. MH3 Modern, very exciting, very complicated. And our players are shuffling up for game number 3. But while they're doing that, let's talk about the next time that you can see us here as they're just taking a little shuffle and D-sideboarding. We're going to be in Chicagoland on the 13th and 14th of July. We're going to have a Modern 10K Showdown on Saturday and a 5K Legacy Trial on Sunday. We love Legacy here at NRG, and we would love to have you come out and play it as well. We know there are not a ton of big Legacy paper tournaments, but we have one here for you. So see if you can make it work, and we'll see you there. And all this is sponsored by Ultimate Guard, which, they are one of our sponsors of the series. They help do all this sort of stuff. They're actually helping us with upgrading some of the equipment to bring you even better coverage. So you're going to want to make sure to click that follow button. That way you don't miss any of the future NRG events. We'll be here on the 13th and 14th with full coverage. And Devin, I was very excited for this first one. And with Madison coming up after that, there's a bunch of modern tournaments. I'm really excited to see how the format evolves and adapts. On the 24th and 25th, we're going to have the modern 10K on Saturday, and then the team trios on Sunday, which is standard, modern, legacy. So once again, if you're a big legacy fan, come on out and we will have that. And if you're a pioneer denier, don't worry. You just, get a legacy deck instead. As our players are dealing out their hands here for game number 3, as Devin shakes his head in the corner.
No comment. Well,
yeah, I'll say this. I had to go to bed early. I'm doing coverage all day today. Had to get up at 7 a.m.
That's fair.
I couldn't sleep. Fair. I played Mono Green Devotion just on Arena in my bed for like 30 minutes. I just couldn't fall asleep.
It's a good deck to do when you got nothing else, right?
I love the machine. That's all I'm saying.
Turn your brain off. One thing that I will say, like Mason alluded to earlier, is you want to make sure you follow the stream. We got, a lot of the viewership today has been very, very crazy. There's been the numbers have been very, very good. So if you're enjoying the content and you want to get notified whenever we go live next for those future events, hit that follow button. It doesn't cost you anything, and it really, really does help out the stream.
Mm-hmm.
With that said, Mason, who we got for game 3? We got Zoe in the play. I'm assuming that Zoe on the play. Zoe equals favored. So that's what I'll go with. I'll pick Zoe for game 3.
Yeah, I think play draw matters a ton. And I do think that Zoe is slightly favored in like the average game where not everything comes together perfectly. I think when everything comes together perfectly, Ty's deck is stronger. But Zoe's deck has a much higher floor. Its fail rate is not as bad. And so I'm, Zoe here, it looks like immediately going to 5. Sometimes you just, not get your cards coming together. Maybe put your lands in your deck, Zoe. That might have helped a little bit. Didn't have any of those. But, this is a situation where on 5, she can still win on turn 3. If you have 3 lands, an accelerant, and a spy, that's all Zoe needs to win. So she can afford to go to 5, even 4, and still come out ahead. And we talked a lot about this in the past, Devin, where, some of the best modern decks, and just decks in general, I think these days, are decks that can afford to go to 5, right? Mm-hmm. Back in the day, I remember BBD, would talk about how he basically just wouldn't mulligan past 6 unless his hand was rancid, right? Just raw cards, didn't have as much selection. Now, this selection, you really get to kind of sculpt your hand a bit more, and you got to be willing to go down when your deck like this does it. And you see Zoe immediately, she's like, not it.
And I mean, the other thing about the Oops All Spells deck is it is effectively a 1-card combo. Zoe only needs to find either Undercity Informer or Balustrade Spy and mana. So Zoe can mulligan to 4 and just have 2 lands, a mana rock, and one of those creatures, and she can still win the game on turn 3. So, as basically, and that's what she's realized, is she just wants to mulligan extremely aggressively to try and find one of those creatures. We saw the Inquisitions on the draw for game number 2. I'm not sure if those stayed in on the play. My thinking is that maybe you want them on the draw to slow down Ty a little bit, but on the play, you just want to be completely all in on the combo and just don't worry about the interaction.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense to me, would be my guess as well.
Just pretend like your opponent isn't, you know what I mean? Just pretend they're not there.
Honestly, that might be your best bet. Also here, Zoe might go to 3. Yeah, I was going to say, I if her hand isn't good enough, like you were saying, right, just 2 lands, accelerant, or 2 lands and a spy, hope to top deck accelerant, hope to top deck a land, win on turn 3. Ty can go Strike It Rich into the perfect nuts to kill you on turn 2. The deck can do that. And, it can do that maybe a little more than I am describing here, but it is not easy for Ty to turn to you. And if your hand's bad, don't keep it.
The other interesting thing about the new DFCs, or the increased consistency of having more untapped lands, is before, if you mulligan a bunch with Oops All Spells, it's like, okay, well, I have, maybe 1 tap land, 1 untapped land, but most of the lands in my deck are tap lands. So even if I top deck a land, I'm still time walking myself. But now in this spot, because the majority of your lands are untapped lands, I believe the only tap land that Zoe has is the Glasswing Grace. You put yourself in a lot better position to be able to top deck out of that, where more of your lands are going to come into play untapped to be able to kill your opponent a lot earlier.
Yep. And we see Zoe on 3. And what's almost been a comedy of mishaps when it comes to these combo players with their decks not quite coming together and having to, scrape by. And honestly, these are the matchups too where you kind of, you can allow that to happen, right? You play against the Jeskai Wizards deck earlier today. You're getting like this with Zoe. You're probably dead. They counter your spy. You're just like, Yeah, well, that's what I had go. Against your tie, at least, there's not much interaction. It really is. If you can do it, you can do it.
I saw the Inquisition in Zoe's hand, so it looks like she did decide to keep those in. It was land, Inquisition, and probably just a second land. Yeah, so she kept 2 lands, Inquisition. So ideally for Zoe, top decks the Accelerant, then land. So this is
Ty! What if he has an MDFC land? Zoe can high roll. If she takes the land and Ty fizzles,
it never draws a land.
I unironic, it's gotta be that or Ruby. Like one of those things to try and get Ty where he can't cast his spells is her best bet of winning. And honestly, I'm sure she thought about it there. I'd be so tempted to just take the land and just hope it comes together off the top for me.
Yeah, that's, honestly, Mason, I'm kind of with you where it's one of those situations where you're on 3 cards, you're so unlikely to win. In order for you to win the game, so many things have to go right that, it's close, but I might have been with you. I might have attempted to take that land there.
Yeah, and obviously we're a little results oriented here, but Ty hasn't drawn a land. It would have been a while there, and so he I don't think has a ritual in hand, so can't quite go off yet.
Found all the draw spells though. Where were those in game 1?
Yeah, seriously.
Or game 2 rather. So yeah, probably just going to end up casting another resolve here, pass with 4 cards, and it's. So Zoe's last card is a land, right? Yeah, it is. So Zoe can theoretically kill next turn.
Yeah, Zoe can kill, and Ty. If I'm Ty, I'm assuming Zoe mulled the 3 and kept spy, land, IOK or whatever, or something like that. I just basically assume she has to have the spy unless I can't beat it. Ty does have Manamorphose in hand, so he can go make 2 mana and do something like Ren's Resolve, but he could also do Glimpse the Impossible to get Scorn. Oh, it looks like, we're going to start tracking.
See, what I kind of like here is just Manamorphose, make 2 red, see what you draw. If the draw step doesn't yield exactly a ritual, I think you just go Wish for Tormod's Crypt.
Yeah, I like that line a lot. That makes sense to me. And now we drew a Ral. This is interesting. Ral doesn't have to be in play to have seen the stuff.
Is he going to keep going?
Yeah, I mean, I think you want to Ren's Resolve here.
Well, the issue is now if you brick in a ritual, you lose the ability to go Wish for Tormod's Crypt.
I think Ty is in.
Yeah. Hit a Manamorphose. So it's possible Ty is maybe just trying to maybe bridge just take a little bit of a risk here and there. And, if Ty does hit the ritual there, still able to keep going. Because now you could maybe just go Manamorphose. There's no other Ren's Resolve though.
You know what might have happened, Devin? Is because Ty knew that he was on the draw. Maybe he boarded in the crypt, just hoping to get lucky. He's like, hey, I won't have time to do this. I'd have to burn a ritual. That could be part of it too, where he's just doing that. So very interesting. We drew a Desperate Ritual here.
Yep. So did find the rituals. Now on 4 red, now you could maybe just go Ral first. Okay, we're going to Past in Flames. Past in Flames, 1 floating. Cast a couple of rituals, more draw spells. I wonder if we maybe wanted to go Ral, then Past in Flames? Because the Ral, he did draw a Ral, right?
Well, he did, but if we had 1 mana left, then we couldn't do this, right? Because you would have, Ral would save you 1, but you would also cost 1, so it would be...
Well, he had 4. If he had 4 red, right? 1 red for Ral, and then the Ral makes the Past Flames cost 2.
2 down to 1. Yeah, I guess. Well, he would have 4 down to 2 down to 0. So
no, the Ral costs 1 with the
medallion. Oh, the Ral costs 1. Excuse me. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah. Just a small misstep potentially there. Also, maybe he wants to leave the option to do something like Glimpse on the line, because you can go pretty late into the combo and still get Ral Zarek down and have it most likely flip. If you just flip coins, eventually you're going to hit.
Yeah, I don't remember what I think the Storm was already past 6 by the time he could have cast the Ral, because I'm thinking maybe he's just a little bit worried about, okay, now we're casting the Ral, but I'm thinking maybe he's worried about losing 20 coin flips in a row. But I mean, at that point, you would just be able to kill Zoe before you played your 20th spell anyways. So
it is also possible what happened was something that happened to me with Ty, where he just quickly did the math. He's tired of playing all day. And it's just I'll have 0 in my mana pool, and just forgot Ral got reduced by 1 because of Ruby.
Maybe.
Yeah. I definitely have been there before, and could have ended up mattering. It looked like it's not going to.
Yeah, 13 loyalty Ral, no big deal.
Yeah, I don't know if it's deterministic from here. I don't know what's left, but
think
I know
it
we have
is.
this wish for Grape Shot. So, you have to get pretty unlucky, I think.
Yeah, second wish too. You could even
Yeah.
just Zoe's off it. All right, cool.
Yep. Well, congratulations to Ty there. Is going to move on to 5-3, get some leaderboard points. Very solid performance there. And congrats to Zoe Riedemann as well. She put up a good finish here at 5-3. A little bit short, but that's going to happen. And for mulliganing to 3, not bad at all. We are going to end up doing an interview here with Ty in a minute. Looks like Zoe bottomed some creeping chills and Narcomoebos, which is very funny. It's almost like the mulligan was helpful, where if that was her 7-card hand, maybe she had to mulligan to begin with. But very interesting to see those combo decks. And Ruby Storm, one of the decks that some people are even more worried about than Nadu, right? Like one of the things that's happening is like Nadu's good, but like Ruby Storm kills me before I can even get my hate cards going sometimes. So like what am I supposed to do? So it's going to be interesting. And so Ty already being qualified for champs here and the Pro Tour, you have to wonder, okay, is this the deck he's wanting to play at the PT? Maybe we get a little info out of him, Devin.
Perhaps. Yeah, no, I'm like you mentioned, a lot of people are maybe a little bit more afraid of the Ruby Storm deck that's been popping up quite a bit over on Magic Online over the past couple of days. Lists have been iterated on, tons of different versions. And I think a lot of people are maybe more scared about the Ruby deck because of its capability of killing on turn 2. Even without a card like Striker Rich, you could even just go, turn 2 Ritual, 3 mana, play your cost reducer, and then if your hand's good enough, you can kind of go from there. But yeah, this is the first time we've seen the Ruby Storm deck all day, and it put on a pretty good showing. It looked very consistent. Well, maybe except for game 2, but it looked very, very good.
Yeah, and worth noting too, I think Ty is our highest placing Ruby Storm player on the day, which at being 6-2, a very nice record. Don't get me wrong. But, not as dominant as people might expect. Now, you get one more win. Suddenly we're talking about top 8 pretty easily, right? So definitely a great performance. But the deck did not come out in full force. I almost wonder, is that because players didn't have time to get their rouse? Were they maybe, early on to Nadu and they didn't want to switch after committing money? Lots of different factors. Also, maybe we're hiding our actual deck for the Pro Tour, right? Maybe Ty has plans to play some sick Nadu variant, but thought the Storm deck was really good and wanted to kind of give it a test spin, right? We've seen that a lot from players. We saw like Andrea Mangucci with Pro Tour Chicago played Lotus in our event just because he's like, oh, I think it's kind of good. I have this idea. I want to get a little bit of a test, right? And so that could be what Ty is doing here. Ty is working his way over from the Future Match Area and sideboarding. But yeah, it's very interesting to see.
It's also entirely possible that a lot of people, because the deck was so popular on Magic Online over the past maybe 4 or 5 days, that a lot of people expected, overcompensation for that in terms of people's sideboards. Like we saw the Jeskai deck earlier that had the Draenith Magistrates and the Stifles, and I think they maybe also had something else too. So if everybody's sideboard has 7 to 8 cards for Storm, then maybe you want to, avoid that.
Yeah, definitely. And it's gonna be interesting too to see, like will cards like Sanctifier and Vec make a comeback, as they are like hard for this deck to answer without like some of its hate cards to the sideboard and remove the passive flame line. We'll have to see how that goes to the Pro Tour, but we have Ty here. Hi, congratulations on going 6-2. How you feeling?
Pretty good. I got really lucky in my game 3 with Zoe mulliganing to 3, so I'm pretty happy with that, but it sucks that had happened.
So that game too, though, we got to talk about that game too, where you could not find a single relevant card. Zoe was attacking you with the Sword of the Meek on a Bogart Trawler. That was what was that like playing that game?
I mean, it was great. That's like my favorite kind of Magic to play. I love limited. I love when combat matters. So that's probably my favorite game I played all day. I actually got to do combat math. It was great.
That's great. Well, how do you like this Ruby Storm deck? I believe you're qualified for the Pro Tour. Yeah. You're kind of going to that. Obviously, we don't want you to leak any team secrets. Although if you do, it's just me and Devin. Don't worry about the people watching. What are your thoughts going into the Pro Tour?
I'm not going to Amsterdam. I had to defer my invite because I had a medical thing on that day, which is sad. But I really like Ruby Storm. It's kind of a pain to play in paper, just because you have to remember your raw flips, which is annoying. But I think other than that, the deck plays like really cleanly, and I think it's really powerful. It feels like unlike any other modern deck I've ever played before in power level wise. It's great.
Yeah, just like the raw consistency from not only Ral plus Rupee Medallion, but also the fact that Ral is not only a cost reducer / enabler, but also a payoff. It's just you basically get the whole package out of it. One thing that I wanted to mention is that your sideboard, you chose to splash green today instead of white. I've seen a little bit of both online. I've seen white for sometimes Static Prison and Flage. Is that a choice that do you like the green cards a little bit more, or what's the decision behind that?
I think it's really interesting. Going back, I think I would have played white. I think Static Prison's really good, and it's a universal answer. Like I was playing Nature's Claim and is my part of my green splash and Goblin and Archomancer. I like an Archomancer, but I don't I like it as much. I really like Orm's Chant. Earlier today, I was playing against the Boros version, and they hit a Orm's Chant off a Reckless Impulse, and I just couldn't combo that turn. If I went back, I would splash white. Orm's Chant is the main reason. The card is just so powerful, especially in the mirror. If the deck's really good, then you really want Orm's Chant because it's really good in the mirror.
Makes a ton of sense. Well, thank you so much, and congratulations once again. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow battling some Pioneer, get some leaderboard points, maybe hit up our Player of the Year status, get you locked for champs. But thank you so much, and we're going to actually go to our backup feature match here because we have more Magic going on this round. So let's go check that out and see what our players are doing, Devin, as I believe it is a time-shifted match here for Jordan on Rakdos Scam, finally, versus Patrick. We almost went the whole switch without Rakdos, not on purpose. It just, there was only one player.
There was not a lot of griefs in the tournament outside of the Living End player that we featured not too long ago. And this is just Rakdos Scam. There's the only Modern Horizons 3 card in, I believe, the entire 75 is one single copy of Bogart Trawler. So kind of just sort of kicking it old school. I guess there is one Disruptor Flute in the sideboard too. But as far as the other side of things, Patrick Richardson kind of playing the Nadu deck that has been kind of the talk of the town. This particular version is just Bant, so we have no copies of Orcish Bowmasters or any of the black sideboard cards, and instead we have Teferis to supplement the combo.
Yeah, and we see Jordan offer the trade with the Delighted Halfling. Patrick obliges, and we're going to see what's follow-up is. It looks like it's a Thoughtseize.
All right, so we got a couple Court of Calling, Summoner's Pact, Nantuko, Delighted Halfling, and a land. Probably wants to... Kind of depends on whether or not Jordan has an Orcish Bowmasters, because if you have the Bowmasters, you could probably just let Patrick have the Springhard Nantuko, but it looks like that's going to be the selection here for Jordan. I saw there was a little bit of pause when the Delighted Halfling block. I wonder if that was either like a pump fake to say, okay, well, I do have the Not Dead, or maybe Jordan was just kind of taken aback because he didn't think that Patrick would ever want to block there.
Yeah, I'm curious. Oh, no. I think Jordan maybe passed without playing his land for turn.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. A little bit of an oopsie-poopsie, but not the end of the world. Luckily, we've seen Rakdos Scam operates on one land pretty well. So, Wall of the Roots off the top into Delighted Halfling.
Oh, my God. That wall was such an incredible top deck because that turns on both Court of Callings. Ooh, baby.
Yep. Kind of massive. And... let's see what Jordan here has. A Thoughtseize, has a Fable, it looks like as well, but no grief, nothing like that. At least, not the moment.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a Blood Crypt and another copy of Thoughtseize. That's going to take the Pact. So presumably that will give Jordan another turn. Let's see what Patrick finds here off the top. Can currently cord for... Okay, that's not bad. That'll eventually get Shuko. 1, 2, 3. So now we can cord for 3. So presumably we just go cord for 3, end step, get Nadu, untap, cord for Outrider.
Yeah, and then we just combo. Deck is very good. Now, actually, kind of looking at Patrick's deck, I don't think he has Outrider. Oh, no, here he does. Excuse me. I just misspoke.
Yeah, there's one. The one copy. Dauthi Voidwalker. So that one's a little interesting, where it's not necessarily going to stop the combo entirely, but it can so there are some situations where the deck can get into these spots where like if you tap too many blue sources, you have to sack lands and loop those lands with endurance to be able to cast the Oracle. Dothy Voidwalker would shut off those lines. I don't know if that's going to be super relevant this game. But yeah, that's pretty much what Dothy Voidwalker. Now, if you're playing against the Connor Mullaly's version from earlier today, Dothy Voidwalker would shut off the Cephalid Coliseum loops.
Yep. You need to find something like Teferi Time Revel or have an answer incident like that. And, Dothy Voidwalker represents a lot of pressure. And Patrick might not have Shuko now, but with that Urza Saga on 1 going up to 2, it's just going to be one more turn before we're going to see some Shukoing going on.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of this is honestly, I think part of the reason why we just haven't seen a lot of Scam today is these type of value games. Scam has a very hard time just beating like the combination of multiple construct tokens plus Nadu, which is always going to be a 2-for-1. You don't really have to combo in this matchup. You just beat them by putting a bunch of stuff into play and saying, try to beat my board of assorted, random 3/3s and 4/4s.
Yep. And this also, combine that with Flage trying to Fire's Fury from the fair decks. It used to be Grief could, pick apart you enough and then you run out of cards and you're top decking and they just kind of go across the finish line barely. Flage removed that as well. So a lot of, kind of predators rising up against the Grief deck. Grief obviously still very good, but, not enough here as it looks like Jordan's going to actually pick it up. As we are going to check out sideboards for this game. Let's see what Jordan has access to. Looks like for Jordan, we have 2 Harsh Mentor, 2 Legions and 2 Blood Moon, then a bunch of 1-ofs. Bone Crusher Giant, Kolaghan's Command, Angrass Rampage, Toxic, Deluge, Chalice of the Void, Nihil Spellbomb, Pithing Needle, Disruptor Flute, and Unlicensors. Devin, what do you like and why?
So the Harsh Mentors, I did mention that Jordan doesn't really have a ton of MH3 cards. This is like an honorary MH3 card where it's only popped up as of late because it is specifically good against the Nadu deck. So those ones seem like slam dunks. The removal spells here, just kind of like randomly assorted stuff. The 2 Legions ends probably okay. Rampage, I don't think I love that much because, Jordan could just sack some random creature token. As far as the Sweeper, Toxic Deluge, I like that card a lot. Coling's Command could potentially help kill a creature and kill a Shuko. And then past that, the Needle and the Disruptor Flute to help turn off Shuko. I think I like those as well.
Those all make sense to me. Let's check out what the Bant Nadu deck is doing. We have 2 Veil of Summer, 2 Force of Vigor, 2 Endurance, 2 The One Ring, and then a Path, a Skyclave, a Shadow Spear, a Haywire Might, a Gemstone Cavern, a Soulless Jailer, and a Drannith Magistrate. What do you like here and why?
So Veil of Summer, probably okay against the Thoughtseize Grief deck. Can help out a lot against that. Skyclave Apparition, I think, is a card that Patrick probably wants to board in the dark most of the time just because you're not exactly sure what sideboard cards your opponents have. The One Ring, very good if your resources are getting dealt with by, again, Thoughtseize and the aforementioned Grief. So good against that stuff. And then past that, you're on the draw this game, so you probably want the Caverns. And I think everything else is probably not worth it.
Yeah, I have to agree with all of that. I'm really curious to see sort of how Patrick wants to play this because cards like Shadow Spear, something we've seen in all the sideboards, really great in a matchup like this, right? Let your Urza Saga actually be a grindy card. So it's gonna be interesting to see. Let's cut back to our players as I believe they're finishing up sideboarding right about now. Ooh, what great timing!
Looks like that is one thing that we talked about where I was, mentioning that the Nadu deck doesn't really have to combo in this matchup. You can most of the time just beat them with construct tokens and some random creatures. And like you mentioned, the Shadow Spear really does help that plan.
All right, looks like Springleaf Drum, Shuko, double Nadu for Patrick on this Thoughtseize with noting Jordan, I think, is down to 4 or 5 cards on this mulligan. So a hefty mulligan, maybe looking for the Grief Scam, maybe didn't have a playable hand in the early turns.
Yeah, and Patrick on the full 7 cards. This is like the ultimate hand against Thoughtseize, where you have 2 Nadus, so you can't Thoughtseize that, and you have the Saga, which is arguably the best threat in the hand anyways. The one awkward part here for Patrick is the Dryad Arbor, right? Where you want to be able to make construct tokens, but that Arbor, if you play it on turn 1 and it dies, then you're going to get Stone Rain. So yeah, Patrick has drawn a Summoner's Pact, so if the Saga gets deployed on turn 2 and Patrick does not find another land, not going to be able to make construct tokens.
Yeah, I'm a little I was curious if Patrick was going to, go for like maybe the turn 1 Saga, depending on what he drew, just to get the turn 3 Shuko. Obviously, with Dried Arbor being one of the lands, there's a little bit of a liability there of maybe getting interacted with and us just, having nothing left. But it's interesting that, this is one of the rare Urza Saga on 1 decks and can still sort of kill.
Right. Yeah, exactly. We're going to get the Hedge Maze. Ideally, I think Patrick really just wants to try and find a land here to keep it on top.
Agreed.
And with the Summoner's Pact in hand, like you mentioned, like how fast can we kill here? We can get, I guess there's probably not a way we can kill on 3 with this hand, because if you go, turn 2, I guess maybe if it's Wall of Roots, you can go Saga, Wall of Roots, Springleaf Drum. That gives you access to 1, 2, 3, 4 mana the next turn. And then if you peel the Shuko, maybe that's good enough. And it looks like no Wall of Roots. We're just going to play the Springleaf Drum and pass. And, we saw Jordan not play a land last turn. Got a shake at the head. I saw the Harsh Mentor in hand, I think. But unfortunately for Jordan, does not find that second land drop.
Yeah, and this is something that can happen. The Rakdos Scam deck's able to play off a very low number of lands. But sometimes you just don't get there. We don't get there quite on curve. And, Jordan had a really good mulligan here with Double Thoughtseize and a land. And if he draws a land here, he could still win the game. It's not like it's over. If he were to play the Harsh Mentor right now, Patrick would need to do a little bit of work to actually get out from underneath it. Now,
right.
What's noting, you can play the Dryad Arbor and use Springleaf Drum to tap it for mana. The
Dryad Arbor's got haste, baby.
Yeah, you don't normally see it. As the Nantuku is going to make a token.
And this is a really big draw step here for Jordan. We know that if the Harsh Mentor is handed, he does find a land. Was that? I don't think it was. All right. Unfortunate for Jordan, not finding that second land. And that's going to do it. Patrick Richardson advancing potentially to the top 8. We believe that may or may not have been a win-in, but we will have to see.
Yep, and having to see, we're going to have to wait and see just a little bit longer on what our top 8 is going to be, Devin. This was one of our faster rounds today. We've had a lot of slugfest, but not today. So we're going to have a quick break. But first, before we talk about that, I do want to talk about our future events coming up and our sponsor, Ultimate Guard. Thank you, Ultimate Guard, so much for helping put on this production. We're going to be in Chicagoland on Saturday and Sunday, July 13th and 14th, 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday, Sunday, 5K Legacy Trial. Go out there and play wild new Legacy with the MH3 cards. See what you can do. A little maybe Necro Dominance Dark Ritual. Devin, as a treat, Madison's going to be our next stop after that, August 24th and 25th, with a 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday and a Sunday Team Trios 10K event going on then as well. And we have 2 more events to round out Season 2 and the rest of the year for us here. September 14th and 15th, we're going to be in Louisville, Kentucky. Close one for me there. Maybe I'll stop by, show you how it's done. Saturday, 10K Team Showdown Modern and a 5K trial on Sunday. Then we're going to take October off, and we'll be back early November with our last main event of the year. November 2nd and 3rd, we have in Indianapolis a 10K Showdown of Modern and a 5K Showdown of Pioneer. All those showdown events, you win any of those, you make it to our end of the year invitational, which maybe we can pull up really quick here, show those players who's already in that before we go there. As we have a list of already qualified players. You saw Ty here, one earlier on the trio event with Ken and Brickman. They locked it up a little bit ago. We saw May French as well this last round. She won our last round a little bit ago. Dominic Harvey out practicing for the Pro Tour, not here. Still first place in our Player of the Year race. Actually has skipped the last couple of events because of real life, hasn't been able to play. Still has such a dominant lead on the rest of the field. Really showing, and I think he meant it, Devin, when he talked about how it's his lock for Player of the Year. He's taking some events off, and I think we're going to see him still. Sean Gallagher, Matthew Hoey, also winning our first 2 events here. Sean Gallagher working hard on the Nadu deck. Going to be curious to see how that worked out for him today. And then Steven Dykeman, our Player of the Year and winner of the last Invitational, got it there for our championship. We have 16 seats remaining. One of those is going to be locked up today. And then we're going to have another 2 locked up from the at-large bid. And all those players are playing for $35,000 in prizes, Devin. An invite back to the next year and a PTQ as well. The winner of this does go straight to the Pro Tour, as we saw Dykeman did in Chicago. So it's going to be very exciting to see what's going on. And it's a very good way to qualify for the Pro Tour is to play our events, right? Because if you're consistent and good and you can prove that over a long period of time, then you will get rewarded to play this sort of 24-person PTQ, which is just one of the, smallest ways to get to the Pro Tour, but really rewards skill and shows that. So it's very exciting to see. We're going to take a quick break. A break with our ads. It's going to be a little bit longer. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to be at least probably 10 minutes, but we'll be back with the entirety of the top 8 with Devin and I. We'll see you soon.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.
Hello and welcome back to the top 8, of the St. Louis NRG 10K Showdown. I am your host, Mr. Clark, host Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and today we are here. We have battled 8 rounds of Swiss. Mon Horizons 3 is in full effect, and it's time for us to see what our top 8 looks like and see what decks made it and who we're going to be watching in our top 8, Devin.
Oh, yeah. We've been watching a ton of different decks today, and it looks like we have quite a little diverse top 8 here. So top left of your screen, we have Jonathon Zaczek on Merfolk. That is Nikachu versus Drew Buchanan on Bant Nadu. Then we have Ryan Bellamy. It's listed as Jeskai Copycat. It's a bit of a joke there. It's just Jeskai control.
I gotta say, I know Bellamy. I've known him since he was 12. I'm so disappointed in you, friend, for ruining the. We were so excited when we saw Jeskai Copycat. It's one of my favorite decks, and the kids aren't all right. That's all I'll say. But Bellamy's the killer. Loves these 4-color control decks. It's gonna be interesting to see how he does. We can continue. Sorry about that. I just had to get my daggers where I could.
No, that's all good. He's playing against Matthew Holderness, so maybe you have some rooting stake in Matthew there on Living End.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the top right, we have Patrick Richardson on Bant Nadu, who we saw in their last feature match against Garrick Alford on Azorius Control. And Mason, the match we are going to be starting is Johnny Bresett on Jeskai Wizards, who we saw in, I believe it was round 6. We did an interview with Johnny versus Lucas Parson on Domain Zoo. So we're going to be showcasing some Tamiyo's, Wrath of the Skies, Tune the Narratives. And then on the other side, Lucas Parson playing kind of more of a tried and true traditional deck in Domain Zoo.
Yeah, Lucas is actually a good friends with Ryan, someone else I know from the area around me. Very solid player, loves playing creature decks that get into combat and have a little bit of reach. Like Gruul Vehicles was kind of his jam. He actually has a top 8 with Ryan in one of our team events, playing that deck at a time in which the deck was a little bit past its prime in Pioneer. So it's going to be really interesting to see. He's played multiple Pro Tours, and Johnny played so well earlier today in our round 7, and I'm really excited to see how he's going to play. He mentioned how he had appendicitis and was kind of hospitalized for a little bit and couldn't get to play, but just jammed it out over the last week and really came up with a tuned list. So I am so excited to see what happens here in our top 8. And it looks like the players are ready. We're going to have Johnny on your left with that Jeskai Wizards deck, which honestly, Devin, when it's over, I'm playing on Modo. And then Lucas Parson on your right with Domain Zoo, ready to battle it out. It looks like no pregame actions for Zoo.
Yep, and so we didn't mention this, but Lucas Parsons' deck list, there is a couple of new cards here in the form of 2 copies of a Johnny Nakatl Pariah. This is a card that we've seen kind of more popular in the Boros energy decks and some Mardu decks, but it is still a card that provides 2 bodies, which can be very good. It's a little bit hard to kill, and it kind of gets your opponent into a position where if they kill the token, then you get to flip the Ajani. Sometimes you can even kill your own token to flip the Ajani or chump block, and the Planeswalker provides a ton of value, especially when you have other red permanents like the Ley Lines and the Kavus.
Yep, and we are going to see a wild Nakatl come on down. A card once banned in Modern, It's been freed, and it's been doing some solid work in this deck.
Honestly, Mason, they got to reban it at this point. It's too good.
It's just too good.
Too good.
Speaking of might be too good, we got Flash trying to Fire's Fury surveilled away. That card has been an all-star in these interactive decks, and surveilling it here is a nice way to actually turbo it out.
Yeah, every time I see a Flage or an Archon of Cruelty surveilled, I wish I could be that lucky,
Yeah, I definitely, like, one of my first games I ever played with the card, surveilled it away really quickly. And I was like, ooh, that feels good. Love that. As we're going to see a Steam Vents and attack here for 3 from Parson, knocking Johnny down to 17. So, excuse me, it should be, I think, 16? Thought he fetched me. I missed it.
No, I think Johnny just played 2 surveillance, so it should be on 17 here.
Excusez-moi.
Yeah, end of turn, tune the narrative. That'll get Johnny up to some energy, potentially towards Wrath of the Skies, although Wrath of the Skies for extra energy probably not going to matter a ton because most of the creatures that Lucas is deploying is either 1 or 2 mana, Ragavans, Kavus, and whatnot. And I'm not gonna lie to you, Mason. I don't think we're gonna see Wrath of the Skies killing a Scion of Draco this match, but I wouldn't be surprised, and I would like to see it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you mentioned the energy not mattering a lot. It's either gonna not matter at all or be hyper important. There's no in between, and it's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out here over the course of this. As Johnny just plays a land and develops and passes the turn. Lucas, like I said earlier, no stranger to playing these kind of matchups, loves to play these sort of creature-y, beat-downy decks and battle it out here. And it's gonna have to play through some interaction. You see his friend Christian Valenti, part of that team with Ryan Bellamy, at top 8 at one of our events a couple events back now, but they've definitely been playing a lot of our events and doing well. Sure, he would love to see his friend in the top 4 matches. It looks like Scion Draco is going to come down, and he has a Stubborn Denial for it, and that's really large in lots of different ways.
Right. Yeah, now there is still 2 energy floating here for Johnny, so if we do have another copy of Galvanic Discharge, and I do see a Flame of Anor in Johnny's hand as well, so that can cleanly answer the Scion of Draco. Ideally wanted to have like a Tameo this turn. You could imagine land 4 Tameo and then kill your Scion, draw 2. That would be a really good turn here for Johnny. Probably just going to have to settle for Flame of Anor, kill your Scion, then cast the Preordain cantrip.
I kind of like the idea of holding up the Spell Snare as well, because I think if you're going to Preordain, you probably do it before, because this is going to resolve. It's open deckless, there's no force. Yeah, you see Lucas's face there. He made a little bit of a look like, what's going on? Like you had to think about that. So Lucas kind of picking up there's something going on in Johnny's hand. He's not sure exactly what it is, but he's going to play this Scion. And even though it only costs 2 mana, Spell Snare doesn't quite get it.
I know. Mason, I paid 2 mana for my spell. Why can I not Spell Snare your spell that costs 2 mana?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty cool design. If it was a different card, it'd be kind of cool. But in the world we're living in, Spell Snare unfortunately can't get it. Maybe an unset Spell Snare could counter target spell with a converted mana cost 2 or 12.
No, it would just say counter target spell if its controller paid 2 mana to cast it, right? Like
2 mana to cast it too. Yeah, that's kind of nice. We're going to see some bottoming, and then we're just going to see Flage come back right away here. And Lucas Parsons' deck does play stuff like Leyline Binding, but this is kind of where Flage is at its best. You get it down ASAP, and then these sort of creature-y decks don't have the time to push damage on you and then do something like Tribal Flames you out. If Lucas is going to do that, he needs to have a lot of it right now.
Yeah, I kind of didn't realize exactly what the graveyard count here for Johnny was, so I was not keeping track of that. But yeah, there's being able to just go cast the cantrip into that Flage, just like it's really, really such a backbreaking card. It really means that it's going to be harder for Lucas to burn out Johnny because the 3 life every turn, with stuff like Tribal Flames and things like that. And it's going to be very hard. Lucas, like you said, Lucas is definitely going to need a copy of Leyline Binding.
Yep. Now, we've got a handful of spells, and Johnny is tapped out. Lucas doesn't know Johnny has 1 Force Negation in the deck, so there's a chance for some interaction to happen. It looks like Leyline Binding is going to be the play.
Binding. Yep. Flage is going to get taken care of, so Johnny's going to need an additional threat here. I think I might have seen another copy of Flage in his hand, but with no graveyard, it's going to be a ways away from that one. We know about that Spell Snare that's still there, and I think the last card might be a Wrath of the Skies.
I think so too. And notably, Wrath of the Skies actually would kill Leyline Binding, which would get the Flash back in the graveyard. It wouldn't kill the Draco, but on a future turn, we might see Lucas do something like, deploy like a Territorial Kavu. We might see Johnny try to clean it all up and then get Flash back in play and get a little bit of damage on Lucas here. Because, you're right, Johnny does have a Flash in hand, but didn't choose to develop it this turn, get it in the graveyard and get a little bit of a life buffer. So valuing holding up his mana here instead.
Okay, there's a Johnny that we finally found a target for Spell Snare. I mean, Johnny just wants to fire. Oh, we're firing back here for Lucas. This is weirdly enough probably a pretty good spot here. Or if you're Johnny, you're happy because you kind of wanted to fire off that Wrath of the Skies anyways, and now the stub is not available for the Wrath.
Yep. And, you're going to get a little bit of a life buffer as well with the Flash re-entering play if you do the full amount. Now, we might see Johnny leave up something like a counter spell, depending on what he wants to do here, but pretty interesting. Looks like the players are talking about. Oh, it looks like they're just talking about the cat.
Looking for a cat.
Meow.
We can't find the proper cat.
Well, that isn't the proper cat token either.
No, it's not.
That's not a Johnny's brother. That's not.
We're gonna need a judge over there. How many surveil lands are beyond for Johnny? We're on, I believe, just the 2. Okay, so does not have a third surveil land to be able to fuel the Flage a little bit better. But yeah, we can go. Kind of depends on whether or not Johnny wants to represent something. Like if, say, you brick, do you just tap out to get enough energy for the next Wrath, or do you maybe posture a little bit, hold back, hold up some mana?
Yeah, given how Johnny's played, I imagine he might posture a little bit. Now he drew a tune. That's huge. That lets him turn 1 mana into 2 energy up to 4.
So we don't have enough yet, right? 2, 4, 8. We can do it for 8, right?
Yeah, it looks like maybe there wasn't a Skies in hand. Maybe we missaw it there. As here comes Flage, Titan of Fire's Fury, and that's going to probably end up shooting down a Johnny proper. And it looks like Lucas is going to maybe bolt the brother of a Johnny to transform his a Johnny. Kind of a slick play there.
Love it.
And that denies the 3 life from the Flage on the lifelink. So it's kind of like Lucas got to bolt Johnny still and got this Planeswalker for it. So a powerful one of that.
It's basically just counterspell plus make a Planeswalker, which is a really good spot here for Lucas.
Massive.
And now Johnny on 11, so this, presumably the Scion's going to put him to 7. You can make a cat token. Then the next turn you can use the Johnny to make the cats a little bit bigger, and that would be 7 damage, presumably. And, funny enough, Mason, Wild Nicodle also happens to be a cat, so that a Johnny Plus ability gets an additional counter on that Nicodle, too.
Yeah, Cat's Typal is the deck name here. It looks like Giganta is going to go into our hand and an attack for 4th Draco, and Lucas is in kind of a nice spot here.
Yeah, I thought I saw the Wrath, but apparently I saw wrong, and I believe this might just be lethal even with the removal spell, because if you kill the Scion, the Ajani Plus is still 3 + 2 + 2. That's 7 damage.
Yeah, but the Flage comes back.
Do we have enough? Because he has a fetch. Okay.
Yeah, so if he can grab any land, and he can go, discharge, kill the Draco, then Flage kill the Nicodle, I guess, because it's the biggest cat, and then be at 10 life. And Lucas, they'll be top decking, and this is where Flage is at her strongest. We mentioned, the fact you can play one early. Typically, it's like she gets removed and you bring back the same one. In this case, the new one will be quite good.
Yep.
Interesting. Going after the Ajani.
Yeah, I'm with you. I kind of wanted to go after the Scion with that, and because if you wanted to, you can just Flage the Ajani, right?
Yeah, Flage can hit any target. So maybe Johnny is not worried about racing the Draco and just wanted to prevent this wall of cat tokens, and also wanted to go upstairs with his Flage so that he can potentially threaten lethal. Clearly thought about his line and has his plans ready for him. So
yeah, well, the issue with this line is now even if you gain 3 life. Or get a reader. You gain 3 life off of the Ajani, you go up to 9. The Scion puts you to 5. You still have that Tribal Flames off the top.
Yeah, it seems like it's a little bit of an awkward spot to be. Let's see what Lucas has on the top.
The Tribal Flames.
Giganta and something in hand.
I don't think it was Tribal Flames.
I think it's Territorial Kavu.
Okay.
Honestly, one of the better draws might have been Leyline of the Guild Pact, just as a way
Oh
to,
yeah, with the Scion.
just get lifelink and, gain hexproof for your creatures would have been pretty massive here.
Yes, there's the Kavu, but the Kavu doesn't necessarily block the Flage profitably because you can just go Flage, attack, kill the cat, and then you have a 6/6 versus a 5/5. Now, how does that race look? Where Johnny says, okay, attack, deal 3 to the cat, and then I go up to 8. You probably, maybe you just take it and go to 2.
Well, yeah,
We're
you take it
running
to
up a
go 2
lot
and
of
you kill
mana.
Johnny on
What
the
is
flashback.
this?
Yeah. So this is a...
Oh.
Well, there's no... You would definitely attack first. So he might just be doing it for X's 2 and it's going to kill Lucas. Because he's going to put all the energy in and then spend the 2 and then attack, shoot Lucas. And Lucas is going to die because last card in hand is Dragantha. And yeah, that Wrath Disguise, it's a lot like a Wrath, but sometimes it doesn't kill everything, and sometimes it's exactly what you need. Johnny moving up 1-0. That's right. Yeah, just wanted some energy. That is one of the weirder things about it, right? Like you can dump in a ton of energy to this card. It would not actually spend it all when you have the spell Resolve. Very strong with things like Aether Revolt, we saw in the set as well. But let's check out these players' sideboards and see what they have here. Lucas Parsons going to have 2 Tishrani Tidebiter, Dragantha is the companion, 3 Consign to Memory, a Meltdown, 2 Pick Your Poison, 2 Prismatic Ending, a Wear Tear, 2 Damping Sphere, and a Rest in Peace. Devin, what do you like here and why?
From the domain zoo side of things, so you could potentially, these players do have open deck lists, so I guess the Rest in Peace for Flage could be something, maybe similar thing with Prismatic Ending, where if you're worried about, when it comes back, you want to exile it for good. I'm going to be honest with you, past that, maybe Tishana's Tidebiter, which is sometimes good against the flashback of Flage, but there's not a ton here for Lucas. Maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, the sideboard has a lot of cards for a lot of spots, but not a ton in this one, in my opinion, at least.
A lot of anti-combo cards,
Yeah, and it looks like Lucas is kind of like preparing to fight those things. Honestly, this might just be a spot where we just see the Rest in Peace come in as an anti-Flage card, anti-Snapcaster, and like that might be all we do. Maybe you bring in a Prismatic Ending as like, yeah, I actually don't think I can get there on like, bolts or whatever. And so I just want to have, an answer to Flage if it somehow stick. Maybe you like trim a Leyline. I'm not exactly sure. Domain Zoo, not a deck I've played a ton of personally, but does not seem well positioned for this game. But let's check out the other side and see what they have going on here for Johnny's Jeskai Wizards deck. We have 3 Trance Magistrate, 2 Subtlety, 3 more Consigned to Memory, 2 Celestial Purge, another Wrath Disguise, a Force Negation, 2 Wear Tears, and a Dress Down. Devin, what do you like and why?
Yeah, both of these players, it feels like both of them have sideboarded very, very heavily for the combo matchups, and ultimately maybe they don't have a ton for each other. But I will say, on Johnny's side of things, we have an additional copy of Wrath of the Skies. That one seems like a slam dunk. The Wear Tears from Johnny are a little bit better than the Wear Tears from Lucas because Lucas has Leyline Binding and Leyline of the Guild Pact. So might want to go towards those. Similar reason for Purge, where Purge is very good against Guild Pact, not as good, but it still kills Territorial Kavu even without the Guild Pact. And maybe the Dress Down, because that card's also very good against Territorial Kavu.
Yeah, I like the idea of Dress Down here. You can also like have it convert against a Scion if you do have the Leyline as like a way to, open up a removal spell to actually kill that card. And, it's just like a cantrip, Pretty interesting. Dress Down, made to fight Kavu. Time for it to do its work. Also, you might just unlock the sit-in, the hidden secret mode of end of your turn, I'll play Dress Down, my turn, cast Flage, have Leyline Binding, or you are dead, and hold up interaction the rest of the game. So we'll have to see how the game goes as those players are shuffling up. This is the first round of our top 8. We're going to give you as much magic as we can. Let's head on down to that feature match area. And I'm really excited to see, I'm not exactly sure what our backup feature is. I know that we have one, but a lot of exciting and cool decks here in the top 8.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was kind of surprised when I was looking at the standings towards the end. I thought there was going to be a lot more Nadu. I believe there might have been at least 4 Nadu decks in contention, and 2 of them have made it to the top 8. So it looks like the other 2 had ended up losing. So yeah, this was an interesting tournament. Like you said, there wasn't a lot of Ruby Storm, not a lot of Scam. We ended up seeing a little bit towards the very, very end. But it does seem like these players kind of gravitated more towards the control decks, either just Jeskai or Azorius, and then alongside the Nadu decks. Those seem to be the breakout decks for me.
Yeah, I think the control stuff, it's really telling that like these are decks that can still perform, and when they have clear targets, they can do well. But when there's a lot of differing things that go in different directions, it can be a bit more a problem. And one of the things we saw is we had a lot of I should say this, we had a few number of Eldrazi Prison players who made it kind of far, but not far enough, And if that deck picks up in popularity as people, just get the cards, which you can do over at nerdragegaming.com. Check them out there with great shipping and prices for you. But, it might take a little bit of time. Maybe you're not sure, right? I know personally, I'm like, I want to wait a little bit before I make any big purchases and figure out exactly kind of where I want to spend my cash. So I'm going to be curious to see over time how these things develop, because there's a lot of different decks and it can pull people in a lot of different directions, and they're all very powerful.
Absolutely. So it looks like I think Lucas may have kept 7, and I believe Johnny is on 6 right now. So getting a look at some cards here. Saw Snapcaster, Spell Snare, Tameo, Flage, couple lands, and Preordain seems like a perfectly fine hand here for Johnny. And see if whether or not Lucas has that dreaded Leyline Scion. It's one thing that we have not seen a lot today, Mason. I know a lot of people were talking about the Leyline Scion. As I say that, no Leyline here for Lucas. A lot of people were talking about that, prior to MH3. That was one of the big talking points, but it seems like that has mostly fallen by the wayside.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, like, when it first happened, everyone was freaking out. Rainbow Rhinos, what we're gonna do. And as weeks went on, it was a part of the metagame, but it kind of fell down a little bit. And then as Violent Outburst got banned, we saw that, the Leyline Zoo deck really supplanted that one. And it's good, but it's not like unbeatably good. And just kind of puts pressures on what players can do.
Absolutely. So we got a Triumph here for Lucas. See what the turn 2 is. Very, very likely going to have some kind of 2-drop here, probably a Territorial Kavu, perhaps a Nishuba Brawler, and actually, as a matter of fact, maybe it's neither. I see a Rest in Peace pulled to the front here for Lucas.
Yeah, I think Lucas is trying to figure out, do I play around Kill Spell or Spell Snare? Because, this Rest in Peace is so good if it sticks, but if there's a Spell Snare, he's going to, wish that he had done the Brawler, but only if that was the only answer. Now, it does look like Johnny does have a Spell Snare.
You see the shake of the head here for Lucas. He knew the risk, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we know one thing to note too, and this is open deck list, so Lucas knows Johnny has access to it. Wrath of the Skies is actually, really, it's an answer. Like, it's a lot better against Rest in Peace because you can just clear it up. And when all of Lucas's creatures kind of coalesce around 2 or less mana, it's a situation where he's going to find himself getting a lot of trouble with Wrath of the Skies if he does not have a flip to Johnny or a Sign of Draco in these games. As a Preordain is going to get cast here for Johnny to sculpt his hand a little more.
Yeah, and looks like bunch of removal and a Flage in hand for Johnny. That's kind of exactly what you want. You just want to clear the board, kind of play a little bit small ball, kill stuff, play a Flage. And, like I said, I've been very, very impressed at how good Flage has been in these games, being able to both stabilize. Like, a lot of people are comparing Flage to Uro just because that's the easiest comparison. They're both 3-mana legends. They flash back, and they both do similar things in terms of like gaining you life to help stabilize. But in some places, Flage can kill creatures and maybe even help stabilize the board even better than what Uro could have done before. And it's definitely showing with these Jeskai decks.
Yeah, I think in a vacuum, Uro is stronger, right? Going up a land, up a card, or potentially a land, right? When that matters in the early game, up a card, those things matter. In practice, it is not, and it wasn't lost on me when I pitched it either when we were working on the card that like Flage is stronger than Uro in some contexts, If you get that down against a deck like Burn or Prowess, just killing their creature is almost always better than drawing a card and putting a land into play. So, the card is not weak. As we are going to see Galvanic Discharge, another not weak card. As you see, I love the way I play against Lucas a lot. He has that where he's like, am I getting tricked here? Like on his face, it's like, yeah, I just got to stub it or whatever. I don't have another choice. And Galvanic Discharge is looking to get answered here. I don't know if it's a Spell Pierce or a Summoner Now or something, but he might have the Steam Vents in hand and might not have a fetchable answer. I'm not positive. He might have something that makes it work. Maybe he doesn't get the mana he actually wants. Yeah, Breeding Pool is typically in these decks, especially with this Triome. So
looking at the mana base, he has Breeding Pool and Steam Vents. What are the odds he has both in hand, right? Okay.
Yeah.
We got a Steam Vents.
Yeah, he seems unhappy about something, but yeah. Anyways, it's a very powerful card, Flage, and we'll have to see exactly how it goes. Devin, I noticed you didn't put Flage as your pick for the best card in the set when you did your set review, and it now seems like the best time to bring it up as to why you hate me. But we'll get to that in between the games. You just think about it now. As a shock of the Hall of Fame comes in, and we're seeing Flage come on down.
Well, Mason, if you saw my actual number one, you would know.
I did.
Okay.
I watched your video.
Okay. There you
go.
I thought you watched up until the point where you saw Flage that wasn't number one, and then you stopped watching.
No, Devin, I've waited like almost 2 years to talk about these cards. I've watched an ungodly amount of content about MH3, as we are going to see Dragantha go in the hand, and that's a bad sign if you're a Lucas Parson fan, because that was a turn he needed to keep the pressure going. And now this gives Johnny a chance to do something like fetch, put a Flage into play, and it could be disastrous.
Yeah, it's kind of wild how this, like, I didn't even, like, I wasn't really paying too much attention to Johnny's graveyard, and it's just like all of a sudden, oh wait, now it's turn 4. I guess I'll just cast this Flage, and all Johnny really did was just like cast a couple of spells, right? Spell Snare, cast Cantrip, later removal spell, and just the cards that he wanted to play anyways. And now we're going to be rewarded, excuse me, with a 6/6 that Helixes. This card's messed up, Mason. Really good.
Yeah. Oh, that's my card for you. I was talking to Drake about the beginning of the round today about how worked on the set. Very excited to see it being played, and there's a lot of like kind of like a parent with their child's first baseball game or soccer game, where it's like, come on, slugger, get him, and
I believe in you, Johnny.
She's doing it,
Yeah. And like. These aggressive decks, it's almost nearly impossible to race this thing. Once it's in play the second time, what are you supposed to do? It's not only, it's basically representing 6 damage, which, maybe that matters, but also it's basically gaining effectively 6 life, right? You're killing a creature and you're gaining the 3 life, which is, it's near impossible to race this thing. And as somebody who's been playing a lot of Prowess over the past couple of days, that's a card that I really do not want to play against.
Yeah, that one is tough. As we're going to see a fetch here, it really, cards like Static Prison, Leyline Binding, those can be good, cheap, efficient answers to Flage, but a lot of the decks that Flage is just an absolute house against don't play those cards currently. Now maybe that will change with Static Prison and Prowess. Maybe we'll see players move that direction. But, for the most part right now, when that card comes down, if you're playing, Swift Spear and friends, you better have them already dead. As we do see, Lucas has the Binding here and double Tribal Flames in hand. And it looks like he's just going to bot Johnny.
Bang!
I love that he just shrugs like, 10, take it.
What's your life total at? Take it.
Yeah. And, they're just playing Johnny at 6 life. Can't help but wonder where that 6 life come from, as we do see a Surveil.
Yeah, there's there is a counterspell, thankfully, for Johnny. But so no energy in reserve, which means we have to, ideally for Johnny, maybe kind of wants to find like tune the narrative to get up to 2, because then you can maybe eventually get to like Wrath of the Skies to kill the Binding, but that seems maybe a bit far away.
Yeah, it's definitely a couple turns off, but luckily Johnny's done a good job of having to take a bit, and this Dragantha gets Celestial Purged, which Lucas, that was kind of a free quote unquote card for him. He didn't have anything else to do on that turn. And really wishes he caught a counter spell there, not a conditional removal spell.
Yeah, Johnny picked up a Subtlety. Now, I wonder if you're in Johnny's position, do you just cast it and put Lucas on a 4-turn clock with the counter spell in hand? I kind of like it, because if Lucas doesn't have the removal spell right there, you get to untap with counter spell up.
Yep, I like it a lot. And you get to push a little bit of damage. And if you do get to enough mana to kill the Leyline Binding, the Flage can come into play again and deal an extra 3. So starting the race now can be pretty beneficial to you. And it looks like Johnny's actually got Wrath of the Skies on the mind here, as he might just Wrath for, X's 1 and kill the Wild Nacatl, and then continue to hold up this counterspell.
Ooh, drew a Spell Snare too, so now actually has access to 2 counterspells up. Can cover like another Tribal Flames, can cover a Kavu. And with this subtlety in play with 2 counterspells, it's going to be hard. Lucas has to draw multiple spells in a row that matter.
Yeah, it needs to be like Draco so that the Spell Snare can't be used.
Yep. Oh, there's one.
All right. What is Lucas's last card in hand too, Dad? I haven't been able to make it out, but it doesn't seem to be anything important.
I think it might just be a land that he's just hanging on to. Maybe if he resolves a Kavu, he can discard it later on. Picked up a land here for Johnny. That's going to put Lucas to 2. Big draw step here. I don't think there's anything. If that last card's a brick, we're done because that counterspell covers everything.
Yeah, I don't know what Lucas could draw. I don't think there's any uncounterable cards.
No.
But, he is going to fetch and, maybe grab a Surveil land. Don't know if he has another one.
Yeah, presumably if Lucas's last card was relevant, he probably would have cast it by now. So I'm guessing it's likely just a blank piece of cardboard that we're holding on to.
Yeah, especially when Johnny was so low on mana last turn, it was forcing him to have counterspell. So it makes sense that he's probably just, like you said, trying to set up a future territorial Kavu. Those sort of small decisions matter a lot, right? Like it's very easy to just deflect, deflate it, play your land, and then you draw your Kavu, and you're like, dang it. I wish I could have looted this away. But Lucas here is going to untap and see if there's anything that can help him get out of this. And his eyebrows raised.
Surveilling the life total pad. I mean, we know there's a counterspell. Lucas doesn't know that, obviously, but...
Okay, well, that's an interesting one, but counterspell is going to answer it. And Lucas is going to extend the fist bump. Congratulations to Johnny Bresett moving on to our top 4. Congratulations to Lucas Parson putting up another top 8, getting some leaderboard points. Lucas definitely, in the area for most of our events and is going to be at all of them. So you're going to see more of him and hopefully a chance at our championship at the end of the year. But congratulations there. I'm going to see if we can get our backup feature match because we do have another match going on in our top 8. I'm actually unsure which one it is right now, but production will let us know in a second. We'll hop over there if we can. And here we go. We have Patrick versus Garrick. Now, this, I believe, is actually live, not time shifted. Garrick, someone who plays a lot of our events and plays control and plays it very well. Patrick here playing Nadu. We saw our winning in last round against Scam. Kind of did a great job playing through those cards and is in a good spot here. Looks like up a game.
Yeah, and funny enough, Garrick is playing kind of the Narset Days Undoing version, I believe. Let me just pull up Garrick's list.
He's on Team Flex slot. He's doing Narset Days Undoing.
That is a good point.
That's how you know.
So, yeah, Garrick is on the 1 Days Undoing and the 3 copies of Narset. Funny enough, and this is kind of a similar thing with Nadu versus Orcish Bowmasters, even though Nadu puts the cards in your hand, it doesn't draw the cards. Mm-hmm. So Narset and cards like Narset and Bowmasters do not stop the Nadu from working. Which is, normally a tactic that you would employ against decks like this. Garrick is kind of doing a small energy package here. We have the 3 Wrath of the Skies, and I believe that might be the only energy card as I'm scanning the deck list here. Yeah, so just Wrath, no Tune the Narrative, no Galvanic Discharge, kind of more traditional threats like Solitude, Subtlety, Binding, Prismatic Ending, things like that.
Yep. And hard to see exactly what's happening here. I'm pretty sure the way it's lined up, that's a bestowed Nantuku onto the Nadu.
And what's nice about that is, say Garrick goes to have if Patrick can leave a fetch land uncracked and Garrick goes to Prismatic Ending or Solitude that Nadu, Patrick can say, okay, in response, crack a fetch land, pay, make a copy, keep the new Nadu, and still get to keep the Nantuko around.
Yeah, so lots of very cool lines that come up here. Looks like Garrick is untapping for the turn at 12 life, a handful of cards. Interesting. I'm kind of curious how this game got to this position. Both players seem to have like a decent amount of resources and lands. Kind of a weird one.
Yeah, looks like there was a binding in the graveyard. Not exactly sure how that got there. Maybe it got destroyed somehow. See Garrick eyeing a 1 ring. Can't exactly see what the rest of the hand is. Looks like the graveyard. We got a Wrath of the Skies. Maybe took care of a couple early like halfling. I see a halfling and a drum in the graveyard for Patrick. So that was probably what happened early on, and then maybe a cantrip or 2 along the road. But we'll have to see what Garrick wants to do. Now, as far as the 1 ring is concerned, we kind of talked about this a couple of times. Depending on the win condition that the Nadu player is playing, protection may not necessarily buy you the turn that you think it would normally. And Patrick is playing the Thassa's Oracle. So even if Garrick has protection, Patrick may not even care about that.
Yeah, and it looks like Garrick's going to start things off with a Leyline Binding. Court of Calling in hand for Patrick. Could cord for something like Sylvan's Safekeeper here. One of the definitely, stronger cards reprinted from the past into modern via MH3.
All right, so Patrick is going to resolve the Nadu trigger first. Now, I wonder, you mentioned the Court of Calling. Like you said, you maybe just go for Sylvan Safekeeper, try to protect. It looks like that's what we're going to do. And Garrick has the counterspell. Okay.
Yeah. And that Nadu's going to go here now. Once again, Nantuku falls off in quotes, but since it's bestowed, it's still in the battlefield. And wow, Garrick's tapping out for the Kahira.
Yeah, which means if Patrick has access to a second Nadu, that Saga can go get a Shuko. Shuko, Spring Heart already in play. That Nadu top deck may or may not be should just be a guaranteed victory here if Patrick were able to find it. And he's moving pretty quickly with that Shuko, so.
Yeah, I have to think that if you're moving that quickly, you're feeling good about stuff.
Dr. Yad. And let's see if Patrick has... Well, we're tapping creatures, so very likely a Court of Calling.
Mm-hmm.
And there it is. Court of Calling. Does Garrick have Force of Negation? Does not. And there we go. That's going to be the Nadu, which means we're going to get to look at a minimum of 10 cards just with the creatures in the battlefield. And assuming Patrick does not brick horrendously, it may already be deterministic. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, there's 6 creatures in play, which means we have 12 looks. Every land is 2 more looks, and we have 2 lands already. So I think you have to hit all spells from this point forward, and none of them can be the cheap ones that are in the deck. So
that fetch land is probably going to seal it.
Yeah, I think this is pretty deterministic here. Some of those things were, untimed rounds. Garrick's in the top 8. He probably understands that he cannot win from here, but it doesn't be a 1 in a million chance. This is his time to do it, down a game, and sort of just make Patrick go through the combo and make sure that he doesn't hit that insanely small fail rate. But we kind of know that's not the case. It is possible Garrick has something like, I don't know, like maybe subtlety, but that would involve everything going perfectly. Like every creature would have to have been used, and he's subtleties the Oracle, and then needs to mill, but I don't think that's the case. So it's looking a
I don't think that is the case. Maybe there's a situation where Garrick has Solitude in hand, and he's like, okay, maybe I'll let Patrick draw his whole deck, then Solitude something, you know what I mean? Or not the whole deck, but draw to 4 or 5 cards.
If you have Solitude, you definitely Solitude Nadu as soon as it comes down. I thought the same thing at first. I was like, oh, we picked up the Kahira to have a white card. But I think it's just a situation where, and if that is the case, I could be mistaken, but my gut and thinking about it is just, if you're going to go for it, you need to go for it sooner than later. We watched, Adam Weiss in round 2 wait on the bolt, and it ended up working out for him, but it definitely could have backfired. So yeah, and we're going to see Garrick. He's just picking up this too much stuff. And congratulations to Garrick on this top 8 finish. A great showing here for Team Flex Slot and some great leaderboard points. And congratulations to Patrick. Moving on to our top 4. I'm going to see if we were able to pull someone else over to the other feature match area while we were watching that match. Maybe someone was in between games. We're like, hey, come over here real quick. We'll find out in a second. But so far, we know we have at least 1 Nadu in our top 4 and 1 Jeskai control.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly kind of how the rest of the bracket shook out. See if maybe Nikachu was able to take it down. We had a living end deck on the other side of the bracket. The other Jeskai deck, and then what was the other deck? The second Nadu deck. Yeah, so there was the other half of the bracket was Nadu, the other Jeskai deck, Merfolk, and living end. So we'll have to see how those matchups played out. But yeah, there's some pretty interesting magic, and the Jeskai deck that from Johnny Bresett has looked very, very good when we've seen it on camera every single time. Flage looks like an all-star, and I'm kind of with you, Mason. I can't wait to play that deck.
Yeah, I got it queued up, ready to go as soon as we're done here. I'm going to go to the gym and then play some Jeskai. But we do need to finish our top 8 first. So we're going to take a quick break while we figure out what the situation is here. And we'll be back with Magic as soon as we can. See you soon. Uh-oh, production left us. We're stuck here, Devin.
We're here by ourselves.
Yeah, I think what maybe happened is I mentioned trying to get one of the matches to move, so it's possible the person did that. So we're kind of stuck here, and we're just going to talk to y'all for a second, I guess, if that's the case. So Devin, we've been talking about MH3 a lot. We've been seeing a lot of stuff. What's some of your favorite cards you've seen so far in these decks?
So I personally have been a very, very big fan of the Eldrazi decks. Kind of the more I've been working on the more aggressive versions, kind of with like Eldrazi Mimic and things like that, which we haven't seen a ton of over here. But that's a deck that I have been spending a lot of time on, and I'm getting note by production. It looks like we may actually have Nikachu's Game 3 for you guys. Not sure if we're ready to go down there, but potentially that might be what we're going to next.
Yeah, it looks like that's what's happening. They're shuffling up and they're moving their stuff over. Production, if we're going to ask for a lot, let's just ask. We have the 4-color versus Jeskai control matchup going on. If they switch matches, let's put them in the backup. Let's get as many matches as we can. We're here to commentate. We're not here to sit through ads, even though we do love our sponsor, Ultimate Guard. Thank you so much, Ultimate Guard. You're amazing and everything like that. But we want to see some magic. Come on. That's what we're here for.
Speaking of ads, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen of the Twitch chat, if you are enjoying the content, be sure to hit that follow button. It'll let you know when we go live, get notifications, because you don't want to miss any of the action over here. And I'm looking in our camera down there, in production camera, and it looks like the players are sitting down. Remember, we're going to be getting Nikachu versus Drew Buchanan, game number 3. Drew Buchanan was playing Nadu.
Yep. Yeah, Drew doing that. Someone who's got a couple top 8s. I believe even a finals appearance, if I remember correctly, here on the NRG series, but hasn't got that win yet. Tweeted out, Nadu is broken. Play it while you can. A strong proclamation. Let's see if Drew can get the title today with the broken deck. And we'll get a game count as well. From what it looks like right now, the way they're setting up, it appears to be game 3. We know it's at least a sideboarded game. We can't move players if they are in a game. We can only catch them in between. So we were very lucky to have that happen here as we wait a second to get everything set up. But yeah, I'm very excited to see, because this is one of the things that we talked with Nikachu about earlier, right? He was like, hey, I think the Merfolk deck is good against Nadu. He's like, I got pressure. I have some interaction. I've got disruption. I kind of have it all. But I'm just not seeing Nadu. I'm not running into it, right?
Well,
and so he's finally run into it.
Now he's gonna have the opportunity to put his money where his fish is. And yeah, so I'm looking at the sideboard here for Nikachu, and I'm just trying to think of what we're going to be boarding in here as far as this matchup is concerned. So I guess Harbinger of the Seas, maybe to bounce early Mana Dorks. Tashanda's Tidebinder lines up pretty well against Nadu. And then Subtlety, yeah, okay, so Nikachu does have a pretty robust sideboard for this matchup.
Yeah, very prepared for this one here. He kind of knew what he was doing. What is this?
I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine.
0, 1, 2. Oh, used counters for Nadu. I bet you there's like a pile we're doing. We just kind of have that ready to go. Drew here, part of team The Fast and the Teferius.
Oh, for the tokens. Okay, so each time you equip a token, you just move it into a pile. That's kind of cool. That's a cool way of doing it.
Yeah, just make sure to keep everything clean there. Drew tweeted about how Sean Gallagher, someone in our championship, already won an event with Blue-White Control in Standard, kind of the breakout for that deck. And he said, Sean did a lot of work on this. Thank you, because you crushed it. And, that team's trying to get multiple people into the championship. It's going to be exciting to see how that goes.
The Fast and the Teferius, what a name. That's an absolute banger of a team name. I love it.
Yeah, if you're not going to be like Team Ultimate Guard or Team, whatever, I like having the he name. Team Flexlot, okay, you're marketing the brand. I get it. That's cool. The Fast and the Teferius, that's what I'm about. Let's do it.
You got to make sure there's no copyright issues there, though.
I don't know what you're talking about. Just a silly name. As we are going to be playing our entire top 8 today, we are still in top 8. As a reminder, if you just joined us here, we had our 2 main features. They finished, and we were actually able to grab these players before they started shuffling up for game number 3 here. So we're going to get to see them as this is our number 1 versus our number 8 seed here.
Love the smiley face, by the way.
Yeah, it should have made it like a beak like Nadu, though. That'd have been kind of next level.
That's too much effort.
Well, art takes effort. Let's see what Drew has here. It looks like Jonathon better than his Nikachu, the Merfolk Master, is keeping his 7.
So one thing worth noting here, we've seen a couple of different versions of this Nadu deck. We've seen Bant Nadu, we've seen 4-color Nadu, and Drew is listed as Bant, but there is actually a little bit of a difference here. Drew is playing Arboreal Grazer, and to the best of my knowledge, I do not believe most of the other Nadu decks that we've seen have that card. So kind of interesting where Arboreal Grazer is a way to accelerate you. It's a little bit more of a, it has a higher toughness, so it can block Ragavans and things like that, and is a way to just, have another creature and play to trigger Nadu.
Yep. Doesn't have any Infinity shenanigans like we've seen with the Titan version of the deck, where it plus Springheart and Tuku goes infinite. But it looks like Jonathon and his Nikachu just had a 1 lander with double vial, and it's going to present both those vials, then pass the turn to Drew, basically saying like, okay, my hand's all action. Just going to take a second to get there.
If you got 2 vials, you don't need a second land, right? Everything's fine.
Yeah, the 2 vials kind of are your lands, right? Like after this 1 turn, Nikachu will be doing more than if he had 2 lands in hand.
It was really funny there, Drew looking through the sideboard, and I'm looking at Drew's deck list right now, and I see the 2 copies of Force of Vigor, and as soon as I saw Drew look into the sideboard, I saw the forces, and I was like, if only,
Yeah, if only Drew would be sitting pretty here. And looks like Drew is going to play another Snowcard Forest into a nod to the Winged Wisdom, the boogie bird of the format.
Uncounterable, but not unsubtletyable. But it looks like Nikachu does not have the subtlety. We're going to vial on 1 here, presumably a Dockhand or a Tide Shaper. See which one we have.
Look at his face. He's like, actually, is this even good? Am I supposed to hold this for a force negation or a subtlety? Which I think is a real question to ask. It is just a 1/1 right now. It will grow with time, but these little decisions matter a lot if you're going to play a deck like Merfolk.
This is the bluff activation. You do it on Moto sometimes where you just activate the vial. This is the IRL bluff vial activation,
If Nikachu was bluffing and took this much time with this much effort, I would call a judge on him as coverage and be like, okay, we got to speed it up. I understand it's untimed. I love a good theatric, but not this much. As Jonathon is,
decided not to.
Yeah, and that is a viable play. I know a lot of the new Zoomers have never played with Aether Vial because it's a card that kind of fell out of favor, but it's a may put into play. So like you mentioned, you sometimes activate even when you don't have anything to make your opponent do something to play around, something like a Thalia maybe coming in.
Well, I mean, now if you're Drew, do you believe the bluff? Do you think he has the Tide Shaper? Well, I mean, now that he's casting it, you probably understood what was happening last turn, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I would believe it just because he took so much time.
He did take so long.
It looked, and it wasn't like Nikachu, we've watched him a couple of times today. He's a very theatrical person. I like it a lot. He's playing up, he's enjoying Magic, he's loving it. The fact that he took even that long, it's like the man does have respect for his one life on Earth. He knows that he can't sit here forever. So it looks like Colony Garden was the pickup for Drew. A nice land for being an extra bio Shuko, but tapped here means we can't deploy the One Ring.
Yeah, see a Safekeeper, a Colony Garden. I don't know if Drew has access to Spring Harden to go this turn. I think that might be the missing piece here. But with Sylvan Safekeeper and a couple of lands, maybe you can just try to Safekeeper into it.
Yeah, it looks like he actually did have an untapped land. And is choosing to play it here.
Yeah, and it's a spot like this where if you're in Drew's spot, do you even need to go for it? You're on 19. There's basically no pressure in play because the issue with going for it is if you Safekeeper, sack your 3 lands and miss, now you Stonewind yourself 3 times. So it might be a spot where Drew says, yeah, I'll wait a turn. No reason to just try to go for it here. It's a little too greedy.
Yeah, and Nikachu can put a lot of pressure on here. One of the interesting things is he doesn't actually have any permission outside the Voldaren Hexcatcher, which is, the lord that lets you sacrifice a Merfolk in order to essentially force spike a non-creature spell. It also has Flash, so it's one of the ones that you can play via, just casting. And he's going to get in this Lord of Atlantis now, so if he draws a land, he's going to be able to put a ton of lords into play and maybe push a ton of damage against Drew.
Yeah, I was going to say math time. How much damage is 2 lords here? 14, right?
I think that's right.
Yeah. Well, no, because Drew doesn't have an island, so it's only 12.
Sure. Yeah, that is true. So 12 still a lot, and it's going to put, Drew basically dead on board. And it might force Drew to do something like he might tap out for this One Ring to try and, buy a little time and it might get answered.
So Nikachu, interestingly, did not choose to... Okay, so we're going to cast the Hex Catcher and then presumably vial in the Lord after this. Now, if you're Nikachu, I don't think we had the Tiebinder, did we? Because if we did have the Tiebinder, you could consider stifling that fetch land.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think this is a spot where... Oh, Dress Down coming in. That's going to turn everybody just into normal creatures.
Normal fish.
Yeah. Dress Down, a card we talked about being good against Nadu. I wonder if Drew has this for the mirror as a little bit of tech that, is very good against Urza Saga as well. But we're going to have to see how it goes here. As now it's just going to be 4 damage coming across here.
Yeah, I think it seemed like Drew had motioned there were no blocks for part of the body language. So I think Drew declared no blocks, then Nikachu played the Lord, and now Drew is casting the Dress Down. So like you said, 4 damage puts Drew to 14, but I believe that is still going to be presenting lethal next turn, right? Because especially with the second Island Walk Lord, now that Drew has presented an island.
Yep. And notably, Drew here fetching all basics, playing around Harbinger of the Sea, does not want to get, locked out via that card.
Yeah, and I know one of Nikachu's last cards is the Lord. I don't know what the other card is.
Yeah, I think it's another Merfolk, but I just don't know which one it is. Can't be countered due to Delighted Halfling. So we're going to get that trigger now. If Nikachu had the Tidebinder Mage, could stop the protection trigger here.
I think we have Tishana's. So we're going to Tishana's the protection trigger, untap Vial on the other Lord, and I think that might just be lethal.
Yep. Drew now can draw in response, and if has something like a Celatine in his deck, could stop this, but doesn't look to have anything yet, and I think this is probably lethal. We might see Drew out. I think Drew can maybe get out of it still. If we start sacrificing our lands, Devin, and we hit untapped lands off the top, we hit the Pact, so we can pact the Spring Heart, play the Spring Heart, sack another land to it, and then hopefully go off.
So we get 4 looks to try and find presumably 2 untapped lands, but then you need a 3rd untapped land to trigger the Spring Heart Nantuko. It's going to be a bit dicey. It is possible, but I would say I don't know exactly what the math is here because I didn't take math in high school, but it's going to be very, very difficult to see. Oh, well, we're not going for it. Never mind.
Yeah, there might be some other line we're missing where Drew can win, but currently these all have Island Walk and is lethal. Oh, and he's going to sacrifice the island.
Sacrificing the island. Oh, my goodness.
I forgot, too. For some reason in my head, I was thinking it was forest. I wasn't going to correct you. I was like, you got to sacrifice forest, but whatever. I'm just wrong. You can sacrifice any land. And this is what Drew was maybe hoping for. Maybe he thought it's too risky if I actually, start sacrificing and try and hit the Nantuko. Instead, I'm going to, sack this here. And Drew knew. Drew snapped it at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Zach attacked. So
totally forgot about that.
Yeah, and you see Nikachu's like, oh, I forgot this too. And can my hand do anything about it?
You could clearly tell, like, he was motioning. He just moved his creatures so fast,
Yeah, and we're seeing a Dismember go on this Nadu. Now that's going to trigger the Nadu, which puts Shuko in hand.
It's a good one to have on top.
Yeah, I guess if we had gone for it last time, we maybe would have won, but here we are now. So we're going to target again. We get the Misty. This one's been used twice. This one has Shroud. And I believe we resolved all of the triggers so far. So we need to sacrifice more lands if we're going to do anything.
Yeah, for those of you wondering at home, so there's a token that's a 0, 1, and a 2. Those numbers represent the amount of times that the creature has been targeted. So very, very, appreciative of Drew that Drew is putting that on camera for us because it's a lot easier to track when you have things like that.
Yeah, on the turn when you're actually comboing, it's so easy. You just move everything to the left, or the right. But when you're having these sort of interactions happen, this is greatly appreciated. So glad Drew came prepared for this. Now I think Drew's doing some math like, okay, can I even chump block to survive? Because we talked about it before, Drew was dead with Island Walk for sure, but we didn't really do the math. There were blockers because, we thought we couldn't block. So looks like we're counting it up here. So the Tishana's Tidebinder is going to be a 5/5. That's or 5/4, excuse me. That's the biggest creature. No, 6/4. So you can block that one. And then all of the lords are 4 power. So that's 8 if you block another one, and then the Tide Shapers are 4 as well. So that's 16. So you need to block 3 things, and Drew has 3 things, but one of them is Nadu.
Yeah, that's a good point. So, can we fetch for Dryad Arbor?
Oh yeah, we can fetch for Dryad Arbor if that's in the deck. I think it is.
We're getting
most of these display. It looks like it also could be in Drew's hand.
Possible, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Dryad Arbor would let you just block with 3 and then keep the Nadu in play. Because, like you said, Drew is going to be in a position where he now has to chump block with the Nadu. We have the Shuko in hand, but is sort of still unable to get that Nadu.
Wait, Devin, it goes even deeper. What? Because if you leave 3 going through, we go to 1, and the 1 ring has 1 burden counter on it.
The Tidebinder, though, right?
Oh, okay, that's right. Well, the Tidebinder dies, you can't kill the Tidebinder in combat. You have to leave it.
Oh yeah, you would. Yeah, I'm presuming we're chump blocking the Tidebinder.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just one of those situations where sometimes you might block in a way that kills the Lords, which accidentally kills the Tidebinder.
Yeah,
so you need to make sure that you put like a plant or something in front of Tidebinder is more what I'm saying. Yeah. So Oracle's picked up.
Yeah, it's like, I guess the question for Drew is, how do you like even have enough stuff to try to go off next turn with just 2 lands and a Delighted Halfling? I guess it's like untapped land, Nadu, Shuko, because we know about the Shuko, and I guess we know about the pack too. So just missing an untapped land.
Yeah, I mean, I think Drew can maybe win. It's one of those spots where honestly, Nikachu went for this. Remember, if he had held it, he might have actually just been able to win.
Okay, there's the Nadu. So 4 mana, Nadu, Shuko. Not deterministic yet, though, because this is...
Yeah, we can sack to make the Shuko pay 1 with the Villain Hexcatcher. That's right. It's all non-creature spells, not just instants and sorceries. Congratulations to Nikachu there. Moving on to our top 4. Drew put up a great performance there playing Bant Nadu all weekend. Snuck in on 8th, had to win his last round. Played incredibly well. Congratulations to you there and getting a lot of points. Hopefully we'll see you at our future events and grinding up that leaderboard. But Merfolk now in our top 4, Devin. So we know 3 of our top 4 decks. We know it's going to have a Jeskai Wizards, a Nadu, and a Merfolk. And if you're Nikachu, you're very happy to hear one and very unhappy to hear the other. Yeah. As we know that the other side of the bracket are 2 other decks that he's probably not super excited to play against as well, with 2 different Jeskai variants. Now, I'm unsure if we were able to have those players move over to our backup feature match. We're going to have to see on that. Once again, we can only catch
be asking a little too much.
Yeah, it's asking a lot, but maybe they move to game 3. It's really easy once they're moving to game 3 to have them switch over. We're going to see here, and it looks like actually that match has been decided. So let's jump in and just see our top 4 is, Devin. No need for a break. Really quickly, we'll shout out our sponsor, Ultimate Guard. Thank you so much for production here. We're going to have Nikachu versus Ryan Bellamy on your left here. Merfolk versus Jeskai Control. I mean, Devin, that's probably the match we have to watch, right? Like, we got to see if the Merfolk can go the distance. On the other side, Bant Nadu versus Jeskai Wizard. Johnny has been playing great. I hope he can take down the villain that is Nadu, as it looks like a very, exciting top 8 into an exciting top 4.
Yeah, that last match was I'm still reeling from that Nikachu matchup. That was a heck of a third game that we get to see. But like you mentioned, this is probably not the pairing that Nikachu wanted in the form of Ryan Bellamy, but I'm very, very interested to see how the Merfolk deck is going to stack up against the Jeskai Control deck. Ryan Bellamy, this is a list that we had not seen yet. It's, I think, a little bit different than what Johnny was playing. So this one has Solitude. This one actually has the One Ring and Null Drifter alongside Dress Down as well. And I don't know if you're looking at the deck list, Mason, but there's 4 main deck consigned to memories for Ryan Bellamy. So this is definitely a tuned list. So we'll have to see. Not sure exactly what consignment is good against in the Merfolk deck. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly.
Good against Vile.
Yeah, that is true. Probably some other abilities that you can stifle, like ETB Tidebinder maybe or something like that. I'm not entirely sure what match we are starting with. I don't know if we could get a note from production about that.
I would personally love to see the Merfolk versus Jeskai. I think we're just kind of doing this on the fly here.
Yeah.
We've seen listen, we've seen Nadu. Twitch chat's seen Nadu. We've seen it. We haven't seen Brian. We're gonna see Nadu at some point. It's gonna be a long game with Johnny. Let's see. Will Merfolk get it done quick or die pretty quickly? That's kind of their matchup here versus Bellamy's. So If we could start with that one, great. They're both going to be in our feature match area, though. We only have, 2 spots. We have 2 matches. It's going to go great. We are taking a second as those players are running to the bathroom here. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to get some water ourselves. We'll be back in just 1 minute. Hello and welcome back to the NRG Series Modern 10K in St. Louis. I am your host, Mason Clark, my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we are here today to bring you the top 4. We have it all decided. We have Jeskai Wizards versus Nadu on the left, and we're going to be starting with Jeskai Stifle versus Merfolk in the hands of Nikochu. And this is a pretty interesting deck here from Ryan Bellamy's. This is someone who we've seen win, some of the SCGs recently. He's been kind of on a tear, but has been into our top 8s before, never quite gotten the NRG trophy, and he really wants to play our championship at the end of the year. He's just 2 games away, and he has to beat the fish in the process.
Got to beat those Joels. Now, one thing, we talked about this a little bit before we went to break, the 4 consigned memories in the main deck, and I hadn't really realized you can just on turn 4 cast Flage and then consign the memory of the evoke trigger. Same thing with Null Drifter. So that is kind of that's basically how Ryan has built his entire deck list here. And then, it's going to be really interesting to see if Nikochu can handle that fast Flage, because as we've seen a lot today, Mason, Flage can really take apart these aggressive decks.
Yeah, and when we were working on MH3, Consign was one of those cards we made as an answer for a lot of these powerful, proactive, Eldrazi, right? Like, believe it or not, like the Eldrazi, we kind of thought they were pretty good. And we're like, well, we need to have some answers for them. And we also kind of wanted to help out, these blue players with these bigger mana stuff. So Consigned Memory kind of got made. And when you kind of look at it, it's really good against Eldrazi. It's kind of good against Titan, right? Like you can answer the trigger for the Titan. You can answer the One Ring, the Amulet. It has some applications. But I think it's a card that's just a generally pretty good sideboard card. And we're seeing Ryan sort of say, call Mason. I think it's reading into my main deck. And he has 4 copies in his main deck. I was talking to one of our friends who was playing the event today. I was like, yeah, like playing 1 or 2 of those in your main deck makes a lot of sense to me. Ryan was like, no, 4, it is that good. Trust. And while it can't hit, fetch lands like Stifle of Old could, it still is a spell that counters colorless things. And that is huge against, lots of the decks that we're seeing today. And, against Nadu, it isn't the greatest card in the world, but like countering a Shuko is fine. The ability to actually counter Nantuku's like landfall trigger sometimes matters a ton, right? We've seen them sort of start off by doing that, and being able to stop that could potentially get you a little bit of an out. And combining that with things like Null Drifter and just getting a 4/4 Annihilator on turn 4, that's a great way for this 4-color deck that traditionally its biggest problem is killing, right? And we've seen a lot of players turn to Flage for that, right, Devin? That's how they've been answering it. But Ryan's like, no, I think Null Drifter is actually just kind of good enough as well. And worst comes to worst, it's a 3-mana draw too.
Yeah, and not just the consigned memories. There's also 3 copies of Dress Down. So there's a play pattern where you go end of your opponent's second turn, Dress Down, untap, play your 3rd land, that you can cast either Flage or Null Drifter. And the really cool thing about Null Drifter specifically is the draw trigger is a cast. So Null Drifter says you draw on cast and then enter the battlefield, no abilities, which means you just get to keep the 4/4 flying Annihilator 1, which I've been playing a little bit with, and more maybe a more focused version. But this version, I got to say, by Ryan Bellamy, looks very, very clean. And just getting to main deck those consigns and Dress Downs, very, very good if you expect a lot of Nadu and Storm as well.
Yeah, and Bellamy's is someone who we talked about. He's been winning some of those SCG events recently and doing well in those. And he's done a lot of it playing 4-color. He is a big like 1-ring Omnather, and so I think it really says a lot that like he was willing to kind of move away from that and towards this stuff. And I call it 4-color Stifle. And it's because it kind of does that, and it does a good job of playing that sort of Stifle Knot-esque game. So I'm really excited to see this here. Ryan Bellamy's very young, very hungry for success in Magic. Someone who I've personally known since he was about 10. I think we were talking about this at a RCQ recently. I was like, when did I meet you? It was about 9 years ago. And he has just been so wanting to improve and has really honed and sharpened his game and is doing great here. As we can cut to the players, they're finishing reviewing their deck list, and they're about to shuffle up. They're going to shuffle up and play here. As this is open deck list, so those players are able to see that. And we got a little pregame handshake here. And, this is a pretty big match. I think Nikachu is, basically on a 50-50 on the other side of the bracket. Jeskai Wizards, a matchup I think he's going to not be the happiest to play against, but probably happier than this one. And then Nadu, a matchup he's very happy. So I think like for Nikachu, this is his hardest matchup left in the top 4. And if he can take this down, he might win it all.
Yeah, and one other cool thing is, so Ryan Bellamy is playing 4 copies of Solitude. That's something we haven't really seen a ton of as far as the other Jeskai decks that we've seen. And what's cool about Solitude with Consign is you can sort of do this weird scam thing where you go Solitude, exile a white card, resolve the exile a creature trigger, and then similarly you can consign the evoke trigger on Solitude. So a lot of cool stuff that you can do with Consign. You could even like consign your own 1-ring damage trigger to buy an extra turn. Just a lot of cool stuff going on here for Ryan. And then as far as Nikachu is concerned, we've seen him on camera a couple times playing Merfolk. There are 3 copies of Harbinger of the Seas. And if I take a look at Ryan's mana base, there is 1 of each basic, Plains, Island, Mountain. But as far as flashing back Flage is concerned, only access to 1 Plains, 1 Mountain, going to be unable to do that if that Harbinger of the Tides can stick on the battlefield.
Yep. And it's going to be interesting to see sort of how this goes here. And, it's going to be a close matchup, I think, no matter kind of how you shake it. So I'm interested to see how these players maneuver around things like, especially because it's open deck list, right? Like I am sure that, a lot of people knew roughly what was a Nikachu's deck this weekend, right? Like they're like, okay, there's probably 4 flares. There's some subtleties and there's some force negations. I don't know what, Ryan knows now. He can make informed plays around that. I bet you also not everyone was expecting that 4 Sink into Stupor that, Nikachu was playing with. He talked to us about how just having that chance to, like, in the late game when normally he would draw an island and just sort of be dead, have that one more turn of being able to interact was so critical for him. And, Bellamy's himself actually playing 1 Sink into Stupor here. But, both players are aware of this here. And so Ryan's going to see if he can lock up his first NRG series win along with a chance to go to our end of the year invitational. Both these players won it. I feel like Nikachu is someone who played Modern, right, and did Merfolk and did content for a long time, Devin, but recently really kind of started actually going to a lot of events. I don't know if he like moved or, his work life situation got to a point where he can just more, actively do it, but he has been traveling a lot, I feel like recently, especially for our events. And has just been killing it with Merfolk even before, MH3 dropped. I think he had a couple of top 16s with some heartbreaking losses for the top 8 at the last couple of events. And, just kind of saying like, hey, I think Merfolk's really good right now. And I kind of want to show it. And he's showing it all right.
Yeah, and I think, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure he was in one of our Pioneer events recently, and I think he was also playing Merfolk in Pioneer. So
yes.
Just a man who loves his craft, and you got to appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, Merfolk, he's been crushing it all day. It's every time we've seen him on camera, it seemed like the deck that he's playing seems like it's well suited for the metagame. And like you said, this is going to be the test. This is probably maybe his toughest matchup he's played all tournament as far as this Jeskai control deck. I'm actually going to take a look and see if I can find out his path here. And I want to see if he's played against other control decks. Looks like no, this is the first time he's kind of played against this blue-white or Jeskai control deck. A lot of Nadu. There was a scam matchup, 2 Ruby Storms, Reanimator, Prowess. So has not had the pleasure of playing against one of these Wrath of the Skies decks. So, and one really important thing about Wrath of the Skies, it doesn't just kill the creatures, Mason. It also kills those Aether Vials.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And, this is one of those things that we talked about with Wrath of the Skies. Like, you have to put some work into it and you kind of have to mean it, right? Like, you can play Wrath of the Skies and you can just, have it be white X. And if you want to beat, like Devin O'Donnell here on Rhinos or Hammer, you can spend the 1 mana to no mana and you're happy, right? But if you want to kill anything else,
call me out like that.
You like Rhinos, what can I say? And so, like it kind of, that was one of the things we thought about is like, well, this is a good kind of safety valve for something like that. Maybe kind of like a stronger temporary lockdown in a lot of ways. And if you mean it, it's a card that can be very, very powerful.
And the other important thing is Nikachu is our 1 seed, which means he will be on the play throughout the remainder of this top 8 if he advances further. And turn 1, Tide Shaper, not exactly the Aether Vial that he was hoping for. What's interesting to me about these control decks is a lot of people kind of maybe over-exaggerated the quote-unquote death of Aether Vial with the printing of Prismatic Ending, but a lot of these control decks aren't playing a ton of endings anymore. Like we noticed, you'll see Ryan Bellamy does not have a single copy in his deck list, going for Leyline Binding instead, which is still a fine answer to Vial, but kind of it's an additional turn away from killing that Vial where you would want to just Prismatic Ending it right away on turn 1.
Yep, we are going to see Tideshaper attack for 2. And, I think one of the things that also happened is creature decks just didn't get the support they kind of needed for a little while. It looks like Jonathon Benito's Nikachu does have some sort of little token to signify that, hey, that's an island now. But we know that Triumph is turned off regardless. Nice. Hand prepared. Also, he's got a whole stack of them. And he's got a box. He's like, I am ready to turn lands into islands.
Love that. All right, Tideshaper beatdowns. See what Nikachu's follow-up is here. Maybe wants to deploy a Lord or something like that, but unfortunately with Mutavault being the second land, if we did not draw a blue source of mana, cannot deploy a Lord quite yet.
Yep. See an attack here for 4. You're seeing some Merfolk players in the background watching Nikachu, the one who played in the Swiss, being like, let's go team, as Seiloon is going to come down here. And I think Ryan has Dress Down in hand with at least Null Drifter and maybe Flage, so we might see a little in-step Dress Down action.
Okay, interesting.
I don't know if it's enough given the board state to really stabilize, but, he did build his deck to do this, so he's doing what he came to do.
Yeah, it's interesting because like the Dress Down untapped Flage stuff is good because you get to keep the Flage in play. The one, unfortunate part for Ryan is you don't get the end of the battlefield trigger. So, Nikachu kind of has sort of an additional turn of reprieve, since the Flage can't get anything on the enter the battlefield trigger and no additional life here for Ryan.
They all have Ward 1 right now, or are indestructible. So this is a good spot where
they don't now, right?
That's true. Yeah. Yes, that's true. You know what? Hey, checkmate, man. Good luck in the rest. We're going to see Ryan figure out exactly what he wants to do here. Something like Wrath Disguise for X's 1 could be a nice way to, maybe clean up the battlefield a little bit and reduce the damage. Definitely has 2 Flages in his hand. Has a nice mountain.
Love that mountain, by the way. All right, 3 mana. What are we going for? Flage or Drifter? We are going for Drifter.
The Null Drifter.
Null Drifto.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a little bit, and this is a kind of a weird interaction if you haven't seen it before, because it's a cast trigger, which, Nikachu can't really stop. But if he is going to do something like Subtlety it or Flare Denial it, he does want to do that typically before the draw resolves. And looks like we're just going to put Solitude
I'm just going to put a Solitude into play. Love it. This is kind of cool. Haven't really seen anything quite like this. But Ryan Bellamy kind of putting on a show here. Just going to put this Solitude right into play. Give it a little 3/2 lifelink. Does block pretty well.
Oh, it looks like. Oh, okay. So it looks like there's some confusion here. So looks like Bellamy's is saying this is in play, and then he was saying move to my end step. I'm going to do this. And looks like Nikachu thought about he might want to respond with something. For example, he could have evoked his own Subtlety to get it into play.
Okay.
And yeah, I think the plan here is we're going to hit the Seiloon since it's the only one you can really target. Gain some life for Jonathon. What a nice guy Ryan is.
Instead of putting the Solitude into play, we decided to kill the Seiloon. That makes a little bit more sense. I was confused as to why we were just kind of throwing out the Solitude there, but this makes a little bit more sense.
Agreed.
And see exactly what Nikachu has as a follow-up here. We're going to put that Sink into Stupor into play untapped, giving us access to 4 mana. Maybe something like a Lord. Okay, there's the Lord. So maybe looking for Lord and a bit Mutavault, get a big attack in here. Can sacrifice one of the lands to the Annihilator. Not really care about taking 4 damage. And Ryan is really, really under the gun here.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Ryan. And if Nikachu has anything like Subtlety or a Flare Denial, this Flage that he's hoping will stabilize him might not do it, as Ryan does have 1 more in hand.
Kind of needs untapped land Wrath.
Yeah, Wrath Disguise here for X's 2 would be probably his best bet. And it looks like Bellamy's is taking a double check here. we had this come up in the earlier feature match. Dockhand is the one that has Island Walk on its own. This one does not. So he's just kind of playing out his entire turn here and figure out, hey, am I going to attack with this Null Drifter or not? Because like you said, sacrificing the land doesn't really matter. So maybe holding back the Null Drifter could come up. And it looks like we're going to let the ability happen and then consign the sacrifice trigger. Bellamy's is saying, all right, I got 2 blockers now. Let's go.
We got to talk to coverage, Mason. I see Jeskai Control is the label here, but I really think we got to change it to Jeskai Stifle. I think you're right.
Yeah, I mean, he has 3 dress downs and 4 consigned memories. Yeah. I think it really is a Stifle. Now, Nikachu does have dress down and a Lord in hand. So it's interesting, I'm sorry, force negation and a Lord. He could force the consign, which would get the Flage off the board, but then he loses the Lord.
This is tough.
Yeah, so, I mean, I guess we kind of know the math. Bellamy's is at 8. If Nikachu animates the land and attacks with everything with the Island Walk, it is currently going to be 7. That puts Ryan down to 1.
Well, no, it's lethal, right? Because the Tide Shapers are 3/3s. It's just 9, right?
Oh, the Tide Shapers are 3/3s. Excuse me. Yeah. So yeah, that is lethal.
But you have to sack a land, which means you don't have enough mana to go Lord and animate. So you have to find an untapped land.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. So you have to have that to actually have the lethal. Now, an untapped land off the top, pretty good spot to be. Nikachu has, I think, 20 of those left in his deck. But, he does have to have it.
So the Cavern's going to go. Yeah, I'm wondering if you force there. Yeah, it's just if you force there, then you're in such a bad spot. I don't know, though. If you force there, maybe Ryan can't attack with the Null Drifter because you're worried about just getting crackback for 6. It's a weird spot for sure.
Yeah, it is weird too, because also if Ryan, but it's almost like Ryan has to attack, right? Because if he has to attack to prevent the top deck Lord play. So it's almost like no matter what Ryan was going to do, he was going to attack and sequence his turn incredibly well. Just being like, okay, I'm going to do all this, and at the end of it, because I've already kind of done the math, I know I'm going to attack to force you to have to draw a land. And yep, I'm dead to Odawara, I'm dead to Island, I'm dead to all of them. I can't stop it. But, this is my way of winning. And if I get through this turn, I'm going to make you sack another thing. I'm going to flage another thing, and it's important.
Yeah. Now, I think if Nikachu doesn't draw an untapped land here, it's basically just curtains, right?
Yeah.
Because then the flage can kill the Lord.
The flage can kill the Lord, but also you can sack whatever the flage targets. And that's the land off the top. That's going to be lethal, and that's going to do it here. Now, Ryan could have something like a Solitude, but he doesn't, and... Yep, We're going to move on to game number 2. Well played there from Bellamy's, but better played there from Nikachu. Made sure to play to his outs.
That was a phenomenal game, by the way. Like you said, Ryan played that game so well. Sequenced that last turn basically perfectly, setting up everything, trying to bait the counterspell with the consigned memory and just everything. And that was a really fun game to watch, Mason.
Yeah, that was a blast. I'm glad we got to watch that one on the coverage here. Let's check out Bellamy's sideboard. We have 2 Disruptor Flutes, 2 Subtlety, 2 Force Negation, 2 Deafening Silence, 1 Stern Scolding, 1 Harsh Mentor, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Null Drifter, 1 Teferi Time Reveler, a Dovin's Veto, and a Wrath of the Skies. Devin, what do you like and why?
Not a ton here. I mean, the Stern Scolding seems fine. The Wrath of the Skies seems pretty good. Past that, I mean, I guess you could Disrupt your Flute Aether Vial, but it seems kind of narrow. Teferi Time Raveler, I guess, is maybe more appealing because you know that Nikachu has the flares and the force negations. So Teferi, Scolding, Wrath, maybe flare, or flute, but probably not flute.
And we're gonna have to see how he wants to do it. I could see on the play maybe having that extra Teferi. You can maybe afford to do it. Maybe on the draw we cut it. We'll have to see exactly how those players want to go about it with this all information. But speaking of the information, let's check out Nikachu real quick, see what he has in his sideboard for this matchup. We have 3 Spreading Seas, 3 Harbinger of the Tides, 3 Tashani Tide Binders, 3 Subtlety, 2 Merfolk Trickster, and a Dismember. Devin, what do you like and why?
Too many Harbingers. I like the Tashana's Tide Binders, mostly because a lot of, you saw that game where there was the Flage ETB, the Solitude ETB, and being able to Tashana's Tidebinder, that specific end of the battlefield trigger seems pretty important. And you know that Bellamy has 4 copies of the One Ring that are likely staying in. So I think I want the Tidebinders. Subtlety is interesting. It almost feels to me like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like Bellamy is just playing Jeskai Scam. And traditionally speaking, Subtlety is good against Grief because you Subtlety the Grief and you just kind of time walk them. And it seems like sort of a similar thing here, where if you just Subtlety Bellamy's Flage or Null Drifter in the spot where he's going for, you can clearly tell he's going for the the dress down or the consigned memory, it seems like that might be a good plan.
Yeah, it is very, very impactful here. And I like it. It's also just a nice flash threat, right? We talked about that, we could see a Teferi coming in. Well, that could be a way to, stop that. And Subtlety is just a powerful card. So I'm really interested to see what we're going to do here because, Nikachu might be like, because it's open necklace, right? He's like, well, these dismembers kill the Null Drifters, but not the Flages. So, like, do I keep some? Do I just turn them all into Subtleties? It's going to be very interesting. Let's see what these players are playing for here today when it comes to dollar dues and pointy oints, as we have $2,400 for first and 30 points, along with an invite to our end of the year championship. We have joined some of our other players, like, May French, Dominic Harvey. All of them are already in, and today one more person is going to join them. And tomorrow, we're going to have our end of the season one from the points bid. So these large amount of points could help you there, along with player of the year. You can see the points and the money going on down here. So no matter what happens, these players have locked a minimum of $800 and 20 leaderboard points. Let's take a look at our qualified players really quick here. I called out some of them earlier, but Steven Dykman won our championship last year, got that Pro Tour invite, went to Pro Tour Chicago, and now he's going to be back early next year when we do our invitational. Matthew Hoey, someone who I believe has played every single championship except one, didn't really like that he missed that last year, so he's back. And he got his W early on. Sean Gallagher, someone who we saw help with the Nadu deck that we saw in our match against Nikachu. He locked it up with blue-white control. Did great. He's taking the weekend off here, it seems. Dominic Harvey, back-to-back, just absolutely got out of the booth, got into the battlefield, and is now currently our player of the year when it comes to the point race with a dot, and has skipped the last two events because of work and the Pro Tour, and
He
just
doesn't
wasn't
need to
able
play.
And he's just number one still. And when he won,
matter.
we interviewed him, and Dom said, "Oh, I'm going to be player of the year. Don't worry about it." And you love to see it from Dom. And honestly, when he does it after skipping the first, two of the events, it's going to be an insane heel turn for Dom, who, let's face it, kind of, a little bit of a babyface heel already. May French, we saw earlier, she got top 16 today playing Nadu. She won it with living in the last MH2 modern paper tournament. She got it there. And then our team trio winners, and Ty, Ken, and Justin, they all won with a lot of control decks. And we saw Ty, put up a solid 6-2 today, playing the Ruby Storm deck. 16 seats still at large. The winner of today's tournament will be joining these faces. And then the two players at large, which we can check our leaderboard real quick here, as our players are taking a second to stretch their legs, get their sideboards double checked and all of that. But we have our leaderboard points, and as of right now, if it were in 10, Hatch would be number one, and Harrison would be number two. Being number one, number two with a white name means you're going to make it to our championship at the end of the year. Orange names are already players who are qualified, so you're seeing all of these names. They are there. Now, if you're already qualified, you can become player of the year, which beyond the bragging rights that Dom Harvey is trying to take from them all, you can also get free entry into all of our events. So, when Steven Dykman, who won our championship last year and was player of the year, he's back at our championship, and every NRG he goes to for all of 2024, Devin, they're free. He just gets in. He just gets to show up and play, and that could be you as well. So we'd love to reward consistent results. Now, as we saw here, Joey had kind of an okay weekend. Connor, I believe, finished up X and 2 outside of top 8. Not quite good enough for the top 8, but got a lot of points. And if Harrison has a bad day tomorrow and Connor maybe sneaks into the top 8, he could jump Harrison and be in that spot there. Travis Williams had a little bit of a bad day today, but still very much live for the leaderboard race. And that's one of the cool things about this, Devin, right, is that this leaderboard rewards you over a long period of time. The players who are in this race, they are in it for the whole year. We just have this sort of halfway point where we sort of be like, hey, you're out in front. Okay, you're in. And a lot of those players continue playing because when you're that far ahead, you might be up for the player of the year spot, which is so exciting. Another thing about player of the year, Devin, we didn't mention, is we have pod play for our championship. And one of the perks of being player of the year, Devin, is you get to swap any two people in the pods.
Love it.
So, maybe you got Dom Harvey in your pod.
I'm swapping Dom out of my pod. You kidding me?
Yeah, I'm just like, Dom, get out of here. And anyone whose matchup I think is good, get in here. Just out of the pod, And we're going to see these players get ready. If Pikachu makes it, he's playing Merfolk. You don't even have to see his deck list. You're just like, I am good against Merfolk. I would like for Dom Harvey to not crush me on Amulet Titan, please.
No matter what format, even if it's standard, he will find a way to play Merfolk in standard, probably.
Yeah, I think Pikachu just likes playing, disruptive, aggressive decks. So I could see him doing, some of that. Maybe a little Esper, a little heel turn, as it looks like an Aether Vial. Does he have the consigned to memory? Oh, it would have been
That'd be kinda
huge.
sick. Yeah.
I do think those probably left, but we'll have to see here.
All right, now the question is, does Ryan have, I was going to say the dress down, does not. Well, maybe he has the dress down, but has tap land on turn 2. Interesting, because I wonder if maybe, I don't know if the Rock Run Triumph was just drawn, but I figure if you wanted to hold up mana for Consign and you had the Consign, you surely would have fired it off in the Vial. So that leads me to believe either he was bluffing or just drew the Triumph.
Yeah, I think the most logical thing is he played the Triumph, because from Nikachu's side, he's just going to jam into the Consign, because
Right,
if he
yeah.
doesn't, it's just going to end up with a Flage happening to him. So it looks like we're going to see a Solitude right away.
Now the
on this
question is,
result.
are we consigning the Solitude? Do you think Ryan had the Consign and saved it? There's no way, right?
I mean, maybe. Like, if he knew he had the Solitude and that's all he had.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah. And now he's got a 3/2 lifelinker. And honestly, Devin, we saw Ephemerate be a big thing in these 4-color decks. And Ryan's kind of using Consign as a more powerful Ephemerate when it comes to, universal applicability. But
yeah, so I actually think Ryan did have the Consign for the Vial, and he's like, you know what? That's fine. You can have it. I don't care.
Yeah, it's true. If Nikachu's kept a 1-lander Vial hand, that would have been insane. But anything else, Ryan, you're right. He's probably more happy getting this in and just being like, hey, I'm going to 2-for-1 you and gain a little life.
Yeah. So Nikachu takes the Vial up to 2. Now, as far as Nikachu's hand is concerned, it's not bad. I see 2 Lords, a Harbinger, a Force, an Odawara, and a Cavern. So maybe he wants to deploy something like Cavern, a Harbinger, which really does mess with Ryan's mana base. And then you can also maybe deploy a Lord. Maybe just take a hit from the Solitude. We are just going to pass here. So potentially wants to hold up Hardcast Force Negation for a 1 ring, which also kind of makes sense. You want to be able to protect yourself against the ring, but not have to pitch a card if Ryan does have that.
Yeah, and you're going to see Ryan attack for 3 here, offering Nikachu the trade. And if you're Ryan, you're probably pretty happy to take the trade. Maybe you use something like a Galvanic Discharge just while the game's good. But, just your job is just like, hey, if I trade off all of my, spells at a 2-for-1 rate with you, I will just get ahead and I will win.
So here's the Lord. So presumably Nikachu is going to go tick up to 3, and we're going to go attack Violin, the Harbinger, still holding up the Hardcast Force Negation, would be my guess. Or sorry, attack for 2 rather.
Yeah, we drew Minamo, School of Water's Edge.
Oh, we drew a basic island, right?
Well, it depends, like it's Fei-Lu, we might get a little freaky, depends on how long the game goes. Now, one of the interesting things here is Ryan, looks like he's going to Galvanic Discharge now. And Devin, that means he is exposed to getting locked out by the Harbinger of the Seas.
That is true. Now, Ryan does have more copies of Solitude, 3 more copies of Solitude in the deck. Obviously, Nikachu is going to deploy the Lord or the Harbinger right now. Ryan says okay. But yeah, so if Ryan does find another copy of Solitude, good to go. But yeah, as of right now, only blue mana, which if you look at the cards that are currently castable, not a lot here. I mean, there's counter spells, consigns, dress downs, and the 1 rings, and I guess Null Drifter.
Yeah, Null Drifter and the 1 ring, 2 really big things. And, as we've seen, Ryan is playing a bunch of consigned memories in his deck. So, he will be able to evoke Null Drifter and then counter the trigger if he wants to. But for now, he's going to have to rely on this Solitude. And, if not a lot changes, he will win the race. But, secret is Merfolk have a lot of Merfolk.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting game to see how this kind of plays out. It really depends on what Merfolk Nikachu draws in like a specific sequence. I believe he picked up a copy of Sink into Stupor. Now, thing is, you don't really want to bounce that Solitude, because if there's another white card in Ryan's hand, that can kind of unlock, sort of get him out from under the Harbinger. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe you just go. And he's also in a weird position where maybe he doesn't want to play the Odawara, wants to save that, because you could just go I guess you could go Lord, hold up Hardcast Force. You could also just play the Sink into Stupor.
Yeah, it's a very complicated board state. And that was one of the cool things, about the Merfolk deck we were talking about earlier. It used to just be, Lords and Spreading Seas. And that was the deck. And as time's gone on, it's gotten a lot more play to it. And we're seeing, Nikachu even like, am I supposed to play this Otawara so I can double spell? Or am I supposed to use the Otawara to bounce something and like protect my Harbinger? Because you could hold up, Otawara Harbinger as like a little bit of a lock with the Aether Vial, but decides he wants to play this and have the Stupor in hand.
Mason, I will have you know, if you take a look at right underneath Ryan Bellamy's name, coverage has done us a big favor.
Let's go! Jeskai
I just saw that. I don't know when they did it, but I just noticed it. So
you love to see it.
Thank you, production.
Yeah, and it looks like we got a judge question away from the table. Honestly, no clue.
It probably involves consigned memory. I'm guessing.
Yeah. Normally I would make a joke about how Ryan's so young, he's never played against Aether Vial, and he's a Zoomer. But Ryan's just beat the dog crap out of me in tournaments before with humans, so I know he knows Aether Vial, so that can't be it. So the question is, what card does Ryan have that's making them ask some questions? It might also be a layers thing.
We got a dress down Harbinger questions, perhaps?
That makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Do you know the answer?
I do not remember the answer, but at some point I knew it.
I'm sure chat knows, because chat knows everything, but
I think it doesn't work, but yeah, chat will let us know. Lord of Atlantis off the top again, attack for 3. Ryan getting knocked down, and it looks like this dress down's happening, and if Ryan might just be doing this just because he needs to set up like a null drifter, but it'll be interesting to know, like, does the land work or not?
And you saw that trade there from Nikachu, just trades off the Lord to get that Solitude off the battlefield, really recognizing, man, Nikachu has played this game very, very well. Just, knows exactly what he needs to trade for, knows what he needs to fight over, saved that Force Negation for the One Ring the whole game. And, just getting rewarded. This has been a masterclass of the fish.
Yep. And it looks like, Bellamy's is like, okay, now that my dress down's gone, end of turn, I'm going to Solitude down this Harbinger before you can, draw a card to hardcast Force Negation. If you have Flare, then I'll make you lose the Lord. Well played here by both players. And yeah, like you're saying, Jonathon's play just in general has been so tight. So he drew another Harbinger. Yeah.
Ryan's like, oh no.
Yeah, tough.
Yeah,
You see him shake his head like, yep,
shaking the head.
Now,
this is like the Solitude bug. You Solitude one of them, they replaces it with itself. And looking at Ryan's hand, as we talked about this before, not a lot of spells that can be cast off of 5 blue mana. Does have the One Ring, and that would certainly be probably Ryan's best top deck. And that's something that we're looking for. But other than that, I'm not sure exactly what's going to get him out of this, as we see a Harbinger. That is, I think, going to change the math a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
in terms of the clock.
This does 7 damage now. So this turn it goes down, and then we have another body in play. So it becomes a 2-turn clock here. And yeah, one of the things about playing Merfolk, as we're seeing in a big attack here across for, I believe, 10, is you got to be good at combat and that sort of stuff. And Jonathan's done a great job so far this tournament. He does have 2 counterspells in hand. This might be the end for Bellamy's. Yeah, and he's just gonna have to pick him up. Jonathon wins that game and moves on to our finals with Merfolk. And remember, we had the interview with him a couple rounds ago, Devin, and he said, honestly, Harbinger's been kind of mid, but it's great against these blue control decks. I kind of just lock them out. They can't cast the removal spells. And what happened in this game? We played against a blue control deck. Mana didn't quite allow for us to fetch around the Harbinger in the early turns, and we died. So congratulations there to Jonathon, and a good run for Bellamy's.
Yeah, that was just a phenomenally played game by both sides. You saw Ryan navigate that one turn sequence, game 1, just sequence the cards perfectly in terms of getting Nikachu to fight over the right things. And Nikachu just played that game 2 extremely well as well. So very, very fun match to watch. Well played by both players. And we got Merfolk in the finals of the first modern event, Mason. Did you ever think you'd hear those words?
When I first saw Flare of Denial and Harbinger of the Seas in the file, I thought I might, and here we are in the finals. These are really strong cards, and we're excited to see. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to get to our backup match. Those players are taking a second to run to the bathroom in between games, so we'll catch the rest of the top 4 in just a few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the St. Louis Modern 10K Showdown. I'm your host, Mr. Clark, joined my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and today we have the rest of the top 4 and the finals for you. Sometimes we do the finals in the morning, not this time. We're doing it today. We want y'all to know who the winner is, and these players are shuffling up, so let's head on down because they are done with their break and they're ready to go. So Johnny, earlier today, played the Jeskai deck, 6-0, double drew, made top 8, beat one of the other decks. Now, Patrick, Bant Nadu, we saw him beat Scam. We saw him beat Blue-White Control proper. Can he beat the extra spot removal that Jeskai brings? We'll have to wait and see, as it does look like they are in game number 3.
Yeah, the one time that we kind of we walked in on Patrick against, I believe it was Garrick, and Garrick was playing the more traditional blue-white control, and you really got to see how the Nadu deck is just able, like, you really cannot fight over specifically Nadu with removal spells. You kind of need to fight it on the stack, because every time you spend a removal spell on it, you're going to be down a card in the exchange, and that definitely, combined with the Urza Sagas, really can, like, just make it so that the control deck can't really ever effectively trade 1-for-1 with all these threats. And that's a very important aspect of this matchup. Now, when it comes to Johnny's deck list, we talked about how Johnny's got those, has a bunch of the Wrath of the Skies and then Phlages, where maybe you can Wrath to help clean up some of the construct tokens. Notably, Wrath also cleans up the Shuko. So if Patrick says maybe goes for a Saga construct, untap construct, make a Shuko, set up for a combo next turn, Johnny fires up a counterspell, untap Wrath, can clean up everything, and maybe not have to worry about getting comboed on the following turn.
Yep. And we're going to have to see. And honestly, one of the big things I think the world's seen from this event so far today, Devin, is that Wrath of the Skies is the real deal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Very good card. Now, if everyone's playing Scion of Dracos and Murkides as the main threats, then, obviously not a very good card. And, I kind of heard that during the previous season a little bit. But believe it or not, Devin, some of the best things you can do in Magic is play the 1 and 2 mana cards. And not every deck can be a Murktide or a Scion deck. Just not the way of the world.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I mean, this control deck, for a control deck, has a surprisingly low curve, right? You have the Tambios, you have Preordains, Tune the Narrative, Galvanic Discharge, Spell Snare, all, costing 1 mana. So you have plenty of things to do with all of your mana. And I think that Johnny has really kind of built this deck in that specific way to maximize the Phlages, right? We saw, Johnny has really just been in a lot of situations, just like, interact, Phlage on 3, maybe a couple fetch lands, and just always being able to slam Phlage on 4 when he has it in the graveyard.
Yep. Now we are going to see Patrick's decided that his 6-card hand is good enough.
Yeah, Johnny's hand looks fine too. I think Spell, Snare, Discharge, Wrath, 3 lands. What I want to do is I want to take a look at Patrick's deck list and look at 2 drops. So 4 Springheart Nantuko, 4 Wall of Roots, and that's what we're looking at, I think. I think that's pretty much it. So, but those are still both premium targets for Spell Snare.
Yeah, now Johnny ended up bottoming the Spell Snare. This is open deck list. I think he decided the Dress Down was a little bit better. And it's interesting, like having it play out this way, Dress Down's probably going to end up being a lot better, but could have definitely been a very high impact card. We'll have to see how the game plays out. But Dress Down buys you a lot of time. And honestly, if we saw Ryan Bellamy's do the Stifle thing, we might see, Johnny do it here, depending on what Patrick does. We could see an end of turn Dress Down into the Phlage.
Yeah, and the Spell Snare does get a little bit worse if you expect Patrick to play a 1-drop, because you have to discharge the 1-drop, therefore you can't hold up the Spell Snare on turn 2. So it does kind of make a little bit of sense, because you figure by the time that you're able to hold up the Spell Snare, it's likely not going to be relevant, because Patrick's already going to be on his 3rd turn. So it does kind of make sense there, as we see a Surveil land for Patrick. And, Patrick, obviously, thinking about the idea of Johnny having a counterspell. We know that Johnny doesn't have one, but does have that Dress Down. And like you mentioned, I mean, we could see Dress Down, untap, land 3 Phlage, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Patrick.
Yeah, and if Patrick doesn't do something that impacts the board this turn, that's just Johnny's best route to victory, right? Like, okay, take this opportunity when you're not doing much, get board presence, and then start pressuring you. And if you build up, Wrath of the Skies. Just like clear the board up. Now we're going to have to see what Patrick wants to do. Looks like he is just going to pass.
You love to. Johnny has to be feeling very, very good about this. And I wonder now. I want to take a look at Johnny's deck list again. I think that's the only copy of Dress Down. So this wasn't necessarily something that Johnny had intended when you were building the deck, and we're actually not going to go for it, Mason. That kind of surprises me.
Yeah, I wonder. Maybe Johnny didn't have the third. I thought he had the third landed hand lined up. Maybe he didn't. But also could just be like, I just don't want to like walk into anything here. But yeah, he definitely, Bellamy's that we just saw in the top 4 here built his deck with this kind of play in mind, right? He'd be doing that a lot. And Patrick laughing, he's like, oh no, Wrath Disguise went to the graveyard. And Johnny's like, yep. And he's like, can't be good. Anyways, yeah, so it's not something that he kind of has, really like as a thing his deck does. It's a thing his deck gets to do. And that difference is, very pronounced here.
Yeah, and it's also, we're not sure. I'm just trying to speculate here, but it is entirely possible that Johnny maybe, because that interaction hasn't come up before, maybe he's not familiar with the interaction. So, it's not the most common thing. So it is entirely possible that that is happening. Maybe he was playing around something like Boseiju. So plenty of things that could be happening here as we see an untapped third land here for Patrick. And I wonder what that signifies. Perhaps a endurance, maybe? Yeah.
Yep. And one thing I've learned from watching Johnny so far this weekend is Johnny loves to bluff having a card. Like there's Tameo. We could have played a Tameo this turn. Would have been pretty good. Like on the, maybe you have the read on its endurance, whatever. But we all know that he doesn't really have much that's going to be stopped by him playing the Tameo. But he wants to, represent Involt Polarity, Force Negation, Flame of Anor, and make Patrick kind of play around these cards. Very patient, very tactical player.
And we'll see what Patrick's follow-up is going to be here. We do see a copy of Nadu. Now, worth noting, there is 1 energy left over, which means that if Johnny goes for land 4, Wrath for 2, with that 1 energy can blow up 3s. So if Patrick were to deploy the Nadu, then both the Nadu and the Endurance would get cleaned up. And you have to assume, if you're in Patrick's seat, that Wrath is in the hand, because why else would Johnny bin that copy of Wrath of the Skies?
Yep.
And this Teferi makes this Dress Down play really awkward, because it's possible Johnny was setting up for Dress Down this turn, untap Flage next turn with the mana floating, but now that Teferi makes that play impossible, because if the Teferi resolves, you can't Dress Down in the end phase where you would need to get that Flage online.
Yep. Well, here, Johnny, just, use the Dress Down there as a cantrip, kind of, admitting like, hey, I'm probably not going to be able to kill this Teferi for a little bit as well. Looks like we're just making sure our life totals are correct here real quick, but probably going to see a fetching of a Surveil land. Like we talked about before, Johnny doesn't quite have the tools to answer this Teferi. And what's about to end up happening is Patrick has, this Teferi in play, and has Nadu in hand, and very close to just starting to combo off.
Yeah, and the Teferi being able to just shut off Johnny of casting anything, any interaction at instant speed to stop the combo. And that's going to be very, very tough here for our Jeskai player. Going to need a good draw step here. That is a Galvanic Discharge, which is not bad, but 1 energy, Mason quick math, 1 + 3, that's 4. Teferi, unfortunately for Johnny, has 5 loyalty, so not going to be able to take out the Teferi with that.
Yeah, you could see something like Flage plus it, and then you actually get to save some energy, and that would mean you get to hold up Wrath Disguise for more on the next turn, but you might die. That being said, you're not going to really win with the Teferi in play when it comes to interacting with the combo anyway, so it's really a matter of, does Johnny, how does he want to do this here? I have to imagine, flaging and then Galvanic Discharging is the most efficient line here, but...
Yeah, because at that point, if you're not going to kill the Teferi this turn, what is the plan, right? You're just going to let Patrick have this Teferi in play unimpeded the entire time. So, yeah, I mean, it feels like a situation where it sucks, but I think you got to get it off the battlefield eventually. And like you said, even if you don't want to go for the Wrath next turn, maybe you just go for a Fleech next turn, because you're going to have enough cards in the graveyard.
Yep. So we are going to see Flage deal 3, knock the Fairy down to 2. Galvanic Discharge will give you 3 energy, putting Johnny up to 4, and he can spend 2. And I mean, if you've gone this far...
Now that I'm thinking about it, I wonder if the play here is just discharge the Endurance Teferi goes up to 3 next turn, and then you Flage the Teferi next turn, because Flage can't kill the Endurance.
Sure, that's fair. I totally see that as a doable line. My biggest problem is you can't Wrath Disguise a Nadu away. And if Patrick just goes like play a Nadu as a way to basically threaten like, hey, check, essentially.
Oh, so you want the extra energy, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think both lines make sense, right? Like if Patrick doesn't have a Nadu and he just like plays some other like Wall of Roots, Delight Halfling creatures, getting the Flage on board, getting that as a removal spell, incredibly nice. If Patrick has, Nadu, it gets a lot worse. So it looks like Patrick does have a Summoner's Pact and I believe a Nadu in hand. I think his hand's actually just pack something Nadu, which is a lot of available options to him.
I think the something is second packed.
Well, I listed that. So what's the third card? Is it third packed? Nothing like third lunch. As we're gonna see Nadu come.
Maybe.
By the way, maybe it's Cord. I love that Nadu art and it looks so good on those sleeves. I don't know. It's just doing it.
So, I mean, as you mentioned, Johnny just sequenced this beautifully and just played into that, or, Johnny was able to set up this Wrath, and it's going to be really, really backbreaking. And you have to imagine Patrick was aware of this because of that earlier Wrath disguise that got graveyarded. So, it seems like this was at least on Patrick's radar, because you even saw the head shake of when Johnny bid that Wrath. Patrick was like, So it seemed like this was at least on Patrick's radar.
Yeah, I think this is a classic moment where Patrick identified that one of the possible worlds he's living in is that Johnny has another Wrath. And I think he was hoping that the world he was living in is that Johnny is mana screwed and needs to draw lands.
Yeah.
Because that's like the only other real reason. And, the reality was that Johnny needed, a fourth land, so he binned the Wrath of the Skies. But.
Funny enough, Johnny found the third Wrath too. So, Patrick maybe chose to not play on the second one. Surely he's not going to play on the third one.
Yeah, and we're seeing just how patient Johnny is here. We've seen this all weekend long, Like, I would be personally incredibly tempted just to be like, all right, end of turn, or sorry, on my turn, play Flage, bolt you. You better have Cord into Nadu into Shuko if you're going to win, and just kind of force them to have it. Johnny here has a spell snare, is going to take his time, and his counterspell too, and just, slowly but surely accrue value and just make sure not to give Patrick a chance to, to burst through. And hopefully for his sake, he can win before Patrick has time to assemble another combo.
Yeah, you got to admit, Flage that turn had to have been pretty tempting. Because, I mean, I guess the question is, how likely is it you die when Patrick has 3 lands and no other permanents in play? Right? It's like it has to be like Nadu, land, Shuko, hit 2 lands, and then Spring Hard hit. You know what I mean? It's like it seems very, very unlikely.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing here is Johnny's trying to set up having Flage plus Counterspell up. And so, he's just like, okay, I'm going to attack the Tameo, get the clues, and I'll get there eventually. Now, eventually needs to happen sooner than later. Looks like Johnny is sort of smelling weakness here, and it's going to counterspell this Quarter Calling for 0, which is assuredly getting a Dryad Arbor. Nothing else could really be happening here in Open Deckless Tournament.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot where Johnny's trying to figure out if the Dryad Arbor is going to unlock potential 4-mana plays or just like potential double spell turns. Maybe he's worried about, like, say, you let the Cord resolve, you give Patrick 4 mana, and then you're worried about Nadu plus Veil of Summer or something along those lines. And I do believe Patrick did have a copy of Veil of Summer in hand. So it's, maybe that might be coming to fruition if that is what Johnny is thinking about. But yeah, if you're in Patrick's spot, I believe the hand is still, 2 Quarter Callings and a Summoner's Pact. So, I mean, maybe if you don't draw land, you just go Summoner's Pact for Nadu, cast the Nadu, use the Veil to fight over the counterspell, and then I guess pray that your Dryad Arbor doesn't die, because then you can't pay for Pact.
Yeah, I guess so. All right. What can Patrick do?
Now, I want to get the wording on Wrath of the Skies. Does it say non-land or destroy creature?
It says destroy creature, artifact,
okay, so it gets Dryad Arbor then.
Yeah. Yeah, if we said non-land, then it could hit planeswalkers, and that's just a little too much.
Yeah.
White doesn't quite get that. I think it's like tertiary and it's color pie. So.
All right. So I believe Patrick has picked up a copy of Shuko. So, to the best of my knowledge, I believe the hand is Pact, Cord, Veil, Shuko. So, if you're in Patrick's seat, yeah, I wonder. It's like, do you just go? Oh, we're gonna go for a Mason. I think we might see a die to Pact trigger game here.
Oh, it brings my cold curmudgeon heart such joy to see a die to the Pact trigger. Let me tell you, Devin, nothing hits the same.
Tell me how you really feel, Mason.
I love it. Honestly, I love how the rules of Magic have become more inclusive, and we've done a much better job at rewinding things. But I tell you what, nothing. You miss the Pact trigger, you lose the game. Cards have drawbacks.
Not only do you lose the game, but you also get disqualified.
You're
out of here.
You're gone. You lose the game. But no, I mean, and we're gonna see Patrick. Yeah, I mean, listen, you got this far, buddy. It's Nadu time.
You got to get the Nadu.
Yeah, and you see Johnny kind of shaking his head, and
Johnny
just like, I need you to cast it.
Yeah,
you know.
So this is going to be big because what's going to happen here is Patrick is going to cast Nadu, Johnny's going to cast Counterspell, and Patrick's going to cast Veil of Summer. If there is not a land on top for Patrick, the game is over because Johnny's going to untap Wrath of the Skies, the Triad Arbor, and Patrick will have 3 mana remaining. So let's see. Do we have the land?
All right. So yeah, you definitely lead with the Nadu.
We get a tap blue for that. I don't think it matters, but because the breeding pool cast he has 4 green anyway, so it doesn't matter. But
yeah.
All right,
you get a warning. You're good. It happens. All right, Veil of Summer.
Is there a land?
If there's a land, it is massive.
Patrick
kind of knows. You see it. Because Patrick also doesn't know that his Dryad said. He just knows he's in trouble if it happens.
It's not a land.
All right, not a land. Now all we need is Johnny to see it. Johnny packs the clue, draw a card, and this is one of those moments where Dryad Arbor better be up there with the creatures because it can go bye-bye. Honestly, it can go bye-bye and the Tamiyo stays, which is just insane value. Now, will Johnny see it? He has Flage as the out for it. He has Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah, the Flage is in the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, we have lots of answers. Now, I guess actually you can't Flage because you could hit the Nadu trigger and then reveal a land.
Okay.
So it has to be Wrath.
So it's got to be Wrath.
If we didn't have, honestly, if we didn't have the Wrath in our hand, I would do the Flage thing. You know, I'd just be like, whatever. You're going to be tapped out next turn. I'll have a Flage in play. But honestly, Devin, I think the way Johnny's playing, I don't think he sees it.
No, don't cast the Flage.
Well,
Johnny.
I guess if he's attacking with the Tamiyo,
oh no,
maybe he's just drawing cards just in case. He's just like, I'm gonna X is 0 anyway, so I might as well try to get a card out of it. And here comes Wrath of the Skies, and that's gonna do it.
Oh man, kill your Dryad Arbor. Nice pack trigger.
Yep. And we see a concession there. Honestly, the way Johnny was playing, I don't know if he realized he killed the Dryad Arbor. But either way, congratulations to Johnny there. We're going to move on to our finals. Well played by both players. I like that kind of line from Patrick. If I'm going to win, I need to take a little bit of a risk. Now's my chance to do it. It's only going to get worse. And, you know, it might even go that bad. He has to have Wrath of the Skies. He has a kill spell. I might top deck into another land. Didn't work out. Congratulations to him. Moving on. To the finals with this Jeskai Wizards deck against Nikachu or Merfolk. And congratulations to Patrick playing Nadu. Nadu didn't win. You know, that's all we got to say.
True.
It made the finals. I'm sorry, the semifinals. It made the top 8. You know, we had a couple in the top 16. Didn't win the tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see, Devin, who's going to win, Jeskai Wizards or Merfolk. Choose now. Who's your champion? Who you going for?
I mean, I know Nikachu's the 1 seed, but I mean, looking at this Jeskai deck list, Wrath of the Skies, Galvanic Discharge, Flame of Anor, Flage, Snapcaster Mage, I think I got to give it to Johnny, but Nikachu has been playing out of his mind all day, has been just kind of, we saw Nikachu beat Ryan Bellamy, just played completely very, very well played. And it's going to be one hell of a match.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting either way because I'm really torn, right? Like in my heart of heart, I want Flage to win. It's like, it's my card. It's so exciting. I like that kind of deck. And I think both players have been playing so well. You know, Nikachu has just had really great sort of attacks and blocks. And, honestly, the only time he seemed surprised all day was when we got surprised too against the Sylvan Safekeeper, right? Which was kind of a weird interaction. It seemed like the only time all day where he wasn't like yeah, I kind of knew this could happen. He's been playing on top of this game. Inversely, Johnny has been the same thing, undefeated in the Swiss, playing in this Jeskai Wizards deck, has been taking, very cautious and measured lines, but also pulling the trigger a little bit every now and again, and, just has found himself in the finals. He's on the draw. Cavern Souls and Aether Vial can be a bit of a problem for some of his cards, but like you said, discharge, snap, discharge, that's the new bolt, snap, bolt, and that fuels your wrath. It turns into a 2-mana play. So I don't know. I'm going to go with Pikachu just because we need the back and forth. We need the narrative to happen. So, not only will one of them win, you and I will win. We're going to really quickly, though, shout out our sponsor, Ultimate Guard, and, thank them so much for helping put on this stream. Ultimate Guard, is working with us here at the NRG series to bring you Paper Magic. We know that you all love Paper Magic, so make sure to click that follow button. That way you don't miss any of it. We have nearly 2,000 of you here in the chat right now. Click that follow button. That way you don't miss anything. We're going to be here on July 13th and the 14th with our next big Modern Showdown, but we also have coverage tomorrow. So Chicagoland, if you want to come in and play, Modern 10K Showdown, you got that going on. Sunday, 5K Legacy Trial. If you like Legacy, this is your chance to play some Paper Legacy. Very, very exciting. Remember, if you win your Showdown, you're in our end of the year championship. So speaking of which, Devin, the winner of this next match, Jeskai Wizards, Merfolk, one of them is going to go to our end of the year championship. It's going to be very exciting to see which one of those is going to happen.
Yeah, this is going to be an amazing finals. That was a very, very stressful semifinals. That just being able to watch that die to pack trigger because the Wrath of the Skies killed the Dryad Arbor. What just an amazing matchup, and I cannot wait for the finals, Mason. It's going to be an absolute banger.
It really is. So with that all being said, we're going to have our little production camera give us a little sneak peek, see if those players are ready. But, they might be taking a second to sort of stretch their legs, use the bathroom, all that sort of stuff. It looks like they are currently reviewing deck lists, so it's just going to be another minute or two. And with that being said, on another minute or two, Devin, really quickly here, let's pull back up what these players are playing for here. So there are a bunch of leaderboard points, and for, both these players, they're playing our events. That's going to be really helpful for getting into the championship of the year. But no matter what, one of them is going straight to the Showdown. It's sort of going to be straight from a Showdown winner to our end of the year championship. $2,400, 30 points, that invite, as well as an RC invite. Both these players have made it to the RC in Washington. It's going to be the first one that SCG runs of that cycle, so it's going to be very exciting. Can't wait to see you all there as well. But we're going to have all that going on. We have all these points being given out. And tomorrow we do have a Pioneer 5K. We're going to be streaming the entire time. So if you love that format, make sure to tune in tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. Central Time. So to get all that, the winner today, Devin, also gets a token. We saw May French, our last winner from one of these solo events. She got a food token. And we saw Connor Mullaly here with some of his friends, who was our player of the year in 2022, do the Goblin Shaman as a team token. Very awesome to see that happen here. And so this winner, one of them gets to pick. I have to imagine if Pikachu wins, he's going to pick Merfolk. And honestly, if you're Johnny, you got to go energy, right? Just like Wrath of the Skies has been such a big part of your deck this weekend.
Pikachu doesn't make any tokens, does he? I don't think there's any token makers in Pikachu's deck. I guess there's the Pilgrimage, right? The enchantment, but he's not playing that card.
He plays Pioneer though. So
yeah, that is a good point. So he'd be able to play himself in Pioneer. I would have said Rhino token, if this were maybe 4 months ago. And maybe I'm stubborn, so maybe I would still say Rhino token because I just can't, I can't let it go, Mason.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's okay to have preferences and things you like. So I definitely understand that. I think I would be very snide and do a Nadu trigger token.
Okay. Wait. No. Do you do the what? Do you do the 1, 2, and the 3? Like
yeah. So I would have it where cut to me, production. Cut to me. I would have it to where like I'm holding like a 0 in one hand, a 3 in the 2 in the other, and my mouth would have like a 1, and I'm like and I'm smiling. That's how I do it. You got to imagine the vision. I have the vision. I can see what I'm doing. That's what I would do, which of course would be maybe the weirdest token of all time, but it would be a token. So that's for sure.
It would technically be a token.
Anyways,
yeah. I mean, I was going to say, as far as all of the cards that we've seen today, you were somebody who spent a lot of time working on the set, and we've seen a ton of these new cards in action. A lot of them have been having an impact. As far as all of the cards that we've seen on camera today, and maybe some that you've seen across the Moto streets, what card has maybe been the biggest surprise for you in terms of the card that people are actually choosing to play?
The card that's the biggest surprise that people are choosing to play. That's interesting. Give me a second. I got to think about that one.
Put you on the spot.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. So Flays was a card that I believed was good. And it was really just a question of like, is it good in just like only 4-color? Or is it like, like will Boros decks kind of like spark off of it? Felia, the dog, was a card that I was a pretty big believer in. And so seeing that one has not been a huge surprise. Obviously, we haven't seen much of it today, but the Boros Energy deck was doing well. What card? I mean, it's a great. Another thing that happens is I know some of the names differently than you all do because we had the play test name. So I'm trying to think of what card it would even be, what its name was. I'll think about that a little bit more as we are.
I was going to say mine personally would be Unstable Amulet. I think I didn't really realize like the chip damage just matters so much, especially in the Prowess decks. And, if you have ways to fuel it, you can just keep going with it. That would be my pick.
Yeah, that's a good one for sure. Unstable Amulet is definitely a card that, is a little bit trickier than it might seem at first. So definitely a good one there. I'm looking through the whole set right now.
All right.
Taking
a
little
get back
peek.
to me. It's fine.
I want to get to you. And we're shuffling up. We might as well. It's interesting, right? Wrath of the Skies is a card I thought Wrath of the Skies is, done well. That's been a good one. So I don't know. I'll tell you this, and this is one that's seen a little bit of play. I thought people would like Psychic Frog because I thought, ha ha he he, funny joke, pretty good joke, card. Yep. And people, it was one of the first cards previewed, and people would just come up to me and they'd be like, masterpiece, the greatest match. And I'm like, oh wow, we really like
it that much, huh?
Yeah, like I thought it was like a solid card. Like thought it would see some play. And like in the right world could definitely be an all-star, but did not expect it to be this like fan favorite card. So that
all right,
one.
We are off, Mason. So Nikachu, the 1 seed, on the play, leading off with Rashad and Rashad and Dakian. I got that one mixed up. And we'll see what Johnny's hand looks pretty good. I see a whole bunch of blue cards. Now, this particular matchup, maybe the blue cards aren't quite as good. Cards like Cavernous Souls and Aether Vial can really mess with those counter spells. But there is a spell snare here for Johnny. If Nikachu does not have a Cavern, it looks like we do not, Otawara Mutavault, then maybe that maybe that spell snare can actually find a good target.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting too because Nikachu has the Flash Lord and Vidalcan Hexcatcher, and he's just gets to attack, and currently Spell Snare is causing a lot of problems. But if Johnny fetches to like grab a Surveil land or something, then Nikachu can flash in that Lord, and you see Johnny playing around it. Yeah, and I love it. He's been so patient with everything this weekend, and it's just like, nope, I don't need to fetch. I can just take my draw step, play my land, slowly but surely get my value while I can. See him going in the tank a little bit. We've seen Johnny do this a couple times where he kind of takes a second, thinks through everything, and then he kind of just goes, which I really respect, kind of just making sure we're not missing something before we do something we might regret, especially in such a big spot. Not only is $2,400 on the line right now from this W, but also, I mean, the PTQ from being our Players Championship, 24-person tournament, chance to play the Pro Tour, that has $35,000 in prizes. I mean, winning this match is like minimum another grand, like the bare minimum. So not to mention the chance to be the Players Champion.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Johnny has just been playing very, very, very well all day. And you know what? Even Johnny had, at least I think, if I'm remembering correctly, Johnny had the cap the front way in the last match. And I got to say, Mason, we moved the cap to the back. That means Johnny means business.
Yeah. He's ready to fight Capitan as Spell Snare comes down. It's going to most likely answer. I can't imagine Nikachu would force negation back unless he just had some absolutely terrible card. And that is not the case here. So he's going to get to potentially untap. Looks like Johnny dropped a card. Got to say, strong weekend for J.O. names, So, all right. Mutavault, the pickup for the turn. And you
J
see?
J.O. names, but no Fletcher Johnson.
So true. As we are gonna figure out exactly what we're gonna do here with this Mutavault. We have Otawara and Mutavault as our lands. And if we play Otawara, we can play one of our lords, and push damage. But if we play Mutavault, we maybe unlock pushing, some more damage on a future turn. Maybe we want to attack for 3. A lot of different options available for Nikachu here. And you see him taking his time. This is an untimed finals. And these early turns matter a ton when it comes to his sequencing and threats.
Yeah, and we see another Rashad and Dakian. I mean, are we about to just I don't know if Nikachu has another play here. We might just be starting to get into the point where we're just going to start porting, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's what he's doing. And he's saying, hey, Johnny, you want to fetch a Surveil land? You're going to get tapped down. I see Johnny smirk there for a second. He's like, yep, pay it. No, pay it.
And
right.
what I find funny about this is I think Johnny didn't fetch because he was maybe playing around. Oh, no, because I did. Yeah, the dog can attack that turn. But yeah, I mean, now that Johnny has decided to go ahead and crack that fetch land, Nikachu's just going to say, okay, well, we're going to start taxing some mana. Now, I think there's a Wrath of the Skies in hand. So that potentially at some point down the road could be able to get both of those Dakians, maybe something like Tune the Narrative, and then even after a Dakian taps a land, you can still just cast the Wrath of the Skies for 2 mana, X equals 0, but use the energy that you already had floating.
Yeah, and we're seeing a shock here, and I was curious to see, would we see something like maybe preordained in order to get that Tune the Narrative you talked about? Maybe a Galvanic Discharge, right? Galvanic Discharge, you don't even have to spend the energy if you don't want to, right? You could just be like, yeah, X is 0. Probably wouldn't want to do that, but you could. So Nikachu here, going to have to line it up. The Merfolk's champion. Can he go the distance?
Vile, Lord of Atlantis, and Harbinger, I think, with the Otawara. So could potentially just go for a Harbinger this turn.
And yeah, you saw Nikachu in the last round of the top 4, he just basically locked Ryan Bellamy's with the Jeskai control deck out. And he talked about us with the interview when he won what essentially was his winning in. He's like, yeah, this Harbinger has been kind of mid, but against the control decks, it's insane.
Yeah, and what's funny about this is but Bellamy had access to Solitude, so even though Bellamy didn't, all of Bellamy's lands were islands, was still able to pitch cast that Solitude. Unfortunately for Johnny does not have access to that card. So, I mean, does have a Scalding Tarn, so can potentially go for fetch basic mountain and then potentially top deck a Galvanic Discharge. But we also know that there's a counterspell in Johnny's hand too.
Yeah, this is such an interesting thing here. So you see Nikachu play the Aether Vial, a very good bait spell. Maybe gets a counter spell even, right? It got the Force and Negation, discard the Preordain. So now Nikachu's like, okay, if I slam this Harbinger, will I get him? Now, worth noting, Nikachu could also just pass, tap down the mana on Johnny's turn, pass to himself, main phase 1, tap down a land, and then untap. Move to his main phase 2 once the mana disappears, and then play the Harbinger. And yeah, it looks like that's what he's doing. I love this play from Nikachu. He's just going to tap down these lands and just be like, I'm going to force Johnny into a very awkward position.
Yep. And then, I mean, I guess the Scalding Tarn messes with that, where if you go Rashad and Dakian down the Scalding Tarn, Johnny fetches for an untapped land. Nikachu goes to second main. Like if Johnny has another untapped land, right?
Well, it has to be a double fetch, because if Johnny plays like a Steam Vents like he has in hand, you just tap that down. And even if he does have that, if Nikachu draws a land, then he can tap down again, before he switches phases. So
this is kind of the first time that we've seen this Rashad and Dakian plus Harbinger of the Seas combo, but it really, really looks effective, Mason, where you get these greedy mana bases and you just say, okay, I'm going to tap your lands down, cut you off a counterspell, and just slam this Haymaker threat that, again, Johnny can fetch a basic mountain and does have 4 discharge, but has to draw that discharge, does not have it in the hand currently.
Yeah, and, Nikachu picked up Sink into Stupor, which is a land. So had this been a fetch, you could have played around the play you talked about. But here, I think he's just double checking his work. He's like, if I do this, will it be good enough?
Oh, I love this Because what's funny about this play is Johnny might fetch the Scalding Tarn to get a basic island so he can hold up the counterspell, but then Nikachu can just go tap your other land, play my third land, play Harbinger, and now you don't have red mana.
Get ready for a best of NRG live moment, baby, because this one's going down in the history books. And I think you're 100% right. Or if Johnny goes for a shock land, right?
Yep.
And just, it's just like, whatever. Oh, and look at that.
Ooh.
He has the mountain. He knows he can use
patience.
Well, the Mystic Gate can hit filter. I always forget.
Yeah,
it can filter it.
Off of what?
Well, can the Mystic Gate, is it colorless or does it have to be blue or white?
No, it has to be blue or white. So you
it has
can't.
To be blue or white. Okay.
Johnny is giving up counterspell this turn because he's under the assumption, and maybe Johnny is like realizing what's going to happen. Is like, okay, if I get basic island and he just taps my other land and has another land in hand, then that play is kind of pointless, and I'm blocked out of red sources. So Johnny realizing, okay, worst case scenario, he has the Harbinger. I need the red mana to be able to top deck either Plains for Flage or the Discharge.
Yeah, and I think Nikachu's double checking. Like, there's no like Aether Spikes or whatever. He's going to stick this, and I think, you see the smile from Johnny. He's like, it sticks, and he knows he is now under pressure with a 4-turn clock here. Now, if he draws, anything reasonable, he have it.
He drew the Discharge. Okay. Now we're playing.
I think he has Discharge and Flame of Anora in hand.
Ooh.
So,
right. Okay.
He does have a kill spell here, but he might want to, he might choose to play around Force Negation. We'll have to see how he wants to do this.
Yeah, you could even go Discharge the Harbinger, and then I guess you can go Discharge the Harbinger and then Wrath for 2 or Wrath for 1. Sorry.
Nope. Yeah, and
just gonna go for Flame.
Yeah, Nikachu there, just like, yep, that's gone. Doesn't posture or Force Negation, kind of knows that'd be the case, and this is an interesting spot here where Nikachu has Sink into Stupor, that, sort of a somewhat good disruptive element, but only when you're really far ahead. And he's ahead right now, but not really far ahead. And that's going to get you.
There is a Lord, though. So Nikachu plays the Lord. Johnny fights over it with Counterspell. Animate Mutavault head for 4, put Johnny to 8. And I'm guessing that's what's probably going to happen. Yep, so there's the Lord. Presumably that gets fought over. I guess Johnny could let it resolve and then just Wrath. But you are taking an extra 3 damage, right? Because you let this resolve, then you take 7 as opposed to 4.
The Mutavaults get animated too, or Mutavault gets animated, excuse me. So it's tough.
And then you're in a position where if you take that extra 3 damage, then I guess it doesn't change the clock versus just the 2 Mutavaults. So yeah, I think Johnny maybe just let it resolve.
Reasonable spot to be. And you mentioned how Johnny put his hat backwards. If Nikachu is close to a Pikachu, Johnny's trying to catch him.
You know what we might do here? We might just discharge the Mutavault.
Yeah, and just Stone Rain.
And then just Wrath.
Yeah, that's a totally reasonable line.
Yeah, I think I actually like that a little bit better because you're basically, if you could kill the Lord of Atlantis to prevent 3 damage, but you could also kill the Mutavault to also prevent 3 damage. So you're taking the same amount of damage either way. And this way you get the Mutavault and then you just get to Wrath everything else.
Yep, and the only way this can go bad is a Flare of Denial, but if there's a Flare, then your Wrath's resolving, so you're pretty happy about that. And yeah, Johnny's going to take 4 down to 8, I believe. And Nikachu, it's going to put the Stupor onto the battlefield tapped, realizing he needs the mana on the following turns. Well, it looks like this turn. He's just yeah. This might be a play to play around Tameo or something.
Oh, because his last card's Dismember. Okay.
Yeah, just like if the Tameo is going to block the Lord, because the Lord doesn't have Island Walk, then that's a way for him to sneak through potentially lethal. Now, we know it's a Wrath of the Skies. For X is 2.
So all those little fishies go back into the ocean. And Nikachu not really left with a lot else here. 8 life versus a Mutavault. And Johnny also top deck a second Discharge. So Johnny even has the Mutavault covered.
Yep. Flare of Denial's the draw.
Rough timing on that one.
Oh my goodness. Had that been yeah, you see Nikachu's like, if I had this one last turn, I'd be in pretty good shape. But now I've just got to, try to figure out if I can win. And can I even beat Johnny if he has a Discharge? That's kind of what's going through Nikachu's head. If I don't attack with this Mutavault, can I ever attack with it? And he's passing. Thinks he can do it.
I gotta say, this has been like this game and the sequencing from Johnny has been really, really perfect here. Just like the turn, those early turns where Nikachu was trying to like Rashad and Dockhand to get him to maybe fetch for a basic island to hold up counterspell. Johnny didn't fall for the bait. He ended up just getting the basic mountain. Just very, very well played here by Johnny and very well sequenced.
Yeah, and you see Nikachu, you drew a 5th land, so you animated the Mutavault. Galvanic Discharge happened, and he's just going to hold up Flare Denial and Dismember.
Didn't fight over the Flare. I guess maybe we're holding it for Flashback Flage maybe later on. And Johnny did draw a Flage.
Yeah, maybe trying to have an answer for a Snapcaster. If that were like, there'd be like maybe a Snap Attune line or something. So, and this is the awkward part. Yeah, you want to counter the escaped half? By all means.
You don't really want to counter this one. But even if you counter the flashback, I mean, Johnny has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 cards in the graveyard. So you're going to lose 5 to get the Flage back. Still 3 in the graveyard. Once you convert those 2 spells in hand, that's just going to be the flashback of Flage again. So this is Nikachu. I don't want to call it over yet, but it's going to be, I don't know if I see a way out for Nikachu.
And you see Johnny just so patient once again. He drew that Snapcaster Mage, and it's like, I don't need to lower my counterspell shields.
No reason to.
Yeah.
Got plenty of stuff available, holding up Counterspell, holding up Snap Flame Venor. Probably just let this go and just go Snap Flame, kill your thing, draw 2. But I guess that maybe plays into Force of Negation and or Flare of Denial a little bit worse.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see something like Snap Discharge. Because then he doesn't tap out of Counterspell. And Johnny refuses to tap out of Counterspell.
If there's a Counterspell in his hand, then 2 mana will always be untapped.
Mm-hmm. And you see Nikachu kind of thinking about it. It's like, am I supposed to fight over this Snapcaster Mage? And it's a pretty reasonable thing to do. The Snapcaster is assuredly going to, cast some removal spell, whether it's Flame or Discharge, you're not sure. And then the Snapcaster will be around later for it to kind of pressure you. Now the question is, will Johnny use a counterspell to fight over or fight for the Snapcaster Mage?
Yeah, my guess is you probably just go counter the Flare and then target the Discharge in the graveyard. No. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to, discharge the Lord now. And then if he draws an untapped land, we can Flage with counterspell. Okay. And he'll feel nice and safe with that line. And looks like
found something.
Yeah, it looks like that's white, and then red. And with only 1 card in hand, he knows it's totally safe to tap out and do this. And the life totals suddenly flip. Nikachu down to 14, Nikachu down to 11, Johnny up to 14. And in just 2 turns, Nikachu is going to be dead to this Flage if he doesn't do something.
Wait, Mason, I just realized Johnny had a counterspell in hand and didn't hold up counterspell. This might be the first time the whole tournament.
Yeah, and it's, basically he knew he didn't need it this turn, right? Before, there could have been subtleties and Flare Denials that could have got his Flage. He didn't want that to happen. And now she was like, all right, here's an Aether Vial. I think you can beat that, Bucky.
You want to counter this one, Johnny?
Yeah, and Johnny attacks in, deals the Helix into Nikachu, down to 8, Flage down to 2. And now, even if Nikachu somehow stabilizes against this Flage, every other bolt and type card in the deck is lethal.
It's a blue card.
Not the one.
Can't tell what it was.
I believe it's a Harbinger, the 1-drop, the Tide Shaper. And we're just going to lose 2 life to our Dismember. And Johnny's going to go up game 1 over Nikachu here. 1 match away from being our 10K Modern Champion with the first Modern Horizons tournament of ever, really. So we'll have to see what he's going to do as we check out Nikachu's sideboard. We have 3 Spreading Seas, 3 Harbinger of Tides, 3 Shining Tidebinders, 3 Subtlety, 2 Merfolk Trister, 1 Dismember. Devin, what do you like and why?
So we saw Nikachu play against Ryan Bellamy in the last match, and similar concept here. not quite exactly the same number of things. Like the card that I'm thinking about is Deshanna's Tidebinder, where in the previous matchup, Ryan had the One Ring and Solitude as additional, ETBs that counter off of to stifle the trigger of. There's not really a ton here from Johnny. I mean, I guess Snapcaster Mage, maybe Tamio, but I don't know if you want to go towards those Tidebinders. Probably, I mean, same thing with Subtlety, right? There's not a ton of creatures here for Johnny. So those cards that I think were previously very good against Ryan, not quite as good in this matchup. And to be honest with you, looking at the sideboard, there's not a ton that I like here, Mason.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what he's going to do at the end of the day. I agree. There's not a ton of things. I just know we got to get those dismembers out of our deck.
Yeah,
that's all
maybe
I know.
Spreading Seas, and just as like a way to cycle and potentially like keep Johnny off of trying to cast a Flage.
Yeah, I could totally see that being the line. Now, let's take a look over at Johnny's sideboard and see what he's going to do with Jeskai control. We have 3 Consigned Memory, 3 Drannith Magistrate, 2 Wear Tear, 2 Celestial Purge, 2 Subtlety, 1 Wrath Disguise, 1 Force Negation, and 1 Dress Down. What do you like here, Devin, and why?
Subtlety I think is pretty good, both for pitch casting early to like stave off a lot of early pressure and just card casting it on 4 mana. So I like that card a lot. Consign to Memory, maybe you could sell me into play against Vile, but it's probably too narrow. Give me the Wrath of the Skies. The Dress Down, I believe, is pretty good. Can maybe set up the spot where you get like Nikachu has a bunch of Lords in play, and you can maybe like sort of fog. Not really a full fog, but kind of like a half a fog. So the Wrath, the Dress Down, the Subtleties for sure. I think that's probably about it.
Yeah, and we'll see what they do, but I like where your head's at on that one. So as we shuffle up here really quick, if you're liking this event, make sure to follow and meet us out in Chicagoland, July 13th and 14th. We have another Modern 10K Showdown for you going on Saturday and Sunday. We have a Legacy 5K. So if you love Paper Legacy, come on out, game. There is a lot of fun to be had. Pretty big Legacy scene in that area in the Chicago land there. Excuse me. You had 12 hours of coverage is catching up to me there. But yeah, come on out and support the future events. And like I said, follow. All these events are going to be streamed. We even stream the local in-game events at the store from NRG. So check those out. And it looks like Johnny's double-checking his sideboard. We get an idea of what he wants. Looks like he cut the Invoke Polarities. He was just like, don't want those.
Yeah,
Clunky.
that one seems not super great because, like, I mean, what's the best case scenario? It's like if you get a 2-mana 2/2, Johnny doesn't play any other Merfolk. It's like actively bad against Harbinger because you need to be able to counter that thing. You don't want to steal it.
Mm-hmm. So I have to see.
That was pretty funny that one time when Johnny was playing against Living End.
Yeah,
like those coin flips. Like the sweats were so real with that card.
Yeah, it is not all upside, right? Like, yes, there are lots of spots where it's really good, but it is not like, oh, I'm never going to have anything bad happen, against like Wraths, for example. Sometimes you want to protect your Flage or something, and you've got to hope the coin flip goes right. Oof. Devin, we have seen 11 rounds of Magic over 30 feature matches between everything going on. We've just been going through it all. There's been so much Magic here today, and I'm excited to see who is going to be the winner here. Johnny up a game, but Nikachu can still take us to game 3 and potentially win it all. Being on the play helps a lot. He has Aether Vial, Cavern of Souls. Those cards are going to matter a ton in this matchup. And if he can, maneuver around cards like Galvanic Discharge, he could be setting himself up for success. Gotta say, loving what I'm seeing so far from MH3.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this set has been phenomenal. Like I said, the amount of cards that we've seen come across and the amount of different like strategies that we've seen. I've been loving this set, and has really reinvigorated my my love and passion for the format.
I love to hear it. Makes my cold Scrooge heart grow in size. Love to see someone die to Summoner Pact. Love to hear them enjoy Modern a little more.
Man, I'll never get over that. The Summoner's Pact game with the Wrath of the Skies, that was a classic.
All-timer. I gotta say, I love Summoner's Pact. One of my best friends locally, one of his more infamous story moments is he's playing for the top 8 of a PTQ, and his opponent draws from the draws and misses the Summoner Pact, and he like kind of pops out his chair and goes, "You lose!" to the opponent, and it's someone he knew, so it's all good. But
that's awesome.
It's one of the better Magic stories I've ever heard. It's just the pop up, "You lose!"
Yeah, just take the pack and throw it at him.
Mm-hmm. And Lord knows I've lost my own Summoner's Pact. I used to play a lot of Gruul Valakut when I first started playing Modern, and the first couple of times you draw and you just have to take your L, and it's part of the price with the card. It should have a drawback. It's free.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever was in a situation where that happened to me or one of my opponents.
Mm-hmm. I remember very clearly the first time it happened to me after the rules changed, because I didn't know the rules had changed.
Oh, okay.
And my opponent
draw, go to concede the game or whatever.
We both just legitimately missed it because we were just in like a kind of a heated game that was going back and forth. And then we're like, he's moving to attack. So I'm like, wait, didn't you pack last turn? And he's like, oh. And he's like, what do I do? And I was like, I think you lose. We should just call a judge. And so we call the judge, and the judge is like, new rules, pay the pack whenever you can now. And so we had to pay it mid-combat.
What if so in that situation, if you have mana on your upkeep, but you don't have mana in combat, it's just you're just
if
out?
You are a nefarious person who wanted to scum people, you could wait until they tap their thing and be like, oh my god, didn't you have a pact? And then they wouldn't have their mana. If you're an honorable soul,
stack.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This isn't the time for I could do a whole video essay. Spice 8 Rack did 4 hours on Constant Turkey. I can do 6 on Summoner's Pact. All right. So this is not the time for that. I'm 12 hours into commentary. I didn't sleep much last night.
That's
Johnny. He's mulligan down to 6. That's good news if you're a Nikachu fan.
Look at the floodgates that we've opened now. SC Twitch chat posting some videos. So we'll stop talking about it. Anyways, Johnny, go ahead and take a mulligan. Nikachu, I say Johnny and Jonathan. Nikachu is going to, I believe, keep 7. We talked about predictions. I did say Johnny was going to win. You picked Nikachu. I still think Johnny is favorite. Johnny up a game. I think that Johnny also improves a lot more during sideboarding. Like we took a look at Nikachu's sideboard, and I think Nika is very prepared for the combo matchups, but I don't think he really has a ton for these kind of more fair, a bunch of 1-for-1 decks.
Agreed. Now I will say this: Nikachu might not have a lot of tools, but didn't like Johnny's sideboard a ton. So if Nikachu catches him, maybe not ready for one of those sideboard cards like a subtlety, then it might be huge. Also, we didn't talk about it much. Maybe he just put in Spreading Seas just to try and mess up Johnny's mana and get a cantrip. I doubt it, but maybe we'll see some interesting stuff. As it does look like we're drawing up our hand, and we're going to immediately bottom that Triumph. The rest of the hand is Gasoline.
Yeah, you want the Triumph. You want the Triumph on the bottom because you just want to be able to fetch it.
True. And we're going to go Island Aether Vial, Spell Snare in hand.
And now here's the question: does Nikachu play around the Spell Snare with the Vial in play? Probably. You probably just want to wait till you're probably going to just want to win in the Vial anyways. But it kind of depends on the hand, right? If you have a lot of 2s.
Well, I don't think he has any 2s.
Oh, okay. Well,
I think I think he's playing on the Spell Snare by just not drawing 2s. Which honestly, expert maneuver, masterfully played. Yeah.
So his hand is Tidebinder, Sphaloon, Force Negation, Flare, I think.
I think it was Subtlety, but yeah, it was one of the other free cards. His hand's just 3s. 3s and 3s with quotation marks,
Three. No, his hands is 3s and freeze.
Yeah, 3s and freeze. Ooh, I like that. And it looks like Johnny's figuring out, am I supposed to fetch and get a Surveyor land? Am I supposed to fetch and get a Triumph? Do I get a basic to play around Harbinger? Because from Johnny's perspective, this play makes a lot of sense if you're Nikachu, right? You have an Aether Vial. You don't have any reason to put a Lord into play, especially when Johnny's representing Discharge and Spell Snare, and the game's going to last a while. So Johnny can't read too much into it. Now, next turn, when the Vial doesn't put anything in, if you don't draw a 2-drop, he can infer some stuff. But for now, he's having to think a lot about what's going on.
Yeah, and this is kind of going to be interesting to see how this hand from Nikachu plays out. Very, very slow. But like you said, it is possible because the game, like Nikachu expects the game to go a lot longer because Johnny's going to be interacting with him at basically every stage, that I wonder if he's more interested in a hand like this, especially once you get to that third mana source and or Vial on 3. You really open up a lot of play with those Tidebinders because, if Johnny holds the fetch lands and things like that. Yeah, and maybe Johnny is prioritizing fetching early specifically because of those Tidebinders, right? Doesn't want to get himself into a spot where he's, leaves him uncracked. Nikachu has a Vial on 3 and 3 mana, and it's just, where do we go from here?
Yep. I love this early fetch of a mountain, just playing around the Harbinger. You see him, the players are talking, you see him kind of be like, yeah, well, if you've got it, I don't want to be dead to it. As Johnny is going to get to untap here. We know Nikachu doesn't have anything that he can play proactively at the moment. Next turn, though, fireworks are going to start going.
Yeah, he can Vial in the Lord right now, I guess. Likely will not really even care about fighting over it. Like, even if he had the opportunity to with Force, probably would never want to do that. We see Johnny main phase fetching for a basic, and I presume, Johnny, aware of the Tidebinders in the sideboard, just wants to get those fetches out as soon as possible. So gets to play around kind of the best of both worlds, right? You get to play around the Tidebinders and you get to play around the Harbingers.
Yeah, from a design standpoint, it would be cool if Merfolk got a 3-drop that wasn't just like, I hate your mana or whatever. But, we'll work on that. The technology, the Magic's been around 30 years, hopefully 30 more. And it is looking to be the end of turn. And we talked about this before. Nikachu has the Lord, finally something we can put into play. It makes a little bit sense time-wise to do. But it might just get killed. But is he okay with that?
The thing is, because Nikachu's hand is all 3s, I don't think you care if it gets killed, because you're in a spot where even if you knew it was going to die, you have to tick up the Vial to 3 next turn. And honestly, I kind of just like shattering the Vial here. You saw Nikachu missed a land drop last turn, didn't play anything in the first couple of turns. Yeah, and we're just going to fire it off because if Nikachu doesn't draw a land here, we may in a spot where we can't cast spells, and I think you probably have to fight over this if you're Nikachu.
Yeah, I think if you're Nikachu, you're forced on the force negation. And honestly, the question to me is, what card do you pitch? Subtlety
what if
is
you
like
just pitch the 2?
Yeah, you could just pitch the 2. Honestly, the 2's like mid plus right now, and subtlety is kind of awkward, but it could be goated. So it's a really weird position to be in.
I want to see him pitch the 2 just so you can just not resolve the Vial trigger.
Yeah, it'd be very funny. And you see Nikachu, he's kind of, very theatrical. I love his at-table demeanor, just enjoying Magic, having a lot of fun. You can tell he's kind of like, what am I supposed to do here? And, this is a nice turn if he, forces, pitch the subtlety, untap, maybe plays another Lord, takes his Vial up to 3. Then if Johnny tries to fetch, he can stifle it. So a lot of pressure could be coming down here. As it looks like the subtlety is going to go, we're going to try and take a more aggressive posture this game.
Yeah.
The Vial trigger is finally, looks like we didn't put in with a Vial.
Ooh.
Maybe it was intentional. Maybe it wasn't.
Perhaps.
This Tide Shaper, kind of nice, can turn.
I think he's just realizing it. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that wasn't. I'm pretty sure he wanted to put it in. Because if he didn't want to put it in, then he probably would have pitched it to the force negation. But alas, here we are. But still has the Vial on 3, can hang on to the Tidebinder, potentially leave up that in or the Sphaloon, and I'm just going to cast it. Or I guess
play it, yeah.
Tide Shaper.
I mean, you can Tide Shaper here and turn off a red, or I believe it's only non-basic lands. So
I thought it was any land.
If it's any land, you definitely go after, this white land here, since it's the outlier. But yeah. I can't quite remember. And honestly, at this point,
target land. There you go.
Oh yeah, basics aren't safe in this neighborhood. All right, island going down.
And there is the Galvanic Discharge. So that can take care of the Tide Shaper for Johnny. So that answers that problem at least. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Sphaloon gives the Merfolk ward, right? So if Johnny casts Discharge, Nikachu responds, puts in the Sphaloon, there's no window, right?
Correct. But if we cast this Flage, we can Vial in the Sphaloon with the Flage on the stack.
True.
and then have to pay the 1. And you probably want to put Svalin. You could also just Tidebind to the trigger.
Oh, yeah, the damage trigger. I was going to say,
Correct.
yeah. And then the Flage would still die. Okay. Interesting. And then maybe Johnny can go discharge. You probably discharge the Tide Shaper now. I guess we're going to hold on to it. Yeah, I guess you can just... Maybe you don't need the white mana quite yet. I mean, you want the white mana eventually for next turn.
I think this makes sense because it lets you play around Force Negation being like pitch cast. Now, I think if you're going to do that, you probably wanted to do it sooner. But also, Johnny knows Nikachu has a 2-drop and has Spell Snare in hand, right? The way Nikachu acted, he definitely had a 2. And if it's a Lord, which is the most likely 2, Johnny holding up the Spell Snare is a great way to make sure he doesn't take a bunch of damage out of nowhere.
Yeah. Now, I guess you don't even have to fight over the Tide Shaper now because you have the Island Plains, quote unquote, which you can filter that into Gate for double white, and then Mountain Falls is double red. So you don't even have to kill. You don't even have to care about the Tide Shaper. You just have perfect mana anyways. So Johnny can just kind of go about his business, and potentially we could see something like, shock in Steam Vents, play the Flage, kill something, hold up the discharge. And Nikachu did have to pitch that subtlety. He really, really tanked on that Force Negation, and for good reason, because he knew that this was a possibility of this game eventually getting to the point where the Flage gets cast, and this is exactly what we've seen Johnny do to every creature deck he's played against all day.
Yep. Now Nikachu can Vial in Svalun and force the ward to happen. That will allow the tap out here and maybe give him a little bit of space, but it's definitely a bad place to be.
I guess what you could also do is just stifle. Yeah, you could just, I guess, Tidebinder the Flage and make it a 6/6 vanilla. Okay.
Yeah, okay. And now if you get the Lord of Atlantis into play, all these creatures will have Island Walk, and you can attack in. Now we know Johnny has, I like this, he has the no effects little tab. But yeah, this is weird where Johnny is like, okay, I know you have a 2-drop from, 4 turns ago now. So I can't tap out, but I do want a Galvanic Discharge. And this is actually such a big brain play here from Nikachu. He's going to activate the Vial on 3. And if Svalun comes down, he won't be able to discharge. And this forces Johnny's hand. Now, Johnny's just going to float a red to play around the Harbinger.
Oh, he played around the Harbinger, but not the Svalun. Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
And then he's going to attack for Lord.
Oh, my God.
And look at Nikachu. Sits back in his chair. He's like, gotcha. And he's going to move on to game number 3 here. As you see Johnny, who has done a masterful job of playing around stuff all day today, played around the Harbinger perfectly. Not the Svalun plus Lord combo, which he knew the Lord was there. Yeah.
That was ridiculous.
And you see, too, Johnny thought it was the Harbinger of the Moon, the new blue Blood Moon. Incredibly well played there by Nikachu. Knowing he kind of, Force Santa, we're going to pick it up as we go to game number 3. And that was the turn. And Johnny knew there was a Lord, but he just couldn't risk losing his mana for the rest of the game.
I don't even know. I don't have words after that one, Mason. I am taken aback at how beautiful that game was played by both players. You saw that spot where Johnny floated the red mana, obviously was playing around the Harbinger of the Seas. Nikachu tanking on what to pitch the Force Negation to fight over the Vial. Like, both players had a ton of decisions that game, and I think both players played phenomenally, and that was a sight to watch, Mason.
Yeah, I'll say it. Modern rocks. These games rock. It is so exciting to see this kind of action happening and such high level play from both players, playing incredibly well, a lot of posturing, a lot of maneuvering. And I'll say it, right, a long time Merfolk's been kind of a joke of Modern, right? And we talked about it all day today as we've seen Nikachu in the rounds as he works his way into the finals, where it's like, it used to just be a deck where it's like Lords and Spreading Seas and Aether Vial, and that's it. And then MH2 came around. It's like, all right, so some Lords and some Chalices and some Subtleties and Forces. It's kind of like a prison-y deck. Okay, it's pretty good at certain weekends, but maybe not the best deck ever. Now, I'm not saying it's the best deck ever, but it's really evolved into be this like, hey, with the way the metagame is and all my tools available to me, I am sort of the quintessential Merfolk deck. I am that tricksy sort of combat-y deck that players who love Merfolk really love. And for a long time, their deck kind of had to be morphed into different things to play the thing they love, but now they get to go back and do this. And it's so exciting. And the cool part about all this, Devin, is you could still do that other stuff. If you want to play Chalice on 1 and we're Chalice on 2, that kind of stuff's still available to you. This deck has only grown in options. It hasn't decreased. And it's so awesome to see someone who puts so much time in play so well. Now, not over yet, hasn't won, but he's doing a great job and putting himself in a position to.
Yeah, and kind of on the other side of things, you've seen sort of, you mentioned the evolution of Merfolk with the Horizon sets and as they've been printed, and kind of the evolution of the archetype itself. And Control, I kind of feel the same way, where you see a lot of creatures that you would normally not find in Johnny's deck list, like Tamiyo being a 1-drop, not necessarily a threat in and of itself, but a card advantage engine. And, it is threatening in the sense of when it flips, it gets to ultimate, et cetera, et cetera. And Flage, Flage has been the talk of the tournament today. Every time we've seen it on camera, it's been absurd. And what's nice about Flage is it gives these control decks a way to just close the gap, right? The big issue with Control is that it's always been, well, you get to a spot where you have nothing going on, maybe, who top decks better, but when you have access to Flage in your graveyard, who cares about top decks? You just cast a 6/6 that kills your opponent in 2 attacks.
Yeah, one of the big things that I really noticed when I used to play a lot of 4-color Control back when I was grinding the tournaments is my deck basically was really good at kind of killing everything, but then I couldn't really win. And really what Yorion did was he gave me a couple of cards when I was drawn, sure, and yeah, maybe I Flicker of Solitude or Fury, okay. In reality, Devin, it was just a 4/5 flyer. And having that on suspend answer to sort of start closing the door and stop being Control and turn into a Delver deck, that is what the 4-color deck really loved. And it's been able to succeed, but it's been harder at times for 4-color. Now these, Jeskaiing and 4-coloring decks, they have Flage, you're welcome. And it is able to close the door so quickly, right? And you talked about it earlier, it's a little bit of an overstated Lightning Helix early, and then in the late game, it is just your win condition. So that similar way that kind of Yorion was hanging out, hey, I'm going to win the game eventually. Flage is doing that same thing from the graveyard, and you can fight over it. We've seen players, bring in Rest in Peace and Endurance and done a good job and been a real headache, but you do have to fight over it. So it's very interesting, and it's one of those things where kind of soft graveyard hate like Endurance kind of gets the job done, but hard graveyard hate like Rest in Peace really does, but then you're kind of giving up a card, so it's a really interesting mix here. Our players are running to the bathroom real quick before our game 3, so we're going to give you the magic as soon as it starts. Don't worry. They are shuffled up. They're just, taking a little bathroom break here. But yeah, Flage has been great. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, just absolutely phenomenal. Shout out to Johnny, by the way. I know we mentioned this earlier, but Johnny is, I believe he's fighting through appendicitis or something like, I think it was appendicitis. And, Johnny's been in some, I heard somebody in chat saying Johnny's been in some pain all day. So shout out to Johnny for being a trooper and made it all the way to the finals. And, we
playing so well.
Yeah, playing phenomenally too. He's been playing out of his mind.
What's that appendicitis medicine? We might need a little bit of that.
I know, right? We need
yeah. But no, this is really interesting and really kind of setting the stage for the Pro Tour next week, right, Devin? In about 5 days' time from this point, because of how time zones work, we're going to see the Pro Tour start, and it's going to be very interesting. A lot of players have to pick a deck, and one of the things I think is super interesting, Devin, is we're going to only scratch the surface. Those players aren't going to figure out every little thing that's in Modern Horizons 3. It took us basically years to figure out all the good cards and everything you can do with them from MH2. And, we didn't have a Pro Tour with that set, but the pros only had about 2.5 weeks to play, and they have to learn limited. So I expect we're going to see a lot of very safe and solid decks. Definitely some innovation. Sanctum for All, they've innovated every Pro Tour. I'm sure we're going to see that sort of thing happen. But, it's going to be interesting to see what exactly comes out of it. And then, honestly, what's the format look 3 months after that, right? Because it is so early still in this set's lifespan. And it's not like a normal set. OTJ, there's a couple cards, kind of heralded as a really strong set, Devin. 6-7 cards at most you could consider for Eternal formats. There's 6 or 7 cards you don't consider from MH3.
I know, right? It's been wild. When I was going through the set trying to figure out, when I was trying to build decks with all the new cards, and it was just I would spend the day, maybe a couple hours, build 10 or 15 decks, next day 10 or 15 decks, and there's just never been a set where I go through the spoiler and it's like, I've built 70 plus decks at this point, and there's still things that I haven't tried and I haven't built yet. It's crazy to me how much that these sets like this change Modern. And ultimately it's for the good, because at the end of the day, maybe after a couple of years, format gets a little stale, and it's always nice to have that injection, because I don't know about you, but the best time to play Modern is new MH set first, maybe a couple of months. Love that.
Yeah, it's so exciting, and I am so glad that it, has been so much fun, and we've seen so many returning cards. Imagine, Devin, I told you a year and a half ago, Snapcaster Mage was going to be in the finals of a Modern tournament, and there'd be other ones in the top 16. It's like, it's not just one person. Snapcaster Mage is really back, and it's so exciting to see this sort of thing. Now, hopefully it stays that way for months to come, but no matter what, this exciting period of discovery really is cool. And Devin, I have this theory that learning is fun. That's my big game designer hot take, is that learning is fun. The secret is you just spent years learning like stupid algebra that you probably didn't need. Sorry to everyone who needs algebra. And so you didn't really like it. But what's always the most fun times in Magic, Devin? When we're learning new things, we're trying stuff. And these Modern Horizon sets are just like a huge injection of new things to puzzle, new things to think about, in so many different directions. And after we go a direction for a little bit, was there something else we can do to respond to that? And the history of Magic, it's just so exciting.
Speaking of Snapcaster Mage, Mason, did you actually think that, or I guess what's the best way to phrase this? Did you have Snapcaster Mage in a lot of the decks that you were testing with these cards?
I remember playing with the Snapcaster Mage because it's very nice with flare denial, especially early on. It was one of those things where it's like, okay, this might be the way to do it, because if you go like Bolt, Snap, Bolt, and then I flare your next spell, that's a great way to do it. So I definitely played with flare, with Snapcaster, but I don't think anyone, you don't really want to know, right? Like if you know that kind of thing, it's kind of a bad omen. Yeah, so anyways, Cavern of Souls into Tide Shaper, and no counter spells this game. I love it.
I see a lot of blue cards in Johnny's hand. Probably not happy to see that Cavern of Souls. I think it's Counterspell, Subtlety, Tune the Narrative, Flage Land.
Yep. And I gotta say, I talked about that a lot here. Nikachu, every time he's like makes a big play, he sits his hands down, crosses his arm, and goes, "Go." He's just like, I presented you with a problem. What would you like to think of this one? And this time it's the Cavern of Souls, and I love it. I can't get enough of it. As it looks like Johnny is going to fetch up a Hallowed Fountain and maybe a little Tune the Narrative.
Yep. So we're going to tune the band a little bit. Johnny really needs to try and find, Sand's not too bad. Just needs some lands, hit a bunch of land drops for those Flages, and maybe try and find something like a Discharge to help clear an early Lord. Maybe like a Wrath of the Skies. Maybe Nikachu overextends into a Wrath of the Skies. Mason, we've drawn the single dress down.
All right.
Here's the thing. We had the option to do this in one of the previous rounds, and Johnny chose not to do it, or maybe there was a reason for it. On a mulligan on the play with your hand like this, surely you go for it this time, right?
Yeah, I think
especially against the Cavern.
Yeah, I think it's just you need to make your land drops.
Chose not to go for it.
All right. Well, looks like we just have Stone Cold. Nothing really. You do have Wrath of the Skies for X's 1. Yeah. I have to imagine you're going to take a little bit more damage before you do that sort of play.
Maybe because Johnny didn't have the third land in hand, he wants to wait on the dress down until he draws land 3 so that he can guarantee the dress down into Flage line.
Honestly, at this point, I think Johnny really just needs to get the land. That's why I was pro fetching. Like, even if we were going to do it main phase 2, you know what I mean? Like, if you want to kill it, fine. Let's just get our mana, because we have got to start getting something here. And a little surprised not to even see a Surveil land fetch there.
Yeah, that too.
Especially because, we saw game 2, he played around, and honestly, this might be an overcorrection here. In game 2, we played around the Harbinger of the Sea so well, right? We fetched all our basics. We were making sure not to get Tidebindered. And this game, we ended up losing, right? Playing around that card so much. Maybe that's what's happening here. It's hard to know.
Yeah, this is a weird spot here. So, Johnny, we're going to fetch main phase. Now, I wonder if that means we're just going to main phase the dress down, like you mentioned, to try and cycle. And we are going to fetch not a basic. Okay, wants to make sure we have double white for the Wrath as well as red mana for the Flage. Understandable. And I guess we could just be wrathing. No, we're gonna dress down. Yeah, I feel like if maybe
Did you see Nikachu's face? Sorry, continue.
no, I didn't see it.
His
I
eyes
was
got
looking at
super
Johnny.
big. Now he's like an
okay.
animated character. He was like, "Uh-oh."
Yeah, I'm questioning if you were gonna do this main phase, maybe you're supposed to do it end step. Not sure here.
Yeah, I think what's happening is Johnny really values the dress down as a way to remove Island Walk, remove the buffing.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And so what he's like, yeah, I can do the Flage thing, but I'd much rather just try to leave the land in my deck. If I'm not going to fetch a Silvera land, I'm just going to, leave the land, try and hope to just draw it. And then I'll play my Flage, kill his creature, sort of, build out a little bit. And if, Nikachu ends up playing a Harbinger of the Seas while it turns off the Cavern, maybe I can counterspell enough, and find a kill spell and win the game. But
Nikachu is are we thinking about forcing this?
Yeah, I think
There's no
Nikachu's
way,
trying to figure out. I mean, honestly, Ryan Bellamy is living in Nikachu's head rent-free for the top 4 because he's like, honestly, I've seen some people do some messed up things with dress down, and I don't know what's going on here. Now, this might also be a situation where he just wants to get the creature in play, and this is super interesting because the subtlety is in hand for Johnny.
You kind of have to subtlety this, especially because those counter spells they're just dead cards, right?
Yeah, I imagine this is a subtlety. But the super interesting part is Nikachu could have waited and played around subtlety bouncing his creature, but then subtlety would be in play. So by doing this, he's actually playing around Johnny evoking a subtlety just as a blocker, which I think is maybe what Nikachu was thinking. Like, oh, you're trying to make your land drops and maybe put blockers in play against me.
Oh, now I guess we don't know. I'm assuming the dress down is on the stack and not the trigger on the stack. I guess we can get clarification on that, but that would be my guess.
Yeah, I think so as well. Because I think Nikachu would have postured something like trigger on the stack. I'm gonna, do this here. Yeah, and you see him sacrifice it to just force spike. Yeah, because I think Nikachu thought there's gonna be a little bit of pressure coming down that way. And a very heads up line. Once again, Ryan Bellamy's kind of living rent free there. So we are gonna see Sveloon with a Cavern, but it's gonna get subtletied.
I wonder if Nikachu's thinking about Flare Sack Hexcatcher.
Yeah, honestly, it is not the worst line. Sveloon is one of those cards that wins the game. Now, I think Nikachu's in a spot where your opponent missed your land drop. You can kind of afford to wait. But if he was in a slightly worse position, you know what I mean? I think, honestly, Flare in there would be pretty reasonable. Just get your 3-4 down.
Yeah, there's probably no rush there. You can just put it on top, wait an extra turn, not a huge deal, no harm, no foul. And, it's still going to be good next turn. Now, granted, Johnny did find land 3, so Johnny can maybe go for, like, Flage to kill the Hexcatcher, and then 5 cards in the graveyard, set up something there. And that would be my guess, because the counterspell's not doing much, and your Wrath of the Sky is just going to get Hexcatchered. So I'm assuming that Johnny's just going to go crack fetch, Flage the Hexcatcher, and try to draw another land next turn?
I think so. And getting the Flage going is pretty nice. You also have Wrath of the Skies for the ability to do 3 if you spend the mana. So that's an available line to Johnny to answer the Sveloon, which we all know is on top. Yeah, and Nikachu here in an interesting spot. I don't think he has a subtlety, and even if he did, probably would rather subtlety the brought back Flage.
Yeah, and this is such a weird spot too, because you're gonna lose the Hexcatcher, cast the Sveloon, but then you're now in a spot. Okay, you can just bounce the Flage, right? You can let the Flage resolve. Sveloon is 4 toughness; it doesn't die to the Flage. You just go untap and stupor the Flage, right?
I think so. And so the question is Nikachu going to play one ahead of time tapped? It looks like he's going to try and bank on drawing a island off the top to have it. And we're going to see Wrath the Skies come down here. 3 mana Wrath is going to give the energy up to 3. And you see Nikachu's like, ooh, that's a good one.
That's exactly enough. And honestly, Nikachu's hand is not super great. The leftovers are 2 Sink into Stupors, a Lord, and a Flare. So, you can flare this, but you're going to lose the creature either way, so it doesn't matter. I guess you can go...
All right. Well,
third Sink into Stupor.
The third Sink, it gives you an out against the Flage, and I think you just kind of have to bolt this in and pass, because if you tap out and Johnny draws the land, you just kind of lose the game on the spot because it kills the Lord. You have no pressure. Now your Cavern of Souls, if you can just draw land, you just do that. Or if you can put another super as land.
He drew a Harbinger of the Tides. Well, that's pretty good because that's going to cut off that's going to make that stage completely uncastable.
In the words of Larry David, pretty good. As we are going to see double Cavern.
Interesting.
Super can't be countered. And I think what Nikachu is doing is he's setting up next turn having the super plus the Harbinger if he draws a land, and has flare up this turn in case any sort of Lord of Atlanta stuff. Because he also, right now, Johnny could just, kill spell.
I actually kind of like countering this. Maybe you because you kind of want the land for next turn, right? Maybe you flare.
I think you stupor it and you just slam your Magus of the Moon.
You can stupor, and then if you draw like some random other creature, you can go like Harbinger plus that, hold up flare, sack the random creature.
It also gives you an out if you draw an untap land, it turns island into a good draw. So it gives you a lot of chances to, convert some bad draws into good draws, which we've seen Nikachu do a great job of. Now, to be honest, Flare denying it, reasonable line too. It makes it not go back to hand. So if a Plains is drawn, it isn't the end of the world. But decides that this is the line and draws a subtlety.
Wow. Yeah. So surely we jam the Harbinger this turn.
Yeah, I think this is the turn, and Nikachu told us about it. He's like, the thing my Harbinger's been the best at all weekend is getting these blue control decks, and Johnny doesn't play 2 Plains. He just has 1. We're not going to get to Wrath the Skies anytime soon.
Yeah, and I think this game is essentially just over because Johnny's only out. His hand is all bricks right now. Johnny's only out is draw discharge, but Nikachu has the discharge covered. We have the subtlety and we have a flare of denial. So, yeah, I think this one is just about wrapped up, Mason.
I think so too. And I think Nikachu very smartly was like, I think Johnny would have main phased a Snapcaster Mage attune to try and make land drops. So I'm just not going to play around Snap, because you saw him start to play around Snap as the little ambush viper was like, nope. Actually, that card's not there. I don't need to worry about it. Very heads-up play.
Honestly, even if funny we draw the basic island. Even if Snapcaster comes off the top, it's not a big deal, right? Because you can't trade for the Harbinger. It's only for the Lord of Atlantis. You still get to keep the most important threat in play, so it's not that big of a deal. And Nikachu is just gonna crack in there for 5, gonna put Johnny to 1, and with the Flare of Denial, I don't think there's any outs here for Johnny.
I don't think there is either. And he drew a Snapcaster Mage. But without a discharge in the graveyard, I don't think he can do anything. He can maybe attune. He could snap attune, draw discharge. But then if he does that, I think he's technically at 1, I believe. I think our life total hasn't caught up. I could be mistaken. But I think that, Johnny's in trouble here. And you see him taking a moment trying to figure out. He has victory so close. And it looks like Snapcaster is the thing. And Nikachu might just flare denial the Snapcaster Mage.
Could subtlety it too. I think there was a subtlety in Nikachu's hand.
Oh, subtlety is a backbreaker for sure, because then you get the 3/3 on the board.
Yep.
You can flare sacrificing the subtlety. So you kind of got it all locked up. And Nikachu been playing really great all weekend, just making sure in this last second he's not throwing it away. And congratulations, Merfolk wins the first big Modern Horizons 3 event. Congratulations to both those players. Johnny played incredibly well, only losing in the finals. Nikachu played masterfully. We saw and lost. His only loss all weekend, Devin, was the mirror. Yeah, round 3 got by someone, probably, part of the Discord. They probably hang out and talk. He got, and you know what? 1 out. So we're going to get an interview with Nikachu in a minute. But congratulations. And Merfolk, it's winning here, but also when you kind of look at it, it kind of makes a lot of sense, right? You got a little bit of interaction for Ruby Storm. You got like mana hate for the Tron decks. For these like Flage decks, we see the Harbinger is such a problem because not everyone's building their mana base with this card in mind. So it's very exciting to see. And congratulations once again to Johnny for putting up a great finish with that Jeskai Wizards deck. I think it was great. I can't wait to play with it. It looks like a lot of fun. And battling through the appendicitis pain too, and playing so well in that much pain, cannot imagine doing that. So seriously, great congratulations to you and getting that second place. Hopefully we see you tomorrow playing Pioneer. But Devin, what do you think? Merfolk, it did it.
I know. I mean, I got to be honest with you, Mason. When we started the broadcast today, and I started watching all the coverage, I definitely did not think we would end up here with all of the talk around the talk of the town being Nadu and Storm and the resurgence of Living End and all this stuff. But it turns out all you got to do is just tried and true Merfolk. And to be honest with you, I mean, it's a good recipe. It has a lot of, it has a fast clock. It has a lot of disruption along the way between the Tide Shapers. Like there's this really, effective mana denial plan. If you look at Negachu's deck, there's 4 Tide Shaper, 3 Harbinger, 2 Dockhand. So a lot of ways to tax mana. Hex Catcher, more free spells with Flare of Denial. Sink into Stupor, which came up a couple of times. So it really does seem like MH3 has some really, really good upgrades for this deck. And, it does seem like it's fast enough to race the combo decks and interactive enough to beat the other decks too.
Yeah, and we said, if he beats Ryan Bellamy, so it was looking pretty good. And here is the man himself. Congratulations, Nikachu. How's it feel to get the trophy in the first Modern Horizons 3 tournament, taken down by your pet deck? Played incredibly well, mind you.
Oh yeah, it feels amazing. This is great. But you know what? I have to give a special shout out to all the Nadu players out there for wiping out all my scam opponents. They cleared the way for Merfolk all the way to the finals and a victory. I basically got tons of great matchups all day long. And it was only because apparently Nadu has a great matchup versus scam. Because the only thing I lose to in leagues online when playtesting for this event is scam. Scam. I was like, oh, you ruined my 5-0. Oh, you even ruined my 4-1, and I can beat basically everything else. Or, sorry, and Prowess, but like, whatever. That was always a bad matchup.
Dex, the way people used to talk about Merfolk, you're talking about them now. You love to see it. So what was sort of the big change? Because, we had you in the booth earlier with your interview when you made your top 8. You told us about how Harbinger of the Seas, is beating the dog out of these Jeskai control decks, and then you did it in the top 4 in the finals. But what has changed about Merfolk that's allowed it to really take that step up and become, one of the decks that's winning these kind of big events from a deck that kind of didn't have a lot of game, 2 or 3 years ago?
I mean, definitely Harbinger of the Seas is going to elevate it to another level. I mean, it instantly kills all the Urza sagas. It can eat up Tron and Amulet, and it gives free wins. Like in that last game, and I told you, it eats up the control decks, strangely enough. And even in that game, they had a mountain. Usually the mountain is the counter to the Harbinger of the Seas, but it wasn't enough. I mean, they have this super mana-intensive Flage, but that Flage is useless if you don't have like the extra red or white or anything else, and they have a lot of trouble just fetch out basic many times. So you get those basically free wins, and the game sort of turns into a game of how do I get this Harbinger of the Season play and protect it at the same time, which I tried to do in the first game, but I just failed miserably.
Yeah, and I honestly, when we saw the brackets and we saw you in the top 4 and the other side of the bracket too with the Jeskai control deck, I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't really believe it. I looked at the decks on paper and I thought that the Jeskai control deck was a little bit ahead, and I'm eating my words now. But apparently Harbinger is just that good. And like even the Sink into Stupor, being able to bounce the flashback of Flage, like we were thinking that might have come up as well.
Absolutely.
And just a lot of stuff. And I think that matchup is maybe not as bad as it used to be.
No, so long as if you have a plan for Flage, which I do, we have this. That's the thing I was saying about like Sink into Stupor is actually better than Flare of the Nile, because it can interact on that access. It can interact with like flashback cards from Snapcaster Mage. It basically can interact. They exile their entire graveyard for Flage. We bounce it back to their hand. Or just bounce anything that they play. I mean, they tap out all the time for like Teferi or the One Ring or this and that's a critical turn. Or even for Solitude. So for the versions that use Solitude and pitch a white spell, which they don't have too many of, and I even Sink into Stupor, they still now got to wait for another white source in order to basically take a shot at Harbinger of the Seas again.
Yeah, and that's I think a very astute point, right? Solitude's kind of at a low right now with some of these decks, right? They're Jeskai, but they're really blue-red splashing white for Wrath of the Skies, right? And Flage. So, that is a card. Maybe if you're a control mage, maybe you want to look more towards with this here. But I've got to ask you, I saw you looking online and you were talking about how maybe you're going to cut Aether Vial, and that was something you were talking about. How do you feel about that after this weekend? Because Vial, in some of your matches was great, other times very awkward. Is it still too much of a sacred cow, or do you think there's still a lot of room to explore with the Merfolk deck?
Well, there's definitely a lot of room to explore, but the only reason I would remove Aether Vial was to give me more game versus scam, because Vial is just awkward, and I want... Vial can be okay versus scam because it can become a tempo war, but I would prefer to have like Lorien revealed instead. You know, like give me some opportunity to draw some cards. I'll try to chew up your Bowmaster. I'll try to draw some cards and actually get back into this game. But that would be the only reason. But if Scam is going to be kept in check by Nadu, I'm going to keep the Ether Vials because Ether Vials is just going to be too important versus Nadu. Versus in the Merfolk mirror, let me tell you, if you have no Ether Vials in the Merfolk mirror, you're doomed. You absolutely have to have Ether Vial in the Merfolk mirror.
Yeah, there was one last question I wanted to ask you, or I guess just kind of mention this one play. There was, I think it was game 2, which was the game where you had the double dockhand and he had like a fetch land in play, and you get to the spot where you dockhand one of his lands, he cracks the fetch land, gets the basic mountain to play around the player on the Harbinger, and then you just have that whole sequence was kind of wild. Talk to me, what was going on through your head in that situation?
I wanted to see what my opponent was going to do with that scalding. I think it was a scalding tarn because it could fetch a mountain, and so I just wanted, because they were being patient with this land the entire time, and I was getting to a point where I sort of have to make a move. They're going to have enough lands to cast their cards, like they're just making their land drops. So I said, okay, it's do or die now. You figure out what you want to do. It like most of the time, I'm guessing they're going to get the go fetch out a basic mountain. But I don't know. So anyway, I was just trying to force the action and then followed up with Harbinger of the Seas, and then we took it from there.
Nice. Well, so you've won our showdown. That means you got a nice little chunk of change. You're now invited to our end of the year championship event. That's right. Going to be a PTQ as well. And you've won a token. And so I got to ask, are you going to pick what are you going to pick? Are you going to be Merfolk? You're going to be Energy? I got to say this. I know I've watched you play a good bit on Energy now. You're very charismatic. You have a lot of energy.
Oh, yes, I had the whole Yugi thing the entire time. Thank you to all my opponents that tolerated me acting like Yugimoto.
Yeah, go back and watch the coverage. We mentioned it.
You fetched a land. That is an activated ability. You have fallen right into my trap with the Tishana's Tidebinder, which counters activated abilities. So I had a lot of fun. Yeah, so I played like that the entire time. I had so much fun, actually, in this tournament, because I would draw like a bomb. I was like, I'm not going to lie to you. I drew the best card in my deck. Usually it didn't matter because I was ahead anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so in terms of the token, so
you don't have to. It's not locked in now. We just kind of want what the early gut check is.
I mean, maybe some sort of what is my creature that like gives me Island Walk? Tide Shaper. Maybe there's some sort of Tide Shaper token, because this is a visual thing that I constantly need. But other than that, maybe the hexproof 1/1 Merfolk token, because let me tell you, I accidentally won this tournament. I wasn't expecting to win this tournament. This was a complete accident. But I intend on winning tomorrow, because tomorrow is Pioneer, and I am extremely well prepared. I'm going to unleash, for the first time in a large Pioneer paper event, Merfolk in Pioneer. And let me tell you, I'm not lying, it is better, more powerful in Pioneer than it is in Modern and Legacy combined, even with these Modern Horizon 3 cards. So I'm very excited. And that, like, I make 1 billion of these 1/1 hexproof tokens in that format.
A fascinating take. I can't wait to see it. Dom Harvey won the back-to-back. Maybe you can as well. But yeah, maybe we can get you a little like forest with you holding a sign that says this is an island. Could be a cute token. We'll get in touch with you on how to do that later. But thank you so much for taking a little bit of time to talk to us. Any shout-outs here before you go and get to go enjoy the rest of your night?
Shout out to the Merfolk community. They believed in me the entire time. Shout out to my local game store, Fusion Gaming Online. Shout out to them. And lastly, shout out to NRG Series. I absolutely would not be here without the coverage that exists over here. And I'm going to absolutely I already booked my tickets. I'm going to be there in Chicagoland. I'm going to be there in Indianapolis because, hands down, if you are a person that wants to tell your story at a competitive level, start your story here at NRG Series.
Couldn't say it better myself. Thank you so much, Nikachu, for coming by. It was great to have you. And hopefully we see you make a run for our Player of the Year with going to all the events. That being said, we're going to let you go right now and go and get some dinner and relax before you release the beast, better known as Pioneer Merfolk. So with that all being said, we'll come back to the booth here, and Devin and I will wrap you up. Thank you all so much for coming here. Peak at about 2,000 viewers. It was great to have you all here. for the release of MH3. This is one of my most anticipated tournaments personally of all time. I am so glad I got to share it with you all and with you, Devin. I had a blast commentating this. I did all 11 rounds today. I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to go fall asleep on the couch, but I'm going to wake up tomorrow and I'm going to watch the Pioneer coverage because I've heard Merfolk, it's the beast. Sounds like a round 1 feature. I don't know. But if you don't want to miss that coverage, click the follow button right now and we'll see you all tomorrow for some more action.